Back to the upside we go here a little bit anyways, alongside with energy stocks this morning. Ton of earnings to get to on the back of what happened after the close last night. We'll touch on that. More headlines between the Iran and U.S. situation coming out this morning. Could potentially be positive, might take some time. However, that has this USO gapping higher this morning in a pretty big way. We're actually moving higher right now as well, back towards session highs. 145 coming into play for USO. I mean, Brent 114, WTI hovering around $100 once again. Things not great on the energy front. Massive day coming up. Obviously, we have the Fed coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. There is a world in which we could get Warsh confirmed this morning, which would set the table for maybe some sort of resignation or stepping down by Fed Chair Powell coming up this afternoon at 2:30. That could potentially play out. The Senate here coming up this morning for Warsh.
That'd be so interesting, especially because some people have pegged him to stay on to the committee, which would be unprecedented after his tenure as the chair expires. So we'll have to wait and see what he has to say. I want to know if he's going to say anything on the way out, sort of maybe just kind of say, you know, it's been the honor of my life serving you, something, you know, sort of dignified, which he has been through this entire process, which is nice to see. What I was talking with Adara about this yesterday. Possibly maybe a tell-all book.
Oh, you know that's coming.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, guaranteed that's coming.
Where he details his.
I would read that.
I'd read it. Yeah. Well, I'd read the summary, but I'm not kidding. No, seriously though, a tell-all book, sort of where his dealings with President Trump. It'd be interesting to see his take.
First time in a long time, at least. I mean, what is actually going to happen at the FOMC today is irrelevant. No one cares really. It's more about, I think, Fed Chair Powell. So
no doubt.
I mean, let's see first off what happens at this hearing this morning. If Warsh is confirmed, I mean, he could stay on just as a member,
exactly.
But why at that point? If I think the argument leading into this for him to stay was if there was still uncertainty around whether or not it was going to be Kevin Warsh. And if that is gone, then
why stick around? Yeah, but when you read a lot of these articles, and a lot of people are positing that Kevin Warsh is not going to have an easy time about it. It's still, an individual committee, and he's going to need the votes, obviously, to cut rates if that's what he's there to do, right? So it should be interesting to see how he navigates that new sort of environment for himself.
And that's one thing. Giving Powell credit, his messaging has always been one of the committee, like the overwhelming voting, opinion of the committee. So let's see what happens this afternoon. So as I mentioned, lots of individual movers here moving around as well. Hood getting absolutely cracked right now, even back towards session lows, $73. Tried to hold there just the past half an hour or so. We're coming back downside though. A lot of question marks around Robinhood. Big tech to come tonight.
Yeah, and SoFi also getting it. Yeah. You know how many double-digit movers we already have to start the morning? Hood down double digits. SoFi just retraced below 10% to 9 1/3, but Bloom Energy up 18 4/5. You see NXPI, Brendo, knocking the door of 20%. STX, I can't believe this. I was telling Neil, this STX Seagate, a 10-bagger from May of last year to today, it's up 1,000%, and it's up another 18 here. A lot of aggressive moves.
A name potentially. I'll throw this out there, but a name we didn't mention once on this show the entire year last year. As STX. I don't remember talking about Seagate. I
just know them for being a hard drive company.
Exactly, and with the demand the way it is right now for storage specifically, given all things AI, this thing, just an absolute monster. I mean, 700 right here potentially today, $10 higher from where it is right now. So, STX, Hood, guys, SoFi, tons to get to. Good morning.
Good morning. What? Nobody cares about Avis earnings? It was like the hottest, so hot for, is anybody surprised? Yeah, there's not a surprise. They lost more money than expected. The good news is it wasn't at like $800 when the earnings came out that it already flushed, because I can only imagine what it would look like if they had to report this at the highs. But yeah, the other direction to STX, unfortunately, for them, but strong. It's just... These names, Yex, got SanDisk. Oh, I thought we'd actually tick the high. Maybe at one point in the pre-market, SNDK was at an all-time high, but a little bit off of that now. You're going to have Micron making some moves. The chips are strong today. Even, AMD and Intel are both gapped up. Intel at one point was right at its top, so that's going to be on watch. And then after the bell, not 3, we get 4. Forget about the Fed. Yeah, maybe it'll be interesting. Maybe Powell will have some fun. I don't know. They're not going to do anything. And then after the bell, we're going to grab 4 monster earnings names. Big cap tech is here. We still care about that Capex. That could really reverse some of the strong chips. If we get a surprise on the Capex, they could reverse some of the strong chip names that have been moving around, right? Like, it's complete and utter insanity, the reversal that AMD was putting on yesterday. If it looked like it was that huge top at 350. Bottom to top, that one's backing up another couple points, but the hyperscalers come tonight, and they can change on a dime after that.
Yeah, tonight should be pretty exciting. That is for sure. We have, Sofi down 8%, 9%, Hood down 11%. Financials not, these financials anyways, not doing that well. Bank of America, JP Morgan, some of these other stocks obviously not getting hit that bad. Yeah, Bloom Energy, wow. Great call on that one. Hey, Andre, how's it going? There it is, up 19%. And it's been up here before, but we're taking that little high mark here, breaking through 250. That's going to be a fun one to trade here today. We're going to still be on the normal names, man. Nvidia has been a rocket ship for us this week, so we'll see if we can hit something there. 212 dip buy opportunity for Nvidia. And then the other name that I had on watch today was going to be iBit. I think iBit, with its fact that it's up 1.5% right now, looking to extend through. We'll see if iBit can get through that $45 mark with a Fed today coming through. I'm not too excited about this whole Warsh Powell stuff. He's going to be the next Fed chair. We'll see whatever Powell winds up doing, he winds up doing. We have a 0% chance of any sort of a movement here today in the Fed. So we'll just refresh this page right now. We're going to talk a little bit about how to prepare for the Fed. But there it is, 100%, right? And so even if you go to June, you're at 97, like nothing, 97% June. What is it, July? 92. So you're not getting any rate movements whatsoever there. Okay, so that's nice. That's nice.
You gotta go to.
That's nice. That's nice. So you can go all the way to next March. So if we fast forward a year, not even. That's still 81%. So next April, 70. Okay, June of 27. All right, so we're still nowhere. So you got to go all the way to June of 27 before you get even a remote chance of these rates moving at all. So get ready for Warsh time, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, basically 10 more Fed days before we get a different number than you're going to see on your screen today.
Well, so that doesn't change because of Warsh. That will change because of the war. If the war if the war ended in 2 weeks, all of those odds would change precipitously down the line over the next year. But there's just way too much uncertainty now with the follow through for inflation. What can you do?
Yeah, the market. Right, the market doesn't lie. Obviously the market has those thoughts in it as well. So right now we have 11 more, or whatever I said there, 9 more rate decisions of blah. But we'll hear what they have to say. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be movement, right? At 2:30, there's going to be movement. So we'll hear what Powell has to say about all that. Interesting to hear whatever happens with the unemployment and what they're thinking about jobs. So that should be interesting as well. The U.S. dollar moving around. We'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, gold's down again.
Yeah, gold's down. Silver moving around as well. This is what the USD looks like. It's not doing too much here, but we are starting to break a little bit lower off some of those highs that we had made yesterday midday. So, a little bit of a downtick there. We'll see if the rates do anything to the U.S. dollar today. Most likely not. As we said, very much an expected day. Nokia, nothing going on there. Big Bear AI is starting to get going again as well there. So that's going to be a nice upside play for us there, BBAI. As we're taking around, man. That's right. Whenever I click on it, it won't work. You can't. With this version, it doesn't work if you click on it from the imbalance locator. There's Big Bear AI up another 5%. My other baby over here, Marvell. This is going to be a big day for Marvell, too. All these hyperscalers coming through this afternoon. Let's wait to see if they can continue to tick higher and give that Capex spend and hopefully give a little bit of juice to Marvell. So, oil. What a move, right? We'll have to see if XOM and some of these equities can start ticking a little bit higher now as well. What a pullback on XOM. I mean, if you think the oil trade is not even close to being over with, you get some great levels. I mean, you can get XOM all the way back to where we were in February right now. So, I mean, forget about that huge move up that they've already had. They've had a huge pullback as well. So that's going to be a ticker there to look at today, as well as USO, as Brendan had mentioned, up 3, 4, 5%, and now at all-time highs. Not all-time highs, but highs of this recent move here for USO as we take out 140 and get a little higher. Seeing gas prices still extended around these places, and I'm sure it's the national average is something like 4 something a gallon. So that's a big, big move higher there for oil.
You sure we've hit the fail on that one? Well, it's not. Forget about just oil, man. Like it's that trickle down is everywhere, and you simply can't avoid it. Transportation costs go up. That means food prices go up, and it's not good for the overall economy. But you know what? The stock market isn't the overall economy. You know, that's just it's sad to say, but it's just true. And when you look at what's been going on with the chips, like if you're just sort of focused on what's been driving us higher, then it's not 2 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock or 4 or 5, whenever the first hyperscaler is. It doesn't really make a difference. It's going to be, what are we hearing from Meta? What are we hearing from Alphabet? You know, what are we hearing
from
Amazon?
What are we hearing from
it's not Apple's not going to matter. I mean, Apple's a big deal, but Apple's not spending like crazy on AI and data centers. So like they're not going to be as big of a bellwether. But we're basically close to some highs. The real fear, I think, would be if there is any pullback or any even discussion of a pullback on Capex spend, then you've got some seriously extended names out there that could, let's just say, take a little bit of a haircut. You know, we already talked about the things like Nvidia and AMD, and Nova's pulling off of some of those highs. Like maybe that would do a bit of a revisit. You just got to be prepared for it, see what happens. But there's been plenty of winners so far this morning, like that Bloom and STX. Bloom up 18%, so it's not all doom and gloom. And then you juxtapose, we talked about Robinhood and Sofi to the downside. It is an important distinction that Sofi beat and Robinhood had a disappointing report. When you look at it, in terms of numbers anyway. So the reaction to SoFi is, someone said, why is it down? SoFi seems to always be down when they beat. I remember the last time it had even when it has a good reaction to earnings, I find like any gap up is then sort of lost the next morning, or the next day. So this is not completely abnormal. I do think this one probably has a little bit weighing on it from that Muddy Waters report as well, but there was a good turn level at 16 that we have a chance to bounce off. If we haven't bounced off that already, because it's already recovered like 1.5 points off the bottom. Don't know if we'll get back into that 16 level. But at least in their particular case, you can't just sit there and say, oh, that was a really, really disappointing report relative to a Robinhood. Lots to watch. We'll keep our ear to the ground. And not that anybody cares, but Pershing Square is going public today.
Yeah.
Go Bill Ackman, because he needs more. Just reading this note on Baidu, it didn't do anything. I mean, it's gapping down anyways. I think the Asian session was pretty negative. But note on Baidu here, China has suspended issuing new licenses for autonomous vehicles after dozens of Baidu's Apollo Go robotaxis suddenly stopped in Wuhan last month, stranding passenger. Why is it always in Wuhan? Stranding passengers and disrupting traffic. So that's from Bloomberg, but yeah, Baidu down anyway on that this morning. Guys are talking about this. I mean, the focus, I think, is going to be entirely on Capex tonight. There's a pretty good graphic of what is what currently. I didn't realize, but Microsoft, 41% year over year increase, one of the lowest. I mean, Apple's not even playing in this world at this point, but one of the lowest outside Amazon, 60% year over year. But those are the numbers I think that people are going to be focused on the most coming up tonight. You're muted. It's okay. The key, though, I think going forward, like I was reading an analyst this morning essentially saying, what if they're flat? You know, what if they come out tonight and say going forward, everything's exactly the same as it was, no change whatsoever? Positive or negative?
Hard to say. I'd probably say a little bit negative in that regard, just because you're always looking for the next big thing. The read-through is what I was trying to say. So a lot of where's that money going to go? I mean, the 135 billion that Meta wants to spend, or the 160-something billion that Amazon wants to spend, whatever it is, those are going to go to tool-making companies. It's going to go obviously to data centers. It's going to go, to generators, power companies. So the read-through here is basically, it's quite exhausting. So I would say that there's going to be quite a big stock reaction, not just for the Mag 7, on these Capex numbers.
And we saw what happened with Tesla on a near 194% uptick, regardless of the number. I mean, it's 25 billion versus a lot more from the rest. But I mean, as you guys were saying, guys, I mean, we hear from the top four there, basically coming up.
Yeah, I like that graphic. Throw that back up a second. Get that back. Ooh, 600 billion. I think the cool thing about that graphic is just to see, just for net effect, to sort of see Apple, and then how big. Like, we made a big deal about Tesla like jumping in, and that number being 25. It's like no. Like, it was chump change by Tesla, and it's only going to grow. Like, once you start down that path, everybody just keeps on increasing.
I mean, Apple and Tesla aren't doing any build-outs.
But one of those two is going to grow, and it was Tesla, not Apple.
Yeah, Tesla.
Because Tesla is, well, I mean, not to the same degree.
It's a cloud, right? I mean, Amazon has the cloud, Google has the cloud, Microsoft has the cloud. So they need to continue to add to their repertoire there, so they don't get passed.
If that goes the other way, oh my goodness.
Well, you never know. I mean, tonight's going to be a very, very interesting night. But I think those guys are going to keep spending, because the rhetoric is that if you don't spend, you're going to get passed. And they don't want people to all of a sudden switch over from one program to the next, right?
Part of the problem would be, like,
got to keep it on.
They've been exceeding expectations in terms of how much the Capex spend is growing, or what they say is going to grow. If it ever just comes out, oh, Capex is what you said it was going to be, I think that could cause a pullback in some of the, I always say like GVNova because that's what I own, but like in some of the data center type names and some of the chip names, sometimes it could just be, if it's as expected, we could see a bit of a pullback. But you know what? If you're a trader that's not looking to pull back and looking to scale, Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without the pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one and get one free. Get started today. Buy one, get one free is always going to be good.
Yeah, you gotta like that. We do have Luis.
Like buy a share, get one free on like Robinhood and Sofi today.
That is what it is. Robinhood's been buy one.
Buy 10, get one free.
Yeah, you can, if you think Robinhood's going back, you could buy, it's chopped in more than half, right? Robinhood from its highs. Yeah, I think it was it 150? Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, 155. So almost, yeah, exactly, pretty much in half from those highs. And there's lots of those names. We talked about Sofi and their report, not good. Will Robinhood break through this $65 mark? I think yes, not today, but I think eventually we do get a little lower, as Joe and I went back and forth last week about the crypto trading, and you saw it was down 47% year over year, but equity trading was hotter, which was nice, because as the NASDAQ continues to heat up, people will get into the equity space. But yeah, I mean, Robinhood's just going to have to decouple from crypto, and right now it can't. So down 11111 right now is Robinhood, but the expected move was 12%. So you're right in that zone right now for Robinhood. But yeah, for me, it's just going to be an Nvidia kind of day again, man. This has been the top stock for the last 2 days. I'm going to try to make it another trade for me here today. So just still looking at Nvidia, despite the NASDAQ only being up a quarter, Nvidia flat. We'll have to see if it wants to trend a little lower. Risky trade today, I think, for all these names, right? I mean, when you're going to throw out the report, when Google's at all-time highs, Amazon's at all-time highs, Microsoft needs to get going. So it's some of this little nervous hands, I feel like, maybe today as we wait. Not the Fed is going to be a nothing burger, but we'll wait for those earnings at 4 p.m. today. When stocks are at all-time highs, generally speaking, it's going to have to be pretty much priced for perfection. So let's see if Google can surprise anybody. I think the biggest surprise comes from Meta. So Meta's a look that I'm going to be on here today, waiting to see what they want to do. Down right now, 0.2%. It's Joe with options at the big board.
All right, guys, welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday. We're going to kick things off with Microsoft, guys. We're going to be looking at this $445 strike price. We're going to be reporting after the bell. Open interest, 23,800 contracts, still currently open with 3,840 open and closed on yesterday's session. But what I want us to focus on is the run that we went on into the close and out of the gate on yesterday's session. So some strong activity considering the market wasn't, relatively speaking. So now, once again, we're at this 445 mark expiring on Friday. Bid and ask, we're looking at $10. So they're relatively expensive right now, guys. $9.75 on the bid, and your delta sitting around that $37 metric. So for every $1 change, you will see a $37 change within that contract. Your gamma exposure is relatively light, but surprisingly so, for Microsoft, 101% implied volatility leading into the print is pretty high. So there's going to be an increase in options premium. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Meta, guys, the 680 mark. Once again, this is going to be expiring on the 15th of May. So we do have some time, but what I want us to focus on right now is this contract at one point was worth $10,000. It's lost the majority of its value, about 80% or so, 75% to be exact. So open interest sitting around 11,300 contracts, still leading into that report. And then volume only 906 were open and closed on yesterday's session. But now when we get into the bid and the ask and the value, whether you're going to be a purchaser or a seller leading into the report, $2,600 on the ask, and you're going to be collecting $2,610 $2,610 on the bid, guys. Also, your delta 48, relatively high. Now, as for our at-the-money IV, nowhere close to what we just seen on Microsoft, but sitting around that 51.2% mark. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at this contract. So before the close, I was documenting this is going to be expiring on May 15th. What we have here at this $70 mark is where we've seen the most amount of open interest on the put side, 12,900 contracts still currently open, with volume sitting around 5,730 open and closed. But this is the specific contract, the 4 hours over a couple of sessions over the week and some of last week. Guys, this thing was once worth $1,000, losing 90% of its value. You're going to see a slight increase in the value of this contract. So we're sitting at $1.21. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a 10+% pop within this specific contract. Now, as for our delta, always going to be negative, and our at-the-money IV, just due to the expected move yesterday and how it sunk, it's down 11%. You're seeing that implied volatility sitting at 77.7%. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Interestingly, Robinhood is very flat at this low.
Yeah, they're all waiting around.
Like, it is just sitting here chilling. Come on, like, Robinhood will not put in a 30 to 40 cent range. It won't do that in the open range. It almost certainly won't do that today, but it is really basing out down here. And there was just a couple of things. I don't see a story on Duolingo, but it popped like $6, so I don't know if you're into Duolingo, maybe you can keep an eye on that one. And then while nothing was happening, nothing was happening in the market. Like the Qs didn't move. I don't see really anything individual moving around. Oil didn't do anything. I didn't see the dollar make a move, but IBIT kind of pulled back. Bitcoin pulled back just a little bit, down into 77,000, tagged 77,000, and then a bit of a bounce. I had to note today looking at prior support and resistance to continue to be that. So I almost don't mind a gap fill here if IBIT's going to do this. That wasn't really a story, just a little bit of acceleration down, but yeah, I really do like this level of 43, call it about 43.3 to 43.4 on IBIT, and just underneath, maybe like 76 something on Bitcoin. But a bit of a move down there in crypto, and as I said, not sure what was just going on with Duolingo. I didn't hear a story. It's up 4.5% there. Yuck. Yeah, well, that 4.5, Duolingo would have to do 4.5% every day for like the rest of my life to get back to where it was.
Yeah, it's too bad Duolingo's been going for a ride the other way there. We talked about, just another business that I guess this time Apple and the rest of AI crushed, right? I mean, the fact that you can just put it, even my kid is like, even when we were in down south there, we don't speak Spanish. My kid's just like, wow, I just buy the new AirPods and then just speak Spanish to somebody, put the AirPods in there. And I was like, okay, well, if this is what my 14-year-old's thinking about, then, it's obviously something that's going down right there. Yeah, Amazon, everything's pretty flat here this morning so far. I'm looking at Big Bear AI. It's going to be on, the sticky note's ready to go. iBit is going to be your number one trade on the sticky note at 43.50, so get ready for that. That's already written down there, so we're just about to push send on the note. And Big Bear AI is on the note as well here today, up another 5%. Is we're trying to break through. So good little dip buy opportunity there for Big Bear AI. Hopefully we are able to get some at 350 there. And now you can wait to see what winds up happening here as we have earnings. I think it was 9 days away yesterday, so we'll call it 8 days away today, coming through May 5th or so for Big Bear AI. We'll see if that one wants to keep going. It's just on no news. It's 30% short float here, and if the AI trade continues to make, tailwinds here today, especially after that close, we'll see if they can continue its momentum upside there. Big Bear AI, looking at that name today. Already done 2 million shares. Should be a good one. Did some good volume yesterday. You can see the volume even on the daily chart. Starting to just pick up just a little bit. Whoops, let's do that again. Just here, last couple of days. Yesterday, a big green day. A couple good days there. This is when you really want the volume to get going. So we'll see. If the short flow can start to kick off and you can get some social media attention to Big Bear AI, maybe we do have a big moment there. The most disappointing name, so I have Marvell. Oh yeah, I was just looking at this. I have Marvell, Eli Lilly, and Big Bear AI. And I'm coming for you, Obi. This is what our current board looks like right now. This is what the rankers are there. There's Obi right there. 88 days at number one. Wow, amazing, Obi. Right there. So far, year to date, 24%. I've got 10%. Dara's got 7%. Randy was 7%. Joe into Greensville right here. Neil Brennan kicking up the rear. Ramin there, Mateo, Fabian, and Sharif. So this is what our performance has been like. There is a summary where it shows, oh no, this is everything. I wanted to see what the average was, but I'll get that from Fabian in a minute. It's here somewhere. But yeah, our picks right there. And Obi's picks were great so far. Where is it down here? Here he is right here. He had, this is the big one, just like I have Marvell. He's got this BW, he's got the Sidhu short there, and he's got the Circle short, which has been, both of these names have been wild. BW, a oil play, so that's been a good one. And then for me, it's just been all Marvell, man, 85%. They're up for Marvell. And that was 99% at one point as well. Eli Lilly's been the biggest disappointment, and there's Big Bear AI, hoping to get that back in a couple days. As well. So that's what we're doing right now. That's your portfolio tracker. I don't think we'll be able to put up the 160 whatever percent we did last year with Palantir. Palantir is still a monster, but I think it's losing a little bit of its bite, man. I mean, we talked about that yesterday. Palantir coming back in. We've been selling some of our position off on PLTR. It's been such a great run. We didn't get it all out at the top. We barely got anything out up there. We got some out in this sort of area here. We talked about 175 the last time it got up. We'll see if Palantir can hold forward. I'm just getting nervous about Anthropic. I think it's definitely changing the game. And yesterday we get some negative pushback from Europe on Palantir. So we'll have to wait to see Wagwan with that one on Palantir. So, yeah, should be a good one there. Hopefully we can have Marvell, like I said, already that 90% banger there. That was a crazy stock to have in the portfolio. So glad to have that one. And I'm looking at healthcare names now too. Like I still like J&J, waiting to see if we do get moves a little lower for J&J right now, getting in really nice spot. See if we can pick something up on J&J. I was hoping that maybe we can get just a little lower, see what winds up happening over the next couple of weeks. But I like Johnson & Johnson down there, Procter & Gamble, some of those good names. Walmart's been a good one. That's a good one there for Joe as well. But yeah, it's what it is for now. And yeah, Bitcoin 77,000's got my mind going for that one. But we'll get the sticky note out pretty soon. Pfizer had news yesterday.
Yeah, Pfizer has been somewhat interesting. I see like Roger Noonan in the chat mentioning this one. It hasn't done anything crazy yet, but you don't really do any justice looking at a daily chart sometimes. ARM needs to hold 200 today, by the way. I think that would be pretty important. That's another one of those crazy runners that it has to withstand a pullback, right? Like you break out, you pull back into prior highs, you got to be able to do it. But you've got what seems like an interesting bottom being made on Pfizer, and then all you need to do is take out the 30 level, and then it's got room to rally. I look at this the same way, or in a similar way. They shouldn't say the same way. In a similar way to, wow, Merck did this a while ago. Really got to zoom out on that one. Like when Merck was weak, and then boom, and then when it came back in, just recently, was able to hold. And then you had it was like a 1 quarter where you were kind of holding that low and then absolute explosion. So Pfizer can sort of show that similar pattern. Like it's made the bottom. I just feel like it's so close to go here. And I haven't dipped into this thing in quite some time, but yeah, it's getting a little bit enticing. You still get the good dividend. So if you get into it and then 3 months later, because I'm looking at a 3-month chart, and then 3 months later, it doesn't make the move. Okay, well, you sat in it. You don't lose unless it does something crazy.
It's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. Before we go to Luis, why can't we have nice things? Looks like crude just spiked again. So more fresh highs in crude as we just hit 140, almost 146 here on USO. Maybe mine is working yesterday. Well, the other day we were having some issues. Oh, no, it's working just fine.
Okay, good.
Actually, well, the chart's working fine. We don't have a quote on our level 2. 104 over there on the CL contract. So another spike higher. That might short-term here bode poorly for the market, although not that much of a tick down. Really, the Nasdaq's barely even moving to the downside with a bit of an oil spike. Let's go back up to the desk. We've got Luis to talk about some small caps.
Oh, good.
Yeah, a few comments coming through here from Iranian state media. Not on the pleasant side, let's just put it that way, making that or causing that spike in oil back to the highs, as the guys were mentioning. I was going to mention a couple other things here. We did get some data there coming through at 8:30. I mean, it didn't really move the market at all. U.S. durable goods orders for March, 0.8% versus negative 1.3% on that number. So again, didn't really move the market, but everyone waiting for this down here. Again, 2 p.m. if you're just joining, 2:30 is going to be the main event, but 2 p.m. we'll get the FOMC decision. No change. Don't expect one for the recent or near term anyways. Anytime in the future, probably we won't see one. We're also going to get some energy data. There it is. EA, it's Wednesday, so all the energy data coming through at 10:30.
I want to circle back to the oil for a sec. So basically, Iran saying that if the U.S. continues to seize their ships, Iranian-linked ships is what they're saying, they're going to unleash unprecedented military action, whatever that means. But the point I wanted to ask you was, do you think that this sort of validates President Trump's position that the blockade is hurting them economically if they're responding in this way?
I mean, he came out and said he came out and or sent a memo to his staff saying expect a extended, or I don't know what the language was, but an extended blockade to continue in that sense. So let's see. Let's bring in Luis Barbato over in the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona, Spain. It's Fed Day. Luis, good to see you. Fed Day, not a lot going on as far as the overall market is concerned. Bit of a wait and see ahead of what's to come after the close tonight as well, with the biggest of the bigs starting off on the earnings side of things as well. On a day like today, I mean, there are, energy stocks to look at. There are a few individual small caps as well, I did note. What's your approach really on a day when bigger headlines to come are really the main storyline?
Yeah, but we always have 2 or 3 or 4 stocks in play for nice setups. Like that's the good part when you trade a small caps. Like it's only digging until you find these 3, 4, or 5 stocks or setups. Sometimes one single stock gives you a couple of setups, or 3 or 4. Sometimes it's only one setup, one entry for each stock, but it doesn't matter what's going on in the market, in the world, or whatever. You always have at least 4 or 5 trades or nice stocks to trade, as we have today. We have some periods that it's more volatile. We have a lot of runners and gapping ups and all of that, but it's more about market cycles in the small caps more than the overall economy or stock market.
That being said, give me a couple here to pay attention to. Are there anything, or is there anything catching your eye in the energy sector with, crude now back above $100 here this morning?
Well, not specifically in the energy sector. We already had one very good trade, was GCTK, this one. We went a little bit long on the first pull, but then we very fast turned our view to the short side. Why? Because this stock has a history of pump and down. I think we have talked about this a lot of times. If you look at the chart, you see several days when it goes up and all the way down. Look at here also, up like almost 100% all the way down. And if you go back more time, you see a few days of this. You see another one here, up and down, up and down, up and down. Many days you have the movement up very sharp, usually pre-market or sometimes even after market the day before, and then all the way down. So even though there was a lot of momentum on the first movement, okay, to take even longs, searching for this one round dollar to break, then when you see the history and all the bump and downs, you just go short and let it bleed, probably below zero, probably 90 cents, 80 cents during the day. Let's see. It's already below VWAP. The trade, it's already has been done, so it was a nice one. That was the first one. Second one, and we are monitoring this SAGP. This one is it's active for several days, and we are very tricky with this one because it's trading against previous resistance days. So I think we find a battle in this stock between the long bias trader who are waiting these levels to break and have a very nice running day, $3.50, $4, $5, $6, who knows? And also there are a lot of traders shorting this big time here. Stop very close. Right now it's trading 280s, I think. There you go. You see a lot of volume, 35 million shares already traded, and big fight here between $2.80, $3 will be the last stop probably for the shorts. This first attempt, but if it fails, it has a lot to go down. As I say, here we are above pre-market highs, above VWAP, and it will open, and probably we will trade above the open as well. So it's a long area to trade, but if it fails here, we have short into resistance that we call.
If you're looking at an afternoon where there's going to be a lot of news headlines, going to be a lot of catalysts for the overall market, I mean, you were saying some of these moves happen 8 a.m. or earlier, on market time specifically, not Spain time. But is there a world in which you want to be completely done with any of these prior to anything happening today?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these days are, let's say 10, 11 New York time, we are done for the day, because it is true that we always have some plays pre-market or even when the market open, but with this kind of catalyst today at 2 p.m., so probably between 11 until the Fed time, it will be pretty much done the day. The market will be very, very quiet. And also because usually we like the stocks that are running pre-market. So we have the volume there. We have a very useful VWAP to trade, pre-market highs, levels to watch. And once the movement is done pre-market, sometimes this is still just bleed or just lose the volume and it's done for the day. Sometimes we have a power hour running, as we had yesterday on ATER. We have this stock was very, very interesting to analyze. We call this a VWAP reclaim. So it was a huge movement up. And during the afternoon, the stock lost all the volume, but it didn't lose any price bids support. So we were waiting this one to hold the VWAP and run after in the power hour, in the last hour. It went all the way down, so it's already done this moment. Sometimes we have this kind of plays in the afternoon, evening here in Europe, but usually after, let's say 11 or 12, it's pretty much done the day.
Luis, great stuff as always. Luis in the chat constantly throughout the morning and the midday. Typically, Luis will also be back with the guys in the midday, 1 o'clock this afternoon market time. We'll look forward to that. Luis, thanks for this.
Thank you very much, Brendan, and see you later.
All right, fantastic stuff as always by Luis. Welcome, and make sure you guys join us at 1 o'clock today with Sharif and I during the midday with some more small cap talk. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Robinhood at the top of the list, down 11% here, guys. Price target being reduced here by Needham from $95 to $85. And then we also have UPS as well, guys, getting its price target dropped from $125 to $120 by HSBC. Now we have Enphase also down 6% here, guys. Price target reduction to $35 from $40 by TD Cowen. And then we also have Spotify with a $100 price target cut here by JP Morgan, $700 to $600. You're still slightly positive here this morning. Perfect. Now let's take a look at some of the upgrades. Bloom Energy is going to be at the top of the list here, guys, up 20% here with an outperform rating. Price target increase substantial here, guys, $179 all the way up to $295 by Evercore ISI. We also have Visa positive here today, 5.8% with an increase of the price here from $390 to $410 by UBS. Now Coca-Cola reporting yesterday, guys, with a price target increase from $87 to $90 by Citi. And then we have T-Mobile up 1.9%, perform to outperform with a price target increase to $260 by Oppenheimer. Guys, let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
I was looking at TMUS because we saw Verizon have a good quarter there, and thought that maybe potentially there could be something for T-Mobile. So, a name that's been beat up here, where you get away a little bit from the AI trade. Nice movement, and we did look. On Monday we talked about this. There was the move down right into the levels. We thought that with Verizon, throwing up a quarter, that maybe T-Mobile could as well, and it looks like they did a little bit, bouncing up that 2.5%. So TMUS, and then again to get away from the same kind of trade there. If you want to diversify a little bit, that's why I was looking at some of the tech names, or some of the healthcare names. But Coke as well. Coke is a good level here. That was a good level when we talked about it again on Monday, and now you're up to the upside there, and it's another good move. Good report from them from 75 to 78, looking to break higher and taking out through that $82. So this name has been another one that, you could sit there, collect a dividend, and see what winds up happening. But I like Coke, and I think it was going a little bit. Pepsi had been the better trade for a minute. I don't know if it still is. We was just looking at Coke because of so this still has a little bit of ways to go, but they're still both doing quite well. I think the 200 period's still underneath. So good levels for Pepsi as well. So I like both of these sort of consumer packaging, manufacturing type of name here for Pepsi and Coke. So we'll see if retail remains strong. There's obviously with Starbucks coming out yesterday with that great report, breaking through that $105 mark, now pulling back in. Actually, you guys, it does not break through. It comes up to 105. Good report from Starbucks there, making their drinks faster. New summer lineup seems to be pretty hot. So we'll
getting seating back in, getting back to what they
exactly
were.
Getting back to what they are already.
Getting away from cups. China, right? Because now basically China's not even. That's not their business anymore. It's like an investment. Mm-hmm. I forget the name of the Chinese company. 60% is now of Starbucks China business. It's owned by some other company. And so basically it's now just an investment. I think that's a smart move for them. They got to hold that hundo. If it holds $100 today, I think that's an all systems go type of situation. But you know what? There's also this one that was on the upgrades and downgrades, Enphase. We got a whole bunch of new graphics, and I keep saying that we need one for like a breakout or like a flat top break or something, like when something's bullish and it's breaking out a top. But a flat bottom break on Enphase, if it loses about 30.80, potentially already bounced this morning off of that level. So, the old saying, it's not really an old saying, it's just a saying. If you don't break the low, there's only one place to go. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but this one got to be on watch. It hasn't been the best of rides. For them. Maybe they did go too, or I guess in this case, I was like they flew too close to the sun, but in this case, I suppose that would have been a good thing had they. But not looking too good. Hasn't broken down. That might end up being like a continuation play tomorrow. Like if it ends up bouncing here and then maybe breaking the low tomorrow, you could see potential continuation downside on them. Oh, and one other one, because I saw someone in the chat saying they were surprised Luis wasn't shorting Avis, which it's not I don't know if that's usually his thing, but I think he'd mentioned at some point, was it Avis or Beyond Meat, or one of the squeeze names that he was interested in. When it unwinds, it's interesting that there's less people interested in it after it unwinds when looking for the short, now that it's just sort of like a standard run-of-the-mill trending down stock. I think that doesn't make it boring. I think that makes it a little bit more normal. Like things like holding on to VWAP for a downtrend, or a false break of, like look at yesterday on Avis. It just went right into, like, look at your support, look at your resistance, and then the next day, look at your resistance, hold again. Now we got the gap down because of earnings, but it's starting to trade structurally like you normally expect. So yeah, I like this one today. For some continuation, I'll look at the VWAP, the 160 level is a good one there, a little bit further. So yeah, it's on the radar. We had to pay for locates, but they were insanely cheap here at Real Trading. So a lot to watch. Everybody, small cappers if you like them. And good on Luis for coming through. I believe he's also going to be stopping through at 1 o'clock, joining Sharif and Joe. Possibly, Sharif?
He is, yeah.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
All right, a couple other things to consider here. Google made a little bit of a move back downside there. It's coming right back up. We broke 348 back to the downside. I didn't find anything, but one of the things to consider with all of these coming up tonight is what happened yesterday with OpenAI and the miss, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's, it is what it is at this point, but I think the signs are there, the slowing signs are there, so it's going to be key, I think, the language specifically on the AI front. I mean, if they come out with just absolute monster numbers on Gemini, paid subscribers through the absolute roof, which they did the last time. Remember, we were talking about this only 2 months ago, the last time, that all these earnings reports and forecasts came through. But that specifically, given what happened yesterday, going to be key.
So I don't want to read what's going on with OpenAI and then kind of superimpose that onto the other AI companies. I think that there may be a specific headwind for OpenAI, just OpenAI. But we should not underestimate what happened yesterday. 1.4 trillion was what they were gauging they were going to spend internally. They're dropping that by $800 billion, down to 600. So where's that money not going to go to, Brendo? Yeah. And so you have to make the assumption there's going to be re-ratings, price targets on a lot of these chip suppliers and whatever else in the AI stack that OpenAI was going to spend money on. But that's not small. And then if you think about Stargate as well, remember that whole thing in the Oval Office with you had Ellison there, you had Trump, you had Altman, maybe another person. I don't quite remember. $500 billion was the number being floated around, right? You know how much they spent on that already? $48 billion is what they've spent. The other amount there was supposed to be financed by financiers, banks, others, and they're kind of gun shy. They don't really want to loan out the money. And the specific reason that I read yesterday was the circularity of the AI trade. So I think there are things that we have to concern ourselves with the AI trade, and I think that there's specifics, headwinds for OpenAI and maybe not some others, especially look at Anthropic. I mean, it hasn't had a better time.
It's a better product at this point, and arguably to this day, ChatGPT has been the leader, and now there's a better product or a better alternative to a point where I don't know about you, but I mean, my use of ChatGPT is down
significantly,
60+%. I would say, if not even more than that, being spread across not only just the two, but 2 or 3 at this point to get the best results, I find. But I mean, just going back to the spend point, it was literally 2 months ago, when we were talking about blowout numbers, but the narrative even then seemed to be the market just wanted to see a reason to hit sell.
Exactly.
And was yesterday that?
I think yesterday was partly that. We saw the semis really get hit. A lot of high single-digit names. You had Broadcom, you had Marvell, some of the chip supply makers, ASML was getting hit, Lam was getting hit. They all got hit. I didn't really see a green name on my semis list yesterday. What we did see, though, silver lining here, is some of them actually moved up from the open. So they ended up, up since 9:30, but still down in the day. I want to mention one quick thing here. I think OpenAI still really excels at the voice conversation with the AI. I still find theirs to be the best, the quickest, the one that interrupts you less, has a more of a natural feel in the discussions, and they just added a mobile app. So you can use it in car. Prior to that, you had to go into the phone and then, a little bit of a gray area there if you were driving. Now it's actually built into Apple CarPlay, which I like.
Yeah, Gemini has improved a lot on that front specifically as well. So, I mean, there's alternatives. Look at any business, as soon as more competition comes out, if there's one leader, more competition comes out, then the business gets spread around. But to your point on some of these semiconductors, here's Nvidia yesterday. We had the move down, going to pre-market lows essentially, and 2 days ago support levels, but then it just absolutely ripped right into the close. And here we are holding higher today. So
5.2 trillion, Brendo. Jeez Louise.
I mean, there's unlimited demand still, but as we saw, maybe it's a competition thing. Maybe it's, some tiny cracks under the hood, guys.
Yeah, well, you're not.
OpenAI refuted yesterday's thing. They said that they're firing on all cylinders. I mean, the market bounced right back on Microsoft anyways. I mean, obviously the market was still down.
All of those.
There,
I know, even this morning, I'm driving to the station, it's like, and the chip names were down. I'm like, were they?
The thing is,
were they really? Because they were bought up after the open. So, you can say down because you have a negative in front of the number, but then what happened when the market opened up? Shot to the upside, AMD. Shot to the upside, Nvidia. I think Microsoft does well tonight. I think they're no surprises tonight. We have 4 super chats to get to. So let's just throw them up there. I didn't realize we had missed this many, and apologies for that. The Beer Man, yay, the Beer Man is back 2 days in a row. Got caught in Tesla option end of day for today, hoping for a pretty in-depth thoughts on Tesla movement this morning, run up at open or cliff dive. Well, Tesla doesn't have a particular catalyst today. Right now it's sliding slightly, because that's what the market has been doing. Like we've seen, basically, USO got a bit of a spike, and we've been sliding to the downside here. It's not heavily on the radar. What I don't love about Tesla is, see what's been going on here? It was another day. It goes into that 382-ish area and just completely rejects. There's only so many times you can go into a level like that and reject without some follow through. Or maybe the 5th time's a breakout. Yesterday, it never happened, but I was sort of thinking you break out that high, because if you get there again, and wasn't looking for the reversal. But until proven otherwise, 380 to 384 or so just looks like this fade zone here on Tesla, and it just can't seem to chew through it. Maybe we need some kind of a catalyst or something to push it through. JKL.
Oh, here goes JKL again.
I guess it's glute day. Firm Buns Day report. Still swinging that MSTR short. There it is. The continuation from last week. So thanks for the update there. Bitcoin's a little stronger today.
Yeah.
I mean, a bit of a pullback, but a little stronger today. Volcan also. STX reports strong memory long today.
Yeah, Joe's not going to like what's going on right now, because SNDK is trying to get a little higher here. We're long at 1040. It's 1070. Got up to 1080. I mean, yeah, it's kind of good call on SDK. I mean, Brendan brought that up, a name that we had never mentioned in the entirety of the show, at least the last year. That name was a 10-bagger from a year ago. SNDK is that and more as well. If you go back down to last March, you're 50. This is a 20-bagger. Actually, from this time last year, all the way up from, what was it, $20 or what was it, 30? So 30. $30 up to $1,000, $1,100 right here. Wow, what a move for SNDK. And yeah, I do think that memory is going to be a play again here today. I mean, Micron, anything that has to do with storage, definitely hot. I mean, especially if these Capex guys come out after a market and spend again. I mean, you can't build these data centers and you can't build these graphics cards without components here. And Micron, SanDisk, WDC, all these plays continue to sort of just elevate and lift. So there goes Micron. I mean, I thought the party was done down here at 200, right? Now you're at 550. So Micron just keeps on chugging along. What a name this has been. I mean, you're talking about a double, that's, well, 320 to 520 there. Add $200 on this name in a month. There goes Micron. And this is the wealth generation machine that is the stock market, you know. I mean, just to be able to find some names that made sense. I mean, if you actually just thought about what we're, you know, instead of just sitting in Nvidia or trying to think about what were the other sum of the parts, I mean, this is how people get rich. And people have gotten filthy rich off of all of these plays. So let's just wait to see if we can continue to do it, going higher and higher here. I love that call on memory names higher today, despite the NASDAQ only being up 0.2, right? Micron up 4 and a bit percent. SEGG.
That's an interesting way to type SEGG.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know enough about this one, the sports name.
That was that sports entertainment.
Yeah,
that was the one
it went flying. I mean, the only thing I was going to say is that, you know, you're into... Got to do some work on it. I don't really know why it would go any higher today, but you just ran into some levels yesterday of 150. So I would say this 156, I mean, where are we at right now? Yeah, that's pretty much what we've done today. So a break here is great. I mean, I think we go long on a break of SEGG, breaking that 155, yesterday's top, and a top that goes back to February right into here. But I'm just going to quickly check to see SEGG, what the short float is on this one. So they're reporting in 13 days, so get ready for that one. If you go over to the calendar, you can see sort of that we have big EPS problem for SEGG. So yeah, it's a dollar stock, it's for a reason. The short float is only 11% right now, so definitely something to look at over there on SEGG. And then another super chat coming in from Mr. Beerman. His name is Beerman from college when his last name was B-I-E-R. And remember that yesterday. All right, so 380.65 break even on Tesla. So morning run to 380-ish. Allow an exit, I hope, fingers crossed. I mean, why do you have to exit at the price that you're in at?
The market doesn't know what price
you have to judge where you think the market's going to go. And right now, I actually think the market probably fades out a little bit today. I'm not overly risk on today. I mean, I do have some crypto levels I'm looking at. I have Nvidia that I'm looking at. But yeah, the market, I mean, if you want to talk about where Tesla could go off the open, it could definitely spike. I mean, Neil has already sort of talked about that. But, you know, the momentum right here and looks like the trend is trying to go a little lower. We'll see if we can break through VWAP. But yeah, if the market continues this move, I could see some sideways play. I mean, as we wait for Pershing Square, as we wait for the Fed at 2 p.m. So as far as TSLA is concerned, yeah, I would... you know, your price is 380, so $5. We've seen that move before in Tesla, especially off the open. I mean, Tesla's a name that I love to trade, as you guys know. And there's your $5 right there off the open. You actually got $6 yesterday before it faded. Was that yesterday? Yeah, before it came right back in and then gave us some dip buy opportunities. So I look at this name as a day trade. But for you right now, Tesla down on the day. This is what Tesla looks like. So all you're really hoping for, Beerman, I guess, is that if we go down, we start to hold this 374, 375 area. But how many shares could you, unless you're trading options, I hope you don't have...
You just super chatted again here.
Oh, I over leveraged. Okay, well, I mean, so that you probably are in some sort of an option then. And if you are, yeah, then, you know, you might expire zeros. I don't know what your expiry is, but I was just going to say, like, you're only down $5 on a $380 name. You know, like, I think if you really want to roll, Beerman, then you wait for 230, you know, and then you could really see the market start to spike around when we get Powell talking. That's how, you know, you could get an outsized move that you're not expecting. But again, you know, we don't make decisions based on your financial situation. If you've over-leveraged something and you can get out for what I would consider not a huge move in Tesla, then why hold it? I mean, if Tesla goes down 2 or 3%, I don't know what that means for you. So I would just be very careful with it. You're looking for it to hold 372 is my thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I see with the logic, it keeps, and a lot of people have been putting in Sofi on their earnings. And we're going to get to the rundown. They'll probably be on the, I'm assuming it'll be on the rundown, but Sofi might have made that bottom. This is going to end up being a little bit trickier. Oh, we're doing that thing?
What is
I had
it?
the area. My arrow makes that sound.
Oh, good.
Oh, no.
Yours makes a better sound.
You like that one or
Yeah,
the first one? You like
that
this
one,
one better?
that one, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like. Yeah, I like that one better. No, not very good for Sofi. It did the flush as well. We'll talk about this in juxtaposition with Robinhood. Maybe not as bad of a report as Robinhood, but it feels like. Yeah, I was looking at that 16 level. The daily chart you can find. I guess I could zoom out my 15 far enough to find it, but I don't know if this has already made that bounce I'll be patient with it. I was really thinking that 16 on the daily, and then it would have to go 10% down to get there, and then look for the very, very patient dip buy. But if that's already happened, I might have to back away from that as an open trade idea. We're going to go through this. There were a lot of earnings names. I know we're excited about tonight because you get the big four. And then some. Yeah. There's another big Qualcomm, I think it is.
It is Qualcomm.
Like yeah, they're not as big, but it's another interesting company reporting after the bell tonight. But there was a lot of earnings names that are double-digit movers. I mean, Sofi wasn't even double digits. We're going to have Bloom we'll talk about, of course, Robinhood, a gigantic one. We'll discuss some futures first and then get into our free watch list.
Okay.
All right, guys, 7.11 3/4 is where we close out on the SPY. We're basically flat right now. We're down 0.02, so essentially flat, and we're still caught within that same range we've been talking about. We're looking at super simple today. We're looking for 710 support, double bottom off 710 yesterday on the 4-hour, and we're looking for 715 as resistance. We did breach through 715 ever so slightly, Brendo, yesterday late in the day into 716.48, but we're going to say 715 still as R1.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, grab this. Down below in the description, you'll find the link to the watch list sign-up page. Absolutely free. Every single morning comes right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. Session lows right now for Robinhood, if anyone's keeping score. This thing getting hit and continues to get hit right now. The only bright spot, really, I saw this morning when I was reading about this was the prediction number.
Exactly.
Everything else was just not good.
And I worry about that part because regulators have made it very clear they may be coming after that prediction market. So we'll have to wait and see if they can sustain that revenue. Look, guys, it's a miss on the top and bottom line. We're not going to go through the numbers. I want to talk about 3 or 4 major points. We saw that their gold memberships rocketed up, right? 36% year over year. The problem is that their ARPU, the average revenue per user in that gold, actually declined, meaning that people are taking advantage of the gold subscribers for the benefits that it gives rather than actually using it and then Robinhood generating money off those users. Also, the move into 24-hour market is straining liquidity. Some of the spreads there's been execution slippage, and that's hurting Robinhood's basically fee or whatever that they generate there per trading. Also, crypto concentration risk. A lot of drop in crypto trading. Options as well has dropped. And then the incentive burn rate. So to compete with titans like Fidelity and Schwab, Robinhood spent nearly $250 million just on this quarter on cashback and match transfer bonuses. It looks like people are taking advantage of that too because they're not really trading after they move on to the platform. Trading revenue has declined. Options, crypto, and equity trading all down.
That said, we're giving back, 2 weeks here? I mean, yeah, it was a decent move up to 292, but right back into this congestion, guys, on a higher time frame.
Yeah, this is why they need that PDT rule. This is why I think we keep not hearing We haven't really heard much this year about close to 24-hour trading coming in, and that seems like it's being pushed down the road. So you're playing for the turnaround, and if you're going to do so, they've got to find a way to get the trading more engaged. Could that be because crypto recovers? Well, yeah, that's possible, but there's other avenues, and I think that PDT will help. Hopefully the IPOs will get some oomph to them, but for now, it wasn't good. Sometimes I'd be saying look for SSR bounce, but you're not, it's not really at $70, I guess is a round number, and then you had support down here under the 70. The last big turnaround was at about 67.5, and then that top gets you to that 70 level. I was really thinking you could have a bit of a pop and fade trade. I'm not sure that's going to be so simple here. 77 was the level that I liked. A lot can happen. I don't want to say that's impossible, but it's a long go for this to actually see 77. That might end up being maybe a day 2 type play, and it'll just be the pre-market high, I guess, that I would work off today for Robinhood. 77 is still level. I mean, if I see 77, that could be something, as you were saying, for the Fed. If in the afternoon, if for some reason we have enough volatility after 2 o'clock, then maybe some levels that you weren't anticipating coming in can be in play in the afternoon. But I'm a little doubtful that we'll get a chance to see that. So the first look will be the pre-market high.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I was saying that, Robinhood probably opens a lot lower today, and that's exactly what it's doing. But I thought we would have bounced by now, and that some of the buyers would have came in. No one's saving this name. So down 12%, looking, and you know, it's never a great sign when you're actually starting to go lower here as the market's holding. So I would say, yeah, man, this name is pretty crushed until it proves something different right now. I mean, it's not even that horrible quarter, but it's treated like it is. This is where, you know, it's that whole Jim Cramer stuff, man, pigs getting slaughtered. It's like when you go from 65 up to 95, you know, that's a 50% move. I think it was about 40% move or so in a matter of 5 days, 40%. So yeah, that's probably worth trimming. You know, no matter how much you like the stock, there are moves that require some sort of a trim. Unfortunately, right there, you're going to have to now wait for this name to get back to the upside. I mean, I think this is maybe a 3-day play. Let it settle down. See if it does wind up holding. I mean, look, we at one point bought Marvell at $65. Or 75, it missed, went down to 65. We just bought more because we believed in it. So if you believe in the company, this is an awesome opportunity for you. You know, you should be, if you like Robinhood, this is one of the best things for you right now. You're getting an opportunity to buy it down where maybe you didn't last time. So, you know, it's coming right back into this level again. So yeah, I mean, I was listening to Cramer last night and he's like, you know, rainy days can be good for your stocks, you know, because if the stock just keeps on going up, then you're nervous about a house of cards where you start to fall back in, right? Robinhood right there has fallen now back in. So if this is a stock that you like, you've done the report, and you want to sort of hitch your wagon, this is a perfect opportunity. So yeah, I would say it sucks right now, but if you like the stock, and give it 3 days and see if we bounce higher, and then you can hopefully next time it comes up to 92, you're able to get something out. And you know, if you get out 10%, 5%, whatever you get out something, and then you buy a little bit more back if it does drip down again. So, you know, we can all learn these lessons, and it's just another one here for Robinhood, and we'll see if it can hold the bid today. I mean, the low right now is 72. So, you know, we don't have any imbalances for the NASDAQ yet. So as we continue to look here, we're probably going to talk about Sofi at some point on that board there. Sofi not on here either, but you're going to look at Big Bear AI, and then there's not much else going on right now. So once Robinhood comes out at 9.25, we'll see if some of that pressure has been relieved. But yeah, man, like I said, if you're a believer in the stock, this is a great opportunity for you. You just got a 12% haircut, and you could pick up some more stock there. I think it's a 3-day move for Robinhood to make sure it holds that $65 mark. I think that's a good spot to scoop, right, between 65 to 68. So a couple more moves to the downside coming for Robinhood, I think. But just let it settle down and pick some up if you like it.
Absolutely monstrous earnings night tonight. Make sure you're with us. 4 o'clock, 4:05. The majority are going to be out immediately after the bell. So we'll bring those to you as they happen tonight. But I mean, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon. Hey, we get Ford tonight, I saw too. So write that one down.
Yeah, that is really underperformed GM. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the GM stock versus Ford. GM's looking a lot better, Brendo. I want to mention a few points here, guys, with respect to the Mag 7 tonight. So Capex to free cash flow, really hurting a lot of these companies. We've seen Microsoft, we've seen Meta cut headcounts there, and it's not because there's lack of demand, it's because they need the money to funnel back in to Capex. That's a bit of a problem. There's also this shadow TPU competition with Google really kind of trying to go at it alone with their tensor processing unit. Unlike Meta and Microsoft, which are huge Nvidia customers, this is causing a bit of a rift between Google and Nvidia, and possibly could lead to better margins for Google Cloud as they have a bit more of their own money because they're saving, obviously. The other thing I want to talk about, cloud growth saturation. We saw Amazon really pick up last quarter because they did better on AWS, but they're growing at 25 or 26%. Google's growing at 50. So that's something to concern ourselves with there. And then there's this voluntary buyout situation where there's a bit of a brain drain happening at Microsoft. So unlike layoffs, voluntary buyouts actually sees very, very good high-end talent leave and join people like Anthropic or companies like Anthropic, companies like OpenAI. So that's a bit of an issue there for Microsoft. And then the ad tech marginalization or cannibalization, I should say. So Meta has seen a lot of increases in their ad sales, which is great. But the amount of money used to generate those new ads through compute is not really offsetting. Yeah. So something has to give there. Those are 5 things that we should be looking at.
Did you see Rogers drop that quiet little 10,000 number on Monday on buybacks as well. So they're, or buyouts, I guess. They're buying out employees' contracts. To your point on GM, just real quick, fun story from the weekend. I was away for the weekend. I was in a GM Equinox.
Thoughts?
Uber. EV, totally electric. I was impressed.
They're making moves.
It's actually pretty nice. I sat in it. I was like, what the hell is this? First of all, and then I realized, and yeah, it was actually really nice. On that note as well, met a wonderful viewer, Louisa. I have no idea if she's watching right now, but came up and said hi to me randomly in the street. So hi, Louisa. I hope you're watching. I hope you had a nice weekend in Ottawa as well.
That's so famous, this guy. News desk is the famous guy over there. But yeah, Brandon, it's time. It's time to get trade in the car and get an Equinox. I think it's nice to not have to pay for gas around these joints. That is for sure. So shout out to GM, a stock that's in the portfolio as well. For me, it's just the same thing over and over again, man. Yesterday we nailed. I mean, if you go back over to the last couple of days, sticky notes, and we look at what's been going on right now in the space. Here's yesterday's sticky note: 208 or 213.50. That was the long and that was the short. So we nailed that. That was a number one trade there yesterday. Look at this, twice we nailed it. Look at this trade there yesterday on Nvidia. There's the low. That's 208. That's 214. That's $6, right? And then we had it the day before that as well for Nvidia. Where is the sticky note? There it is. The day before that, we had 208 long, and we made that exact same trade as Nvidia goes to the upside there. We actually started getting involved at 214, but 208 was a good little look there. So we're going to go right back again to the well, and this time put 212 because Nvidia is on one more time here today. So we're going to look at this, see if it holds 212 early. I mean, it's very possible that it doesn't. Who knows? But there it is right now. There's your 212 marker. Just want to see, that was the high right into there. We had a little bit of a breakout level. We opened up at 212, fell back in. So let's just have a quick little look to see what happens there at 212. If the market really does come in, I mean, then we could just load the boat up again and again and again down here at 208, 209. You know, it just reminds me of some big levels that we've seen on many stocks. And I think 208 here on Nvidia has definitely made for a great trade so far this week. So I'm just going to look at Nvidia, and then the big name for me tonight, I've already hitched my wagon. I think Meta is the one that surprises the most, and we see some of that major Capex spend that they've had over the last year and a half come to fruition. And if they can just start announcing that they're looking at some sort of a metric that is profitable based on all their spend, I think Meta is the one that really starts to climb upside. A lot of FOMO in this name for sure, where a lot of people did not get anything down here. And wow, what a move back up for Meta as this $1 trillion company ready to hum, right? Break through that 200 period moving average and blast off into the 740 area tonight. So we'll have to see if Meta can have a 10% print on it. I believe it can. So I'm excited for Meta tonight.
Yeah, I could see Microsoft and Meta are going to do probably the bigger moves today. Microsoft's part of the IGV, so it just inherently volatile makes some sense. I'm going back over to Intel. It was strong in the morning, but eventually that 83 level won out and it pulled back in 81. So it gave a couple points worth of retracement, but it's up 2 points into a flat market right now. You know, it and AMD just look like they're a little bit stronger. It's pulling back off of the all-time high, which came on, there you go, which came on Monday, new fresh top. So if we do get a nice little dip, looking back into that morning top, started about 84.50 and then in and around to like the 84 level. Like that's the dip buy zone for myself on Intel. Do like the chips to leave some strength today. Realistically, if you looked at what was going on yesterday, it was like the chips leading the rebound, even if percentage-wise they were all, technically a bunch of them were gapped down and ended up in the red. It was mostly buying action, and another strong day there for Intel. I feel like if you're looking at the hyperscalers today, I'm sitting them out until we get after earnings. Maybe there'll be something in the afternoon with the Fed, but even then, I think you want to look at those chips. They were just a little bit. You get more volatility and more movement out of them, and they were what were leading the Nasdaq anyways. Tomorrow we'll get leadership from the Mag 7 and the hyperscaler names. For today, it's still about the oil names. So about the chip names, and all about oil, because while it might have pulled back a little bit, we did just rally and catch a new high in that response from Iran. So that's still weighing on the market a teeny bit.
Yeah, we're still off. If you go out to a daily chart here, we're still off the highs. 143, 144 and change there. But yeah, a nice push to the upside on those comments suggesting Iran is ready with all kinds of responses if these confiscation of their ships continue. So,
and it's sort of an escalation. I mean, I feel like we're at a bit of a stalemate right now in terms of the the evolution of the war, but this stalemate is causing prices to go higher because we still have the Strait closed. So President Trump looking to double down on the seizures of the dark fleet. Okay, these are obviously ships that don't operate in the open. They kind of spoof their transponders, this and that. They used to really work for three major countries. It was essentially Iranian oil, Russian oil, and Venezuelan oil. Obviously, Venezuela a bit of a different situation here, and this is what he's doing. So let's see how this works out, Brendo. I don't really see the ending in sight quite yet.
Yeah, coming back in a little bit here, but 3 days in a row, guys. Gaps to the upside.
Yeah, well, one name which is turning around, maybe not where I would have preferred, a little bit lower is CVX. And same thing with Oxy. Like Oxy didn't quite get into the 50 level from their earnings for a dip, but you're seeing some of the major oil names start to put in a bit of a reversal. And this is a breakout of a local resistance here on CVX. So I think it can resume a new upward trend. Clearly, until proven otherwise, like you've had this. Yesterday was a consolidative day, but it was a gap up and consolidate, which is not the end of the world. Like if you're consolidating on gaps to the upside, that's still, it may be a boring day for trading, but it's still pretty strong there for oil. I'm not entirely certain you don't get a bit of the same. And if I see the same sort of pattern where we get to the morning high just holds the entirety of the day in USO, then there's probably some ping pong action worth trading off of that. It just held 140.5 the entirety of the day, including in the afternoon. Like right when we had oil futures close in the afternoon, and they still couldn't break out that level. So if I see something similar, I think it's a scalp trade inside. The trend is your friend, but the fact that we're continuing to make highs and only now just breaking out of the dips on some of those traditional oil names, I like the momentum here in CVX. I was looking for a dip buy on this and to DCA on the way back in. I might have to do that on the way back up instead of on the way down now.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying before about XOM. I mean, it's been a pretty good drop in CVX and XOM off the top. So if you're able to, if you like the space, I don't necessarily like it, then you can come back in right now. I mean, 147. I mean, despite all of this movement there, you can get it right back to where this war started back in early February again, down into here into 146. So epic move higher there, coming right back in, and we're just going to wait to see if it winds up holding this. I mean, you can get some relative value, of course, by just collecting the dividend, and then that will hold out for a little bit of a move on it, but. I was just surprised that with where USO is, and we're taking out these highs, continue to go higher, that XOM and CVX and Oxy and some of those ones continue to underperform the actual underlying asset itself. So there goes USO upside. I think you just buy dips. Wait out for the 200 period moving average. That's what we always do. 143 there on USO, worth a look. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Here's the CL contract, HIJKL. HCL. Oh, it wasn't L. We did this yesterday. They skip L for some reason, right? CL. Oh, now nothing's showing up. CL slash. There it is. Okay.
It's M.
M. Yeah. Why it so skips there? Yeah, M. So I won't forget that again. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't even have the quote on this for some reason.
The chart's fine. It's
yeah. So up 3.5%. There it goes. This is just what the contract is looking like. So it's taking out the levels. I think you want to stay long. We talk about playing momentum names. I wrote down IBIT and everything on my sheet to go, but I think that if you're looking, I'm just going to look at USO because I hate looking at a non-quote there. If you can get it back to the 200 period 143, I think that's a buy. But ears to the ground. We got Adara on the news front as well as Sia being here today. So if we hear anything oil related, Iran related, President Trump, anything but the Straits, you were going to have it here first. So 143 and change is a level to look at if we do dip down, and I think that's a possibility off the open. So excited to see if we can play some USO today.
Okay, let's go to Sofi. I'm just seeing Robinhood now 12% downside. Just made a new low. Sofi about to do the same, it looks like. Trying desperately here to hold 1660 right at the lows, but looking like that might fail as well.
So they have a bit of an issue similar to Robinhood, this match incentive where you bring over money from another brokerage. They give you 1 to 3% on your money. That's really eating into their margins. It's hurting their costs there. Also, remember this Technisys sort of technology platform segment that they were launching? It saw a marked deceleration of new partners. The thinking here is banks, traditional banks that is, are going at it on their own rather than partnering with Sofi, and that's hurting a little bit there. Also, they held for investment, so they're holding a larger percentage of their personal loans rather than, initiating those loans and then selling them off to other parties who then, own the loan. They're actually keeping it on their books, which is good if you're looking for net interest income. However, it exposes them to credit risk if the unemployment rate goes up, and we've already seen a little bit of a weakness there in the job market. Last but not least, Brendo, the weighted average life extension. So underreported in this in the report was the duration of their loan book. So they started a lot of these loans, remember, during the 2020, 2021 period where they were refining a lot of these student loans. Well, they're holding them now for a longer period. So the rates are staying higher for longer, and that's hurting a little bit of their older loans. So eating into margins as well. Tough look.
I'm just noticing these two charts look remarkably similar on a higher time frame, as they should, obviously. But Hood getting hit a little bit more today than this one so far, guys.
Yeah, there's probably more to point to that's not as negative if you're nitpicking between Sofi and Robinhood with Sofi. It just not by a wide margin, but like their growth, like their actual acquisition numbers were pretty good. So can't complain completely. It's all about the reaction to the price action. The ball doesn't lie. So it's headed down. It does so when they have a good report. It does so when they have a mixed report. It seems like the fade is going to be in. But 16, when I was saying before that 16 was not going to be highly likely because it was bouncing, well, we're right back in at some of those lows. All it has to do is break the low and it's instantly SSR. Like we're already at 0.975. This one at the 16 level, I'm looking for that reversion. It's going to require patience, I think, but a couple extra points down here and then look for the mean reverse on Sofi is going to be a play. And then keep in mind, like the crypto and usually the banks, in a general sense, move pretty decently on Fed day. So this becomes sort of an interesting catalyst play in the afternoon and worth watching there too. It'll be a separate trade. Like I'm not saying, oh, if it hasn't hit 16, then hit 16 at 2 o'clock. I'd want to buy the dip there. That's a bit of a different story. The opening, yeah, I want to go for that reversion long off 16. But in the afternoon, I'd rather just go whichever way the tide is shifting. I do think it's going to be in play. I think crypto is going to be in play as well. Robinhood, we already talked about. But this one, I want to look by that dip, but I don't want to die on that sword today with Sofi. And I'll give it probably a quarter before deciding what to do with it long term next. When the Muddy Waters report came out, it was about the $13 level. And I was like, yeah, I'm a buyer at that if it gets down there again. I'm not sure this was quite bad enough to get us there, but you never know.
It's Trump discussing the straight rate now, so that's part of it. He's discussing with major oil companies the fact of potentially keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed for quite a while. So he wanted to just, I think that's what that was there. And then you can see also a move in USO. So some of you asking, shout out to T-Money there, wondering what's going on with the market. Well, we just had oil spike $1. Of course, we said we'd like to get long, and there it goes. That's why you want to get long. I mean, it doesn't look like there's much happening as far as any sort of the ceasefire might be there, but it doesn't look like they're opening up the strait anytime soon. So that would create a problem for oil, as oil just ripping through those big levels. And like I said, I wouldn't have thought that the market would be up at all-time highs when oil's put up a 65% increase or something like that. All right, so for Sofi, I much prefer this to Robinhood. For me, I don't even think it's really that close. I mean, Robinhood is much more of a gamble stock, as we've heard that many times. It's just a brokerage, right? Sofi with the bank charter just seems to be a little bit more attractive. We know the lending game is a good game, despite we know where the rates are, and we did hear that canary in a coal mine short report back from March the 17th there as we talked about that with Adara yesterday. So we could see, it doesn't look like Anthony Noto, I mean, we can, obviously, I guess the call is over. right now, but not too much movement. And the same thing I said about Robinhood and about Sofi. I already bought more at 18 just 3 days ago. So we'll wait to see if it's going to be a 3-day rule again. And like I said, if you like the stock, then this is an opportunity to buy more down 10. Obviously, if you're already in the stock like I am, you'd like to see it start to get up 10%. But that's not something that's happening right now. I still think we're probably in the money on Sofi on our average price, but we did buy some up here as well at $25. So this is an average down in for me. I think this is one that you could hold for quite a while in the account, and it will mature up into this area anyways, I hope, moving forward. But we've all seen a name like Webull. And obviously, Brendan just mentioned Robinhood and Sofi. Some of these charts starting to look a little alike. You can still get lower, man. I mean, Coinbase went from $3.50 to $40. This name could go from $3 back down into 10, 12, again, pretty easily in just a heartbeat. And that's the same sort of thing that I think about Robinhood. Robinhood could have a $50 handle on it next week. It's just the way these stocks move. It's not a problem to get back into here, 40, 50 bucks. And then you relook at it, right? So I would just let these names settle down. We don't know what's going to happen on these breakdowns. So for me on Robinhood, for me on Sofi, it's all the same. I actually think a much better spot right now than anything is Bank of America. I think at just 14 times earnings, BAC to me is a much more attractive play right here in the middle with a dividend as well. These other stocks aren't going to pay any dividend. So we'll have to wait to see if we can break up through. That's 58 bucks. Still holding out on the 200 period and the 50 period. Some of these major banks, man, are just saying, look at me, because they're screaming for value right now. So I think BAC does have an opportunity to go higher. I actually like that better than both of those names. The stock that, we've been really liking, Big Bear AI. That's going to be leading right now. There's Sofi with a bid. There's Robinhood with a bid. And as you can see, mostly all buys. So we're starting to catch bids now. So this was the one fear that we had about breaking these lows, is that if this came a sell, but that's not that big. Like right now you're doing 4 million shares. It's only a 250,000 share bid. Sofi was something similar there, is doing multiple millions, 21 million with only 400,000 right here. So it's kicking it off just a little bit. This means to me that you may get a bump higher and then you can even fade it even more because this is falsified, right? This is just an early open market bid. So we'll just have to hope that the buyers still stay and these aren't just short covers, right? Because if you had shorted yesterday, maybe you're just taking that opening print. And if so, then it should spike up a little bit, and then we will remain bearish on the name there today. So I'm staying away from a day trade. If it does get going and we see some volume spikes, then we can get right back in to that. So so far so good here on Sofi. If you're short, we'll look to see if we can put some more damage on the board there. Potentially looking for a bid around 16 flat.
Slight downtick here for ARM. Just reading this note on TSM selling their remaining stake in ARM entirely. I wonder when that was. I was looking at this candle here going back to the pre-market yesterday. I mean, there's nowhere near enough volume on that, but that's around that 208. Average price was around 208, they were saying. Otherwise, you got to go back to last week. I guess they were in or thereabouts around that 208 area also. But ARM on a bit of a downtick. It looks like... on that. STX, you were just talking about some just crazy numbers here. For storage specifically, I mean, we've mentioned, SNDK, we've talked about the memory side of things, but storage specifically, this thing's huge.
What a different business it is for them, from say 5 or 6 years ago to now, and you're just selling hard drives to people building their own computers, or maybe, just a couple of suppliers here and there, and now you're selling data centers, and they're sold out, Brendo, of their data center hard drives to the end of 2027. They just don't have. And they're now building build to order. They're not even trying to build these things ahead of time. And listen to this. A lot of their bullishness here is based upon the global cloud providers. We mean Azure, we mean AWS, we mean Google, and they're citing the $1.1 trillion in remaining performance obligations, RPO, just for those 3 companies. They're reading through that. There's going to be demand for their products. And you see here what they've done in the pre-market.
I just had a brilliant idea. New product. Trader TV Live Data Center.
Love it.
I mean, we have a room there. We have another one down the hall. Stuff them full of storage and
more
memory.
More construction, Brendo.
Just rent it out.
Yeah, why not? Yesterday we were talking about, it's probably better than the NFPs that we were going to roll yesterday. No, 2 minutes to go until the open. Like, they're already starting to, they've already been taking profit on STX, which is, I think it's pretty typical what we've seen the last little bit on earnings. I don't think this will be necessarily, it doesn't feel like a Micron moment where it just sort of gives everything back. I think SNDK is probably a little bit more of a risk to do that. So, pay attention to the sympathy plays for sure. I'm going to stick with like Intel and Nvidia. Sorry, Intel and AMD as the chip names I'm interested in. Chanchal, the imbalances, just quickly, not much of a change. It's still mostly to the buy side. Everything looking pretty strong. IBIT with a sell though, and Bitcoin is small sell, like 200,000. It's not gigantic, but it is filling in the gap. So we're already right down around those pre-market or prior day highs here in the pre-market. So very, very close to filling almost in the entirety of the gap and looking for that reversal there on Bitcoin. Someone asked why weren't we looking at Avis. We did talk about Avis a couple of times. And Avis caught a small, it wasn't a huge buy imbalance, but it just shot up like $13 here after earnings. I don't know, I saw a small imbalance and it's not there anymore. So I think that was part of the move. Remember, they reported and lost more money than expected. 160 was a level, but I wanted this to hold under VWAP. If it's not going to hold under VWAP, I'm going to be very patient looking for the turn here. Big bounce on CAR on what seemed like a small buy bounce to me.
All right, I'm just getting, we only have 10 seconds to go. Welcome everybody to the jungle. It's gonna be a good one here today for sure. As we get our orders set up, watching for Nvidia here at 212, watching for IBITs right at a level that we like as well right now. So that'll probably be my first trade getting in will be IBIT. But here comes Nvidia, we're still waiting at 212. Could be a risky play, we already know that, but we're gonna write it down and try to take a 212 out at 211.50. If we, okay, we just got something long there. Oh, we got Nvidia, so there it is, we got Nvidia now long down there. Let's see what happens now to NVDA. Yeah, is Intel doing something? All right, so there's Nvidia. We'll take a little bit out there at 40s, at 60s. I mean, we could have a decent spot here again, so let's just see what winds up happening with NVDA. A quick little out there. We only got out at 15%, sorry. And we're waiting for 211.50. So if that winds up coming through, then that will be an out for me there. Sofi trying to hold bid, but there it goes. We said we could possibly look at $16 flat there. Let's see if Robinhood's absorbing that buy imbalance. It looks like it is now, so that's good. Still holding near $73. We're into Big Bear AI right now as well at 410. This is a level that, okay, there goes Nvidia, just flattened out right there. So
Intel went
a little bit of a hit, but nothing major there.
The market's going down like crazy, and Intel shot up like $1.50.
Okay.
Like,
well,
what the
Intel
heck is going on, Intel? All right, so I'll throw
Intel
that
is
one up. It's Robinhood that is starting to head back into the upside, so that'll be on the radar. It just wicked 73. It's holding above VWAP. I said the first place I'd look is a pre-market high because 77 is unlikely. So if it fails this pre-market high, a little bit of a curl, gonna go for the short there. Don't really have SoFi up because I'm staring at Robinhood off the open, but SoFi is getting close to that 16 level. So in different directions right now. SoFi headed toward that 16 potential support, looking for a reversion. It's gonna be SSR, it's over 10% to the downside, and Robinhood going the other way. So we'll thread the needle hopefully on these two. There's your topping tail candle setting up there on the hooded one.
Yeah, I'm just...
I can't believe that Intel move. That was not what I was expecting when the market ticked down. I was sitting there on the bid looking for like 84.5, thinking if it drops $3, it wouldn't surprise me. And then it just goes the other way there in Intel. Crazy.
Yeah, we're just gonna retry this name down here at 211, but 210.50, and we're gone. We've learned our lessons, right? We're not just gonna sit in here and get run over on big shares. So we take a little bit out, then get a little bit out there. Pretty flat trade there. We'll wait to see if that wants to go. Another earnings name, Starbucks, that we didn't cover too much there off the open, but we did talk about it. Yeah, nice move up there into 103, but that's losing the bid as well as we wait for Jerome Powell and company to come through at 2 o'clock, and there's a little bit of a pullback. The NASDAQ just turned red. So the ES is the one that's really starting to go to the downside there. I'm not really sure why the big difference between the NASDAQ being relatively strong and the ES being pretty weak there. As Nvidia bouncing around, some of the names to look at here, Marathon, Robinhood's still down. Okay, Robinhood's down 12%. Coinbase is also getting filled up right now. That name is getting hit pretty good to the downside. Adara, why is Coinbase down 7% today?
Sympathy?
Oh, maybe Robinhood sympathy. That would make a little bit of sense, yeah. So there it goes. Yeah, with crypto trading, yeah, horribly down. As predicted, there goes Coinbase.
Absolutely nothing on Coinbase, but it has been trading
Yeah.
with Robinhood as of late, so I'm going to be that high.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
that makes total sense.
So yeah, that's that. So good call there on Robinhood, on Coinbase.
Yeah, and right now you're actually seeing a battle here at 72 on Robinhood. It comes back through VWAP, but look at the buyers step right in at 72 even.
Oh man, this
and they might actually be able to win this battle if we close. If this breaks out above VWAP, I got to jump out of that trade. It sort of is what it is. It'll be a small win, but the topping tail candle is great and all, but it's just putting in successive green candles. I was able to get 72, so I got 72 half to 72, and then we're out just slightly worse than break even. I'll take another shot if this holds back under VWAP, but with the market going down, that's not one that we want to fight, and Sofi just did the wick shimmy at 16. Okay, well.
Damn it, that was a play that we were looking at, Sofi 16.
That's, well, yeah, right when I was in Robinhood, of course, is when it literally went to 1588 is the low. No, check that, 92. My level 2's wrong. Looks like 92 is low there. So less than 10 cents on the break to the downside on Sofi, and then back above the 16 level. So I'm gonna look for this play back into VWAP if I can grab that long. That's about 16 and a half. But if it makes a fresh low, that's how the SSR bounce works. Like I'm not looking to hold it through a fresh low of the day here. We'll just sort of take what you can get on the bounce here through 16 even.
Yeah, so we're still in. So we're in the money 50 cents now on Nvidia, but we've had to chase that name for sure. So $4 now for Big Bear AI. It hit in. We put down 410 on our list. We were waiting for $4. The stop actually on Big Bear AI just breaking through 95, so I wanted to give it a little bit of room. We did get in a little bit. Now here comes the market just pushing back lower. Now we do have a new position though. It's IBIT, so we'll hit the shout out for that one. Anybody in IBIT comes right into our level again, so we'll see if we can do a little bit of damage here. If it wants to retrace back, that'd be nice for us there on IBIT. We'll take a little bit out there at 46 if we can. Wait to see if 50 comes into play. There it is. So we get some 46s and change there. And we'll see, now it goes to 47. We'll see if that wants to hold for it right now on IBIT. See if a nice little low take on that. Big Bear AI is probably the one that's not going to do too much. We actually have the same amount of shares now. Sorry, not the same amount of shares. We have a lower amount shares of Big Bear AI to see if this can hold that 395 area. Hopefully it does. Okay, here we go. Finally, a nice, okay, yes. Nice, yes, boom. Finally, a little bit of money trade there on Nvidia. It's coming right back upside one more time there. So we'll see if that can play. Our first long is not good. Our second long is okay. Now we'll have to wait. It's very difficult to trade in that first 2 or 3 minutes unless some sort of a level spikes you right away. Good trade there as well. Let's go, man. We're almost back to Greensville off that. Well, we're still holding Big Bear AI. That's the problem right now. There goes IBIT. So that was a decent call. IBIT on here, 43.50, so that's right where we're at. We did take advantage of that dip down. We waited for a little bit lower because we opened up at 43.50. So I never want to take like that very, very first print on a name. So we waited for that. And there goes Nvidia, now in the dollar club, but we already took a hit on it. So we need to wait for that one to mature a little bit. But it's IBIT, man. That's the story. It's for me, the number one look. So we'll wait to see what happens here with IBIT. Starting to go back up to the upside here. I could see a flatter day in front of us, but let's see. Maybe we're wrong and we get back up to VWAP and then we can start to empty the clip a little bit. Right now, let's take a 43.58 or so position here out on IBIT if it gets up that high.
Yeah, I just want to see that candle close green. It dipped into the level for me, but I want to see a green candle, sort of like Sofi. I'm treating the same thing as Sofi. You get the break of the low, it holds the level you like, and then on the green on the way up, jump back into it, although this is already starting to stall out a bit here at the quarter. A bit of a seller at that quarter mark. Intel, look, some of these chip names are like forget about it. Like Intel was not at all a dip buy. This was just a buy it wherever the heck it is. $88 now.
Oh boy.
This wants 90 at this point. So I'm looking over at AMD doing the literal opposite, which of course logic would dictate that's what it would do. It's still a ways from some support down here at about 317, but that might end up being a curl. And oh, Robinhood, I did jump out of that for the scalp trade, but it's put in successive topping tail candles. I'm coming back into the short. Like 73 is held twice, and it just rejected VWAP again. So going to jump back over. We did have a small win on Robinhood, then it took VWAP, but I'm jumping back into this one underneath that volume-weighted average price. Unreal move by Intel. They're very surprised, especially given the weakness that you see over in AMD. And by the way, earnings names, I know we can't cover everything, but shout out to Bloom, which hit $290.
Yeah, big
It's
time.
pulling back now, but wow, 23% to the upside. I know a lot of people are looking at this one as well. And then Avis. Yeah, well, it doesn't have to make sense.
No.
But it's $181 and still going. This is why you don't stand in front of a moving freight train. Well, I mean, yeah, this is why you don't stand in front of a moving freight train. I'm not even trying to say it another way.
No, I mean, yeah, we don't know. I mean, whatever Avis winds up doing, it winds up doing.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, one of those crazy names. So unfortunately, IBIT didn't get going right there. It got going enough. We are now out of just over a third, and it's because we took a 47, which was not, that was not great. Well, it's greater than where it is now, but that one right there, 47 and change. Okay, Micron flying, man, new all-time high for Micron was just made there at 530. It's coming back into 524. That could be a pick up at some of these levels as well there for Micron. So looking to see if that holds its pre-market levels. Blah, 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 blah. SNDK, another name that was starting to rip upside. Yeah, there it goes, man. 1095. SanDisk up another 9% today as it just keeps on going higher. Yeah, I hear Joe laughing in the background. It's unbelievable. Like, I just picked this name just because, but I'm not actually invested in it. There we go. What's up, Joe? Don't worry. I mean, Joe's picks are Google at 350 and Amazon
you should
at
preface
262.
that you had to pick names that were
people know.
that were reporting. Because like
No, you could have picked. Was just whatever names this week we just picked.
But they had to be reporting this week.
I don't think that was one.
Oh, it's just a coincidence.
No, yeah, we were just looking at some names and we talked about it. So Amazon, Joe stuck at 262, 258. But it doesn't matter. Today's the day. I mean, I don't care about this thing. We're just looking right now at Amazon not doing a whole heck of a lot. I really like Amazon. I think it's a great stock and something that I want to add to the portfolio right now. Cornholio portfolio. There it is, man. You're now in that dollar club as we get some more out at VWAP right now. Oh, it just touched 212. Maybe we need to get back over there for NVDA right now. I didn't even have a 212 out there. I thought we were already at VWAP. All right, we'll put that offer there and see if we can get it going one more time. But we're not going to reload IBIT. But it did come back into 40 again. You could have had that maybe. I went to 41. We'll see if IBIT gets going. Just a little bit of a move higher here on the NASDAQ. We'll see if it can get, it is green, I was going to say. We'll see if we can get green, but we are green right there. Sofi and Robinhood, the big reports there. And then you mentioned Bloom Energy as well. I mean, that one's taken off. Starbucks today. There's a lot to trade. Put in the chat what you guys are looking at right there. And we'll go, a little bit of a Beavis and Butthead call out there. But okay, so it's Big Bear AI. We're just waiting, man. I just bought some. If this breaks 95, we're out. So it's straight downside on Big Bear AI. Again, no news. Just got excited there early. We took some there. We took some again. This will be, as it breaks, an L. But we don't have too many shares. We could actually hold this a little bit more. But I think if we break, this is the level that we're looking at. That's 95. Didn't expect it to come back in. So I bet you it does break. Let's change our stop to 92, 3.92. Again, not a huge position. So if it breaks it, it breaks it. We can hold it today. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know, as you might expect, the confusion here and uncertainty in the Middle East is continuing. And I bring this up because I just saw a headline that said Netanyahu of Israel could be heading to Washington for a ceasefire push. And then literally the next headline was his office saying he's not traveling to Washington. So it's super back and forth. It's super on and off. Stay tuned. Stay here. Stay in your seats. That will keep you posted with all of the market moving news. Again, the latest consensus here is that Prime Minister Netanyahu will not be traveling to Washington. But again, a report that circulated seconds prior suggested he was. Stay tuned. It's, again, going to be Day, and that's why we're here with you every day at Trader TV Live. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Just a reminder, no economic data at 9:45 or 10, so you likely won't see me until 10 a.m. happening now unless there's another piece of news. Back to you.
I think we'll see.
Thank you, Adara. And look, IBIT just put in a higher low. So if the green candle here, which is barely green, breaks out that top, I'm going to jump into that trade. SoFi continues to hold 16 even, but it's the consolidation is the play, and it hasn't been able to get to VWAP. So I'm going to take some out inside of this quarter, 16 to 16 quarter consolidation, and then work into maybe the actual LOD or the actual 16 even. A level specifically. August plays, sent us a super chat about Visa and MasterCard. Visa was stronger than MasterCard by double on percentage, so maybe that's still true. 10% up for Visa. Let's see if I'm actually right about that. Yeah, well, okay, maybe a little bit more than double, but the difference between the two of them was MasterCard was the one with like a little bit more room to get to fill in a bit of the gap. So on a momentum standpoint, you'd think that would have more room, and then Visa, oh wow, Visa, forget that. Visa's breaking the 200 period moving average on the daily. It seems the better of the two. I prefer AXP to both, but either way, strong credit card earnings. They're going up while the hooded one, okay, well, SoFi goes down. Robinhood, I was about to say as Robinhood goes down, and Robinhood is busting out. This might, yeah, it might not end up another topping tail to short underneath the volume weighted average price here for Robinhood, and then I just got to wait for a curl. I wanted to be short this at 77, and then we tried it when it failed the pre-market high, but it's too strong now. Don't want to fight that at all. Another super chat. We got SOUN from Bijo about SoundHound. Is there a story here? Short float and borrow rate earnings May 7th, so that'll be what, end of next week? I suppose that'll be end of next week. Why are they down today would be the question. If there's a catalyst as to why they're down today, I'm unaware of it. At least you've got, flat bottom break. I was gonna say you got support, but that looks like a potential flat bottom break here through 770. Without knowing what's causing this specifically to be down 4%, that'd be a hands off. I don't know about just blindly buying the dip because you see prior support.
So we'll flush down there. We talked about this yesterday, talking about our winners, talking about our losers. Big Bear AI just flushed through, so we're not going to wait for this name. It's already down 10%, I mean, from where it started, right? So not a great move there for Big Bear AI as we wait for earnings. I'm going to take the break of 4 if it happens again. So we'll just, we'll put on a little bit of a bigger position this time if it breaks 4. We'll play momentum instead of trying to catch the falling knife there. And then we can see if we get back up to VWAP, which is 410, but that's going to change as we wait lower. We'll see if VWAP gets going down to the low side there just a bit. So on IBIT, we're still green on this name, but maybe not for long. We'll have to wait to see if this breaks. Where did I put my stop on this name? Breaking through this low right into here of 20s. So if we come back into 30, I think, okay, here it comes. Might be worth a little bit of a look here. But again, everything's falling down. So we were talking a little bit about risk off today, and yet we're stuck long. But I'm happy with the long on Nvidia. That's been something that's worked out for quite a minute. So we'll be sitting on that for a good time. I'm just looking at IBIT, thinking about buying some of this dip right here, right now on IBIT. So I think we'll do that. Just giving us a little bit of an opportunity. Maybe we just missed it. Hopefully we didn't miss it there at 34. But so far, so good as we wait for this to fall back in and then watch out for that 20 area. But Coinbase down, Robinhood down, Starbucks was a name that was going up. We did get that super chat there about Visa and MasterCard. Visa with a great quarter, that's starting to go up. Starbucks actually bounced off clean off 100. That was a great little look there. Now up to 350 from here. Missed opportunity there. We should have just been chilling out on IBIT down at those prices, and we weren't. So mistake there for me, not getting more IBIT down there. We'll see if we can get an opportunity to average in. That's too bad, man. I bid 33 instead of punching 34s. That was the mistake. So I am out of Nvidia, yes. So Nvidia just broke just now, that low again.
It's the same time SoFi broke.
Yeah, so we'll just wait for Nvidia. I mean, hopefully Nvidia comes back in. We're down maybe maybe a third of what we were up yesterday on this name. So, so far so good, but we've been chasing the bottom. So it hasn't been a good one here. I could buy some Nvidia at this level and see if the market wants to continue to go. I just think Nvidia is getting nervous with today's reports coming through, right? So down at these levels, I feel a lot better about buying it. So we'll put a little bit more on here on Nvidia down at 70s, but we did get stopped out just in case that move. Remember, getting stopped out at key levels, like this is part of the game. You know, like if that level, you know, like if you don't get stopped out here, then you're holding it all the way down, you know? So it's better to get stopped out and then see if that level holds and then get back in, because if 210.50 holds, I mean, we're getting out up here, man. We took $6 on this yesterday. So it's definitely worth a little bit of a look to see if levels hold these days. So let's wait to see. We got out twice. This was not a big get out there. That was actually a keystroke there. And we got back in. So now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Nvidia. Small damage done on it so far, but definitely red on Nvidia. So let's wait to see if we do wind up holding. I'm going to give this one to 210 now, because again, we're building a position into a long that we think has a chance of holding, but you know, that's why you have stop orders in. You could be wrong on trades, and that's for sure. So here we go.
It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong, because SoFi just lost that 16 level. Yep. I like the bounce at 16 and 16 specifically. So when we took the shot at it, but you take out that prior low and you got to dump out of Dodge, get out of Dodge at some point. IBIT did fill in the entirety of the gap here, so right into the prior day. I guess yesterday's highs, and then we'll call it Monday support levels, put in a bottoming tail candle. So I'm now into the low, and VWAP sits at 43.6. So you know, look for a push back into that. I don't know what I'm doing with Intel, man. Intel has pulled back into VWAP. Maybe that's all there is. Maybe it's just going to hold right here at the volume weighted average price and not push any lower with the market. If that's the case, I wanted to be long the stock. It just, I thought we'd be long underneath. Market is under VWAP, so I thought we'd get some kind of a discount on this. All-time highs here for Intel, and still looking relatively strong.
Boom, all-time
Crazy.
highs. We like that
it's
one.
Absolutely insane. Oh, and you know, we haven't really talked too much about Seagate. That actually broke through the top and almost pushed them all-time highs. See, that's coming back in. Now, this is coming right back into the lows, Seagate. I think I gotta preach a little bit more patience with this Intel. It feels like it's gonna lose VWAP, and then I'm waiting for the pre-market low. Adara?
I was gonna say the spread on Seagate is stupidly violent. Like, we're talking $5 spread, and this thing is traded nearly 3 million shares in the day.
Oh, it doesn't surprise
I'm saying it's wild by my standards.
Yeah, it's not a huge, it's like $150 billion company, $700. Maybe they'll, well, six whatever it is. I think it tagged close to $700. Like, that's gonna be a tricky one for day traders with that spread. Like, I'm not touching it. Realistically, that's
no, we don't ever trade things like that. Yeah, I mean, Adara trades. Adara trades it. That's what I was going to say. I mean,
I'm in it right now. It's possible. It's just very, very finicky.
Everything is tradable. Literally every single thing. And so yeah, I just got to watch out for it. It's not my MO, man. I mean, I know where my bread is buttered, and we've been doing that for now 25 plus years. And here we go again, baby. So we do get a little bit of IBIT, and there it goes right back in there. You know, this is what we're talking about. Trust in the positions that you believe in, right? I mean, we did that again. We did a little bit of a talk there on Nvidia, quite frankly, right? And right now, we've almost made it all back again there. I mean, it still needs to go, but maybe it will, on NVDA. So there's a nice little high side play there, and this is what trading's all about. You know, you get back into the positions you believe in. We talked about that with Robinhood and SoFi, and even on investing. You know, make your trades and make your plays and hitch your wagon. I've hitched my wagon to this guy. It's photo day here today. So there's my guy, just 14 years old, graduating grade 8. Picture day. Over here. Maybe I'd bring some books home. I can read some of these. What is that? Good Night Moon over there? But anyways, it's picture day right now. So shout out to Barron over there. Looking, thank God he got his from my wife.
When is actual graduation?
I don't know when it is. Middle of June. Their last couple days are June. So, you know, whether or not that's when their graduation is, I don't know. Each family only gets like 4 tickets or something. So we got to be careful with the parents and grandparents and all that stuff.
That's just because you know the grandparents always want to come.
Yeah, the grandparents will definitely want to come, that's for sure. So I might take a couple days off there in June. Okay, so there's a nice move back upside. And then, you know, that's what I mean. Like when you're going to risk out a certain amount and the stock stock pops, definitely worth getting something out right there. A good reload in IBIT. I mean, the only two trades that we had marked down here today we're only in 2 names. Well, we were in 3 names, and we were in all the names that we posted up. IBIT, Nvidia, and BBAI. We've been in all 3 of these names. But the only one that we're positive in is IBIT, our number 1 idea. And we'll wait to see. Nvidia did not hold 212, so like we shouldn't have even really been in it once it broke lower. So that was one thing that we should have. It opened lower. Like we should have been out of Nvidia, not even looking at it, but we did, and so we took a hit there. Although we almost battled all the way back, and now it's falling back in again. And then Big Bear Eye wasn't good, man. We talked about there 410 possible long area. Once it broke through $4, we were able to get out of that one. And now I'm going to look at a long on Big Bear Eye if we do break back above $4. And there's the move right there, right? As we said, downside play in the market. Downside play in Big Bear AI, and you might as well get out of it, because if you're still holding it, then there's a little bit of a problem. We're going to try to break through $4 on our next trade over there for that name. So yeah, just kind of a slower day so far as we look for opportunities. It looks like the oil opportunity was the one that was most drastically missed. I mean, oil is booming right there. So we talked about waiting for the 200 period, but there was no dip buy opportunity in oil, except for just recently where we came into the 25 at 146 and change. So, you know, we do not need dip buys to make trades. Yesterday we ran Nvidia for quite a while, and we paid some high prices. Actually, that was 2 days ago, and it just kept on going for us. So we'll wait till some of these stocks go meme crazy. But you know, the number 1 name and the moneymaker for me is IBIT. And there it goes, man. Nice move back up to the upside on IBIT. We're actually up the same on IBIT that we lost on Big Bear AI. So for right now, we are just cruising right now with Nvidia. Hopefully, we'll hitch our wagon to this one and see how high we can fly right now with Nvidia. Oh, thank you, KNT. I don't know if you said I'm missed, but I'm back. I've been back now. This is my 4th day in a row, so thank you, KNT. I missed not being here, that is for sure. So shout out to Big Joe and Neil for holding the fort. And yeah, we have a great team here, so it's never a problem when one of us is off, of course.
Yes, next man up. And Video Arcade with a super chat. Netflix won't move until my options go to 0. Sometimes it feels that way. You know, the market doesn't always care. But Netflix needs a catalyst to do something. We're going to go to Adara, come back when the NASDAQ will be above the volume-weighted average price.
We'll have to wait and see here. So let's talk about not IEA, although we'll get to them in a second. USO on watch here. We do have reports suggesting that the International Atomic Energy Association, or the IAEA, has talked to Russia and others about taking Iran's enriched uranium. So looks like there could be a play here to try to get that uranium out of Iran. Again, this is coming from the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, as reported by the Associated Press, AP here. I also need to mention this small cap on the move, IMSR. This is terrestrial energy. This stock got a bit of a pop. I guess this project report came back from them. It was filed, I think, in 2024, but it appears to be positive, the findings, I guess. So nice look here for IMSR terrestrial energy, some kind of energy play. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. So the only new thing is got back into the 16 retry of Sofi. So it does do a bottoming tail candle, comes right back in to hold 16. So looking for the scalp to VWAP again. IBIT's been much more clean. Like support the resistance, does a bottoming tail, wait till it fills in the gap. I have more than half out because it's almost at the volume weighted average price. One more leg into VWAP, and then want to see if it can get to the 43.7 to 43.8 range. Up there. Avis really did a huge reversal back at 180. So now I just want to see it hold under. If it can hold under VWAP, it was always going to be a VWAP style trade for me, but VWAP doesn't matter that much super early when a stock, like went parabolic and halted at the open. Like you need some actual volume to come in after that to settle it down a bit, which I think is happening. So if we lose the volume weighted average price, then there might be a scalp short on that name. And then wow, unbelievable. Intel has now just broken again.
Oh, good.
This wants you could see 90 today.
Yeah.
This could be one of those days where this happened. You know this happened twice last week.
How much? What's Intel at?
Where like the first trade on Intel was a reversion trade. I want to say unfortunately, but it wasn't necessarily unfortunately. Like your trade's your trade, and the reversions have been good this month. And we might see that if it gets to $90. I will look for some kind of a revert if we see 90. So SoFi almost at the volume weighted average price. We've got this, and then we have IBIT. And as long as USO doesn't regain that high, I think you feel pretty good about getting some extension on the longs. But just be careful. We're up 5% here, and haven't really broken this upward trend. So there's still some pressure coming from oil futures. It's just not nearly as much as it was in the pre-market. Pre-market was going absolutely insane.
All right.
Intel is going to be a 90.
So I just opened up the account here. Up 334% on Intel. So I am right now, just so you guys know, I'm going to put out an offer to sell some of these shares up just a little bit higher than where we are right now. Hopefully we're able to get something out on that. But like I said, man, I got to take something off there. So we're going to do that right now. Review the order. Do I have to put my password in? I can't remember. Slide to place order. There we go. So we are now placed out there on Intel. I'm not, I got to practice as I preach, man. And we said, trying to raise some capital up here on Intel. And just finally, even to be up that much is great, but there is more moves on Intel. I mean, just the other day, just yesterday, we were at $81. Now you're at 88. So, why, if we're getting out at 90, tomorrow we could be at 95, 96. But again, the risk is in this name today because of what's coming tonight. And, if you do get a misstep by any of these Capex names, then Intel could easily fall back in. But I'm just going to get out. I'm getting out of 15% of my position. So just if it climbs up to $89, we'll be out in and around that price for Intel. So just wanted to be clear on that one. I am a shareholder and will be getting some out if it does get through 89. So that's that. Okay, another name here. Obviously, we've been trading it here today. We're not back to green yet, but we're getting closer and closer as we do get that 211.50. That was a great one. Finally sitting at VWAP. We learned our lesson there when we weren't at VWAP, and then we had to get out for a little bit less. So we do put an offer there, and get out, I think, about a third of what we had or so. So right now, with this move back down in, not great. We got to go over to the chart. Who's over there, Andre? Yeah, right there. So there's the VWAP. We missed it right there. We learned our lesson, put the order right there again, and take a piece out on Nvidia. On Nvidia, yeah. For me on IBIT, I mean, we're trading pretty heavy, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening now. But I'm going to offer as well out now at 54, as we've done pretty good getting some levels there. We're still sitting at 58, which is where VWAP is, so maybe that will come into play again as well. But the market's trying to fade out just a bit. We said maybe with the market moving back into VWAP, we could get out of some of these longs, and that's given us that opportunity to do that. So, so far so good there as we watch out for IBIT just coming right back in to the downside again, as crypto doesn't seem to want to hold right now here today. And I know Neil's been into Robinhood and into SoFi. Robinhood right now, 72 and change, does make a nice move up to $73. And look, what a surprise, bouncing off my level of the 200 period moving average. So yeah, good move there for SoFi to get the short. Wish we would have looked at it. That would have been an easier one up there, but I wasn't over there. So let's go over to Adara now and find out what she's up to.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you what the market's up to. It's kind of flat compared to yesterday's close, so nothing too crazy. We had a nice push higher pre-market, but unable to really sustain that. Two violent candles, first to the downside and then to the upside on the NASDAQ to start the day. We'll take a look here at USO, because USO, of course, also on the move. As I said, we've had a lot of different headlines this morning. First, suggesting that Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel would be going to Washington to help with ceasefire talks, then his office coming out and saying that's not going to be happening. And, of course, we had President Trump posting a AI image here on Truth Social very early this morning and basically telling Iran that they should be making a deal, and a non-nuclear deal, to use his words. Let's talk about Robinhood, which is somehow back at session and in pre-market lows here. They had a double miss today, guys. Sales and EPS missing estimates, and crypto transaction revenue continuing to decline to the tune of roughly 50%, much like what we saw last quarter. STX, one of many names that had a pretty volatile move. We talked about Robinhood to the downside, but STX and Bloom Energy both gapped up to the tune of roughly 20% each. STX here, adjusted earnings of $4.10 per share, beating estimates of $3.50. Sales also beating estimates. So STX sending names like Micron, SanDisk, and WDC also to the upside. The latter two of those, SanDisk and WDC, reporting earnings tomorrow. And last but not least, Amazon. We've got Amazon, Meta, Google, and Microsoft. All four of these companies are going to be reporting after the bell, along with Carvana, Qualcomm, Chipotle, and Ford. So what are you waiting for? I mean, obviously, after Fed Chair Powell at 2 p.m., we're going to have these earnings just 2 hours later at 4 p.m. Eastern. We will have live coverage here. Do not miss it. Again, Fed Chair Powell at 2 p.m. I'll be giving that to you guys. Then 2 hours later, we'll all be sitting here and giving you those earnings. So if you like earnings content and Fed content, this is the place for you at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Want to like Nvidia just broke back down through 210 again, so yeah, we won't be able to get green on that name as we tried it there, and there's our dropout. So we actually bought some more at 20s there. We didn't give it too much room. We gave it 20 cents on our last little bit. So unfortunately, well, fortunately, we're sitting at VWAP. Unfortunately, the market might continue this move lower. I'm going to let it settle down just a little bit for right now. But if you are an equity trader looking to scale, then Prop Shop Trader. No, this is the wrong one here. Give me a second, and we'll look at Trade the Pool. There it is right here. So it's Trade the Pool is what we're looking at. Markets that have been extremely active later is great environment for traders because it creates opportunity. Big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things, both discipline and access to capital, and that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com and make sure you scan that QR code to grab that 10% off. So that should be a good look for anybody looking to access more capital and trade the firms. You can go look at tradethepool.com right there. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we just got to give it just a couple more seconds here. I still want to buy Nvidia, man. Nvidia's been such a monster, but like we're not really at any key levels to do that yet. So 210. I mean, maybe that's bouncing, but then I look down here and I say like, maybe we should just wait for 209 and 208 to come in again. I mean, this has been the big trade for us over the last couple days, not couple weeks. It's only Wednesday, so we could just wait for that. But there, we got out at 210. We were long at 210.20, and now you're starting to see a little bit of a bounce up. Do we want to try one more time here on Nvidia? That could be the case. I don't know. I mean, we know that we've done really well on it. So BE, Bloom Energy. Kind of flattish there. I mean, it's a great move, but flattish so far today. Up to 290 right off the open as all the buyers got pretty exuberant with it, and we fall right back into the 200 period moving average. A great level there at 270 if we wind up holding. Damn you, Nvidia. If we wind up holding that for Bloom, and yeah, there goes Nvidia. So up to 1050. Or you know what, let's just take a small piece, and that way, right now, if we do get it, we can hold it back into 210. So if it does come back down, we can get a little bit more. Because I do think there is some upside trade here in Nvidia, but we should probably just be looking at the strong names like a Micron right now.
I keep thinking it's going to pull back further because everything else I'm looking at is weak. Break-even stop on Sofi. It couldn't get to the volume-weighted average price, but it broke that consolidation. And once it breaks the consolidation even by a bit, tighten the stop up. Probably the right decision. IBIT hasn't come out yet for me. It got to VWAP. Hasn't really. All I did is move the stop up here. It's so slightly underneath the break-even point. This one at least can be a reload. So want to try to respect it while it goes. But you've got to be absolutely kidding me with how strong several names are. Like Intel, just clean upward trend, even when it seemed like it was going to break down for a bit of a lower take. It just hasn't happened. But I do like what I'm seeing on USO. Like we're getting a bit of topping tail, looking like a bit of a rollover here for USO. I think that's where we could maybe find our sea legs and catch a bit of a bid. Hopefully we can get a pushback on Intel, and then we can grab that long off VWAP. Avis is getting really close. Just shooting for this one underneath the volume-weighted average price. It just put in a big-time lower high. Remember, these guys lost more money than expected. I guess a lot of shorts that, I don't know, maybe you're short 700s and 500s and all that crazy nonsense, probably point to earnings, see it all the way down here, and it's like, yeah, ring the register. You held it all this. I think it was a bit of short covering at the open causing that halt to the upside, but now starting to work its way back in and look a little bit weak. So if it can hold under VWAP, which it hasn't yet, this is one that I want to be to the south side of. So Intel VWAP dip buy I'm looking for, still too much strength in CAR to be able to grab it, and then maybe a reload here on IBIT as it's holding out pretty decently. Get another bottoming tail, reload it back into VWAP and see if it can break any higher. And as long as USO doesn't take a fresh high, the longs can still be good.
All right, we do have another trade idea in. We're going to watch out for Apple, but I mean, here it comes back in again. Apple pretty strong. I mean, a nice move higher there. Took out 270, and you know, maybe a name that can continue its climb, right? I mean, we're going to need to get the Nasdaq working out for us a bit. So there's 270 break. 269.50 is where we were going to drop it if it does come back in. So small little look right now early on Apple. We'll see if it wants to mature up. We're out of the money 10 cents right now. Looking, you know, I mean, we'll just use, did I put my stop in yet? I was going to say, because I want to use the 25 period. Don't necessarily want to use key levels right now because we could wick through levels and then, you know, we're stopped out. So we'll do that right now. 269.25. Let's just put that order in right now. We'll see if we can hold this for a little bit longer today on Apple, right? And so we'll see if we can get that one going through. We will put a dip buy. We have another dip buy on Apple if it does come through down there at 269.50, that level that we just talked about. So hopefully we can get some love back in there. But for right now, let's see if the market can hold bid on Apple. We did get something out on Nvidia there as it does go into the 25 period. So we buy 50. We buy, what do we have, 50s? And we got out at 80s there. So that was good, but here it comes back in again. And sometimes patience pays, right? And right now, the market just continues to go lower. So yeah, bounce off VWAP. Potentially it's just, I mean, we talked about the pre-market looking lower. This little bounce back up, maybe a false move. We did take VWAP, which got us a little bit excited, but now you're starting to get a little lower here now in the market. So maybe a good opportunity to pick up some longs, but for right now, the longs have not been very hot fire. Obviously, we're still cooking with IBIT, but that one's come back in a bit again as well. So we'll buy some more 40s like we've been doing here on IBIT. It's not really holding fort for me because we took a bigger hit on BBAI and on Nvidia. So right now, for IBIT, that's what we're doing over there. And just a quick look at the dollar. This is the part of the reason why some of these names are going the oppo right now, is it's a very strong US dollar early today. So there goes the move higher, taking out yesterday's levels. So stock market, especially the Nasdaq, does not like this kind of a move in the US dollar. And so you're seeing them sort of correlated one more time here today as the Nasdaq moves lower, as US dollar moves higher. So something to look out for.
Not good for the metals either. A little bit of pressure on gold and silver. I just saw, I was like, maybe I should look for some shorts if the Nasdaq's not going to hold on to VWAP. And then the first thing I looked at was SMCI, thinking that with some chip strength that maybe SMCI would provide an entry point. And then Adara.
Absolutely nothing. Not even on social media.
All right.
Right. Well, when you stink, you stink.
Well, I mean, they're all, everything's down right now in this space.
I mean, Intel's at an all-time high.
Yeah, hence
No, this is insane. What's Dell saying right now? That's a good company.
Yep, we like Dell.
No, I mean, Dell's at the low, but it's not exactly breaking down. So SMCI, maybe just being SMCI would be the best way to think about it.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Which might be the case. All right, so there's another bounce candle, or look, whatever you want to call it. I'll call it a bounce candle through the same area in IBIT. So just going to re-up and give it to the fresh low here, which is like 43.35-ish. On IBIT, Intel doesn't seem to want. Whoa!
Oh no!
Intel doesn't want VWAP at all. Intel is going to break 89. I looked up for. You look away for 2 seconds. I'm like, yeah, Intel cruising down to the volume-weighted average price, and it's breaking the all-time high again. So more fresh highs there for Intel. This is insane. It does not want to pull back. It does not want to chill any moment, give you any entry. And I'm glad I'm not trying to short CAR yet because it's still holding VWAP. Once it breaks down, I shouldn't say once, if it breaks down, then I can get into that one for the south side. But when I see that SMCI, if there's no story, anytime if it was a crazy up move and there was no story, you'd probably hear me say something about reverting it and looking for a turn. Well, if there's no specific story here on SMCI, zoom it out a little bit. It's not been a great stock, but you're right into the lows from, is that Friday or, no, I guess it'll be Thursday. So you're right into the Thursday lows as we speak. Any kind of top bottoming tail candle here or trend break at a level like that, I'll take a shot. Yeah, ear to the ground, but there's no particular story as to why it's weaker than everything else.
Mr. K. Warsh has been approved, so advanced to the next stage there. So far, so good for Fed
kind of
Chair
expected,
Warsh. Yeah, as expected. So, you know, soon to be Fed Chair Warsh. We'll see how that winds up going. And here we go, man. Spin it again for Nvidia. I mean, look, like we say, man, we got to celebrate our wins and our losses. But there's Nvidia off 210. We said we were going to be patient with that trade. So it's a nice move higher there. My stop order, remember I said like you have to cancel your past one? I still had, I had an order at 269.50, and then we had to change it because of where, sorry, the 25 period moving average is. We're going to wait for 269.25s instead. So we still could get stopped out, but that's why we have a little bit of a different price there. We got out and we just punched right back in once we realized our stop order triggered there. So we'll be down, and we're still keeping track, man. We're down on Apple so far here today. We started that bid at 270, falls right back into our lap right now. So this is where we'd like to get long, although we've already taken the L because we triggered too early on that. So unfortunately, that's what that is right there. And it looks like Apple does not want to hold the bid. I thought Apple was strong today. It does. I mean, that was a good move. And of course, now we got to play the pullback here on AAPL and watch out. It looks like it's going to break right now, that level. So just when it keeps on going down like this, best thing to do is potentially just regroup on it and see where we can get it even lower if we still like the name. And that's what we did basically on Nvidia today. Try to be as patient as we could. And there goes Nvidia at least trying to go back there to the upside. Let's see if the market can go. We just touched off VWAP again. So maybe we should just be shorting the market instead of trying to catch some of these long equity names that just don't seem to be printing long right now. So there goes Apple. So we got to fail on Apple again right there as that comes right back in. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I have to provide a caveat here for Warsh. So yes, his vote happened. He's approved for the next stage here for potential Fed chair vote. However, that vote's not going to happen today. I know we heard potential talks he could get approved by the Senate today. That absolutely cannot happen. Apparently, that's not going to happen until a floor vote, which will happen after the Senate returns after May 4th recess week. So we're not going to get this Fed chair confirmation today, as far as I can tell.
Well,
just thank you very much there, Dara. Just one, Pershing Square is IPOing today. And I have the issue price is 50, and the current, I'm not making this up, the current tap is $30. Like, that is infinitely, I actually paid for locates because I was considering trying a short at some point on the stock. But if it opens that low, like 30, I might just go for the first even dollar that it holds to try to catch a bid. That would be insane. Bill Ackman wouldn't be happy with that. We'll keep our ear to the ground. I doubt that opens up anytime soon. So SMCI was the only new position. This one's bouncing, but IBIT is not the second time through. Yeah, like IBIT's going to take out that bottom. So reload on IBIT, doesn't hold. So once to VWAP, the second time Bitcoin doesn't want to hold. Well, it's at 76.5. I guess technically it's holding 76.5. But once it holds that, it loses that prior bar. I'll wait for some kind of a trend break on this. There's now 2 points. Like I've got here, like right before the open, that lower high, and then we've got this last little spike, so I can take something a little bit later on in the session if we can continue to find some strength there. All right, so SMCI going to look for this one to get to VWAP. Again, 26 even, probably a good level to take profit out in front. And this just came down to, hey, it filled in the gap. I was thinking about what can I look for that's short, and usually the first thing that comes to mind is SMCI for obvious reasons, but it was bouncing off a pretty big level. So looking for the trend break on this. Avis still kind of I don't want to burger because I guess if you went long, you're laughing off of the open, but it's just teetering at VWAP. Has yet to break down underneath for a short trade, holding on to some strength, I suppose, as the shorts got to cover at some point. And guess what's at 90?
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say,
man. Have you seen the level yet?
No, but we rang the register, man. We got out of some intel there. So like I said, man, when you're in a 3-bagger, almost a 4-bagger, I think it's worth getting some out there on intel. So I did it. Here comes 90 right now, man, just screaming higher. We're just thrilled because we also, of course, have Nvidia right now, which is now $1. We've taken out some more there on. It's too bad we dished into Apple a little bit there because we gave back sort of what we're making right now on Nvidia, so that's going to be a net over there. We still have IBIT and Nvidia still to go long there, but yeah, man, Intel, what a monster that name is. We'll see what happens at 90. It's probably just a break long on that name, but breaks have been difficult sometimes, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here on the low end of the trade for INTC. Interesting name. So we'll see up another 6%. And we also said, we've been doing the same thing with Marvell as this name, again, just a huge one. We're only, this one's probably a 2-bagger, maybe 2.5 or so, from 60 and change. This is when we first started to buy it with you guys live on the show. No, it was this one right down here. There's that first miss like we talked about. I remember we were just pumping the tires of Marvell for a while, and then down here at $60, we bought a little bit before earnings, and then it dropped down, I think that's 17 or 18% as we said. Then we waited for the 3-day rule, was able to get it back out. We actually didn't get, we were calling this the SoftBank high right there, didn't get anything out, got some out again when it made that move again back into some resistance there, then dropped back, bought some more off the 200 period, made it our pick of the year there, and then it boom straight there to the upside. As many of these names, ARM is even a better example, Marvell, Broadcom, all of the storage names continue to pump it up, and worth taking something out, I believe, ahead of what is tonight. I mean, tonight, all these names could just be absolute screamers tonight. Like if these numbers are well and Nvidia starts going up and the Capex is still there, we know that means more demand for ARM and their chip game as well, more demand for Marvell, Broadcom, all those ASICs, everything, the whole space should really go bump in the night a little bit. Let's take something out. I'm gonna go get a coffee. Let's take something out right there on Apple as we do buy that dip into 269. So a little bit of a trade there as we make some money back on that. And then, yeah, we've been topping out on Nvidia. So hopefully we get view up one more time and then we can let it run to the high side. So that's just a little bit of a mixed up board for me, but we've been trading the same 4 names. So added Apple to it, BBAI, IBIT, Nvidia, and Apple, and yeah, there's my trade confirmation for Intel. So far, so good.
I think we might have missed Super Chat. We'll get to that in a quick little second, but we might have a couple of things breaking trend. VWAP on the NASDAQ could go. That'd be bullish, but I liked IBIT to get, if it breaks a stop, you try to sniper the entry, and then if it breaks the prior low, that's always going to be the out. Same thing as before, but if it breaks trend, I almost like that trade better, because then you're breaking from pre-market, lower high, into that breakout level. Doesn't look like, I look at it and then immediately just start jinxing it. That's just how it is sometimes. So we're going to be all over this one if we can. Intel just broke that 90, and we did we get the Birdman Super Chat? Or was that when I don't know if we did. So I'm going to throw it up there, and I'm going to assume that we missed the Super Chat. I think there was another one potentially that we also missed. Birdman, using your custom-built trading platform today. Hey, awesome. Doing it live with the algos, STX, WDC, AXTI, SanDisk, on all super strong names today, 9 to 6 and forever. On is him, ON Semi. Well, there's a lot. If it's him, Intel is him, On is him, STX is him, SNDK is him. Well, maybe STX isn't. In the daily chart, it certainly is. It is very much. It's random, not random, but like a very specific segment of the chip sector that looks strong. But you look at what's going on now with the Qs, and there's a lot of strength coming back in. Higher lows, trending up. It's just a matter of a couple of other names trying to punch us through at this particular point. But for myself, I'm looking at 2 things. Obviously, I'm in the SMCI revert. IBIT tried to break trend and did not, and Intel at that 90. But you know what? Just because it's at 90, doesn't mean it's set up a trade. Like if I'm looking for a trend break, it's nowhere close to a trend break. Some kind of a fail underneath the 90 level or a lower high, a crazy topping tail candle. There needs to be an entry. Like one thing that I try to avoid is having entries that don't make sense. Like if I look at something, if you're gonna be wrong, right? Like if I'm gonna be wrong, at least make a bottom and tail, grab along on the way back in, like have a rhyme and reason for that entry if we're able to catch it. So the two things I'm looking for now is an entry into an Intel short. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And of course, that trend break in IBIT, which also is, this one's really close. This feels like when we come back from Adara here, we have a chance that this breaks the trend. And I don't mind if it works its way lower and then breaks out. It just means you get a better price. Adara?
Let's start off here with INHG. Inno Holdings. This is the name that I know for a fact has been what we call a repeat offender. It's rallied in the past. Inno Holdings on April 8th, last piece of news I could find for this on a significant basis. They launched an AI strategic plan. So another small cap AI pivot, though, again, this one back on April 8th. So no day one news for this. We've got a $1.1 million market cap and a float of 8.3 million shares, 12% short float. Next up, we have SAGT. Day one earnings play, small cap, already given back some of this pre-market move, but they did report a 49% year-over-year increase in revenue for fiscal 2026. For SAGT, you've got a $29 million market cap and a float here of 340,000 shares, a very small float, and 20% of that float is sold short. Last but not least here, another one giving up some of its pre-market gains, but GCTK on watch, no news. You got a $2 million market cap, just under 2 million share float, and another massive short float here. Nearly 37% of GCTK is sold short. Back to you.
Wow. GCTK. We know Sharif will be excited about some of these small ones. That AT, was it AT? Was it ATER? Maybe it's not.
Oh my God, Intel. I mean, I don't even. Did you take Intel break? I got
I don't.
coffee there. Yeah, Intel just broke 90. Now it's up to $91. Wow, amazing, man. I mean, what an amazing stock.
Amazing.
Now we like the fact
That's
that
from a thing.
was it?
Movie.
Okay. We only got out of 15%, but that looks like a mistake now as we continue to go just a bit higher, man. I mean, where will this name stop? Nobody knows. Up 7% again there for Intel, and we don't. There's really no news here. This is just a nice play higher for INTC. Quick look at Sofi. See you later, man. That one's broken through, and then we said we'll talk to Robinhood at 65. Maybe that's not today though. $71 for Robinhood. See you at the big screen.
I promised a snapshot of Bloom Energy reporting yesterday, and I will deliver. So Bloom Energy's earnings breakthrough. Currently, the company's total Q1 revenue stands at $751.51 million, which is a 130.4% increase from the prior year's quarter. And the company has seen a 208% product revenue growth and currently is at its all-time high, trading around the $280 region. But in yesterday's call with Bloom Energy, I was looking and listening very intently. CEO of the company, KR Sridhar, said that they are ushering in an era of digital age and BE is becoming the go-to choice for on-site power. Now, a quick snapshot of BE stock price energy. The IPO, when it launched on July of 2018, stock was trading around the $15 region, which continued for a long period of time. When in 2020, the stock dipped to all-time lows of $3 in the year of 2020. But in 2024 as well, there was a bit of a struggle with the AI inflection coming in. That's when the company took off. And currently we saw that peak going to the 237.57 region in April, currently at its all-time high in $280. That's all about BE. Currently, the stock is up a whopping 24 to 25% on the day. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia, for that note. And speaking of up, the NQ just got to 0.25% up. So I said when we came back, you'd probably break the trend on IBIT. So enter, prior bar out, VWAP target for sure. It's not just Intel, CoreWeave, CRWV has been popping up a little bit. I'm going to get to visualize in a quick little second, which is led by, oh, maybe that's the name I would have expected. Actually really surprised by the name it's leading there because it's Sofi and it's down 13%. But no, CoreWeave up 8%, 118? No, 120. I was going to say, what's the local high up here? Maybe 120 to 122. That's on an absolute tear. But remember when you're typing symbols like hey in the chat, or is it HYE, L? make sure you put the $sign in. That way we'll see what's popping off. SoFi, top of the list right now on our visualizer, 55 mentions. Avis, I guess that's not surprising. Bloom, 23% to the upside. Robinhood, down 13%. Amazon, 2 points up. Haven't really had a look there. Of course, tonight's going to be the big moment for them. Intel at 7th on our visualizer. Little surprise. Intel having a big day. BBI, we talked about Google, STX, all names we've discussed. Of course, AI, XI in there is one that I don't think we have talked about, a small capper bouncing off that $1 level. So keep those symbols coming in for sure. Again, it just shows us what is interesting to all of you. And what is potentially interesting is, well, you don't like moving freight trains, but if we go topping tail, and since it went parabolic, that's like all green in here, this would be a first shot at the trend break on Intel. So flashing a bit of an entry point here is INTC. 91, that's not 9160, 9108 I guess is the high there. Wow. New all-time high, 9108 on Intel. The first red candle I want to try to join and just play a bit of a reversion play.
All right, I mean, fire off the hot dog gun again. Because IBIT, right? I mean, we reloaded it. This has been a good trade all day, you know, buying these dips. So we'll take out another bid. I'm another bit on IBIT. I'm at 50s, so if we can print 50s, I mean, it doesn't, the actual even penny doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just going to follow. If Bitcoin shoots up $50, it's probably shoot up a penny. I don't know exactly the relationship there, but we'll see. If IBIT wants to go through, we're still sitting at 50 there. We reloaded a little bit over here on Apple, but I don't. I mean, the reload and then the out, like we're just, I would love for this thing to moon. I mean, the market is mooning now. And I say that as in, not as in a percentage, but if you're going to look back here at 1010, you know, 15 minutes ago, we were down here at 27,180. Now you're up almost 100 points, 27,270 right there on the NASDAQ, and it's trying to get going. So we'll take advantage of that, hopefully, with this Intel, with this Nvidia trade, and then hopefully IBIT will follow course as well. Apple, I mean, this stock, I don't know. I was thinking about trying to, I mean, my stop, we're not using huge shares, we keep getting out. My stop was triggering 226.50, 268.50. So if we break through the 200 period, then that's enough for me. I do have an offer to get more at VWAP. Maybe that comes through, maybe it doesn't. But right now it's $1 here on Nvidia. We just took another piece out on that side. So we'll ride the bull again there on Nvidia here today. Apple's been the biggest problem. 99 problems, IBIT is not one. That's been a good trade right there as well. The Chinese names have been struggling down into the 120s, but now Baba today, you know, talking about DeepSeek and trying to reinvest into that a little bit there for Alibaba. This one I could see going tonight as well. If those big spenders come back and Capex is still pretty strong, we know Alibaba has a cloud business as well as the retail side of it is. So it's kind of like, it's not the mini Amazon or anything, but there is opportunities here for Alibaba to get back to the upside, especially if we have better tensions amongst China-U.S. relations. That could help with oil. So if oil can sort of calm itself down a little bit, maybe Trump and China can start talking a little bit more there. There's Apple. We'll take another out there for 40 cents, but we'll see what winds up happening here for Apple.
A bit of a reversal candle here on USO. It flashed down for a quick second and now pressing back into some highs. Yeah, that might not bode incredibly well. Again, if we retake that high where they've been selling, of course, we just had a draw. Crude oil futures, crude oil inventories just had a draw. 6.075 versus 2.1. So a bigger draw than expected on crude oil futures. The other thing is still no red candle. Okay, well, just heard me say still no red candle in Intel. Now it's really starting to put one in. I'm going to take a shot. Nibble, because it hasn't closed red, but that's the heaviest selling I've seen since I actually pulled the stock up outside of the open. Like you had some selling at the open, but up here above the 90 level, this is the most selling I've seen. So on the break of that prior bar, just gonna jump short. If it closes red, then that can be an add. And then we'll play it to, first out will be this trend line here, and then if it gets to VWAP, it gets to VWAP. But we just spiked through that crude oil inventories number just spiked USO to a fresh high. That could turn the market right around.
Yeah, shout out. I'm working boosted red sport there. We're gonna figure it out for you on Trade the Pool. Apparently, we got to figure out that scan over there, see if that can get working for you to get your 10% off. So we're gonna double check that for you right now. Yeah, so just looking around, you know, trying to make a Super Bowl. Yeah, what's up? Always be thankful. Yeah, I mean, I'm long only. Not here. I mean, I go short and long, just hitting keys. Yeah, no, in my own portfolio, very, very long only. And you know, that's why we keep on saying there. I mean, Neil just talked about that topping tail potentially on Intel. This is the thing, you know. It's like when you're in a name and it's mooning, this is part of what we're talking about, right? It needs to continue its move higher. And I think Intel with Capex spend tonight should be a pretty decent beneficiary of that. So let's just hope that it is still what it is. I am still very long everything. So just taking some money out, and like I said, I wouldn't mind getting into J&J. Okay, so here we go. There it is, man. 25s. Boom shaka-laga-laga. With Nvidia. So, you know, just buying dips. We said that that's going to be the strategy. I think this one does have a great opportunity to get back up to the upside. If Meta is going to come out and drop another huge number on us today, there goes Meta, you know, a pick that we've made. I think this will be one that has a great opportunity tonight. SanDisk was already at all-time highs today, probably all pulling back. Well, not really. This one up still. Wow, still up 10%. SNDK, amazing. It was Marvell and Broadcom and some of these names that had pulled back. But the market is not just tech names. So let's go over here and have a quick little look at, of course, the page I have open is tech, but that's from yesterday. So here we go, man. Pretty mixed board overall. I mean, Visa is the one that we haven't been covering, but Visa is an absolute monster, man. Up 10% today. Congratulations on that one. That's been a good little level to play off of down there for Visa. We'll talk about that when we open up the charts in a minute. IBKR down. Some of these brokers down, right? I mean, Robinhood, bad report. Down 14% now. Yuck. I didn't think, look, like I said, man, I thought Robinhood would have a bad quarter. That's exactly what they had. And now it's getting hit down 14%. So, you know, whether or not you like it or not, you might be getting an opportunity to buy that. Coinbase also down 8%. That could be, I think Coinbase probably a better play than Robinhood, but you got to believe in crypto. Sofi getting hit as well. So it's all these names that reported yesterday. Yeah, hood over. Yeah, exactly. You got to believe in crypto to take Coinbase. So, all right, Eli Lilly and J&J right here. Both these names getting down, man. Intuitive Surgical down 3%. Regeneron. So there's not much.
AbbVie recovered.
Yeah, AbbVie was okay. They announced a bigger buyback or something.
Yeah, but they were down initially.
Okay, yeah, really, I mean, AbbVie's been a name that I've been in since they acquired, I forget who it was, Biogen or something, for their, whatever those people are injecting into their faces, Botox. Yeah, I've been in AbbVie probably for a decade, to be honest with you. It probably hasn't done that much. All right, health services. Again, you know, a lot of green love here. CNC Centene had a big report on Monday or Tuesday, I believe. So they're upside, and we love that space because we're into Oscar Health, which has been a real nice play on that side as well. And then we'll just wrap it up. Where's Tesla at? Tesla is at rate. Boom, 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 says Joe. There's GM on their report down 3. We get Ford tonight. Wow, man, $1.30 now in the money as Nvidia mooning right now. That's going to be a big trade alert. Tesla right now down 0.7, sorry. And we had that super chat earlier about Tesla. So let's just, I'll throw over to Neil in a second. Let me just look to see, wow, yes, Marvell. When are we going to get out of some Marvell again? We got out roughly around this area, 155. So we're, you know, we didn't get out at that moon. I think it was 170 was the high. Did not get out there. Tesla off the open. We had those questions about, like, you know, you were stuck there, beer man into Tesla. Well, it gave you a couple opportunities to get out at 376. Let's just see. Hopefully the market can continue. Wow, now we are going, man. There goes IBIT. Here we go, man. Nice play there on IBIT. Back up into the 50s as we go. Apple trying to get going. Maybe we take a piece out of Apple right now. Take that bite out of it. And then always going upside, hopefully, is our good stock, Nvidia. So, yeah, so far so good. Car would be another name that's getting hit a bit today.
Actually, well,
oh no, it's upside, wasn't it?
Yeah,
what's Car doing?
It's down 8%, but that's not really down. It's been bought up huge, like $40 from the lows, and still holding up. I'm not not married to the notion of shorting it just anywhere. Again, there has to be a plan of action. Like with Intel, we're waited for the first red on the parabolic with that prior bar stop. So it closed red, we enter, we have our stop pretty tight, which I like. Keep the risk reward good. If it flushes, great. If it doesn't, then make sure relative to what you stand to win, you don't lose a lot. IBIT's going, you already talked about that one, so I'll go back over. SMCI is still hunting for VWAP. Like, I'll let IBIT get through VWAP because I actually like the long on. Like, IBIT was a long for me today, regardless of it breaking a trend. Whereas SMCI, I was originally thinking maybe I could find a short in this stock. So if it gets to the volume weighted average price, that's just an out. Take profit and move on to the next. But this Tesla, like, what I don't like about this, I mean, the market's breaking the highs right now, right? Like that's strike one for Tesla. Strike two would be, this is the first day it hasn't, well, there's still time left in the day, that it hasn't tested the 380 level. Every day it tests the 380 to try and go. And you're just not even seeing any of that in the middle of market strength. So it's kind of unfortunate there for Tesla. We're into VWAP. I should have a little bit more out going into the volume weighted average price on IBIT because that's just sliding lower. It's a downward trend, so VWAP kind of slides away from you as we speak. I'm gonna get a couple more legs out and then let this one fly. This one I don't mind holding through the volume weighted average price. And that Tesla's a problem.
Yeah, 99 problems. Trading ain't one. There goes Nvidia, 211.70. I mean, this is an unbelievable move. Again, as the market just continues. I'm just talking about the market. Nvidia, whatever. Apple's not doing anything, so hopefully that can go. But right there, man, an unbelievable move. I mean, you're talking about in just the last half hour, just no red candles. I mean, we had a little bit of a dip there at 10:30. We had the number, and then right back to the upside now, taking out levels and just trying to hold the long. Like we could really have a special day if Apple goes, but I just keeps on topping out here, and I want to let it go, and so we're going to try to do that right now. My next offer is in the 50s, so maybe we can get that, and we'll see what winds up happening. I'm actually at 657, near that 60 right there. I think you have a good point there, Radial Fosa on the super chat. You're saying that Robinhood does have. Here, I can put the super chat up. Super chats go into here. Go into here, go into there, push that, and then we get it. So here it is, Robinhood. Yeah, the PDT rule is going to be good for that.
That's why I like it.
Yeah, that's perfect. But they already had a big increase in their equity trading. So yeah, I think that's good. Like I said, I think Robinhood's going to be fine. It's just these names can fall down pretty easily. We've seen it with Sofi. We've seen even the big banks. I mean, even when JP Morgan and they're the biggest of the big. But this went down to 290 or something from 330. So there's lots of opportunities for these banks. Just to get a little bit of a reweighting on the idea, and then your downside, right? So this stock, JP Morgan, the biggest and baddest of them all, they went from 335 down into 280. So they lost about 20% right there, or so as well. Not 20, about 16% or so from there to there. So although obviously Robinhood's lost 55% or so to the downside, this is not, one's established, one isn't. So you can't really trade them both the same. Just letting you guys know that there is a lot of volatility in the banking
also
space,
Robinhood,
regardless.
Pull up a monthly chart of Robinhood, like the
moves are crazy on that.
All systems go level is down and around the 50 range, somewhere in this gap.
That's where I'm looking to buy.
That's the load the truck up DCA into that level. To me, this quarter was first salvo because I'm not even in the stock. I never have been, and I missed it on the way up. But the 50 level is where it makes a heck of a lot more sense when you look at the.
You're just in at this level, which I think is fine, right?
Well, I bought this level.
Or 78 or something?
I didn't know where the low was going to be, and I'm like, well, I don't want to have nothing and then wait till 50. That's a long way away. So put in 20%, and I don't think I buy this for another unless it gets underneath $60. I don't think I buy it for another quarter. Just one note here: USO, it failed the high again. Another fail of the high. You're like, okay, this time we're going to get to VWAP. It's really rolling over, and then we just caught another bid. So this is heading back higher. I think that's I don't want to say it's putting a cap on the market. I think it's limiting the press that we're getting just a bit. The Nasdaq's at the high, the ES is Here's the ES, not nearly at the highs here, but getting pretty darn close. So I'm starting to think of where I might revert. I'm not at the point that I would jump out and reverse an SMCI, but this is definitely a candidate to favor the short. Intel at 92. Yeah, that is insane. We're going to go back up to Adara. Now there's even more room on this sucker. 92. If I see a similar setup, I'm willing to take 3 shots at this one to the south side. We're going to go up to the desk. It's time for, I believe, let's call it Sector Watch with Adara.
Let's indeed call it Sector Watch, Neil. We have a lot of weakness in a lot of these sectors, so we'll start with what is selling off today. Health tech notably weak, as Neil mentioned here. Regeneron to the downside, down about 6% on earnings day one. Eli Lilly down 2%. They report earnings tomorrow morning, so I know Sean and myself will be watching Mademoiselle Lilly tomorrow on that earnings report. Consumer durables to the downside, utilities to the downside, commercial services to the downside, distribution services, you guessed it, downside. Consumer non-durables weak, though. Mondelez actually up 5% here. Not necessarily a day trading name per se, but they did report earnings, and it looks like the street really liked it, especially compared to its consumer non-durables peers. Now, we have a lot of strength here in energy minerals. Of course, this continued uncertainty back and forth when it comes to the situation in the Middle East is benefiting some of these oil plays. Amazon, the lone standout here to the upside in retail trade, a sector that's otherwise weak, with AMZN set to report earnings tomorrow. After the bell tonight. Google also reporting tonight. One of the few strong names in this tech services sector. ADP also up. I believe they reported earnings as well. With finance, you've got MasterCard reporting tomorrow morning and Visa reporting last night. Visa up 10% in a sector that's otherwise kind of lagging here. Finance. Electronic tech, as it usually is, kind of all over the place. You've got STX in this memory space and names that are trading in sympathy like Micron and SanDisk to the upside. Then you've got GE, BA, RTX, a lot of these defense plays to the downside. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara. For Boosted Rooster or anybody else there, the QR code itself doesn't get you the 10%. You got to insert Trader TV. So just all capitals, Trader TV in there for your 10% off. And I feel like if you missed that, you could probably contact them and they'd be able to help you out with that one. So information's also in description box below. So should have advised that earlier. So Boosted Rooster, if you're still around. Attention right there. You can hopefully get that discount at some point, and it's that 10% off. So hopefully we're able to satisfy that. Okay, I was going to say, just again, I said we're waiting. I canceled my 50s there. I took a 45 fill on Apple, just letting it bounce around here as we continue to watch out for those names coming in. IBIT's been pretty disappointing. I mean, it's the top stock today, but it hasn't really done anything. So we'll just continue to watch out for it. If it breaks that lower, that's already in there. So a break at 25, and I think we can. I don't even know if I really want to buy too much more. I was thinking about maybe 30s. So if it comes down into 33, we'll take a little bit more, and then if we wind up getting stopped out on a break of yesterday's closing prices, then so be it. There on IBIT. We shouldn't turn red on it, but you never know where that stock goes. But Nvidia, nice, huge upside move again for Nvidia.
It's Danny Boy Fade Runner. That's a new one. Netflix should sing a duet with Kermit the Frog about how it isn't easy being green. Why we got to hate on Netflix, man? So unnecessary. Netflix just needs the proper catalyst. It just got to green, but I really do believe. That's right. Every time we go to this stock, I do believe it's held a higher low as long as it holds this 90. I think you're all systems go. Like the real move, forget about earnings. This was about the Warner Brothers deal when it broke through the 80 level, and then when it sold off, it held the higher low pretty cleanly. Once it's back through the 50 period, I think you're right back into retesting that 100 level. It's the only streamer that. Hey, they make money, and I get it. The other guys don't care if they make money, which is fair. They can do whatever they want to do. Apple doesn't have to make money streaming. Amazon doesn't have to make money streaming. YouTube is just its own type of beast. But I like Netflix. I think they're the kind of thing, like I'm not canceling Netflix. Every time they increase prices, I just go for it. People have good things to say about the ad tier, and it's certainly gone well for them, obviously. So I'm in this second shot. I actually waited for the next bar to confirm, a little bit longer, but it's the same trade. I'm going to take this one. I said, we'll probably give 3 shots at this. And the way I see it, I look back, and this year, like every single month so far this year, my best trade, excluding like an IPO or something, has been a single mean reversion. Just one. My best one on Intel, if I lose the same on, well, the first and the second I'm risking about the same. If I go 0 for 2 today, 1 is still 2x the best one over the last 2 months. If I look at just any stock on these crazy mean reversions, then it pays for like 10 of them. So as long as that's the case, then with tight risk, if it gets to VWAP, it's now so incredibly crazy that that's just the way that it goes. And then for IBIT, the support resistance trade a couple of times, but then it was an all-day trend break, which is a bit of a wider stop, so I was only taking out half into here. Instead of here, we take most of it out, and then I'm looking for that press. But once it breaks the prior bar, that's the rule for me. It's jump out of it. So that's with all of my mean reversion trades. And like I said, if it's the thing that's been the reason that we green every single month momentum has generally been 1 or 2 that have been good, then I want to make sure that I'm taking these shots, but also following the rules. So no add until we actually get a confirmation. Oh no, we got the red candle, enter, but we're still closing green here on Intel. So it hasn't really given that spot where you're like, okay, this is working, should jump in the second half. Not yet, but the market's trying to roll over, which could help. Intel hasn't cared too much, but that could help. And then SMCI, just one more for you. SMCI, it doesn't look like it wants to get to VWAP. So I'm going to move this to break even. If my original thought of this thing is a dog, I'm not holding this to the low anymore. I just heard an update on Pershing Square. That can't be right. I'm seeing $27 for the auction price of Pershing Square. It's supposed to be 50.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 50. I don't think, when was the last time I seen, here, I'm not making this up. I see $27 as theoretical auction price on Pershing Square IPO. That would be the lowest I've ever seen a relatively decent sized IPO open underneath its issue price. I can't remember a circumstance where it was that bad. Kind of enticing for long. I was going to think about shorting this thing. Not now, not down there.
We did get,
Money.
I mean, there's IBIT. We talked about picking it up on those lows, and there it goes again. So we're going to be near the highest spot. Besides when we first logged in today, there goes IBIT right now up to 43.40. Good take there, man. I mean, we bought the lows on IBIT. I mean, we're just sticking with what we're doing, man. We're sticking with our guns here. There's a nice move up for Apple finally. So again, like lost on that first move, been making it back here on Apple. In Intel upside, obviously Nvidia as well, up that $1.30 now and still going. Let's see if Apple can finally get that juice behind it and get going again. So, you know, it missed this whole move higher. So even right now, it's starting to struggle just a bit. I'm going to take some more out on IBIT. But even right now at this level, there it goes, just flushes down a little bit. Let's punch something out in around 56, 50. Okay, there it is. We got it out anyways. A couple more outs there into the low 60s on Apple. That's 47 cents. Nvidia's $1.10, and IBIT's just 6 cents in the money. So we're holding on to 3 winners right here. Let's see if it can continue upside. But the market's it's kind of, maybe it's topping out a little bit here as we wait to see where the movement comes. 2 o'clock Fed, 10 more minutes until the midday show, and 5 more seconds until we go to Adara. 4, 3, 2, 1.
What a day, guys, for this economy. Specifically, we're going to talk about the FOMC Fed decision in a minute, but I do want to do some housekeeping with the U.S. dollar. As of right now, trading entirely within yesterday's range, it is poised for its second straight green session, though we know the U.S. dollar can move in big ways depending on how this rate decision goes. Now, in terms of numbers today, we got higher than expected durable goods, housing starts, and core durable goods prints, but building permits actually a little bit lower than expected as of this morning. Tomorrow, we have by far the biggest economic data day of the week. At 8:30 a.m., you get core and non-core PCE. Then also at 8:30, you get GDP, quarter over quarter advanced print. So tons of numbers at 8:30 tomorrow. 9:45 tomorrow, you get Chicago PMI. And then Friday, you're going to get some ISM and I believe S&P as well, manufacturing PMI. But let's talk about the moment we've all been waiting for. The Fed meeting. Now, I know this is probably going to be a nothing burger, but it is going to be Fed Chair Powell's final meeting as chair of the Fed, wearing a purple today in honor of Mr. Jerome Powell. Now, as we heard, Kevin Warsh has gotten the votes needed to advance in the Senate, but his vote in the Senate floor is apparently not likely to happen until after the May 4th break when the Senate reconvenes. So we'll keep you posted on that. We're not likely to get his confirmation, though, for sure until that point. Now, leading up to this meeting, again, it is worth noting 100% chance as far as the CMA FedWatch tool that we will not get any change in the rate, so no cuts, no hikes. Now, as Sean was mentioning earlier today, unlikely that we have even any slight chances of a hike even until June of 2027, a rate cut rather, until June 27. If you look at this tool again on CME FedWatch, we're not likely to get any kind of cut for sure, like the majority here expecting a cut until December of 27. So again, these rate cut odds seem bleak, but once Warsh gets confirmed, if we get some different economic data, we'll have to wait and see. Again, this is a reminder of how the Feds voted at the last meeting, March 2026. They, of course, voted not to change rates. And as usual, our very dovish friend Steve Myron on the Board of Governors did vote in favor of a 25 basis point cut. He was the only one, and rates were held. So again, stay tuned. I will be providing you guys live updates here at the desk and on social media at 2 p.m. So don't be late. Join us at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Yeah, don't be late.
Dara and Taylor in the chat. Yeah, I'm absolutely out. The one thing that, and can always sort of speak for themselves, there was one day when, I don't remember the stock, but Dara was asking, Dara was bringing a stock to us, and I go, oh, you're short somewhere in around here. And then she ended up being. It's because if you know what the it was Oracle. And if you know what the strategy is in a general sense, then you should be able to, I say it anyways, but you should be able to have an idea of what the trader is looking for, right? So it's pretty simple. Just about 50 pennies on this one. It's up almost 10%. But you've just got to make sure, and I said this to Taylor, one of the most important things in trading is understanding what works for you and then making sure that you're trying to do that. The risk to reward to the trend line is better than 1-to-1 if I get a topping tail. If I risk 50 cents to the trend line, at the time it would have been about $1, and then VWAP's like $2.50, which is pretty intense. So that's about as wide as it gets. And when you grab one of these, again, you have to, in my opinion, you have to have a stop, because you could just sit there short, holding on to it and be like, oh, this is going to work. If you do that, I think you're in a world of hurt. But if you're looking for a trend break or a mean reversion style trade, you will be against the grain. The question is, can you do that profitably? In my opinion, if you have proper risk management, which quite frankly is the hardest part in trading, then you can. If you don't, then believe me, that is not the style that you want. SMCI didn't stop. Okay, so this didn't trail out at break even. I'm just going to get back in front of VWAP at this point. This is pretty binary at this point. Either it's going to push all the way to VWAP, or it's going to break down underneath that stop level. I haven't decided if I wanted to reverse it or not. And Taylor Batty, there's no beef. I just think it's about explaining. Trading is really hard. And what I've found over 20 years is the commonalities between, if you say 90 or 95 or whatever number you want to throw out there with the traders that don't make it, it's the subset of the traders that don't make it who have profitable stretches, who show promise, who will have strings of good months. You're like, oh, this person's turning the corner, but then ultimately doesn't make it. If I look at that subset, it's all the same reasons why they fail. Almost always the same thing. And it generally comes down to, if you look at the course of their month, or the course of their quarter, just look at their good days and then look at the bad days. And it's not that they don't have maybe more winning good days and bad. It just comes down to how much they lose relative to what they win on a notional level. So that trade, when you're up on a trade, as long as, if you're up, it could be $10, it could be $100, it could be $1,000. But if that trade and that trade setup makes that for you, but when you lose on that setup, you're losing 20, 200, 2,000, that ends up being the problem. So that's why it's always about explaining, why am I in, where am I out, where are my targets? And that's what trading is all about at the end of the day. It's 10:55.
All right, here we go, guys. What is for lunch right here? Thai ground beef. Pad Kra Pow today was steamed rice, stir-fried vegetables, and a salad, which is Thai salad. That's what's for lunch. All right, 10:56 right now. Apple, right here, 269.15. I mean, this is where we're long. Just went up to 270, sorry, as we exit out of some of that position. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for. So we stair-step it up right there. We had Greek, American, and Thai. So today, Thai ground beef, Pad Kra Pow. Pow. In there today. That should be good. I think the Thai food generally is pretty good around here. That is for sure.
Yeah, last time was pretty good. Last time was very good.
Sure, yeah.
Very good.
All right, so here we go. Move down in Nvidia. We'll take a little bit more off as, you know, this name's coming back in. We'd love to get this back here at 210. So if that can come back into 210, then we will definitely hit that trade right there as well. So here we go, man. Nice upside play there for NVDA as we continue to go. I think Big Bear AI could be along if we go upside right there. I mean, breaking through $4 could be something on Big Bear AI, so that would be something that we look at. We took a hit on that one early there, BBAI. But as Neil said, like all of our hits are relative to our losses, right? So it's been good there today. And then IBIT here still. Thank you, Mr. Sharif is back in the building. We love the energy when this guy's here. But yeah, IBIT. Just waiting for it. I mean, we got a good little look there near the lows. So 43.30s. We'll see if that wants to come into play again there for that. So yeah, not too bad. There's only a couple more minutes left. We do have the Fed coming out at about 2 o'clock. We'll be back in about 1:45 today, Neil and I, and then we have a little bit of a lesson on what to expect for the Fed, and we'll look at that. But remember what we said. There is absolutely, get down, stupid dumb-ass mouse. There's no change for the next 9 interest rates decisions. So right there, 100%, it goes all the way. So that's where we're at right now, 350, 375. If I go out to next, let's just pretend we put a 2.7 under the date, not a 2.6. You still have a 71% chance that next year at this time, we've had 0 movement. So, and it doesn't even really get spicy, I don't think, until January is where we get 81%. And then 87 here on the look for the Fed target in December. So 13% chance that we might get some movement 8 months from now into December. So we'll be here for that. We'll cover it, and it's more about what the talk is. We got Kevin Warsh confirmed today, so that should be interesting to see how that pales out for the next couple reports and see how he speaks and when he takes the podium, what that looks like, so on and so forth. So that should be interesting. As we know, he's a disciple of the president, so that's always going to be good for, you know, interest rate cuts. We'll see if the market deems a cut responsible for a cut. Who knows, man? If, as we said before, as Neil mentioned, if this war lingers on, maybe there would be a need for a cut, or maybe not. Maybe even a raise. We'll have to see what winds up happening with inflation. But there goes 211.50s. I mean, it's honestly, guys, as Neil said, man, know where your bread is buttered. And I think a lot of you guys have been following me. So we'll go another one right there for Nvidia. That's now 3 days in a row that we're able to catch something on it. But today's a little different because we got stopped out, and boom, right there falling to the upside. And just believing in Apple's helped, but we had one stop out right there, and then it really stopped on a dime at 270. So hopefully that can get back up. All right, 20 seconds to go until the flagship takes over. It'll be our midday show with both Joe and Sharif.
And before we go over there, I just noticed this one.
Oh, good. Boeing.
Oh, well, it's not good. Boeing is getting smoked today. There's not a single red or green candle. They're all red candles. Not a single green candle at all for Boeing. I mean, the only story is they entered into a partnership with Light Solver. Can't imagine that would be the reason why it's down. So we're going to continue digging as to why. You know, the market's actually looking pretty solid, and Boeing is taking it heavily on the chin here. Don't like that.
No.
It was literally yesterday talking about how this stock feels like it's just not getting the respect it deserves, and now it's absolutely getting smoked. 3.5% on effectively nothing that I can see. I'll keep digging on Boeing, because this one, the 200 period moving average, there was already a buyer post report. It's past 11 o'clock. We'll come back, probably a little bit early. It's a Fed day today.
1:40.
I know that, usually 1:45. Like, they're not going to move rates, but we still come early. And then remember, after the bell tonight, you're going to have all the hyperscalers, most of the hyperscalers reporting. So it's going to be a busy afternoon. We've got the midday. We've got some Thai food, which I think will be enjoyable.
It'll be good.
Last time it was pretty delicious, so we'll knock on wood there. I'll see you back at 12 for the lesson. Potentially maybe some Pershing Square as an IPO. That'll open up a lot lower than the indicated issue price. So we'll join you guys back at 1:45. Till then, it's time for the Professor and Joey options.
Do you, though?
I do need an explanation. What is Intel doing? Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. Joey Moneybags?
No, man, that's the Korean heart.
Nah, man.
The heart,
This is
man.
money. This is money right here. Yeah. Korean heart, says Assassino. You're probably right. I think this could be.
That's not even me. They're saying that I'm in all those positions. That's not
You're in all those positions. Yeah, I'm short SMCI. No, that's Neil's position. He's long SMCI, pardon me. What's going on, everybody? Let's say hello to everybody because YouTube's taking their sweet time to bring everybody over. We got the OG Darwin, Adam DeLuce, back from, as they say in England, holiday. We don't say that here. We say vacation. Shout out to my man, Adam. We got other Zinc. Shout out to Jay Coingy, Mr. Leahy. All right, now everybody's coming in. Jacques, my man from Prague. Mike, P.D. Ryder, Hangry Wife, Oslam, Hollywood. We got Brown Lightning and Trig Trades, Christmas, Ronaldo, Evan Knows. Shout out to Pitch Bull and Chrome, Taylor Batty. Come on, new names only. Let's go. Stock Ed, I see you, Stock Ed. Trust Fund, Baby, Smoked. I like that one, Smoked. Yeah. And then Luis, all the way from the beautiful city of Barcelona. We will have Luis on today at 1, so make sure you check that out. Ronaldo, I know Arsenal's playing. I'm missing the gym in the afternoon, specifically to go home and watch Arsenal lose at home to Atletico Madrid. Kidding. Semifinals, Champions League, that's a big one. We got Yahoo Tube. Shout out to James Cook, man. We got Nero. Ours are the 6. Hello, right back at you. Green Day, Dean, and Jaguar Nut. Shout out to Daryl, Mr. Raj. One more, Joey.
Yeah.
Clipboard. I lied. Ocheri. Good morning to you, brother.
What's up? What's up, Southern Smoke? We got to give a shout out to our good folks
TikTok.
over there at TikTok. Yeah, thank you bravely for putting that in. We got Steven Jackson once again, Mobstar33. Anna, what's going on? It's Eli. Yo, what's up? It's Eli. I like those style of names. Who else do we got? A couple more here. Talent, T-Rock. I've seen you in the chat multiple times there. Lando News, Bull Run. What's going on? Sugar-free vibe. Hey.
I know you're about that life,
I'm all
Joey.
about that life. Jake, what's up, man? You got to keep that sugar limited. All right, be good. Simrat, Amir, BMAC, ESC, Jose Mendez. Seen you in there. Will Augusto, Larry, love and hope. What it's all about.
Boom.
All right, bang. There it is, guys. I hope everyone's having a fantastic weekend.
Can we reset the position?
Yeah, but let's get that position board reset. Here we go. The market starting to scream a little bit higher. Google, Amazon, But Tesla not participating here, guys. Hood, oh man, this stock no love for the fintech names here today, guys. As you can see, that SoFi bouncing off the lows. We have Robinhood, Tesla, IBIT, TQQs, and the SPY on our radar. Multiple other things that we can go over here momentarily, but you know. On the NASDAQ, as the overall market was continuing to climb, being led by the likes of, you guessed it, Google putting in a new all-time high, and Amazon putting in a strong session, so some good momentum there. Sharif, I figured what was going on with my platform and why I couldn't, the overlapping, I had the pin button on it.
You had the pin button?
The pin.
And ChatGPT didn't tell you to remove the pin?
No, it didn't tell me.
What an excellent LLM. Excellent. They're going to definitely open up at $1 trillion.
To be honest with you. Yeah. Nonetheless, guys, let's hop into some of the options activity here today and let's see what the overall market's got going on. Maybe we should do that from Sharif tells you about it in the morning. We're going to hop in right around that 11 o'clock hour, and then we're going to take a look at the Qs and the SPY for some zero DTE action. Jackson. Yeah, exactly. Action Jackson. All right, guys, 665 is where we're going to see a lot of the size. Where's the most amount of volume really starting to step in? That's with these in-the-money contracts, all right? So zero DTE, don't forget about that, guys. Crazy fluctuation. You're going to have an elevated delta and elevated gamma. to the as you get closer to the expiration. You can see how high it is. Greatest at the money. Don't forget that. The further you get away from that central pivot, the at the money, the less your gamma is going to have an effect. So there's a lot of activity going there on the Qs. Now, as for the SPY, how are we looking over here, guys?
Get it, Joey.
Can we pull it up? Yes,
Pull
we
up.
can. All right, 718, that's $718 mark with 22,400 contracts still currently open. Oh my. And then we have about 9,700 open and closed. But from a volume standpoint, we're getting the most at 713. Where was our high today? 712.21. So not too far off of that. Let's see how these at the money contracts. Oh, sorry, I'm going to eat those words quick.
What happened?
712 was actually the most amount of volume that kicked in on the SPY. We had a intraday high of 712.19. So not too bad of a look. 711. Shout out to that's what I know they're like this.
Can I say something? The 7-Eleven across the road is kind of like trash. Like, why is it so empty? That 7-Eleven, the Katina man says, was used for them to film. Go ahead, Adair.
I was going to say, that's actually an incredibly nice 7-Eleven compared to many that I've seen in
Yeah,
Fintech and many crimes I've witnessed occur in
Yeah.
Sev. So I have to say, like, not a bad Sev.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Winnipeg should be the gold standard, but
the 7 isn't like a Circle K. You know what I mean? You run into.
oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Like,
What?
there are high levels of convenience stores.
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know
Go
that?
ahead, see ya.
There's
We
levels
also
to
had
everything.
one 7-Eleven that closed recently near the College intersection, College and Young. That was the most horrible.
Oh, that
was
one. That
it?
yeah.
Scary. We stayed away from it. Yeah.
Yeah, the one at like
Okay.
Queen there in University, the Queen in University or Queen in Young or
Oh,
something
good,
like
eh?
that. Yeah, no, brother, come on, man.
I'm sorry, Joey. I just comparing it to the convenience
like
stores.
most
Yeah.
things in life,
Yeah,
there's
yes.
levels to the game.
That's actually very accurate.
Right?
That's very
You know what I mean?
accurate. Yeah. All right, Joey, let's get down to work. First and foremost, we have a super here. Thank you very much to SK Trader 1, $5 super chat. Very good question. SK Trader, I responded to you because your question is a little bit incomplete. But it reads as follows. Tried buying HTCO, a big mover yesterday that we were trading, through E-Trade at $28. They refused the order, but would sell it at $50. They refused to explain why. So I asked you in the chat, I'm like, explain a bit more. What type of order? I wrote time, but I meant type, sorry. What type of order did you use? Market, limit, marketable limit? Are you using market on open order, limit on open? What kind of order? I need to know. And what time was the order? Was it pre? Was it post, etc.? What was the error message specifically given to you by E-Trade? You don't need to super chat again. Just tag me so that Joey and I can kind of look into it a little bit for you and give you a cleaner answer there. And thank you very much for the super chat. Always, we do appreciate it. Guys, let's get right down to work because we already have a halter. All right? So this is a big boy here. RDAC, REDAC, all right? And this one is halted at 1347. It is up 174.9%, having done only 4.25 million shares on the day. And I'm assuming because, well, it's probably a multiple halter. Let's take a gander here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 halts. 2 down, 4 up. So obviously we're halted at the high of the day, 1347, just shy of the $0.50. Let's zoom out. Let's see on the 4-hour chart where to expect resistance. Look at that. Back on, I should say. New Year's Eve, man. That was literally New Year's Eve. December 31st of last year. We tailed into 1450. I do expect there to be resistance at around that level, at least initially. I'm not saying it won't be able to break through it. There's 1450. That takes us back to New Year's Eve, but you can see here very clearly in, I want to say, 18th or 19th of December, we got into about 18. So we are coming from some highs. And there's no split here. So there was no reverse split. There was nothing. This is all organic. So RDAC should be in focus here for the small cap gapper inclined. However, I'm taking a quick look right now, and I can't quite see what the spread is because it's halted. So right now we're seeing a tap of $14 upon resumption. 11:02:21 is this one halted. It's already 11:10. So by default, we know minimum halt time is going to be 10 minutes. It won't be 5. So the earliest this one will be open is 11:12:21. Let's take a quick look to see what else we're looking at over here because we still have a couple of minutes. So RDAC, the best of the bunch right now. However, there are others. I'm liking the look of XLB's jib. All right, I feel there's a flat top brewing here, not on a straight basis. You can see where the wicks go, 454 high a day. But look at the prints. Almost all of them close below $4. It can't seem to shake the sellers at 4, at least not on a decisive closing basis, and certainly not on the 5. So this one I like because it's got that higher low, higher low, higher low kind of setup with that flat top. If I had an animation for flat top break, I'd be hitting it. Last, we don't. So this one needs to be in focus. Now, my suggestion to you is try to pick it up on the lower end of the higher low range. What do I mean by that? Well, take a look where this one is finding support, 390, 380. That's where you should be getting in, right? So that you're not taking a false breakout, because believe you and me, there's been plenty. Look how many times it's breached through 4 on a wick basis and then immediately lost it. Right? So that's what you got to be thinking here. I got to pick it up towards the lower end of the higher low range for hopefully a flat top break. So that's XTLB. There are others. MXL. MXL is a repeat offender. It's been locked up before, 61.89. And there it goes into 62. Not a big percentage-wise, 18.5%, not bad. But look at the respect this one has for the 10 EMA. Nary a breach, and certainly not a breach on a closing basis, just a couple of wicks here and there. So MXL also setting up quite well. You have EXTR. Yeah, okay. It's not bad, 21%, you know. It looks like maybe the best trade is behind this one, stepping up. We'll have to wait and see. These aren't my favorite setups. AIXI is losing the bid. It's got to get back above VWAP for me to be interested. Oh, RDAC just ripped up into 1535. That breaches the December 31st high. RDAC on its horse here, trying to take out 15 decisively, and here it comes again. Halt level for RDAC. The halt up is 1345, 1350. Watch for support either at 14 or 1350. Let's see if that halt level holds. Joey, go.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Strobe, that was creative. How long did that take you to make? It's quite a serious question, but obviously we can't be putting that stuff in the chat. But nonetheless, very, very creative. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. So we'll give credit where credit is due around these neck of the woods, Sharif. Now, as for the overall market, guys, starting to come back in, we are now south of VWAP. Robinhood putting in a base, and I mean, I was talking with Adair earlier this morning, not too long ago, actually, just the fact that it's like, I've been sitting in this Sofi trade literally all morning looking for somewhat of a breakup. We're down 13%. If it cracks the lows, then we just get out of that, slowly building into this position. How many tests are we going to get? Is there some form of wall here at $16? It seems to be the narrative so far. So we have to be prepared, but it's just not breaking through. So I have no reason to get out of it. Somewhat of recovery. We do have higher lows on this 5-minute trend, but you can see that we do have lower highs, right? So price is really starting to compress. Now it's just a matter of which direction. Are we going to be in favor of the right one? Only time will tell. And that's exactly why we sit in these things. Katie Damster, don't worry about it at all, my friend. Plenty of time. Tesla long, just dipping my toes, says Joff 5304. Yeah, I mean, there's
like
nothing
dipping my toe every now and again, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. I mean, that's what you have to do, right? Like, we talked about the names like Intel and everything along those lines. What are we, like, how do you get these extended moves? Well, just like the Robinhoods, I know a lot of people are liking that name, but unfortunately, in my opinion, you have to start buying them when they're really damaged and there's blood in the street, and then sure enough, that's when you can kind of catch the whole move. I mean, otherwise you're sitting on the sidelines. You can get it at some point, but if you really want to participate in that extended front, then I think you have to start getting involved when not everybody really likes it, and I think that's been the nature and the narrative of the market for quite some time. When there's blood in the street, there's someone buying on the other side. So I think you just got to stick with that narrative, to be honest with you, especially with good names, right? Like, you don't want to be buying Carl on the way down, in my opinion, anyways. There's obviously
shots fired.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, right? Fair enough. But that's how it is, right? If you're looking to buy good names on the way down, then I think that's somewhat of a good strategy.
All right. There goes RDAC. We took 15. South of 15. We took 14 something into 16. It is south of 16 to be fair. It is a $16 on the dot high of day. We're back in here looking for a continuation through 16. There's 1577 looking for a bigger move here. Let's see what 16 has to offer us. And there's 16. Let's wet the beak a little bit there. There goes 16 Joseph frickin' options, but we didn't catch it. We didn't catch the bid. So that's a problem there. All right, look, yeah, we got 1632 high. We didn't quite take the fill. above that level because we were a little slow on the keys. But RDAC right now is absolutely ripping up. It's got a bit of a seller here locally in the 70s. Here comes the 80s again, looking for a bigger move into 16. I think below 15.50, I end the trade. Let's see if exactly we hold up above the $0.50. Second attempt at this. There's a $0.50. We'll give back a little bit there as it does fail right back down into 15 and a third. Let's watch 15. Does 15 hold locally? If it does, we can take this one back into 16, 1632 high. So keeping a close eye here on RDAC, see what this one has to offer us. There seems to be a lot of buying at this level. It doesn't look like it's given up the ghost quite yet, but this candle is quite indecisive. It is a doji candle, and right now it is a red for now. I see the super chat by you, SK Trader 1. I'm going to answer that as soon as we get back from Adair.
Keep an eye on USO, guys. Hanging out near intraday highs. IFX reporting that there was an open fire at Russia's Tuapse oil refinery. It has been extinguished, so keep an eye here. I guess this open fire occurred at a Russian oil refinery. Again, it's been extinguished, but either way here, USO and some of these oil plays potentially on watch with that in mind. Back to you.
There it goes through the high of the day again, Joey Opsh. There we go. Good trades here on RDAC. Not a bad look. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. A little ziggy-zaggy. It's not ripping up, but here it comes. Again, 1650 in view, 1661. This one is really going, guys. 237%. I feel like I should be focusing on this one. Here's the halt. We're going to halt 1668. This is the halt, guys. We need about 5 or 6 seconds more at this level. RDAC is all sorts of strong, up 240%, and is now halted $16.68, 11.17.30. That gives me an opportunity now to look at the order. Market order, says SK Trader 1, about 10 a.m., so regular market hours. Market order, okay, error was not taking opening orders for the security. Called them, they said no error, but can't say why. I guess E-Trade is a dark pool. I don't know if E-Trade has dark pools. I mean, I personally don't see dark pool prints on my IB charts. Neither does Joey. We certainly see them on our P8 charts, the white ones on the screen, especially on the larger cap names. You don't really see dark pools on the small cap gappers, though. A little bit rare. Do you think it has something to do with the market order on that? I don't really know why. And they don't know why either. I guess you called them and... So my thinking was it had something to do with the pre-market. That's obviously not the case. You use the market order. I wonder if it has something to do with not taking opening orders for this security. Oh, so I guess, did they block it? They weren't taking opening orders 10 a.m. So perhaps maybe the first hour, the implied balance open was prohibited for that stock by E-Trade. If they can't tell you, and with the information you just gave me there, I can't tell you either, to be honest with you, SK Trader. That sucks, obviously, but I've seen that happen before multiple times. Remember GameStop and all that stuff? Jennifer Moretta, 4775, dropping 2 in the chat. Joey, she says, heard Winnipeg.
Oh.
I assumed you guys in Toronto. Oh, yes, we are. We are in Toronto, yes, absolutely.
Correctly.
But, you know, we show love for Winnipeg because Winnipeg is a great Canadian city.
Yeah, I've never been there, so I mean.
Neither have I.
Yeah, for sure. So,
We're not going to smack talk Canadian cities.
No, we won't do that. We'll.
So we have to refer
No,
to
yeah.
them as
I
great
mean, there's one we're not going to mention it, but.
Which one, Joey?
I'm not going to mention it, man.
Hamilton? Brampton?
No, it's not in this province.
He's gone. Okay, good. We can say
okay,
Brampton.
Bang. No, they're all great cities. My friend was actually asking me. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm going to see some individual in Montreal."
No, you're from Brampton.
So listen. This is. So, anyways, I have this American friend, right?
Go ahead.
They don't really so they're kind of confused. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm going to Montreal in June to go watch this artist." He's like, "How far are you, man?" I'm like, "Brother, like it's not really that close." Like he's like, "How close are you?"
5.5 hours.
Yeah, it's like 6 hours. But
Yeah,
that's not
6 hours,
close. It's
yeah.
not just like a stone's throw away. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a little far. It's a little far.
Where's he from?
He lives in Vegas.
Okay, so yeah, maybe a halfway thing, like Ottawa or Kingston, something like that.
What do you mean halfway?
Like you can meet him halfway?
Oh, I'm not going
If you
out
meet
there.
me halfway.
All right,
Get
good
it, Joey.
stuff, man. Yeah, all right. 4-hour drive. Okay, Ram speed for sure, man. Which artist, Joe? I forget the name.
She's such a menace to society. I could just imagine her on the road, all 4'5" of her.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like just ripping with their truck.
in the red truck, yeah, exactly. No, nonetheless, guys, we're still sitting in this trade. Prices really starting to compress. We get a bounce off of the lows here in Robinhood from 70.64. Now we're starting to climb back in towards the volume-weighted average price. A nice bounce here in Tesla, right? So Tesla's starting to find its ground, but with the overall market, the SPY that is hovering below VWAP and a key support level around that 709.96 level coming into play and bouncing off it at multiple occasions. But what we do have is a trend line break. You come back, you retrace. Now, what are the larger participants doing, i.e. the Googles of the world and the Amazons? If they're continuing to climb, then it might show some strength within the NASDAQ, but you can see that we're starting to pull back here on Google. Amazon, probably around the same neck of the woods. Yep, coming off those highs, 266. You're opening up around 258, so that's already a big-time move. Amazon and Google looking really good. How has Meta been performing on today's session? Still hovering around the volume-weighted average price, but recovering that sell-off from the opening drive. Not too bad of a look there, guys. Man, this trade is just absolutely not doing anything here in SoFi. Down 13%. We've been in this since 944 until it breaks that low, which I'm having the hunch that it's going to, just consolidating, accumulating before you take that additional leg lower. I thought we'd see a little bit more of a recovery. Doesn't seem to be the case so far, but nonetheless, we'll sit in this position until proven otherwise. I mean, a break above the volume-weighted average price into this resistance zone is an ideal target for me. 1659, that's where we're going to try to hold some, and I've just been slowly grabbing some more shares every time we just move higher, not DCAing in, but just essentially getting in where I think we can break through the resistance zones, considering we're bouncing off of the lows on multiple occasions. So yeah, we'll be patient. We'll sit in this for a little bit longer. The market's starting to find its way once again, heading back towards that pre-market high, and then the SPY just slightly below VWAP. Meta starting to climb higher. Robinhood, I think this is just an accumulation before it takes an additional leg lower, but who knows? A lot of people liking it just due to the fact that the PD2 rule can bring additional investment and traders in, so that's more volume, uplifting essentially the transaction limit that you can do with in regards to PDT, and now you can just trade freely. So yeah, I'm liking it. It's not hot right now, but I think the narrative might change in a couple of months.
We're halted down, Joey.
Oh.
On RDAC. So this one's been, zigging and zagging. There's been more up halts than down halts, but this is, I believe, the third down halt. We're halted exactly at 14:47. So the last halt was 5 minutes. It didn't end up being 10 like the one prior. Halt time, 11:22:50. The earliest will be open, 11:27:50. Could be another 10. We're still holding, I think, good technical support, especially into 14. I'd like to see that $13.50 to $14 level hold. And the reason is quite simple. So let me just zoom in here, sorry. There we go. So this bar here, the one that we opened from the up halt from, the 1110 bar, the low of that bar is essentially 14, give or take, right? But the halt level, the level that we opened up from, 1350. That 1350 level also happens to be the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So a bit of a double whammy when you're looking for support there. So I need 1350 to hold. I'm looking for support initially, though, at 14, at that whole dollar level. Whether it holds up there or 1350, time will tell. We're packed to patience. We'll see. We'll see if we can execute on RDAC again. But as you see there on the position board, I've now worked in to XTLB. I have a bias that this is putting in a bit of an ascending wedge, or what we lovingly call a flat top break. I'm in at 97. It's showing me 96, but as you can see there on the screen with that aqua line, teal, whatever it is, I'm looking for a dip trade. I'm looking for 82s. 82s, by definition, is higher than the volume-weighted average price, but it breaches current bar low as well as prior bar low. However, the bar at 1110 did find support at VWAP, which happens to be 82. So I'm keeping a close eye here on XTLB. My 1R on XTLB is 420. I happen to like that number. So we'll see if we can kind of weasel up into that 420 area. Ideally, I get filled into 82s and then it rockets up. But here comes $4 again. I don't expect this one to be an easy resolution of 4, especially on a closing basis. As we've seen, there's a very, very convicted short seller and or profit taker who keeps pushing this one below $4, nary a closing print on the 5, above $4, pardon me. So keeping a close eye on that. Yeah, I answered that one, Assassino. I looked at it and I answered it. You know, it's fine. I mean, SKT Trader 01, I'm really sorry I couldn't give you more information on that, but it feels as if, though, that they were preventing their users or their subscribers, their whatever members, from taking the opening order on that. Sometimes, at least my understanding is, the implied balance open is essentially about an hour from 9:30 to 10:30. So maybe they just blocked you for that initial hour when there was a lot of volatility for that name. I mean, I personally don't like to be babysat by my brokerage. It's my money. And I want it now. You remember that commercial? It's my money and I want it now. No, seriously though. Sometimes they do that. It's kind of a little out of our hands there, guys. All right, continue.
Unfortunately, some people do need to be babysat, but not everyone.
Yeah, how do you make the decision who needs and who doesn't? I mean,
that's
you know what, bro? Like, you know, when you're a grown adult, I was about to say something different.
Yeah, you gotta, yeah.
Oh, Joey, that's all you right there, buddy.
Oh, let's go. All right. Let's go, man. Big Rudy Smasher. All right. Oh, is that that burger joint? Joe bought Google Fractions yesterday, up $1.50. Thank you. All right, there you go, man. I mean, we like it, man. Spent $2 on the super chat, up $1.50 nicely on that one. So shout out Big W for Big Rudy. Yeah, man. Congratulations. As I typically say, Shreve, don't spend it all in one place.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have a hard time with that one, anyway. So yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Hold on.
I love this guy. He was messaging me in the morning. I'm like, yo, pop in. Of course you can show it.
We got to read it first.
Nah. We're going to show it, Joey. Big smile, Burdette, dropping 20 in the chat. The Katina man was asking about you, Big Smile, the other day. He's like, where's he at, man? I'm like, he's good, right? He's all right. Sharif, hit the fake news. I heard LJS, the Timo Pitbull, the Welcher of all bets, claim he had a friend, albeit not one worth the driving to see. I hear others using the big moniker. Remember, there can only be one. I tell them all the time, Big Spile. I'm like, if Big Spile was here and he saw that fact that you're using the big moniker, whoever was using it, I'm like, he'd fight you for that. So
I already told you my game plan with Big Smile.
What are you gonna do?
You run circles around him for a little bit.
That's mean.
An entire
that, bro. You never know, man. You never know. He might be. Yeah, he's dropping a lot of weight, eh?
That's good for him.
Yeah, man. He's been killing it. That's my man.
What's up,
That's the Big Smile, Burdette. We miss you, brother. Hope you're having a great time. He sent me a picture of the family gang today.
That's good.
All 4 of them. His eldest daughter looks a lot like him.
Oh, really?
A lot. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, man. Congratulations.
That's my man, Big Smile.
On the squad there, Big Smile. Yeah, he's probably got a 12er in at least, or a 10 MG, maybe even a 20. Let me know what you guys said. No, I never said that, Notorious. Anyways, nonetheless, guys, we're still sitting in slowly upticking. Price really starting to compress here. Can we break through this resistance zone and head in towards that level of 1659, which I was referring to not too long ago in SOFI? There is a key level right here that we got to keep an eye out on, 55s. So, I mean, if we do have the ability to, and we're fortunate enough to get that climb higher, then we'll slowly start to piece it out. Primary target, we're looking at roughly this 60-70 mark, but it may not come into play. All right, but see, we can see on the tape here, guys, a lot of mixed action and inside activity, so we got to keep that in mind. We have a couple more super chats that we'll go over. If you get a chance, would it be cool if you guys went around the horn and shared
that'd be cool.
what first got you interested in market and trading and how you ended up on Trader TV? Yeah, we can definitely do that.
I think we all have cool stories about that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we're sitting in this SoFi trade. I don't have too much going going on right now. Bitcoin continuing its slide here on the 5-minute, a nice recovery here in Meta, the overall market. But nonetheless, we can definitely hop into that if you want to give a quick rundown and how you ended up where you currently are right now. Sure.
So I started watching the show during the pandemic because, there was really nothing to do at home. So I'm like, I'm going to trade, right? Started trading. Then, you want to start seeing how the professionals are doing it. Super simple. Went to YouTube, typed in day trading or live trading. Don't remember exactly what the search term that I used was, but all of a sudden the Katina Man came up, and I remember specifically what you were trading. You were trading NEO, and it was $30-something, and you were up big on it. I'll never forget that. And I saw the Katina Man, saw the Neil, saw Brendo. There used to be Miss V at the time. Shout out to Valeria. The OGs in the chat will remember. And all of a sudden, they started putting out job ads out there. Hey, we're looking for traders. I'm like, I'm going to go on the floor. This is fantastic, right? Come into the floor. I sat right behind the Katina Man, right, strategically, by the way, right behind the boys so that, you can get to know them a little bit. And, well, that's exactly what happened. Then the Katina Man came up to me a couple of months later. I had made it clear to him that I found it an honor to be on the show. He came up to me later when one of the other temporary hosts was gone. He's like, listen, do you want to be on the show? One thing, though, you're going to have to wear a shirt, no cutoffs. Because I was like coming into the office in my basketball jerseys and my soccer jerseys. I'm like, okay, there's no dress code. I want to be comfortable. It's trading, whatever, right? And so obviously the rest is history. I started per diem on there, started doing an hour on the midday or an hour and a half. It was with Pradley at the time. And then, it shifted. I became full-time, then, just like you, went per diem into contract.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, it all started with me, I believe, in 2021, where I was like, all right, got interested in stuff. And then, sure enough, I talk about the time when that I was trading some weed stock. So anyways, I had a bunch of friends from high school. They invited me into this group. Anyways, let's go to Adara. We'll get back to this.
I'm going to start quickly with oil because that's really why I wanted to come to you guys right now. USO at intraday highs, getting comments from the parliamentary speaker of Iran, who goes by the name of Galibaf. He's speaking right now to Iranian state media, saying that President Trump is pressuring Iran to surrender via economic pressure. Again, nothing we didn't already know, more or less, but USO is pushing higher. Again, heading into the Fed decision at 2 p.m., so just be aware. Comments coming through from Galibaf. Now let's talk crypto. BTC on watch. We know Bitcoin actually initially to the upside earlier to start the day, even with that decline in Robinhood. Robinhood reported its second straight quarter of significant year-over-year declines in that crypto trading revenue. Last quarter down by just over 50%. This quarter, year-over-year crypto trading revenue down by 47%. Bitcoin right now poised for its third straight red session, despite, again, as I mentioned, a push to the upside earlier. As of earlier today, like session highs just under 78,000 as of right now, trying to hold on to that 76K level. Yesterday's low was 75.6. We've got a little bit while to go there, but either way, Bitcoin, that double top just below 80,000 continues to form. Back to you.
Figuring out how old it is.
Joey, I think I'm going to get out of XTLB. It's starting to change its tune a little bit here. So it was, easily breaching through 4. I'm going to flatten out here. It was easily breaching through 4 on a wick basis only, and now it's really having trouble. There it goes. A big drop there. Let's see if it fails VWAP. So it just found support at VWAP. Yeah, so the reason I got out is because clearly the seller, who was obviously very convicted in their position above 4, started shorting at or below 4. And quite frankly, he's stronger than us right now, so I'm out. All right, RDAC open after a 10-minute halt, and here it is. It holds generally 13.5. It did breach it on a wick basis, but right back above it goes. So I'm watching here for possible support in and around 14, but it is losing the bid, and now it is about to breach 13.5, showing up here, 13.41. Let's see if this one drops down into 13. Or reclaims that $14 level. So a lot of weakness here in RDAC locally. So let me give you the technicals on RDAC. Current bar low 13.20, current bar high 14.76. Nothing for me to do here. We need to either take out 15 or we need to lose 13. So that's the look. And I've said very little, probably much to my detriment, but it is a little expensive. MXL is ripping up, man. We started looking at this one at around $61. It is at $65.36. It's not a big percentage-wise. It's up 25%, but look at the cleanliness of this higher low, basically respect for the 10 EMA pattern. So MXL needs to be in focus here, guys. Also, shout out to the trader there in the chat who pointed this one out for me. Shout out to my man, Crypto Banks. Crypto Banks pointing out PAPL. But as you can see, we were looking at PAPL on Monday. PAPL did nothing yesterday, very consolidative day. But that's not bad for these small cap gappers. Typically, and you'll hear Luis say this today, most of them will close red on the day they break out, and then even more of them will go red day two. This one didn't. This one held essentially Monday's closing print and then is rocketing up again today, up 28% and change. So PAPL needs to be in focus here, as well as MXL. They're all looking real good, quite frankly. XTLB, RDAC, they're the big movers, but I haven't really had success with XTLB. If it loses, VWAP probably is going to lose its spot on my side chart. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Joey and I have to pause for a second. We're sending you up to Adara with news.
All eyes here on AAOI. This is Applied Optoelectronics. We've got reports here that Governor Greg Abbott of Texas has announced a semiconductor innovation grant that's going to be going here to AAOI. So again, Applied Optoelectronics receiving a grant from the state of Texas. Back to you.
Yeah, I want to go over this one more time, even though Adara's going to be dropping some stuff. There's nothing wrong with looking at things on throughout the day. So Meta, we have reporting after the bell here, guys. A couple other of them, of the larger cap names reporting. And then we can just see our expected move here within Google of around 5.5%. Meta, we just went over. Microsoft, this one as well, to 6.1%, so a high. I really like Amazon and Google right now. And that's another name that we're going to pull up, is that I like Amazon, 4.7% expected move. SoFi doesn't want to participate. It doesn't want to break up, right? So we're still holding on to this wedge. If it cracks, I'll sit into it, breaks the low of the day. But as soon as we break through this lower end of the range, it's just like, okay, it's time to find something else. You can see that Bitcoin continuing its slide here, but the NASDAQ continuing its climb. Who's leading the way? And I think it's going to be with a couple of names that we were just going over. I mean, we can run these essentially into the ground and talk about them all day. Nice hammer candle right there, right out of the gate, boom, off to the races it goes. And just an hour and a half of consecutive buying, you get that pullback, but then you see buyers step right back in. So yeah, SoFi, not it here today. That's all right. We'll find something else here to trade. I'm not worried about it. Bitcoin going to continue its slide. And Nvidia, I haven't even been looking at some of the chips. I know a lot of people are saying short. Oh, Nvidia not doing anything. So we're $5 off the previous all-time high. I think it's going to be a good buy, in my opinion. How's AMD been performing on today? Straight up and to the right now, starting to get a pullback. I mean, out of the gate, sorry, it was selling a little bit, but then a strong recovery, breaking through the pre-market high, now coming back in towards VWAP. Poor Bitcoin. I was just looking up the age of Michael Saylor, because I'm just thinking, like, how much longer is this? I mean, he has until the end of his life, but if he wants to be issuing digital credit, he's definitely past his peak, and I don't know, I'm not one to spew on this or anything along those lines, but man, how much longer are you going to wait? Like, if you have multiple months, like where you're going like 6 to 8 months at a time where the underlying asset's not doing anything and there's very little interest within the actual asset class, then it's like, what are we actually even doing here? And I was thinking about that earlier this morning. I mean, I was sitting in the position since the beginning of the IBIT IPO. And it's just like, okay, you have that nice appreciation, but since then, that's like almost over 2 years ago at this point, it's done nothing. You've lost it. You're working at a negative value there, essentially. So, I mean, we talk about opportunity costs all the time, and I just think that's one of them. Bitcoin for now, I mean, you have to be patient and you have to be really precise on your entry. It's every 2 years, it seems, right? So you have to wait for the latter half of this halving cycle to really get involved, and maybe where you see those extended moves. But that middle range ground is just, it's really painstaking to just sit in there.
Can I say something, though?
Yeah.
It tips its hand, the price action on Bitcoin through that long consolidation. Think about what we did, at 20,000. Think about what we did at the 60s and the 70s. Your call? Like, we would always have, let's look at the TA, man. Those long areas of consolidation. I don't know. I feel it tips its hand a little bit. Guys, MXL is just absolutely him right now. My goodness. 66.50. This thing's ripping up. But let's look at a little BTC here, Joey. Let's look at BTC on the daily and then zoom out a little bit. Guys, RDAC is going. I had another trade at this, got in at 14, got out 15. It's having trouble with 15 though. Here it's above it now. It's looking good now. The bid is above 15. That was the problem before. The bid was staying below 15 and now it is ripping again. RDAC, pardon me, looking to clear 1550. It's a 1668 high of day. Be on the lookout here. It's making moves, okay? Let's zoom out. This is what I mean. Look at this, Joey. Look at this. Like, look at this from let's just say February of 2024 and then all the way to November of 2024. That's the better part of a year.
Yeah, man.
Long consolidations. It did it before too. I mean, we can kind of go back and, embarrassing. Is this a double top from, COVID? Yeah. Even on the way down though, to be quite fair, it does have long periods of consolidations on the way down, but I don't know. There it is, long consolidation.
Yeah. Similar.
It's kind of just the
And if you put that, what is that, a monthly or
that's a daily?
Go to a monthly.
Yeah, I can go to the monthly there.
Let's just see.
All right. Wow, this goes to only July 19. Yeah. Long base, not as long, but you can see the consolidation
is that like shoulder
areas
one
there.
and then like bigger head, shoulder two potentially.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Or it could just be a couple of bull flags, step up, right? Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
That could be an inverse head and shoulders, or a head and shoulders. Let's read out the super.
Yeah.
Jacob Savage. He's dropping 10 nice ones there in the chat. He's talking about small caps, and RDAC is ripping up again into 1625. Man, I just got to buy and hold this thing, man. Forget about trying to scalp. This thing is absolutely ripping. Here's what he said. Started a small account challenge with $500 starting April 1st. What the absolute... Just crossed $40,000 in realized profits today. Shout out to my main squeeze, Adara. Also, Joe, you got to stop getting rage baited by... What did Neil, how did he rage bait Joseph? Yeah. Adara, anyway, you got love there in the chat from Jacob Savage. Good follow. But I'd like to see, how's Neil rage baiting you?
I don't know, man, but this guy must be one of the best traders out there. $500 to 40K.
That's amazing. That's like RC style right there.
Apparently,
right?
Yeah.
RC, he does his thing as well. Well, you never really know what he's trading, right? So, big difference. All right, shout out to you, my man. That's a great call out, or great, not call out, but great result by you. So shout out to
it's
Jacob.
Called YOLO, yeah, man.
What?
Someone said it's called YOLO. Yeah, you have to, unfortunately.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Do what you got to do. 1714 high of the day right now on RDAC. Here it comes again. Let's see if it can hold 16. Looking for dips into around 16. Not quite. $half buyer. Here come the dips into 6. There is a 16 dip. Looking for that. Let's see if it holds up at around here. We'll give this one the old community college try. What do we got? 1640. Let's see if it can make its way back into 17 or what the situation is going to be. But that's what I'm watching right now, Joey. It looks like there's a seller locally here at around the $half.
Yeah, exactly. Stop. Jesse, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's not true whatsoever, man. The old Canada moment, Sabres game. No, I didn't see that. But no seriousness. Let's see, man. We're just sitting in this trade. It's not doing too much. By all means, Bitcoin. We've been talking about that throughout the whole day. There's no need for us to essentially milk this stone. It's just steady down and to the right. Performing very well. Sofi, same thing, man. We've been in this thing since 9:44. No reason for me to get involved with anything else right now. I'm not in love with anything other than maybe getting involved in some Google or something along those lines. We went over the options activity. We looked at the expected moves from today. Looking forward to some of those reports. So yeah, man, it's going to be a nice, relaxed one. Let's get a little bit of a move here on Sofi to the top side. I mean, if it is happening, I'm probably going to have to sit in this all day, but it's only a matter of time until it probably breaks down. So we'll be patient. We'll wait and we'll find something, Adara.
Keep an eye here on USO pushing to new intraday highs. We have Israeli news channel News 12 reporting that President Trump will not be lifting the naval blockade without a deal that includes the nuclear program. Again, information that we more or less already knew, but USO does like this. Double topping here at a new intraday high. Back to you.
Thank you, Ben Affleck. Yeah, nonetheless, man. What, you see what Ben Affleck?
No, just the name.
His name is Ben Affleck. Yeah.
There goes RDAC. Joey, we got 10s. We just took out 70s. There could be some trouble here, guys. We're having trouble really closing above 50. Look how many times that bugger keeps selling at 50, bro. Let's go. Let's clear this level, trying to pack the patience here for either an uphold or a decisive breach of, there it goes. Nice. Into the high. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Looking for a breach of 17. There's 17, Joey. It's a 17-14 high a day. Oh, no. We took out the entire position. I'll just do it. Weak hands. Boo-boo there. I made a boo-boo. I didn't mean to take out the entire position. I was trying to ride into, there it go. Oh, no. Oh, no. 1778 high of day. It is absolutely ripping up. Oh, my goodness. I screwed up here, but that's okay. We're still profitable on it, so nothing to complain. Now let's practice some gratitude. Just, definitely need to improve in my execution here because... could have definitely been a lot more in the money. 1778, that's wrong. It's $18 now, Joey. $18 high of day, looking for continuation. Now you get into 18, you start thinking 20, right? You're like, all right, well, it's gotta come into that that $10 level right around 20. So guys, my bias now is RDAC moseys on up into 20 bucks. How it does it, in what direction, and does it take a few detours along the way? We'll have to wait and see, but that's what I'm keeping my eye on here, guys. All the while, MXL is a dang buy program. Nary a red candle on this thing. Look at the 5, bottom right of your screen, guys. Very few red candles littered in and around that level. Keep your eye here on MXL. A lot more slower of a mover, certainly, than RDAC, but one that's turning out to be quite profitable. This one is RDAC, that is, back to this one. Still zigging and zagging here south of 18. Something to keep an eye out on. What? Boy die boy 10. Boy die boy 10? Dropping 2 quid in the chat. Ooh. Man, look at this thing. I can't even look at a super chat without this thing, ripping up another $50. What do you guys think of ASTS today? Rally coming. The fact that Ram likes ASTS makes me awfully bearish on it. You know what I mean, Joey? You with me? You around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right.
What's going on, bro?
No, I'm right here, man.
All right, guys. Yeah. What do you think about ASTS, man?
Yeah, we can take a look at ASTS. I mean, Ram's been sitting in this one, so we can talk about this one a little bit more. Let's pull it up and see what we got going on from a charting standpoint. ASTS. Damn. Breakdown. This thing's starting to even recover, man. Like Sofi, you can't even get your act together right now with these fintech names. Like, come on, man. ASTS from 70, what did it open up at? 71, tanks to 67, but even bouncing a little bit off here. Boom, boom, 67. AMD, same thing. It's not looking too bad from an intraday. It's not looking great either. But from a daily, where things get worse, right? When you want to talk about something getting ugly but been on a pretty big run, here's the prime example. You have now broken this trend, and how many times have we talked about trend breaks, right? So we've looked at multiple names in the larger participants. So if you have a name like ASTS with a high of oh, damn, this thing's down more than 50%, 47.3%. What the, yeah, man. And same with yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. That's just the nature of this beast. Here it is, right? Like, boom, 53% on Robinhood. Here's Sofi. Like, we're gonna say so long to Sofi here momentarily, as it doesn't even want to recover whatsoever. This thing is down substantially off of that high, 51%. So these names they have so much involvement in I'm not gonna say that meme effect, but a lot of people like the fundamentals of the company. Things turn around on a dime. Right? Like, I mean,
well said.
It's not looking good. I think they added 1 million clients, which isn't bad. Obviously, the shift from just student loans and they're becoming a bank. I mean, I thought this would be performing a little bit better, but it doesn't matter what you think. It's what the street thinks at the end of the day, and it doesn't like any of these fintech names, whether it be Robinhood and or Sofi. So yeah, it's tough. ASTS, same thing here, right? ASTS. Street not liking it, man. Where's the money really flowing into? Can you guess?
Where?
The chip names, right? Like a trade that we thought was dead for a little bit, or for the year at least. It's like, no, okay, we're ready to go on our second run. You have the Marvells, you have the Broadcoms tapping into all-time highs last week, you have the NVDAs doing the exact same thing, and the AMDs. So it's like, okay, well, what are we even doing here if we're not talking chip game? Because if you're not talking chip game, the chances are, if you're in the banks or you're in the financials or some of these fintechs or even some of the energy names that have been performing well, you're like, what are we doing? We're talking about dead money and Bitcoin. The rotation back into tech, and it's Google as well too. So a lot of these hyperscalers, and the best remain the best for a reason, and they tend to go out of style for a little bit, but they come back into style quicker than others.
We never go out of style. You know that Taylor Swift song there?
No.
You know that one?
No.
Yeah, well, it's probably a good thing. Buyer at 1650, guys, here on RDAC, just lost it. So RDAC's losing trend. It's being, okay, we're going to halt down here. Halt parameter 1561 initiating here. We need 6 or 7 more seconds at this level, and we'll halt 3. Oh, false halt, ripped up. Okay, so the clock started. The clock started again, so that halt clock, and now it's ripping up back into 17. So it did look like this one was going to halt down on RDAC up to 244%. So it was preceded by a topping tail candle, but the current candle on the 5 is turning into a bottoming tail candle. Current bar high, 1730. Current bar low, 1561. So $1.70 worth of range on one 5-minute candle on a $16 name. That gives you an idea of the volatility, but keep your eye out on this one. I don't think it's done. I just have a bias that we mosey on up into $20 at least. We did some TA. And we saw this one has a lot of technical resistance going into the later part of last year. We haven't been up at these levels this year. The last, I think, breakout day as we looked at was the New Year's Eve. So still a 16 buyer here generally. As I mentioned, it wicked below that 1561 current bar low, but there does seem to be a buyer in and around 16 right now on REDAC, RDAC. I want to get into MXL. I just don't know how. Joey, look at this. Look how clean that is, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look at that. There's a couple of red candles here and there, just, to keep it interesting. But this is a buy program.
Straight up into the right.
Right? Straight up into the right. 67. I know. See this, so jokes, I saw this video of, there was like a class taking a picture on their excursion, whatever. It was like, you could tell like they were out of school. And then they're just like taking a picture of the teachers in front, trying to organize everybody. Yeah. And then this other guy, you could tell he was like a teacher as well, goes from behind the teacher's back, so the class is facing him, the teacher has back, and he's like,
oh no.
and then the entire class just erupts and then chaos breaks out. The teacher was trying to organize them for a picture.
Yeah. You see that one guy that they're like the internet's just pure trolling? He's trying to kind of like go with that Tate motive.
Hold on, breaking news, but I want to mention PAPL is just ripping up. Look at this, from 180 into 206. Watch out, PAPL is moving. Adara's got breaking news.
Yeah, sorry for the delay, guys. That oil was popping, market dropping. I wanted to make sure I had the story. We have the story here for this move down in the market and up in oil. Axios reporting that President Donald Trump of the U.S. has rejected Iran's offer to end the conflict and says that their blockade will remain. So no change in the status quo here. The conflict will continue with the U.S. and Iran, and the U.S. blockade will stay up. Back to you.
Yeah. Here it goes. Market to the downside. We got all out of that Sofi. I didn't want to participate. It's just super weak today, so it can do whatever it wants to. But watch out for this level to be broken. Look at the volume really kick in here into the overall, man. Crazy stuff. USO, we can pull that up right now. Danger in the danger zone. USO straight to the top side. Is this all-time highs? I think so. Yeah, we're getting right there. Woohoo! Man, I can't stand this name. But anyways, the USO, bang, I truly can't, Sharif. There it is.
What's the beef, bro?
I just don't like it, man. $148 there, new all-time high on United States oil fund as the market continues to slide there, brother.
Slide, yeah. Just took another quick scalp there on RDAC. Into 17.5. This is really still going, guys. We got to go back to Adara. There's more breaking news.
There's an update here with this Axios report. So as I mentioned earlier, Axios reporting President Trump has rejected the Iran offer to end the conflict. The conflict continues, the blockade stays up. But furthermore, Axios reporting that Central Command and the Trump administration would consider military action in Iran should Iran not act. So things could get heated up here in this Iran-U.S. conflict. It's also worth noting Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, currently testifying in front of Congress. So if any of this is brought up, that could also be something of note. I am listening to the Hegseth testimony, so if anything significant comes up in terms of military escalation, I'll keep you posted.
Why are you laughing, Joey? I never understand. You start reading the chat and then just start laughing randomly. I don't know what's going on.
Jesse,
Share, bro.
Me, man.
Is it PG-13?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
it's not
then,
bad.
man.
No, it's my boy Jesse.
Get it, Jesse.
Yeah, he just said USO is up, and so Joe doesn't like it. That's so crazy.
Why is that funny? I don't know why I'm laughing.
It's deeper than what it is.
We're going to hold down here on RDAC, guys. 1492. Let's see if it's another false halt down. Remember, the last one was another false halt. We need a couple of more seconds at this level. We are halted down here. RDAC, halt time. 11:56:02. Earliest this will be open 12:01:02. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Look, trend is still holding, quite frankly, even though it's halted down. Look at that top left of your screen. It's still putting in higher lows generally, just a skosh below the 10 EMA on the 5, but something to watch out for there, guys. RDAC, very, very, very directional. PAPL, that's ugly. But given the illiquidity of the name, I knew something was afoot here with the breakout on PAPL. PAPL is what I'm talking about. 206 high, dropping down now into 188. Look, the trend is still intact, but look at that outlying volume bar. Somebody came in there with a monster buy order to the tune of 545,000 shares. Just to give you an idea of what kind of shareage we were doing on the day, let's look at the candle prior, okay? So as I mentioned, 545,000, Joey. The candle prior to that, 6,200. How about the one before that? 6,200 again. The one before that, 40,000. So very much an outlying volume candle, probably got a lot of people triggered into the long, probably pushed out a lot of shorts who may have been sitting up at these levels. But in any event, reaches 2, stop, and now is south of 2 and is heading right back down. John Del Segno, my man, Oxy is wearing its blaster socks. Love that. I want blaster socks, Joey.
What are those?
I don't know, but they probably make you fly or something, right? Which is good for me. Yeah, this one is really ripping.
Let me pull up the TQs here. Yeah, I mean, what we're doing is we're holding below the volume-weighted average price right now. So we have that double top, and then that neckline that's being broken. We have a lot of volume kicking into the short side. So let's see if we're going to continue. I mean, we're already south of this level. You can see that it's acted as resistance somewhat at this 61.17 level. So maybe we'll get some form of continuation. Wait for this pullback north of here, and if you fail to establish a new high, so there's a strong uptick. So watch out for the headline sensitivity coming into this market, because once you have that flush to the downside, and then look at the tape. Boom, printing 61s above the ass. So keep an eye out on it, especially with Donald Trump stepping in, rejecting the deal. It's going to be a trickier one to trade the overall market right now.
All right, so the details of the breaking news that Adair just gave us include the following. Trump says he will keep Iran under a naval blockade until they agree to a nuclear deal. After the strikes, because remember, he is planning for a short and powerful wave of strikes, according to the report. After the strikes, which would likely include infrastructure targets, the U.S. would press Iran to negotiate again. 3, Trump sees continuing the blockade as his primary source of leverage. And 4, Trump said Iran's oil shortage and pipelines are, quote, getting close to exploding because Iran can't export oil due to the blockade. What I think he means there is they're running out of places to store it, right? And so that becomes a bit of an issue there. USO just ripping up on that news. So give you all the details, right? We're not taking an opinion one way or another, but this is what's being reported here. So we're always going to give you the real deal. Yeah, sorry, Joe. I just wanted to mention that.
No. I think that's very worth it. Let's see. Yeah, man. Let's see if we can get a little volatility spike up here. There is a resistance zone. A pop up into this level would be ideal. But first things first, let's see. We are at the top end of the range, punching through, buying into resistance. So we need some strong flushes on the tape like we were seeing momentarily. Boom, printing 21s and printing 22s. So let's go print 23s. Let's hit that ass. There it goes. It's Scalp City. We're going to send things off to Adair with happening now in the Neil with his lesson of the day. Let's go TQs back to towards the top side.
USO just keeps climbing. Pop in USO and a drop here in the market. Now, in case you missed it, I reported to you guys, Sharif just went over it as well. But first report we had coming out here was from Israeli news channel 12 saying that President Trump said he's not going to be lifting the naval blockade without a deal that includes the nuclear program. Then a couple of minutes after that, Axios reports that President Trump has rejected Iran's offer, says the blockade is going to stay until they get a deal that includes nuclear. So basically, until Iran agrees to stop their uranium enrichment and end their nuclear program, they're not going to have a deal. Furthermore, President Trump and Central Command reportedly preparing for a short wave of strikes, quote unquote, in Iran. So I'll keep you guys posted. Also, 2 hours, 2 p.m. Eastern, Fed Chair Powell's final dance as chair of the Federal Reserve. If you guys want to keep posted with this meeting, if you want to see the live reaction to that press conference at 2:30 p.m. and the rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern, please join us here at Trader TV Live, or just stay with us for another 2 hours. Why not? Until 2 p.m. Eastern when that decision comes out. A couple other names moving around here. Of course, we have tons of earnings plays, which we've discussed already. You've got the likes of, in terms of intraday movers here, Sofi, Bloom Energy, Avis, CAR. You had STX, you had Starbucks, but Nokia, not an earnings day play, nor is it a day one play, but a good pop to the upside for NOK, one I've seen a lot of people in our chat ask about. No news again on this one from this day, but going back to Monday, they got a upgrade from Argus Research. So it could be day 3 excitement, or could just be that NOK has a lot of excitement. So who's calling Nokia's phone? Looks like a lot of investors to the upside. Last but not least, I do want to mention here, Meg 7 earnings galore. Tonight, after the bell, you'll get Amazon, you'll get Meta, you'll get Google, you'll get Microsoft. First time since I started here that I've ever seen 4 Meg 7s report on the same night. So please join us at 4 p.m. Eastern for an earnings recap unlike one you've ever seen before. I'll be here covering it live, in person, and on social media. Brendan will be here. We're going to get Sean. We're going to get Neil. So make sure you join us. Again, just stay all day. You've got the Fed at 2. You've got earnings at 4. Why the heck not? In the meantime, why the heck not listen up for Neil's lesson of the day? Neil, what is today's lesson?
Well, thank you, Dara. I mean, you just had something that happened on USO, which actually brings me and gave me the idea almost in real time, because it was something that it flat out just happened for me. So a lot of times if you're at an inflection point and something like this happens in the market where you got that spike in USO and the rejection of the deal, you can take that move to your advantage, but it might require some very quick thinking. So I'm going to outline what happened, and then you'll get a better idea when I try to explain this. One of the trades I like mean reversion. Like, I was looking at SLV, and you can probably obviously see that I was looking for a trend break long here, like all the way from the pre-market, just lower highs, and then put in some higher lows. So bottom, higher low. Looked like it was about to break the trend, and then all you know what breaks loose. Ooh, let me put this at break even, tighten my stop up here. And all you know what breaks loose when USO goes higher. Now, in that moment, I know this is going to be a sort of inverse relationship here. So that long is gone. Like, the idea of punching long is immediately gone, but now it's a hold of the trend. It was a bit delayed because the USO was already going, and I can flip to the short. Now, you're going to see immediately in here that I jumped out of some shares. Now, I like trend breaks a little bit more than I like just, shorting on VWAP and a reload, that kind of thing. It's just a bigger strategy for me. So almost immediately, like, my default's set to what it is. So I'm getting in for the amount that I was going to take the breakout on, which was too much. So the quick thinking was, well, I shifted my plan. It's a good entry, but I don't like it as much. Now, if I had held on to the whole thing, it would have worked out. But my first reaction was, okay, well, I've already punched into this. Let me just get half it. I got half of it out, took the spread. I actually made a small amount on it. But it was just about that quick adjustment, because instead of going long on an all-day trend break, which I love those, and above the volume weighted average price, I was flipping into a news-based scalp trade, which I'm actually going to not wait for it to get above. I'm just going to get out of it right here, take the win. And because I'm making that flip, and I know it's just a reactionary trade, I do have targets. So obviously that's just me getting half out, because I don't really love the notion of the amount that I got into it based on the setup being different. But once it's working, and I say this all the time, once it's working, note that I want to play it into this first support level. See where the bodies of the candles are? There at 75. and see where the bottom wick is, like right underneath that bottom, I don't take anything out in the gap because I can see USO pumping higher and I was able to get into it. It's like, let it fall to this level and then throw a bid out there. Let it test this absolute low and then throw a bid out there. Oftentimes, one thing I see, it's bad enough when you're in any trade and you don't give it a chance to work, like as it's starting to work, you're getting out too aggressively. But in this particular case, like something different just happened. It's almost like a panic moment. It's about stops are getting thrown out there. And when you've got one of those candles, allow it to fill that gap in, right? And when it doesn't fill in the gap, or when it does fill in the gap, then you can get out. Or when it doesn't fill in the gap, you can make that decision to scalp some out there. But you want to give it the chance. When something big has just happened in the market, you want to take advantage of that opportunity. And in this particular case, all of that, Bitcoin's breaking trend. All of that was precipitated with just looking at, I didn't even flip stocks. Just what I was on. Should it move on this? Answer yes. Is there an entry? Yeah, I'm shorting off of VWAP with the stop right here. Punch in. So it's that simple. And then ultimately, I'm gonna watch out for USO. When I see it make that topping tail candle in there, I make sure that I'm getting some out at that bottom. Don't let it revert all the way back. And this might still be a good short, but it's a reactionary trade. So I'm thinking get in, get out, and then make your next move. But I think the real key thing is you might not have to flip to something different. It's the quick judgment that if I'm looking at a key inflection price and the market does something special, well, whatever you're looking at, if it's remotely falling the market, it can just go and I might have to look the other direction. But if it's at VWAP or it's at a breakout level and I was thinking it was gonna break, well, then I fade it. Simple. And if it had been reversed, then maybe I would have still gone in the long. Like maybe it could have been good news. Had it been good news, I would have probably taken the breakout trade and just doubled the shares because now all of a sudden I have a reason to like it more. So I don't have to adjust the plan of action because we're at an inflection point, but I do need to at least quickly react because you've got a few seconds while this is happening in USO for it to trickle into other things. And when you see that, you've got to be very quick. And you're always going to be the most decisive if you were already looking at that trade or at that stock or that instrument at that price level because you've half thought about your ideas about the level. If you have to jump to something you weren't looking at before, it's going to be a heck of a lot more difficult. So this was more of a, hey, this just happened in the market. Let's talk about it kind of notion. And we'll see what happens the rest of the day. The beef was pretty good. More rice than we needed, I'll tell you that much. But I don't know. I'll give it like a 7.1 there. Kind of a solid, but nothing spectacular about it. The rice was like plain sticky rice. That's not necessarily my bag, the plain sticky rice. It's just, too many carbs, that kind of a thing. We'll be back before 2 o'clock because obviously it's a bit of a Fed day. Even if we don't get a rate change, we'll still be early for you to make sure we lead you into what is going to be a busy afternoon. But for now, we'll throw it back on over to Sharif and Joe. Market's catching a bit of a bid. USO tries to pull back here, but wow, what a shock that was. You can react quickly, but you've got to know where you want to go and be decisive. The stock that you were already trading can be perfectly good to express a move.
Yeah, Fabian, can you play that thing again? Thank you, Fabian. So this reminds me obviously of The Price is Right. Do you know that they have The Price is Right tonight with Howie Mandel every Tuesday? They do it at night now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because it's usually 11 o'clock, right?
Okay.
And there's not as many people that stay home now, obviously, and most people go to work. So it's like, okay, let's watch it at night, right?
All right. Nonetheless, here, the TQQs, big-time rebound. We take that scalp. Ed, brother, you say, how are we not playing this? A guy from work, I don't know about SMR right now, to be honest with you, to answer your question, but nonetheless, guys, we have that TQQ scalp, bang, bang, right at the break of the volume-weighted average price, continuing to climb 61.40, and we're talking about watch out for a potential failed high right here. If it doesn't break this pivot and you start to see this base start to form, then maybe you get that move back in. What is USO doing? pains me. Oh, starting to come in off of those highs, but I mean, it did run into that $149 mark, $149.50. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into 150 and maybe even 151 around there. But SoFi starting to find a bounce off the lows, Robinhood not doing too much, and Tesla still channeled down, but a nice little bounce off of that. So bang. NXPI, we can pull that up for you right now before we send it back to Sharif and see what he's got going on. And
What a monster, NXPI, Joey.
Yeah, it is big time. $290 semiconductor, and this is the name that we don't talk about too often. You brought it up a while ago, Sharif. I
Put it on the note this morning, my man.
Yeah. No, but other than like,
oh yeah,
you know what I mean. Like it comes up very rarely. You mentioned it. I remember months and months ago you were talking about this name. Like this could be a sleeper play right here, NXPI, and sure enough, there it is, up to $290.
What a monster, bro. Joey.
Yes, sir.
There goes MXL. We're in at the half dollar. We just wet the beak at the quarter dollar. We're looking for continuation above 67. And here it is. Again, above on the ask, below on the bid. Next print for me in and around 2/3. Looking for 67 and 2/3. We got 66.5 right now. So pack in the patience there. Looking for a bigger move here. MXL's been a dang buy program. You know, when you get up into 6.7, you get up into 6.6, and in the high 60s, you start thinking $10 levels, like 70, right? It's a little bit different here on MXL, not strictly a small cap gapper. So, you know, it could have a bit of a different tune. It's a $6 billion market cap. So it's not, you know, like Papel or whatever. No disrespect to Papel. But here it is, 67.15. I'm looking for a bigger move in. And my observation on MXL is that the bigger moves just come in waves. Like in one swift move, you'll see boom, 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 all the size get taken off the ask, and then it'll calm down for like, you know, a couple of minutes, and then it'll rip up again. So whatever algorithm this one is being controlled by is got a bit of a different tune here. Now, because I want to lock in all my profits, I'm moving up my stop to a skosh below that half dollar area. Now, I will have to give it a little bit of room because you can get a little slippage on this one. So we're moving up the stop, but I'm taking into consideration possible slippage here as it drops below $67 again. Now, the other trade that I've got on, EXTR. One beak wetter here. I'm looking for a bigger move into 21 on EXTR. It is having trouble, though, continuing with the higher low, higher high candles. So the candle that got me in is a 12 o'clock candle, the high of which there is 66. I got the beak wet there. Then you have the 1205 candle, which had a higher low, but also a lower high. High of that candle, 64.5. And here we are showing 62s. I definitely am looking for something above that $0.75 so that we can, you know, form that bias that we're on the way to the whole dollar in and around 21. It is a 20.87 high of day, though, on EXTR, and it just got a bit of a sell here. So what is my move? So let me just relook at my stop here for EXTR. EXTR, we're going to get stopped out below the half dollar. 48s is what I placed it at. So 55 is now showing. Let's see if it loses the half dollar. If it is, I'm out and we'll give back a little bit here. But definitely looking for another move on EXTR into about 21. Let's have a look at what MXL is doing. Right back above 67 it goes, but no continuation into the high 6.7s, and that's where I'm waiting for. There's a $0.25. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher now. Let's see if we can test the half. 26 is showing up. There's the third of $1 now on MXL, but look how the spread is opening. Okay, it's tightening up a little bit here, but it was about 30 pennies or so. 67.30 seller, looking for a bigger spike into the half dollar, expecting resistance on MXL at the half dollar, as we typically do with most of these names. Half dollar, whole dollar resistance. There it goes up. Another little price spike up there. We're at current bar high right now, 67.38. What do we have on 53? So not a bad look. What's going on there? Oh, okay, you got the poll going on. I like it. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, we're looking at the largest percentage move after the bell from these giants here. We got Google sitting in 1. You see me type in 1. We have Amazon on 2 and Microsoft 3, Meta on 4. Put those votes in right now. Mike Peter Ryder, I can't believe you put 1 Google in there.
Amazon, Microsoft, Meta.
Yep.
It could be up or down, right?
Up or down. Largest percentage move.
Meta.
Up or down. Oh, yeah?
Meta.
You got Meta?
Yeah.
All right, did you put 4 in?
I'm
Bang,
putting- I
put
put it
4 in
in
there.
right
All right,
now.
let's see what
Yeah.
everyone else. You guys asked for this poll, you get it. What is the overall market doing, Shreve? We were talking about that lower high not too long ago, and sure enough, here it is. Consecutive lower highs on the TQQs to the downside. Boom, 6140 is roughly where that mark is, and you can see we're slowly starting to climb back into VWAP. This could be a good potential short trade. If USO is continuing to climb higher, then by all means, we might see a little bit of the inverse correlation between the NASDAQ and USO. But if this trend line breaks, then you're going to probably find a recovery. But if not, right now, volume is to the downside. So stick with that and go with the flow.
Stick with it.
Joe has, actually, no.
What happened, Joey?
No, someone said I have a lot of skin in Meta. I do have skin in the game. It's actually my 3rd largest holding right now, META. But I'm in at like $590.
Who could complain about that?
Yeah, exactly.
My man's almost, you're almost $100 in the money. You're almost $100 in the money.
Yeah,
I'm
that
rooting
one's
for you,
been
bro.
big.
I'm
That
rooting
one's
for you, man.
that one's been my NVDA. So it goes NVDA, iBit, Meta, and then unfortunately Robinhood, and then Netflix, JPM, and Walmart.
That's what you're holding right now?
That's what I got.
When did all this happen, bro?
They're going to be on the dip. I've been talking about Walmart a lot. Remember I was saying, remember I told you JPM a couple months ago? I was looking to buy JPM off the dip.
Good for you, bro.
Yeah, we grabbed a little bit of JPM off of those lows and some Walmart as well too.
Give
It was a couple
Jeremy
days.
a call?
No, he's not answering right now. He's not answering right now. I did after.
She'll answer. He's calling.
Yeah, I know she. What is it called? I bought Walmart after Hit the Trilly Club. A couple days after that.
You're gonna be. I hope you're gonna be pleasantly surprised with that, brother. I
With
think
Walmart?
Yeah.
I mean,
can I say something too?
Yeah.
And like, I hate to put it this way because we do know that obviously when they cut down on employees, people lose their jobs. But that's my understanding is they're really looking at leaning out from a labor perspective. And if that's the case, then margins, we know what margins do when you cut fixed costs.
Worked at Walmart in high school.
I didn't. I worked at, so I have 2 retail experiences.
Yeah.
I worked at the Gap when I was 16.
Okay.
I was seasonal, and then they kept me on after that.
Nice.
So it was cool. And then I did Eddie Bauer the next year as well. So those were my only 2 retail stints.
My first job, I think I was, I don't know, 15. I must have been 15 you were able to work at, maybe even 14. Dairy Queen in Newmarket. My grandpa used my grandpa used to drop me off half an hour, 45 minutes early. He said, Joe, you always have to be early. Nonetheless, all right, what do we got here? You got a fist pump going on. We have the market coming back in. USO back towards the top side. A lot going on right now. Talk to us.
You know that song by LL Cool J, doing it and doing it and doing it well. Doing it. No, anybody know that? Okay.
Yeah, I know that one.
I was hoping Neil was going to chime in.
He's
I'm
locked
old.
in.
I know.
He's got the headphones.
Whatever. There goes MXL. So we take the dollar. We're going to hit the dollar club on that. I don't know where the dollar club is anymore. I've lost it. Assassino, help me out, brother, because I don't know. I used to have it over here, and it's gone. But there goes, there goes MXL into the high of the day. We had 53s. We got 60-something there. Ripping up is MXL. Good look. We're all done this trade. So now we get to focus on EXTR. Now we're in the money on this one, but barely. It did pop up, reach that prior area high into 72s. That's current bar high right now. Looking for 87s. 87 is the high of the day. 2087, that is. So taking a couple of prints. Actually, sorry, that's the first print actually that I got on EXTR. I'm looking for a little bit more, guys. So looking for this one to work right back in to 2087. Ideally, it makes it in to that $21 area. I'm going to pack the patience on this one. Tech Lion, RC6. ACAN is moving. Let's have a look at AKAN. This was a multiple mover. A multiple mover? Is that a thing? This one's a big mover. Oh, baby. Yes, the breakout is on AKAN. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Don't know how I missed that. I guess, yeah, it just showed up on the scanner there not long ago. Look, the breakout just came in at, I don't want to say it just came in. It started breaking out at 11:30. You can't look at everything, though, man. You can't do the show, answer questions, and trade, and look at the scanner all at the same time, but this is beautiful. The spread, though, could be a little concerning here for some people on AKAN showing 12 or 14 pennies. You're going to have to manage that with whatever strategy you're going to employ, but the spread is going to be a factor here on AKAN. Let's throw this one on trading screen. XTLB, I'm going to take off here because it's hot garbage. AKAN on the NQ, that is. Yeah, there you go. Look at the spread, 30-penny spread opening up here. So obviously higher lows manifesting, 27 buyer, then a 28 buyer. Here comes 29. Are they going to buy it up at 29, Joey? There's 29 breaching right now. Let's see if we can kind of get in a little bit something here at 29. Oh, well, it's leaving 29 now, right back into the $0.50. So AKAN, absolutely him right now, breaking out in the same way that MXL is in to 68. We're going to 70 here on MXL. That's my bias, not financial advice, up 30.5%. This one is on its horse and looking for that $10 area, 68.09 high. Here's 68. Usually there's a bit of a struggle at around the whole dollar here. That's been my observation with MXL. I think this buy program that's been on for, I want to say since 9:30. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, here's what I mean by that. Get in. Yeah, tell me this is not a buy program, man. Like, just come on.
If I've ever seen one, it's right there. But if you want to talk about sell programs right now, Shreve, the market is starting to head a little bit lower.
That,
yeah, we got to flip it. Yeah, we got to flip that. For show. But no, nonetheless, guys, a nice little take of the breakup support levels. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a bounce, starting really small on this one, but that crack. If USO continues to climb, we're not too far off of the high of the day. Maybe we can see, there it is, boom, instantly. So you got to take that cash sometimes when it presents itself, but consecutive lower highs, as long as we don't break this trend, we're going to be rocking and rolling. Start small, look to get involved a little bit more as support levels are continuously holding up. But I think at this pace, if the volume stays relatively light, I wouldn't be surprised if we get this continuation to the downside and USO continuing up. Sofi not doing too much. We can remove that. Robinhood still hovering around the lows of the day, so not too bad. Let's go back to our stock voter here. Who do we have leading the way? Meta. Yeah, 34 votes, guys. Not much going on for Microsoft and Amazon. I think that's respective. Microsoft typically doesn't go too crazy, even though we did see it a couple reports ago where it did have a pretty strong gap up, but I don't know if that's...
What's the IV, Joey? I mean, I know that's Microsoft? Your world. No, on all four of these bad boys. Let's do the...
Implied moves?
Yeah.
Want
to do it on Market Chameleon?
Expected move. Yeah, I have it up here on options. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Either way is fine. Amazon, we looked at that one, 6.8% expected move. Microsoft, typically cooler. It was around 6.1, which is quite a bit. Google, I think it might be one of the lower ones, but 5.6. And then we also have, which one did we miss?
Microsoft 6.8, Amazon 7.2, Meta 7.3. So Meta's the highest.
7%, yeah.
Yeah, Meta's the highest of these bad boys right here, but Alphabet's the lowest one. I'm
Alphabet
surprised that it got number 2.
Alphabet is the lowest one. Well, I think it's a lot of it's like cloud. What is cloud going to tell us, man? How much money are these guys making off of Gemini?
You know what the theory is, eh?
What's that?
All their savings using TPUs in their data centers, as well as the NeoCloud's going to save them a bunch of money from having to buy.
These guys,
so that's the theory right now.
These guys are it right now.
Absolutely.
I think Google is him. That and Nvidia are both it. I like Meta as well, Amazon, AWS. Those are out of the larger names. Those are my stuff. And I mean, they can dip their hand in every basket, essentially. You've seen Amazon getting involved with the pharmaceuticals. You can't name a sector that essentially Google isn't in, really.
Straight up. Maybe, they got to get into groceries or something, dude. I mean, we always joke about that, right?
Don't start at that, because then it's like, hey, these guys are like, hey, don't give them any ideas, Sharif, because next thing you know, they'll be making those moves. But nonetheless, there it is. We're still sitting in this TQs. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. Sharif has EXTR still rocking and rolling. We're short this name. Let's see if we can get that break at 61. As long as USO continues to climb, it's short the market, and we're still hovering around those highs in the U.S. oil funds, guys.
Yeah, USO is just 6 3/4%.
Yeah.
150. Is this all-time highs, Joey?
Yeah. It's all-time highs.
Guys, MXL is ripping up again. 68.79 now is the high on MXL. It's on the way to 70. It's up 31 3/4, going on 32. What strength on this name, man. I shouldn't have been taking it out so quickly there, but what a move. Let's take a quick look here on the monthly on USO. Well, okay. Oh, look at this, Joey. I don't know if this, it did reverse split, 1 to 8. Back in May of 2020, so like in the heart of COVID, it did split. So I don't know if this is split adjusted or not, but I'm assuming USO was never at $950. I can't imagine that would have been the case. That was the GFC, by the way. That was a great financial crisis. We remember what oil did there. And then you had kind of the commodities that did nothing for a decade. I wonder why, because rates were at zero. But in any event, yeah, I think this is probably all-time highs.
That's well, I mean, right? Yeah, I see what you're looking at there. I went over to the monthly at 970.
But it's split, Joey. Don't forget there was a 1 to 8 back in May.
Yeah.
May or April, whatever, it doesn't really matter, in 2020. So right in the heart of COVID. Those were good days.
Those were great days.
They weren't. Stuck at home. Oh man.
Yeah.
And living alone during COVID was difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought it was.
Yeah. I had me and my buddy lived.
Well,
together.
yeah, exactly. No,
he was pacing around the condo for a little bit. He was losing his stuff. I enjoyed it.
I don't mind being alone.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I do alone, and I get that, right? But this was just like forced being alone.
Yeah.
And
that's
then like
crazy.
Yeah, it was next level stuff. I didn't enjoy that. AKAN.
I enjoyed it.
Pardon me?
I really had a great time.
Well, you were living with someone. I was constantly going up to my parents' place because I was so sick of being alone, right? AKAN is ripping here, guys, up 75%. Look, it breached 29. But it didn't close below 29, even on the 1, not even the 5, the 1-minute chart. So there was certainly buying at 21 in the same way as we saw at 27. We saw it at 28. And here it is, trying to break right back into the high of day of 31.70. Very good strength here on AKAN. It is spready. 30 pennies, 60 pennies. It just opened up to there. 61 pennies now. So you're going to have to really figure out how you're going to trade this. Using your risk management skills, of course, because this one is awfully volatile and the spread opens up willy-nilly. Right now, 18 pennies, 41. There you go. And the reason I'm able to see it so clearly is, as I've mentioned before, what I do with my scanner is I have several columns there, and each one obviously gives me different information. One of the columns that I use is a spread. So I can immediately see, upon detecting a stock, a $1.35 spread we just saw on AKAN momentarily. So I see the spread immediately there, and it's constantly changing. If you're wondering what the red and the green rectangles are to the right of that, that just denotes whether or not it's close to the high of the day or the low of the day, or somewhere in between. Case in point, like this one right here, MXL, basically at the high of the day. If it was all the way to the right, like right there, it would be at the high. The opposite of SIMO, almost at the low of the day. So immediately I can kind of see exactly where this one is in the day's range, and it helps me kind of just narrow things down super quick. Shout out to my man, always be thankful. Nick W., could you give your thoughts on NXPI? Absolutely. Load it up here. From a fundamental sense, I just got to make it very clear that I don't know too much about the company, okay? It's not, I try to follow the semis quite closely, but this is not one that I have a lot of information on. Look at this green candle. That's the monthly, okay. I was about to freak out there. Okay, the daily's too noisy. Let's go to the weekly. Yeah, okay, so long, prolonged range here. Certainly some support at 150. Multiple areas of support at 150, even though you did breach there momentarily in 2022, there's been a lot of support at 150. Now, looking at the resistance, for the most part, it's a 250 resistance with outliers. So if this loses the bid, or for whatever reason sells off, you're buying here at 250. It looks like we're on our way to 3, with the ultimate high being in July of last year when we got to 296. Today's high on the daily, 292. So we still haven't quite made it up there, but NXPI up 25%. Guys, this is a $72 billion name. It just moved 25% just like that. AKAN is breaking down. We'll get more to that when we get back from Madera.
AAPL on the move a little bit here. We have reports that Apple's planning a Siri camera mode and upgraded visual AI for iOS 27. So iOS 27 here could be getting a Siri camera mode and upgraded visual AI for AAPL. So more hints as to what this updated Siri could be. This is reportedly going to be announced here at the WWDC event in June. So again, some of these Siri updates could include AI camera mode, upgraded visuals. I'll keep you guys posted if I get more, but we'll have to wait and see if we do get these Siri updates coming through at the WWDC event in early June. Back to you.
Those updates, Sharif. what also we need to update here on is we're starting to crack the $61. I'll say this.
Yep.
I'll talk to Siri, right? And it just immediately says, hey, do you want me to go to ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's not good, bro. I mean,
how does it seems like it's getting worse, though.
It's not getting worse.
It feels like it, dude, compared to what you got else going on around. It's just.
For sure.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, absolutely. I totally agree there. Can I say something, though?
Yeah, what's up?
If the Gemini integration works well,
Yeah.
and it's not eating into the margins because they're paying through the nose. We know they're paying about $1 billion,
Yeah,
right? Give or take a year. So I don't think that's going to be margin.
Is that what they're paying, $1 billion?
Yeah, but they're getting 20 back.
They're getting
so they're just
20, exactly.
probably getting a check for 19 instead of 20,
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
The point is, I won't care too much that they're unable to develop it internally.
Yeah.
If it works well, because it's the user experience that I think that we're all really concerned with.
Yeah, it is. No, it doesn't matter where it comes from as long as it works how you want it to and it can be competitive. But that's what I was saying from there we go. That's what I was saying from the get-go, brother, is that man, these guys, even Dan Ives was just like, yeah, I don't know if these guys are going to get it done internally. Obviously, they had to sum it out with Gemini, but what we got going on here as the T-triple-Qs, man, we haven't hit this today. I just feel like I haven't hit it in so long, even though I probably hit some yesterday.
Oh.
Bang. Well, I mean, that was short-lived, man. You don't want to get too excited there. Jesse Martinez, let's go. Nonetheless, we'll hit this one as well, too. Let's go, man. As we get the NASDAQ to the downside. Notorious likes that one. Rick James giving us that face slap. Nonetheless, man. Hey, did I tell you?
What happened?
I didn't tell you, but I will tell you right now. What are we celebrating?
Don't worry, bro. It's Rick James, baby.
Oh, it's Rick James.
Got Rick
all right,
James.
so okay, you guys aren't gonna fill me in. All right, I see how it is. Doesn't matter. We're gonna catch a little bit more to the downside on the.
You don't like Chappelle Show, though, man. I've tried to elicit some Chappelle Show references with you. Sometimes you don't get them. What are you looking at me like that for, bro? It's not like I haven't
Bro, are you kidding me?
Chappelle Show.
Yeah, the Chappelle Show. Dude, I've said that Clayton Bigsby is probably one of the
Joey,
yes. Like one of the greatest characters of all time.
So good. He doesn't know, Joey.
And the Mad Real World when they have that one.
So you're good. You're good. My bad. I take that whole thing back.
Yeah,
Clearly, you know what you're talking about.
Crazy.
That's why you looked at me.
I wanted to do something here, though.
Go.
As the market continues to slide. Just stop, relax. Oh, we're really tanking right now, Sharif, man. This thing is really starting to slide. Let's rock and roll here on the NAS, see if we can catch an additional fill at 70s, and then off to the races it goes.
All press is roasting me.
Why?
Sorry, he's like, Joe, don't listen to Sharif. He doesn't even eat fried chicken, and he likes Arsenal. Oh, come on,
Who said that?
Joel Press. Job
we
P,
can't
sorry.
listen to that guy.
That's funny, man. Guys, a couple of updates here. RDAC's halted up. It just bounced off VWAP right around 13. I still think that this one is still in a bit of a downtrend. You can very clearly see that on the 1 or the 5 top of your screen. It's a series of lower highs. The top is showing 1380. We halted at 1378, so not much of a move up here on RDAC. That's one thing to keep an eye out for. MXL is right back into the high, 6908. It's showing 6885. This one feels like it's on the way to 70. We'll see if it's able to clear through that. And then AKAN, dropped off a cliff. 3170 high, dropping here into the 20 moving average on the 5. That happens to be around $26, but that's a big red candle at 1225. The high of which was 3065, the low of which was 25.52, so $5 worth of range in one 5-minute candle, AKAN giving it up in a hurry momentarily anyway. Let's see if it's able to recover, but it's up 50%, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. And there goes MXL, right back into 69. So let's see if this one can kind of squeeze into that 70 area. I could get back into this one. The spread's opened up about 24 pennies now. It was as tight as 2 or 3, but it seems to open up right around these whole dollar areas as the buying and selling really kind of dries up a little bit at that area. So right now, not able to clear 69 decisively. So we shall keep a close eye on that one. Any other new small cap gappers, guys, just tag me in the chat for ones making a move. I'm seeing RPGL is ripping here on my scanner. So let's look at that, RPGL. It It looks like it's made a big move there. Oh, baby, this looks good. 58%. It's in that dollar range, $2 range, 160 high. Volume has been pretty good. Clearly resistance at 50 for the majority of the day. Couple of bull flags under its belt. One right at 9:30. Consolidates with almost no volume, basically from 10:05 all the way to 11:15. For whatever reason, 11:15 volume brought a lot of upside move here, and here we are at 158 south of 160. Keep your eye here on RPGL. Sorry, I didn't get to put the ticker RPGL. We'll talk more about this one when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on Airbnb. News for Airbnb. Semaphore reporting that the company is going to be facing a House committee probe over Chinese AI. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, good stuff there as we continue. Jesse, where you at, my boy? There it is. A nice move to the downside in the TQQQs. USO putting in that high up to 149.54. Watch out for 150 to come into play. Nonetheless, let's keep our eye on the lower time frame just in case there's some turnaround signals. But I'm not getting any of that right now. We have Robinhood down to 70, almost cracking that $70 mark. Bitcoin just straight channel down, man. Poor thing. Here it is. I'm sitting in it as well. So not too much fun here going in Bitcoin land. Look at this channel, guys, throughout the whole intraday session. And these like pops are just so shallow. You run into the top end of the channel, and then you start to come right back in. So keep an eye out on that. What was our previous high on this thing? I want to find that out. On this, we'll pull up the daily and see what we have. Where did we climb up to? 45.35. Yeah, and I mean, like, so if we take what we have here and compare it to what we've seen in the past, where the days just seem a little bit stronger, yeah, I'm just not getting that vibe right now. This is when did we start consolidating off these? Those February? You know what I mean? Like, so a couple of months already where you do get about 20% off of the lows. But I mean, hey, man, it's just not looking good. Trendline break. Gotta wait. I think we gotta wait till summer or the beginning of next year for us to start seeing some big time moves in Bitcoin. I would love it for it to climb to an all-time high sooner than that, but I'm just not getting that feel right now. And with that being said, I could be totally wrong. So is this going to be a good time to start buying? Yeah, as long as you don't crack this $37 mark, then I think that if it does, that's where things can really start to get ugly, and we can head into that lower 60s, even lower 50s at that point, which would be absolutely disastrous for a lot of individuals. And Saylor would be underwater at that point, but that probably doesn't even matter because he would just be selling his preferred and then just buy some more at a lower price. So he's got that never-ending loop going on over there in strategies. So, yeah, he'll always continue to. But there goes.
What happened, Joey?
A new low, my boy. How low can you go? Can you get real low on the TQs?
All right, guys, watching RPGL, it failed the $0.50. I was thinking maybe this one we could pick it up off the $0.50, 162 high, big red candle, bringing us down from 160 south of 150 now. Let's see if 145 holds. There is some support here at 145 earlier on the 1 and then again over here. Yeah, going to keep a close eye on this one. Not in it quite yet, but definitely interested. Let's see current bar low. Current bar low takes us to 146, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going to put it at 144. Good. And we're just going to basically look for that bad boy to hold up in and around that level. So we're going to go just like that. Yeah, we're going to drop that a little bit, Joey. There we go. Let's see if it holds up. It's already coming back down into 145. Look at MXL go. Oh, my days. There it goes through 70, 70, 78. A lot of strength here on MXL. Unreal. This one ripped through 70. Well, at least momentarily. Does it continue, though? So keeping a close eye here on MXL. Did I get stopped out already of RPGL? Oh, where's my screen? Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I got pushed out of that already. All right. But it's heading right back up. Yeah, I should have given a little bit more room. Take over for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the real Bruce, this is a great question. And you add a million more customers. Fintech names. Look at Robinhood. Look at Sofi. They're just really not in play right now. I don't disagree with you about some of the earnings report, but yeah, it's Street not liking it. So yeah, nonetheless, guys, there it is off of those lows. We play that support level break here on the NASDAQ right around that 60.95 level. We get it in 06s. You get that breakdown into a low of approximately 66s, and then now you're starting to curl around a little bit. So what we want to see is a failed high. You establish a new lower high, and then you curl back over. But USO coming in off of those highs, so you're starting to see that inverse correlation start to come back into play. Let's take a look at the VIX, actually. Did we see an uptick in the VIX? Because if we did, then maybe some more continuation. That's another gauge and another tool that we can use and add it to our arsenal, essentially, to see where the overall market is potentially going. Higher the VIX, more volatility step in, which typically means more downside PA. Let's head over to the index here and see what we got. Ooh, wow, okay. Up to 1856 on the VIX. You guys know where I stand. I think it's so hard to anticipate the increase in volatility. You have to be so quick on the gun. But what we can do with the VIX is just it's just continuous time in. You allow it to peak, and then that's when you can start to take advantage of it. Down 50%, obviously $35 to 18. You want to buy some time if you are looking to purchase the put route. I just don't think we're up high enough currently, right? So you have the trend. I don't know how much the technicals really matter in the VIX, to be honest with you. I think that's a good question to be had, but trendline break and then to the downside. But if you go back into history, you can see $50 and you go right back down. You spike once again, $66 and you come right back down. And I remember I was listening and I was reading up on something. The fact that is that there's been only a handful of times throughout the market where you see the VIX climb an X amount of percentage point in a single trading session, but months, like weeks and months later, eventually it starts to come right back in. So there's potential trades based on that. Climbs above 87. I think it was like 80%. It was like 80% or something within a couple of trading sessions. You don't see it spike that high that often. So I mean, the reversion play or the retracement play or the revert back to the mean is always a potential trade as long as you're patient enough there in the VIX. And there goes the market climbing right back higher. So if we get stopped out break even, we only have 10% remaining in our position. Let's hold it until it hits that level, but a strong recovery here in the NASDAQ.
All right, Mark, 9670. Great question, brother. I personally don't have an answer to this. Have you decided what age to stop trading / retire? I don't know if you've ever thought about that. I personally don't feel like this job is physically demanding. As long as you're sound mentally and you're sharp, you probably could do this well into your, even if you decide to leave the prop floor.
But can't you just do it after retirement too?
Exactly.
At home?
Right? And you don't have to intraday trade. You can swing trade, right? Which I definitely like a lot more, right? It's just you can help the setups. They're a bit, I don't want to say cleaner, but there's less stress involved, at least with swing trading in my
yeah. Oh, big time. Yeah. Big time. I think it gets to the point where it's like, maybe like retire from it. I don't know if you ever leave the game once you're involved with it. Once you're integrated into the market, then I think it's something that may be a little bit more difficult to put to the side. But are you as active? Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think I'll be sitting in front of a desk day trading. But if you have the capital to do so, and swing trade, as you were mentioning, Sharif, and that's something along the lines that I would most definitely be doing.
Yeah, that's kind of where I see myself probably going. For in the long term. I mean, that's just kind of the way I haven't really thought about it. I mean, this is the first time I'm thinking about it now. Ozan, I made a mistake and bought too much 400 Tesla December calls. I am gonna die. No,
oh, no, you're
not gonna die, brother.
You said that to Ozan?
Yeah, I love Ozan. He's back, baby. Do we look?
Oh, you said, am I going to? No.
Am I going to die?
No, you
I am gonna die? Question mark. No, man. Stop it, Ozan. You're going to be just fine, brother. Hopefully, Tesla can catch a bit of a bid once we start seeing more robo-taxis on the road. I'm starting to see a lot more.
This guy's worried about December calls?
Yeah, those are a minute away, Yeah. Mr. Lonely. I'm so lonely. May God bless you guys.
Oh.
I like you guys. Lots of respect. All of your team members. We love you right back, Mr. Lonely.
Yeah, we love you.
Thank you very much, brother, for the 101 or I don't know what that is. Yeah. I think it's a little bit different on TikTok, right? Because they give coins and then the coins mean something dollar-wise. So thank you so much for that.
No longer lonely if you're here with us.
That's an Akon song, right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Yes. Okay. All right. Guys, RDAC is kind of back a little bit here. I don't know if it's back, but it's making a move. and it's trying to clear 15. Current bar is actually above 15, but you know, what concerns me is the continued downtrend on this one. So stop, Adam, bro. You don't have to hate on Arsenal at every turn. Look, when we're competing against you in the Premier League, I get it. Okay, yes. But what? You guys are out of the Champions League. You got whooped by Real. And why do you have to hate on us, man? You know what? I'm not going to cheer for City against Chelsea. I'm going to go blue on that one. Dark blue, that is, not baby blue. Shout out to my man Adam James abroad. Oh, my God. I digress so quickly. As soon as I see this guy, Vamos, Atletico. We put hands on Atletico earlier this year, 4-1, man. But again, like I said yesterday, we were a little bit of a different team at the time. Completely different team now, Joey, not in a good way. Walt Winchell, 5922, pardon me. Time to jump into BEZ, Bloom Energy short. Not the short.
Yo, what?
Bloom Energy. Oh, well, yeah, it's down 1 1/4 from the bell, but it's up 21.7%. You see your friend F-Cell?
No. I thought
29.78%. I told you something was going on with F-Cell the other day, ripping up. Probably a lot more upside potential for F-Cell just because it's a small cap kind of name, and it's probably going to rip up here. I could probably take a swing on F-Cell.
Let's get into Bloom Energy here a little bit. I mean, you're up 131%, right?
I'm not going to say where I'm from. I don't do
Well, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the stock in general, right? Like, sorry, Sharif. My bad. I didn't get to your exact entry. No, more or less referring to what we actually have going on here. 128% from that bottom, that March low, where we're currently trading at. I mean, and a big indecision print around this massive gap up. I wouldn't be surprised. It's the exact same thing in AMD that I was talking about the other day. It's just like, okay, cool, you're strong. You're the bee's knees at this point. But at some point, you're going to eventually start to pull back a little bit. So keep an eye out on that Bloom Energy. As strong as you may be, it's the market. You will see some pullback. And I think you will eventually here on Bloom Energy. Let's see if there's a reload opportunity here on the NASDAQ and continue to the south side here, Shane.
RPGL just ripped up. We got a couple of prints there. We're in at 47. I took good size on this one too, guys. Looking for the continuation now to try to take out 162. So initially got in, got stopped out because I dummy, and I put my stop too tight. In any event, we're back in. We're looking for a little bit more zigging and zagging here with the $0.50. I'm looking for a bigger continuation print on this name. I'd like to take out some into the high of the day. 54 showing up there. No, there it is again. Let's see if we can kind of liquidity test that. Yeah. Jeez, man. Into 52. Trying to debate whether I should be getting out of this or what. Because it's a topping tail candle, but it held 145 generally pretty good, man. And I don't really want to take it out too quickly here. I think this one might have another shot. What concerns me a little bit, though, is that the current bar high is 158, and that big red candle has a high of 159. So clearly the shorts were setting up on something there. Yeah, that's my look. Los Polos Hermanos, Sharif, bought BE at 224 yesterday on the back of your research and your stake in BE. Sold today, 286 LFG. Boom. Love to hear that, brother. I don't know why, but I like when our viewers make money on the trade. I ain't seen any of that money, but it's very it's a good feeling, man. That's kind of how I feel about that. I got a feeling. JL 822 is in BE at $88. Fantastic trade, brother. Fantastic. And no matter where you're in, as long as you're printing up a storm, I'm very happy for you guys, and I hope you continue to print up more storms, just like this over here. Right, so good look there, Joey. All right, we're doing well here on RPGL as it's trying to work back into that 54, 55 penny high. I'd like ideally a move above 59 so we can clear that red candle. I'm talking about the 1235 candle on the 5. Bovin's in the house. My man Bovin, he's back from work. I know, as soon as Bovin's back from work, I know it's going to be a good time. So shout out to my man Bovin. He's talking about Papel. Bovin, we've been looking at Papel all day. You should have seen what this thing did, man. It gapped up. Look, Bovin, look at this. Look at this volume bar right here, Bovin. This volume bar, we were looking at this, 545,000 shares on that 1150 bar. Bovin, look at the one before it. 6,200 shares. And then look at the one after it, 110,000. Now it's dwindling again. But somebody was buying up a storm on Apple. There goes RPGL into 58. Looking for more. My 1R was 54, so we already got 1R on this one. Showing 57s now. I'd like a high day breach. We're heavily in the money on this one. We took a big position on Apple. We were very green on it now, even though we did get stopped out initially, but that's not good enough. I want a little bit more. Practice gratitude, as my old man would say. Into 59 it goes. There it goes, Joey. Here comes 60. That 59 seller, that bugger. That bugger. He keeps taking, we can't breach that bar high, the 1235 bar high. So that 159 seller is still there. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that, but we've taken a good position on it here, looking for a little bit more, Joe. All
right, good stuff. Let's get out of this. We'll trail stop this here on the TSLA and look for a reload, but a nice little move to the downside. We had a scalp. We're just going, okay, long. All right, yeah, you want to sell a little bit, break through some support, and then we flip things short right there. So not too bad. A couple scalps here on the TSLAs. Let's see if we can get another curl over, right? We're going to stick with those lower highs. We're starting to get a pullback here in USO. So with that being said, you're starting to see that up move here in the NASDAQ. So let's be patient. Let's head over to our scanner. We went over the options chain. We looked at some expected moves here today, but let's go through our watch list and see what some of the larger names are up to. We're going to kick things off as we typically do on Nvidia, cracking through that support, participating with the market moving lower, and you have a low of around 208. I really like this. Like, hopefully we can pull back a little bit more. 200 would be more ideal of an entry or an add for me. At that for Nvidia, I want to make this one of my largest holdings here. It is second, so nonetheless, I really like what we got going on in the chips, especially off of this low 65. You grab a cool 26% moving forward. Let's take a look at Apple. Yeah, I mean, not too far off of the. No, I wouldn't really say that, Sharif, man. It's only about 6.5% off of that high. It's only a matter of time until this thing continues to climb. Yeah, it's all right. Well, I know. You see, I know you now, man. So because it's one of your favorite names, you're just like you're upset with it. Right. It's like me with the Leafs.
It's not by far. ASML moved up into number 2 just because
just of the appreciation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? But it's by far my biggest position. So you're always wanting that big one to make the move,
to move
right?
the best, right? And that's how it is with my team. It's like, oh, bro, Joe, you're such a Leafs hater. No, I just want the best for you. So I just kind of use that reverse style psychology to get you really going. Even though isn't that the case?
Yeah. But like, right? I don't know. I don't think they could hear you, Joey.
Unfortunately, they can't, Sharif, because I would have a whole lot to say. But you have Google also continuing to climb. Microsoft, man, this name, even though we're recovering off the lows,
What happened?
I would just nothing, man. I can't go down that avenue. It's not healthy. Yeah, no, just with the Leafs and everything along those lines.
I mean, I'm watching all these Canadian teams. You got the Oilers. You got the Canadians are still in the playoffs, or they get
Montreal Canadiens. Yeah. They're still
How many Canadian teams in the playoffs right now?
Only 2.
Just 2. So Oilers and Canadians. Okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe Buffalo, considering they were singing "Oh Canada."
What?
Yeah. So apparently during the anthem, the mic cut, and then they started singing "Oh Canada."
So it was all Toronto people?
Pretty much.
Probably Niagara and things like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I would. That does.
It's like it really pains me because like when we drafted Austin Matthews, we had William Nylander and everything. Quick spiel. Yeah. These guys were supposed to be the core that led us to the promised land. And I'm calling it the lost decade. The Buffalo Sabres haven't made the playoffs for 14 years. Right? 14 years. And they're going to win their first playoff series. It took the Leafs in this core group 7 years to win a playoff series. Right? And these guys right out of the gate were paid like they won the Stanley Cup, but they can't even win they've only won ever 2 playoff series. 2 or 3.
Do you think it has anything to do with the psychology of playing in Toronto? It's kind of like New York, right? You play for the Knicks, you play for the Yankees, you play for the Rangers or the Islanders or whatever. Like,
what I've come to determine is that like in the game of hockey, it's either you're a dog or you're not. I mean, I don't want to like make it that black and white, but these guys they don't have that grit to them, you know what I mean? And it takes that. You need to be skilled and gritty. And unfortunately, William Nylander, Austin Matthews, and Mitch Marner are neither of those. Highly talented, highly skilled.
Clearly.
Right? But I always take the guy who works harder over the more talented individual.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's just like, you remember that conversation you and I were having? Would you take intelligence or wisdom? Mm-hmm. And I would take wisdom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? I think
the experience.
Intelligence is super important, but I think that, and just my observations from just watching some of my friends, you know, they weren't the brightest people, but they had really good commitment and good dedication and discipline. I think, you know, with wisdom comes discipline, right? And I would definitely take that over that. But let me just look into one that's breaking out here. None of them are breaking out, but MXL just lost the bid quite aggressively. So remember we were talking about that $70 basically magnetic effect? Well, it got into 70 and then it got into 71. It didn't print many candles above 70. In fact, only one candle did, and that was a 1235 candle. And here it comes down now into 67.81. So it's losing the bid pretty quick. It's below the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see if it catches a bid at around 67. 67 would be the 20 EMA. Let's flip to the 15. See what we can gauge from that. All right, so this is an bearish engulfing candle on the 15. We've engulfed the prior green candle, the 1230 candle engulfed by the 1245 candle to the high side and the low side. So this one could see 66 as opposed to 67. That's a 10 EMA on the 15, still up 30.5%. Flip back to the 5, pardon me. Yeah, so I'd like to see what kind of buying, or buying steps in between 67 and 66. My first inclination is to chart off the 5 here just because it had so much respect for the 10 EMA on the 5, and you can very clearly see that. There was only one candle that actually wicked below the 10 EMA, and that was 1110 candle, and it very, very quickly got right back above it to close at the high. So one to keep an eye out there. That's MXL. Sorry, guys, I didn't put the what's it called? The thing on the chart. Oh, God. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He won't let up.
Yeah,
man.
he doesn't.
He doesn't let up. I gotta zoom in on this. Look what he's saying, bro.
Yeah, I just seen what he said.
His picture. He's always smiling, man. I love this guy. Adam James Abroad dropping 2 in the chat. Arsenal and Leafs, perennial chokers, smash bros. Can I say something? This guy is so well traveled. He knows Toronto nightlife. Like, no one outside that doesn't live in Toronto should know. Like, he knows about the government. He knows about, like, all these different, he knows about
he lived here
Lot
for
332.
He lived here for a bit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Adam there. Buvin is saying BATL is moving into the high of the day. AKAN as well. Buvin, I didn't like what AKAN did over here. Am I negative on AK? I didn't trade. Okay, I didn't trade it, so I never took it. But it's dropping pretty aggressively. I see what you're saying that I've got AKN over here. I tried to get in a couple of times, but it didn't give me the right signals. This is BATL. Buvin calling this out. Obviously, it is moving with oil. Oil is up over 7%. I'm talking about USO. I'm not talking about the CL contract. Neil, what contract are we on CL? Emma? Mary. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate that. So BATL. Generally into area highs. Buvin is still below that 830 high, which takes us to 387 high of today officially. 382, great V-shape retracement there. But it feels like there was a lot more liquidity on BATL yesterday in the pre-market than at all today. Just take a look at the volume bars there on the left side of your screen versus the volume bars on the right side of the screen. So I'd be more inclined to want to trade USO, but I see what you're saying, Buvin, because this one's just right back into the high of the day again, into 382. So BATL possibly on its horse here. Keep your eye out on that. Separately, I got stopped out of RPGL. Profitable on this trade. It did lose the $0.50, and that's where I earmarked my stop. I didn't want to fight this one into area lows, and as you can see, it is headed right back down. Now, this area here is of import. Why? Because it's that 140 level, and that 140 level not only is the volume weighted average price, but it also is that sort of area support. Take a look at what we've been doing at that 140 level. A lot of wicks and pops back up off 140. So RPGL could be a buy here. You could give it a little risk. Give it to 138. You know, just a momentary breach of VWAP. So you can risk a couple of pennies there on RPGL. Make sure, you know, it jives with your own strategy, but I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. We have Luis Barbado coming in within the next few minutes.
Yeah, let me chime in on this here, because what we have here, Sharif, is your Apple continuing, or we say our Apple, the apple of our eye right now is continuing to climb, $270, going opposite the market. Meanwhile, we have Nvidia slide city, so breaking through that support level at 210.40. Boom, off to the races. Oh, okay, I thought you wanted to hit something there. Nonetheless, you good? Oh, all right. So there it is, 210.40, continuing to break these lows. I like this selling. This was a strong day here. Can we retest this 203 level? Can we retest this 203 level and then continue to climb? Look at this pullback. But one thing, I think Neil and I will look at this relatively the same, is that look at the shelf here on Netflix. We don't love these shelves, right? Like we want to see a little bit cleaner of a pullback here, and then maybe we can continue and climb higher. We are still quite a bit off of those previous highs, 32%. So, but we are classified that we're in bull market territory, Neil, more than 20% off of those 21% to be more precise. Nonetheless, what are you guys looking at? I don't feel like I've asked you guys that in quite some time. We went over our poll not too long ago. Make sure you get those votes in. I might have closed that tab. Let's get that in here one more time. What are we thinking has the largest percentage move here after the bell? We have Google at 1, Amazon 2, Microsoft 3, Meta at 4. If you've already voted, it's not going to count, so we need some new individuals. I can put it in there one more time. We got Suede, Lucid, SanDisk. Yeah, let's pull it over there. Oh, Risky Row. That's crazy. Yeah, that's risky. That's crazy, my guy. That's crazy. Let's take a look at SanDisk, SNDK3, and then SanDisk is tomorrow. Yeah, it's not on that one. So we did come off of that previous high of just around $1,100, a little bit. Yeah, almost to the T there. Now we're trading at $1,076, coming off of that high, tapped into that marker. 1103 to be exact, and then now there's that support system. You have a couple of dollar drop, but it's still holding up pretty well, right? So we're not going to complain about this whatsoever. How's Oracle been performing on today's session? Ooh, I hear Adara chuckle there as Oracle. Yeah.
Oh, I guess like 1 week, 2 weeks of upside wasn't enough to save this. No, but like in all seriousness, because I know people in the chat are like, oh, Adara, you don't talk when it's up. I've said before, I don't care if it goes up because I know where it's headed longer term. Ooh. And that's honestly the thing. I know my thesis on this was always fundamental. It remains fundamental. And I look forward to another report in June where Clay Magourik, who again has a bevy of weird lawsuits against him, makes you wonder why they appointed him, and Mike Cecilia continue to prove why they were kind of questionable CEO choices for Oracle. And stand on business. Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely a tough look in this name. I mean, this guide, I mean, the guidance here, I think when on that Tuesday, September 9th report where we just gap up substantially, it was a forward look a couple of years. So, and then Adara was like, what is going on here? This doesn't even really make sense. And then sure enough, the street catches on. Yeah, exactly. The math was not mathing, as they typically say. So they just guide a crazy amount. Sure enough, you get that gap up. You see the stock just in the post market continuously moving to the point where you're up 30%. And then you're like, hey, what is going on here? Street catches on, and then it's been nothing but selling ever since. And this is something that we're seeing in, I mean, comparing apples to oranges here, but you have this, it's a relief rally. I'm not going to say that the stock is going to fully be recover at this point. There's that base at $133. You bounce through that. You climb up to 187, but then it's right back to the downside here in Oracle. So a little bit tougher of a look. We were talking about AMD not too long ago, filling that gap fill. Watch out, man. I mean, we've seen this. What happened? We've seen this thing on multiple occasions where it's just climb, you have those nice runs, and then you start to curl things over. I'm not saying it's the same scenario or the same kind of sentiment that we were in before, but it's far-fast, okay? It's quite a bit in a short period of time. I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a retest of this $271 mark. All right, I think that's going to be a good level that we can gauge. You get that pullback, that's healthy. You bounce off of prior resistance, acts as support, and then maybe you can continue on your merry way. Now, as for Palantir, the software name's continuing its slide. I don't even want to look at CrowdStrike right now. Down 33.9%, closer to 34%. So, yeah, a tougher look in Palantir, but big time run. Like, we've seen the growth within the company, and what really got me into the Robinhood trade is just the growth. And I mean, if we're going to go from stock to stock, you see it, we use Palantir as an example, then you see the growth within Robinhood. But I think what we're seeing it right now is in names like Bloom Energy, right? Triple-digit growth across the board year over year. So not too bad of a look. I have a feeling like you're trying to cue something up right now.
No, brother, I was just reading something.
Okay, I never know with you sometimes, man. Anyways, SanDisk, same thing. We were just going over that one. What happened? Webull, some people are saying they're liking Webull a little bit more now. Almost a double off of those lows, 71%. So not too bad of a look in Webull.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing because Adam James abroad. He's coming at you, Joey. All right, shout out to my man, Adam. Adam, throw in the chat. No, but in all seriousness, Adam, what do you think it ends up being today? Because, dude, can I tell you something?
Sorry about that, Miss Gash. Yeah, tell me something.
Champions League semifinal, first leg yesterday.
Yeah.
Who was playing? Paris Saint-Germain
PSG.
and Bayern Munich.
Okay.
Joey, guess the
Bayern.
score.
2-0.
Keep going, baby.
4-0.
Keep going.
6-0.
No, there was both teams scored.
Oh, okay. 5-2.
Pretty close. 5-4.
Oh.
It was 9 goals yesterday.
Oh, that's a lot for soccer.
That's crazy, right? For soccer.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be a snoozer today, Arsenal and Atletico, because we all already know Simeone, super defensive. That's his nature, right? Arteta, probably going to be defensive given that we can't score for our life. So I think that it's probably going to be 1-0, 1-1, 2-1 max. It's not going to be anything like yesterday.
Yeah.
But
I have to go over this for our friend Miss Cash. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're gonna do this for you, Joe. I've been asking since the morning. Can you please look into gold? Absolutely. We apologize if we missed it. We don't do that intentionally. Okay? Never. Continuous downtrend. I mean, we got to talk about this run since August. Gold up 69% from $300. Obviously, GLD here, this ETF up to 510. You have a support level, but it's been consistent lower highs in GLD. And the exact same thing with SLV. We'll pop back into gold momentarily, but we go on this big time run up to $110. This was all fun and games, right? Like, this is the example that I'm using. A lot of the technical analysis can fall in the same boat for different sectors and just like completely different names. So what we have is, boom, a big time run where you almost double, you go up 100% plus, 150%. And then after you go on that run where you have these crazy events and volumes start to step in, you've yet to see participants step in and really start to climb things higher. So all that excitement is thrown out the window after a couple of maybe larger funds, institutions, and even retail traders take bigger hits. They're like, okay, let's start to cool things down. And I think that's the narrative. We didn't necessarily see it in gold like we've seen it in silver, but what we do have is consistent lower highs. What we want to wait for is a break of this trend, and we can sit on the backside of it. But it's going to take some time, I think, in my opinion. It was just on fire for so long, for over a multi-year bull run here in GLD. So wait for it. I wouldn't be surprised if you come into this pivot. This looks like a potential target, $400, right? 417. A couple of bad sessions running into that neck of the woods.
All right, I'm just going to read this Apple headline here because Adara gave this to us a while back, but here are the details on it. Let's take a quick read. Apple plans to add artificial intelligence. I can read, I promise. Features to its iOS 27 operating system, including a Siri mode inside its camera app, along with other new AI visual features. Bloomberg is reporting it. The company's visual intelligence features will be located within the camera app. The report said it will appear as a new toggle option. The updates are part of Apple's broader efforts to incorporate AI and will likely be revealed at the WWDC in June. These updates to Apple's visual intelligence capabilities will likely play a role in the new devices the company is reportedly working on, such as smart glasses and a pendant. I don't know how I feel about this pendant thing here. They will allow Siri to scan environments and provide details back to the user. Apple's also developing an updated version of its Photos app. These include new AI-powered tools for editing and enhancing images. A report said these will likely be ready for the release of the iPhone 18 series when released in September. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a little bit more with respect to details on what it's going to be able to do, but I want to show this as well, because what leaked the other day is the dimensions of the iPhone Fold. I'm going to pull it up here. So I'm going to send it to you, Joey, just because, you know, I don't know how to do the whole thing. And then if you can pull it up on, okay, 1 second, Assassino. Where are you here, Joey? There you are. I'm going to send it to you. We'll show this one after because Luis is here.
Yeah.
And then we have to start the new segment as soon as we're done with Luis with CS. So let's bring in Luis Assassino. How's he doing today? Hey, there's the man.
There you go.
How are you, brother? How's everything?
You start talking about soccer, and I was not there. Right? Barcelona fan has to be there if you're talking about soccer. And by the way, we saw probably one of the best matches in the history of Champions League yesterday.
What a match, Luis. Unbelievable. Luis, give me your honest opinion about Michael Olise.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It has so much technique, and it's so athletic, so elegant. It's like dancing in the ice. You know, it's unbelievable play.
I have no idea what Crystal Palace was thinking selling him. I would have loved to see him in the Premier League, obviously. Luis, Barcelona fan or Espanyol fan?
Oh, come on, Barcelona.
Hey, there is that guy.
Give me some respect.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you never know. You know, you got to go with both cities there.
Some respect on his name.
You know Lamine Yamal, obviously. You always talk about Lamine Yamal. Unbelievable talent. I'd say he's very similar to Olise in kind of style. They're both very tricky, very hard to cover. You know what I mean? I love watching that. All right, Luis, let's get down to work. What's the weather like?
Yep.
Ooh.
The weather's cool. It's cool. Nearly summer here. It's around 22 or something like that, I guess.
All right, Luis, what were you looking at today? How'd the trades go? Take us through it.
Was very quiet day, very slow day, as we forecast pre-market with Brendan. We had, as always, something to trade in the open and the pre-market, but then it became very quiet. Pre-market, we talk about this stock. Look, JCTK. Okay, and we were talking with Brendan about the history of pump and dump. Look at this. It's all the way up from 6 to 14, all the way down, and again, and again, and again, and again. So if we narrow it down to last weeks, we also have 3 days. Look at this. It's going up all the way down once the market is open, again and again. So today, pre-market, we were talking about this with Brendan. We shorted this here in the 20s for resistance. Try it again here and all the way down. Easy trade, easy setup here. I don't know if you traded this, but it was very easy to short this one.
That's actually quite interesting. Were the locates expensive on that?
No, very cheap. Even, I don't know, it's free or very cheap. Yeah.
Okay. I want to show you another one here, Luis. I think you're probably going to really like. SAGT, I don't know if you had eyes on this one. Yeah, I figured you probably definitely.
That's where I was loading the chart here. Look, we also talk about this pre-market, and it was a kind of conflict between long bias and short bias traders. Short bias traders were shorting this big time here to 60 to 70s because we had, if we go like 1 hour, I think, yeah, there you go. You have this resistance. So there is a, let's call a strategy called short into resistance. You're shorting this here into this resistance area. But it's also true that it's a moment where long bias like to look for this breakout, right? There was a lot of volume here. If we would do the volume profile, it was a lot of volume here with this fight, shorts against long bias traders. Since we are trading above VWAP and above almost pre-market highs and highs of other days, I was not shorting this one. It was a very tricky moment to short. Or if you short here, you have to be very, very disciplined with the stop over the pre-market highs. Once it opened, the history changed. You see this squeeze candle here. And once you look at the volume here, volume is, let me check here, is 500,000 shares here in this candle. All the shorts are squeezed out here, and then we are ready for the shorts, losing VWAP, losing supports, and all the way down. So
let me ask you something about that, Luis. So zoom in again on that, because that's a great look that you have there. So that looks like a double top almost, right? Overlapping between the pre-market and the open. So for you, what's your entry short there? Because I'm thinking double top. I'm looking for neckline break in and around. It looks to be maybe 285, give or take around there. What's your look there?
Yeah, it's up to you, and depends where you want to place the stop. You don't go short here front side because it's breaking pre-market highs, but that was clear. The short is here with the stop here. And once it fades and you are a stop out, you can retry on the first red candle. You can look maybe 5-minute candle. You look a lot the 5-minute candle. So if you're looking the hold on, there you go. The first 5-minute candle, I know you like that, you short it here, right? We're looking always, most of the time, 1-minute candle. Right. So you short this once it fades the high or when it breaks some levels here. You have the stop very tight, and once it go down, you can just hold it, or if you are brave enough and you are confident enough in the trade, you can add to the position. You can pyramid the position when it starts to work below VWAP. You can add here, you can add more on the pops and all the way down.
I want to ask you, just before we go to Joey, I want to ask you here about XTLB. So this is one that I was looking at taking long, Luis. And the reason I was interested in it, I felt that it was putting in an ascending wedge pattern. So essentially starting at around 945, 940, we started putting in higher lows. And what I noticed was there was a lot of resistance at 4. Because there was a lot of topping tails through 4 and very few closing prints above that $4 level. Guys, RDAC is going to halt up right now, guys, just to point that out. RDAC is going to halt up right now. It's ripping up 250%. But to go back to this one, Luis, so it failed. It failed 4 and it dropped below VWAP. So I started thinking about this one as a possible short. What I'm noticing is that these ones that straddle VWAP a little above, a little bit below, they can be quite bamboozling. Is there something that you could point to with this XTLB to say, Sharif, this is why XTLB was not a good short setup and it's more consolidative? Because I had trouble with this one.
Yeah, actually, and I'm going to show you here my execution. It was more about long bias here. And I'm a short bias trader, but this one, I'm going to show you, we took some longs there because first you have the resistance here for 40, for 50s. And if it would have break here, you might go to $5, $6, $7, who knows, right? And the consolidation was very tight. I think it was very nice, too long here over the VWAP, around the VWAP, waiting this 420 to break, but it didn't break. A lower volume every time, but look, we might have here what we call a VWAP reclaim. Why? The volume is drained. It's almost no volume anymore, but the price is holding pretty nice VWAP. So if it keeps holding 8, 9, maybe if the volume start to appear again and we break this, we might see a VWAP reclaim. Look at this. We had it yesterday on Ether. Same feeling. Look at this. You see the volume goes up a lot. It goes down, trading around VWAP without volume, but holding price pretty nicely. And in the end of the day, look at this, from 120 to 190. So it is in the odds that XTLV will do it. And look, I'm going to show you my execution chart to prove that sometimes, very seldom, I go long as well. Hold on. It's here. And you will see that I took some longs there right where you like.
Nice,
see, I was long in here, waiting this 420 to break, but it didn't break. So I just stop it out and waiting patiently until the VWAP reclaim and the volume appears over 420s.
Fantastic stuff. Luis, how's it going? I want to pull our conversation over to AIXI. You and I have talked about this name before, and it had a couple of sessions where it was extremely strong. It was in play. It has 123 million shares traded here today. But what I've noticed over the past couple of weeks, this thing is essentially not performing like it was before. Is that something typical? And as I go through more charts, it seems to be the narrative that you have a couple of strong sessions and then some of these small caps are kicked to the curb. What do you think about that?
Yeah. We shorted, I didn't, but traders here in the room, they shorted here around 115, I think it was. Let me hold on in 1 minute, 3 minutes. There. They shorted there because they had some small resistance here, as you can see, 120s, 130s. Okay, what I didn't like this is that we have a very active movement a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, and we have seen a retracement. And what if start to goes up without a lot of volume? Now it's 120 million, but you know, it's below $1 when it traded a lot of volume. So what if it breaks this 120, 130? The resistance are very, very far. So I avoided this thing, but I have to say it was a nice short right when it broke $1 with previous resistance here, 115, 120, 125 maximum.
Yeah, so is that something that you're looking for? Is like, okay, we were extremely in play, and you talk about all the time how from a probability standpoint, a lot of them tend to come back. So when you see a name like AIXI, it has a fundamental catalyst, they win a lawsuit, and so on, but then weeks later, it's just like, okay, this stock is essentially not doing anything. We've peaked around that $3 mark. Let's just continuously fade some of these names day after day.
Yeah, listen, very, very few tickers hold and hold during the days and weeks. Very, very few. I would say like 5% of them only hold and hold. And that's because there is something very serious behind fundamentals, economic, big agreements with other companies and so on. So most of them we will fail. It will go down in 1 day, 2, 3, or 4 days. So we sometimes we look for these big rebounds on let's say supports here after 2 or 3 days going down, rebounds, but the stock is destroyed and it will go down to zero probably. You go daily, look at this, it goes to zero. No matter how much it will go up some days, but you have reverse splits and everything. So the stocks, most of these stocks, they worth zero.
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of use this as a benchmark here. Like CAR, we've seen that squeeze. Once some of these names squeeze, they have those couple of sessions. It's just like the chances of it. You have the shorts all stopped out essentially, and then eventually it just tends to cool down dramatically, and the ATR really starts to compress.
Yeah, I'm going to show you today my stupid trade on CAR. I'm very proud of the entry. The exit was a disgrace. Look at this. I bought here 147 pre-market because I thought, you know what, this is coming from 800. We have some earnings. I couldn't get that bad anymore. I was buying here. I wanted to buy a second lot here, a second entry here. It didn't get filled because the movement and the volatility and the spread was huge. And look at this. Shit exit on 156, something like that.
Yeah.
It went to 184. The thesis was good. The execution was really miserable.
Yeah, that rug pull on CAR was absolutely insane. Like dropping $800. We were talking about it before. And it was free locates. At some point, didn't it turn to pay for locates? And were they extremely?
Absolutely.
How expensive were they? And was it even worth it to even buy those?
We're very cheap. We're very cheap. Usually with the big companies with high institutional ownership, it's okay to locate. It was not very expensive, and if you take into account the amount of dollars that it could go up or down, it doesn't matter how much it costs because it was the risk. Absolutely.
Yeah, and with that being said, so it's like, okay, we have the volatility within this name is absolutely insane. You drop $800 in the span of a couple of sessions. I thought personally, like, hey, the locates would be more expensive just due to the increase in implied volatility. But as you just mentioned, it doesn't seem to be the narrative.
It doesn't matter. The only problem here is that minimum locates is 100 shares. That's the only problem.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you have to use them, though.
What, you don't have to use them, but you have to pay them. So if you pay per 100 shares, let's say it costs a couple of dollars per share, which is nothing. If you are trading $800 ticker, it's going to go down $100, $200. So you're paying only $1 or $2 per share. If you are locating 100, you're paying $200. It's okay if you trade a little bit bigger, but if you're going to trade 20 shares, you know, you have to make $20 to make it back. So it's all about numbers.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Thank you very much.
All right, Luis, fantastic stuff. Thank you for coming on. Always very, very insightful, guys. And if you guys don't know already, Luis is part of A-Day Trading. They're a Barcelona prop firm. If you're in the area, if you're interested in speaking with him, if you're interested in speaking about small caps, reach out to him. The name of the company is right there. He's also always in the chat with the same name, and we can't thank him enough for joining us and also being very active in the chat. Sometimes he's calling out great levels.
He is calling out.
So,
he is calling
live in real time as well.
Calls it as he sees it, man.
Exactly. Right? Great.
Thank you, guys. And
thank you for coming on, Luis.
Are you going to stop trading towards your arsenal? Or?
Oh.
I'm not going to the gym, Luis. I'm going straight home immediately to watch Arsenal lose, probably 2-1, 1-0 or something like that against Atletico. Did you see what we did to them, though, in the beginning of the year during the group phase? We beat them up pretty bad, 4-1. And Simeone was
but listen, Atletico is a different team when they play
Champions
playoffs.
League.
It's a different. In the league, we also beat them up, and suddenly they kick us out. So it's totally different team. The competitive, the psychology is totally different when they're playing playoffs.
I'm a big fan of Diego Simeone as well. Very, very passionate person. Good player as well. Good defenseman. Thank you for coming on, Luis. Always a pleasure to see you. See you next week.
Thank you very much, guys.
Take care. Great guy, man.
Yeah, great
fantastic
stuff.
guy. Obviously, a great trader as well. Love having him on. See ya. It's 1:23. Ready to go?
Let's start the news segment for today. The EU Commission has primarily found Meta in breach of the TSLA, which is Digital Services Act, over child safety controls, where Meta has failed, as per the European Commission's press release earlier this morning, diligently identify, assess, and mitigate the risks of minors under 13 years old accessing their services. So we've seen this with Meta before, the concerns over mental health and about children being able to access social media platforms. We saw that case in New Mexico that also took place. Now, the key issue here is the failure to effectively prevent users from under the age of 13 from accessing Instagram and Facebook, despite the stated policies. And EU has said that Meta's risk assessment and mitigation framework is inadequate as per the new release, and the company must overhaul its methodology. Potential penalties of this outcome will be fines of 6% of Meta's global revenue, which is a big hit if you look at it, and the ongoing compliance penalties that will be taking place as well. And as per the EU Commission's press release, again, Meta's tool for reporting minors under the age of 13 on the platform is difficult to use and not effective. With this, the regulatory overhang returns for Meta, especially in Europe, and it raises compliance costs in addition with the ad and product constraints that are potential ad and product constraints that the company has, but Meta currently trading flat on the day.
Okay, so I have many things to say here. The first and the foremost is this failure to prevent access kind of headline under the DSA. This is typically applied to porn sites like Pornhub and whatever. This one says Strip Chat. This was never applied to a social media company. So it kind of groups Meta in in a different category. Also, to build on Sia's point where she was saying it's made very difficult to cancel, so they're calling this the 7 clicks friction audit. So the commission found that it took a user exactly 7 clicks to report an underage minor, right? Once they found that account there. And then there's also this phantom account loophole where even though a minor's account could be suspended or whatever, they found that they were able to continue using the service without any follow-up verification. Then last, there was actually a Meta internal study that did, well, you could classify it as corporate research, I guess. The commission explicitly stated that Meta's internal risk assessments were arbitrary because they ignored Meta's own internal data showing that about 10 or 12%, give or take, of their EU base is likely under the age of 13. So they dismissed that outright, which is kind of rare for the commission to do that, according to the report. So a lot of different aspects to this. I don't know if it's going to be that bad for business, though, to have individuals under the age of 13 from being prevented to use social media. I feel like, sure, there are advertisers that do target that category of individuals or that category or that age range, I should say. But I think the majority of people would want to target people a little bit older because they typically have the buying power. You can't really assume individuals under the age of 13 have that much buying power other than, of course, soliciting their parents to do it on their behalf.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard you talking about just the protection essentially for minors. I mean, I brought up the fact that I was watching this documentary and just the grade in which is set from a priority standpoint, and some of these child accounts were putting on the lower end of things, and they were protecting political face first, which was a big issue for Meta. And sure enough, the EU's not liking it. You see in Australia as well, you're starting to see a ban and an age limit in which you can actually start to participate on some of these social media platforms. I think you're going to start to see that a little across the board here. You can see Meta running into troubles, obviously, in North America as well, too, with multiple lawsuits, one starting in California. So, I mean, hey, you might see a little bit of a change. And a lot of people were comparing this, Sharif, to the tobacco moment, right? Like, I don't know if it's necessarily the same scale, but I remember when I was a kid smoking. I wasn't personally, but adult smoking. But now are we going to start to step in and be like, hey, is there a specific age limit, just like you need a driver's license and other things in order for you to start participating on some of these social media platforms, just due to the fact that a lot of people have access to these things and they're not really worried about what some of the minors have to say?
Fabian, are you playing around with the colors, brother? Yeah. Get it, Fabian. I knew that you were doing that. All right, let's look at the trade plan here, Joey. Let's see if anything came in on the trade plan today. So the trade setup for intraday says, okay, let me zoom in so you guys can see it a little bit clearer here. range trade, buy near 660 to 665. I can speak, I promise. Sell near 680. Well, it didn't come in, but that 665 definitely came in. It didn't quite make it down to 660. The low of the day, 663.90. So if you're buying at 665, best you could have done is 674. 680 definitely didn't come in. And the break above 680, obviously that didn't happen either. Momentum long towards 697, or the loss of 660 short to 650. That didn't come in either. So the first one, the range trade buy between 660 and 665, that one printed. You would have probably done pretty well. You wouldn't have got 680 though, because it didn't even get close to 675. The best it did was about 674 on the day. It's flat. It reports earnings after the bell. And if you believe the options traders and the options market, this one has the highest implied volatility of the 4 Mag 7 today that's reporting. So make sure you're with us, because this one's probably going to be moving after the bell. See ya.
Robinhood is the next story. So Robinhood has missed on its earnings with an EPS 38 cents versus 39 cents that was estimated. Revenue currently stands at $1.07 billion versus analyst estimates of $1.14 billion. Crypto revenue has plunged 47% year over year to $134 million. This is a major strain on the core business of Robinhood. And options revenue has plummeted 20% quarter on quarter. This shows a slowdown in trading engagement, and gold subscribers has increased 36% year over year to 3 million, and the revenue for this segment currently stands at $50 million. Prediction markets are gaining traction, therefore the transaction revenue is up 320% to $147 million. There is a tailwind from Super Bowl here, and assets under management have also reached $1.6 billion plus in strategies, but they're still small versus its trading revenue base. Hood has announced a $100 million investment to build and develop Trump accounts through the rest of 2026, expanding what is expected to be a long-term commitment to this. Now, currently, Hood down on the day, 14.2%.
Just have to digress here. RDAC just ripped up to 2170. It was halted up, and now it's going to halt down. 1771 from 21 and change. This one is all over the map, guys. 2171 high. It's going to halt at the bar low here, which is 1771. RDAC all over the map. It was just up 325%. Now it's back down to 261. Keep your eye out on that. So I have several things to say here about Robinhood. The first one, they boasted, right, about their gold members, whatever their gold member. That made me laugh. Their gold members or whatever increasing year over year. What was the increase? 36%. That's great, right? Good increase there. However, Joey, the average revenue per user within that gold member actually declined. And this is suggesting that new subscribers are actually joining for the match incentive, like that 3% IRA that they're offering, but aren't actually trading using margin, making them low value. So even though that number is growing pretty nice, they're not able to monetize them in the way that one probably assumes they intended. Second thing, 24-hour market liquidity strain. What do I mean by that? So as Robinhood is kind of scaling that 24-hour market that we've been talking a lot about, the cost of maintaining liquidity overnight, especially during the recent volatility, of course, with things happening in the Middle East, that squeezed transaction rebates, and it's a hidden drag basically on their NII, their net interest income, something to keep an eye out there. And then there's obviously the crypto concentration risk. We've been talking about that. A massive portion of their crypto revenue growth came this quarter from just 3 meme stocks. Regulators have already talked about these what do they call them? Non-utility tokens, possibly, catching the ire of the regulator. So we'll have to see if that's another revenue stream for them that dries up. I'm not saying it will. And what's the other here? Yeah, that's basically it. There's a couple of other points that are not as important, but I think that, there's good in this. I'm not trying to hate on Robinhood here. And I know you're a big fan of Vlad Tenev, as well as you should be. Good guy. But there are, some headwinds, I think, for the hooded one.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree, right? I mean, regardless if I like the stock or not, the numbers aren't going to lie. And I think the big blemish here, Sharif, is obviously the 47% to the downside here in crypto transactions and revenue, right? That's the major thing that we're looking at. And I think the street obviously not liking that. You're down 11+% off of those lows. But sure enough, there is some signs of positivity. Are we growing at the clip rate that we were a couple of quarters ago? Absolutely not. Is that type of growth hard to be sustained? For sure. And so I've seen some people in the chat saying, well, we have what we have from the PDT rule already priced in, but we haven't received any of those numbers yet, okay? So we have to wait a couple more quarters to see if that's actually going to be a factor and implemented into a name like Robinhood. But let's not toss aside the fact that other transaction revenue, prediction markets, up 320% year over year at 147 million. Okay, that's triple digit growth. We have options revenue, 260 million, that's 8%. Is it growing at the rate that it was before? No, but it's still growing at 8%, almost double digits. Equities revenue, $82 million, 46% year over year. But the major blemish obviously being the fact that the crypto transaction and revenue is down 47%. Nonetheless, they're still adding more people, 36% growing in gold memberships, okay? So they're still adding and they're still growing. So that's why I'm going to remain liking this stock until you start to hit that single-digit growth across the board, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the nature in the coming quarters is due to the PDT rule. It's just that one thing and the street's not liking. One thing can sometimes outweigh the other, and I think that's kind of the coupling that we have between Bitcoin and Robinhood right now.
I agree. Let's take a look at the TA here. So what's Hood down on the day? It's down 14%. It's a tough day for them. We're not trying to kick them one down, but let's look at what the intraday setup said here on the morning note. Fade the pops into 75 to 78 resistance zone. Did we get any fade the pops into 75, 78? Not during regular trading hours. The best we got there was 73.55. So the other trade, break below 72, continuation short towards 70 or 68. That one came in, and it came in spades. If you waited for that 72 short, just look at where we're at the low of the day, $70.17 LOD. So that one, the break below 72, that would have been the trade you should have been looking at there. And then the third there was the reclaim of 80 with volume. That didn't even come close. I think basically that was in the aftermarket yesterday, so that wouldn't even been a play today. So the morning note comes up with a good one here. The break below 72, I think the fade the pops was the right idea, but it didn't quite make it into the level that the note was suggesting. But I like how it was thinking that. So Hood, tough day for Hood. See ya. What do we got next?
Talking about SoFi's revenue beat next. So SoFi has reported first quarter revenue of $1.1 billion, above the consensus of $1.05 billion. Members have grown 35%. Products have increased 39%. And 43% of new products have come in from existing members. CEO Anthony Noto has framed the quarter as a durable growth with stronger cross-sell and compounding returns. Fundamentals are looking solid, but the chart is... You have it right there, reacting poorly. That's the key lookout here, I would say. SoFi currently down on the day, almost 14%.
A couple of things. Remember that Technisys or whatever they were calling it, that new technology platform that they were trying to espouse? They even went so far as to call it the AWS of Fintech. That actually saw a surprising deceleration in new partner integrations. And that's really suggestive of bigger financial institutions trying to go at it themselves rather than trying to go through these new fintech companies or these DeFi companies. They see where the winds are blowing, and they're basically trying to do it themselves. And that obviously hurts SoFi a little bit. The other one I want to say is this kind of held for investment pivot. What do I mean by that? So SoFi, bless you, Neil, is basically holding a larger percentage of its personal loans on its own balance sheets rather than, you know what a lot of these financiers do. They initiate the loans, they make a buck or two off NII, and then they sell it to somebody else for whatever on the dollar, right? And then basically just take the money and run. They're actually holding it themselves. So the market here is gauging that if the job market turns, and we've already seen a little bit of weakness in the job market, this could hurt them because then you could have either one, more money in, what would they call that? Loan loss provisions, or you actually see defaults, in which case neither is good. And then the match incentive. This is the same thing that I said with Robinhood. So similar to Robinhood, SoFi spent heavily, about 1 to 3%, basically transfer bonuses for people who are bringing in their money, say from Fidelity or Schwab or IB. And basically what it's showing is, yeah, people are coming in and they're taking that 1 to 3%, but they're not spending on margin. They're not actually generating money for the company, and the company is actually paying 1 to 3%. to these guys, and then they're not seeing anything in exchange for it. So there's always that kind of concern, Joey, when you have these type of promotions to bring in new users. The concern is, all right, we got the user here. How can we monetize them if we monetize them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think that's a fair enough question. I think SoFi is falling in the same realm of Robinhood, unfortunately. Some of these fintech names aren't getting any love. And I mean, Sharif, if we're going to talk about 14.7 million members across the board, right, adding above estimates, 8,000, they come in at 1 million. You're seeing double-digit growth here. I mean, things doubling, EPS up 100%, revenue up 41%, but the street still not liking it. It's a tough call because those numbers are where you want to see them. It's the guidance that I think really hurt this name. So Q2 guide coming in a little bit below analyst estimates, and sure enough, you're going to see a stock that has been down and cut in half over the past couple of months continue to move lower. And I think a lot of it has to do with sector performance. And I go back to the fintech names. Even the bank's not even performing that well. It's the tech trade. It's the chip name right now. Will these companies rebound? I believe so, because you don't add 1 million new customers, you don't have 100% EPS growth, and you don't grow 41% in revenue year over year, and then not see a little bit better of a performance in the name. I just think that the all-around fintech kind of movement is really cool right now, and it's not what we've seen it a couple of months ago or even last year.
It's actually a great point. All right, Pershing Square, the IPO, is now showing a top of $39.50. This is on the NYSE, by the way, okay? Pershing Square, PSUS. This is Ackman's IPO, I believe. Is it PSUS? Pershing Square, yeah. So it is the NYSE showing a top of $39.50 right now. Neil, what was the IPO range there in the IPO phase, please? There was two pieces to it, okay. It's tricky, okay, so I'll get you guys that in a second, but PSUS, there's PSUS and PS. Thank you for that. So there's two according, yes, you're right, Pershing Square and Pershing Square USA. So just Pershing Square is PS, and then if you want the USA one, it's PSUS. So there's two IPOs. This is PSUS, let's see PS, showing a top of $18.50. Okay, great. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Let's talk a little technicals here for SoFi, because the morning note got this perfectly, Joseph. I want you to have a look at this. Okay. Throw on the ticker here. Look what the first thing says. Breakdown short below 1650. Target 16 to 1575. Look at the flat bottom break right there, 1650. How many times did that get defended? So 1650, absolutely on the money. And then what was the target? 16 to 1575. Joey, take a quick look there. What's the low of the day?
My eye is itchy right now.
Look at that. 1570 on the dot. The morning note got this spot on SOFI. I hope somebody took that trade, see.
I want to hold on before. Yeah, I just want to touch on this a little bit more. Don't forget, we have SoFi adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet as well too, right? So how much does that have to come into play?
That's a great question.
Right?
I'm assuming when Bitcoin pops up a bit, it's definitely going to be a bigger factor.
I mean,
yep.
Hey.
Sharif, CDO stuff, they would buy it for 102 and sell it at 98. Yeah, isn't that how they always do, right? Exactly. Shout out to Save Man Woman, he gets it. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Now, I did talk about Bloom Energy earlier in the day, but we're going to take a closer look into its earnings. Very close look into earnings. In the earnings calls yesterday, I did hear quite a lot of interesting details that I'm going to mention now. BE has posted a major beat and raised guidance, all driven by AI data center demand. EPS has come in at 44 cents versus 12 cents that was estimated, which is a 266% beat. And revenue of $751 million versus $539 million estimated, which is a 39% increase beat. Revenue has surged 130.4% year over year, which highlights the explosive demand for its known solid oxide fuel cells. BE has increased the FY first-year revenue guidance to $3.4 billion to $3.8 billion, between that range from $3.1 to $3.3 billion. First-year EPS outlook is to a range of $1.85 to $2.25 versus prior range of $1.33 to $1.48. There's a major profitability and AI inflection, just like I highlighted in the beginning earlier today. Total cash on hand currently stands at $2.52 billion for this quarter, as mentioned in the call yesterday by CFO Simon Edwards. One thing that stood out to me on the call yesterday was that CEO of the company, KR Sridhar, said that the earnings and the AI power demand is simply escalating, which is the primary reason for the company's hyper growth currently. Now, analyst comments too, outperformed by RBC Capital, equal weight by Wells Fargo, and buy by BTIG. I personally, you know my position on this stock. I love it. Anyways, the stock up on the day, 23.13%.
Very pleased to hear that, Sia. Very, very pleased to hear that. Obviously, be one of my winners here. Guys, I have a couple of things that I want to talk about. So the media really kind of focused on their partnership with Oracle as the backup power generator, but they said very little about Project Jupiter. And basically that shifts them from being the backup power source to the primary power source, and that's independent, the grid independent utility for tier 4 AI data centers. The other thing that I want to talk about, their service business used to actually be a drag on their margins. They weren't able to actually make money off this. They were spending more money on servicing a lot of their generators than they were on selling them. But listen to this, their margins in service last year, 4.8%. Joey, 18% from 4.8 to 18. That's a big margin expansion there on services. You like to see a multi-source stream, not just selling gas generators, fuel cell generators, but actually servicing these bad boys.
Yeah. I mean, and like we've just went over a couple of names where we just seen exponential growth, and we could just change that over to a different sector, and that's going to be Bloom Energy. Like you have triple-digit growth across the board here. Quarterly revenue up 208%. Total revenue grew up 130% year over year. And regardless of what the name is, when you have companies like this going through these growth cycles, the streets like it. And guess what? What really drove this right now is the guidance, Sharif. The guidance was really well. They're increasing that above analyst estimates. So when you have a name like Bloom Energy, regardless if it's the Robinhoods, the Sofis, or whatever it may be, the Palantirs, when you go through these growth cycles, you just switch over into a different sector that's going to be in vogue. We have this AI build out. And sure enough, you're going to see the picks and shovels of that. The thing that's going to be running the operation is that Bloom Energy. And that's why you can see this growth step into these names. And I think it's going to continue on that path for quite some time.
Joey, see what time it is?
Oh, yeah. Are we doing that?
Yeah. So if you're a newer viewer, on the days where we have the FOMC meeting, the Wednesday, not the Tuesday, obviously, we throw over to the big boys, Neil and Sean, about 15 minutes. They go through things, exactly kind of what to expect, how the market, just market reactions and how to adjust for that and plan for that and everything like that. So we're gonna send you over to the big boys. Thank you, Sia. A bit of a short segment today, but we had Luis on Wednesdays, and that's always a bit shorter there.
That's all right. It was great.
Thank you, Sia, for that. All right. Shout out to Luis is calling XTLB, guys. Luis just called out XTLB, so maybe we can just quickly look at that one before we send it over to the big boys. See what he's saying. XTLB. Is that the one that I was at? Oh my Lanta, as Joseph would say. I was asking Assassino. I was asking Luis about this one short. This one just rocketed it up into 487. That gives it a new high of day, guys. XTLB up 90%. And that's well off the 487. That's 50 pennies off that high. Be careful trading this one. As you can see, it's got a lot of topping till candles, and that doesn't happen by accident. So keep your eye out on that. Joey, anything you want to leave him with?
No, let's look forward to JP's final words here, isn't it? So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he has to say, what the market's going to do.
I'm going to miss him.
Are you?
Yeah, I am, man. I haven't known a market since I've been in the market without Jerome Powell. I haven't known a market without him.
But Sharif, we're just data dependent, though.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's favorite line from him, right?
Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, he's doing his job, man. Yeah, he's doing his job. I think he could have definitely done some things better. But
That's hindsight, though, right?
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
exactly.
when you look things back.
I'm not going to hate on him. I know President Trump hates on him.
Yeah.
Calls him too late and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I think he is
was a
too
little
late.
late.
Yeah, he is.
Late.
But you don't have to crap on him all the time,
Not necessarily
right? Like,
strategic, but more or less data dependent. JP, nonetheless,
Mr. Transitory.
Yeah, Mr. Transitory, absolutely. Nonetheless, guys. All right, let's do this thing. Guys, be patient. Allow that volatility step in. He's going to be talking around 2:30. Ooh, okay. All right, then. So be patient. Allow things to settle down a little bit, and sure enough, you'll be able to find some opportunities post that. So looking forward to some things.
peace. I should have done that.
All right, welcome everybody. Buckle up. You know what you're going to hear in about 10 to 12, well, in 12 minutes. Can't say 10 to 12. You know exactly when it's going to be, right? In 12 minutes or just underneath 12 minutes, you're going to hear from probably Adara. Yes. Yeah, it'll be Adara. And she will say no change. And then everything will go crazy, or maybe not. We'll see. Obviously, hey, we're actually ticking a little bit lower. And look, well, actually, you know what? I think it was just because USO was actually turning around. So we're still going to care about what's going on. Oil futures have been strong all day. That's been weighing on the market. If they can pull back, that's certainly, look at the pullback right there. That's certainly going to help
the wrong
things.
thing at the bottom.
But that's what we got to pay attention to. We know it's going to be no change. Powell's going to come for the last time. Powell is going, well, in theory, the last time. Powell is going to be doing his Q&A. How much do we care about his views? Is it going to make that big of a difference? I'm not expecting that him on the podium is going to be as wild as usual, but you never know. So we'll keep it tight to the vest. Let's go up to Adara, get a bit of a review going into it. I'm looking at SLV. Keep an eye on the dollar. Keep an eye on oil futures. Keep an eye on the Qs. Should be an interesting one.
Yeah, what might not be so interesting or rather exciting here is going to be the FOMC decision. Now, here's again a recap of last decision, 11-1 vote not to change rates. We are expecting another vote not to change rates. Sorry, this just dropped because I was having some Google Chrome issues. But basically, guys, what's happening here is we are very likely, once again, as Neil mentioned, 100% chance here on the CME FedWatch tool. Rates are going to be held exactly in place. We might get Fed's Myron voting to cut, as he has been for the last number of meetings, but very likely that the end decision is going to be to hold these in place. You will see me again in roughly 10 minutes at 1:59 p.m. and we'll go over these numbers live. As Neil mentioned here, we're not really going to be expecting anything other than a rate hold today. I will go over any other things we could be expecting from this call or the conference rather, once we get closer to that number. But again, guys, 2 p.m., 1:59 p.m., I'll probably see you guys again to go over these numbers and what we're expecting right before the numbers come out. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, I mean, we aren't expecting much, so that's the whole thing. So surprise. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. Oh, we do have that. I'm short the NASDAQ right here, but maybe not for very long. I mean, we came up into the 200 period. We've been shorting here, so we're just at the 200 period. If we break through 30, which may happen pretty soon, we're going to get out of it. That's part of the playbook for trading, is you don't want to be in anything too heavily as we approach the close, right? And as we approach, the Fed announcement there at 2 o'clock. So now you're about just 10 minutes away. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. And we already sort of gone over this. And this is the expected decision, 100% of no change. But that's not the exciting part, right? The exciting part is waiting to hear exactly what Fed Chair Powell has to say. His last time on the podium, and here we go. We're almost we're gonna get stopped out. We're gonna get stopped out. It's only 10 cents worth of a hit, and there it goes. In a couple of seconds, there it goes. Breaks 30 into 31. So we'll get stopped out on that last little bit. That's fine. I mean, we don't want to be into a position heading into the Fed, right? So stopped out right there. We'll just see what that wording is like. 2:30 is when we come on the podium. NASDAQ, nice little battle back today. I mean, yesterday down about 1%. Today back up 0.25%, as well as we try to break. I mean, we were just trying to short it to VWAP, short it into that 200 period moving average right there. And, this is why you have tight stops. I mean, you're going to get wicked out a little bit using less shares, just playing around there. It would suck if it all of a sudden tanked, but really no reason to do that heading into the Fed. At what the dollar has been doing right now as well here today. Something to consider when you're trading the Fed. Downside right here, so nice downside move, creating the NASDAQ with that upside push. So NASDAQ down, NASDAQ up, dollar down. We'll see if that remains true. And again, if we're 100% expecting no rate cut, I mean, if we actually get a cut or a raise, the market's going to go insane. But for right now, the market is definitely, everything you're seeing right now, there should nothing really change at 2 p.m. unless, as Adara said, we get a different number of dissents that we're expecting, or I don't know. We'll wait to hear. At the end of the day, Adara will announce that there's no change, and then we'll be able to see what's going on with some of these names.
The laggard has been the Russell's been lagging.
Apple.
So I think that could get interesting if for some reason we get like super bullish from Powell. I don't know. I'm not really thinking that's necessarily going to be the case, but I think that's the place. Like I would look at the IWM because it has the most catch up. I'm in an SLV trade. And it just comes down to this. I was in this one in the middle of the day and talking about when USO made that big turn and then shorting off of VWAP, and then I missed this chance. And I just looked at it and said, well, okay, I'd normally do this. I can have a relatively tight stop. If it comes back into the trend line and rejects, I want to try and scalp it short, and then I have an easy out if it breaks the trend. So I'm going to tighten my stop up, which I do anyways. If we break this trend line, I'm not automatically reversing here, because I don't want to overreact to anything that happens in 7 minutes or 6.5 minutes. I feel when we're expecting somewhat of a less maybe impactful statement, overreacting to the first move could sort of get you trapped. So if I felt bearish on silver before, I don't want to completely change my tone if it does something technical like push right into the open range high, which is a prior day support level. I'd still want to look for a short there, ultimately. And by the way, Intel is $93.50. Let's just get this out of the way. We'll talk about a lot of symbols today. And Intel, 10.5%, absolute rocket. It wasn't even like a specific catalyst here.
No, it wasn't too much.
No, it's just been an absolute runner. Like you juxtapose this with what's going on. I just saw someone in the chat mentioning it. You're up 3% on AMD, and AMD's chart looks pretty powerful too. I'm not discounting anything that's going on over in AMD, but this is just built differently right now in Intel. The four short worked for me, but the entire difference between actually getting back everything was complete and utter greed and breaking a rule. I even said to myself, when I'm shorting this high, there's an all-day trend line. If it doesn't break it, you've got to get out of the short. So I took half out and then still left a break-even stop to make nothing on this, effectively on the short. And then the second time it did it, I'm like, no, just get it all out when it goes to the 92 level. This stock has been going ham. We'll watch this for sure in the afternoon. But like it should have been good enough. It should have been 2 for 4 in green, but it's 1 for 4. And Intel, it's a beast. It's very different from a lot of the other chip names. I'm sure we'll cover it. I don't know how much the market's going to love Big Papa. I can't call him Big Papa Pump. There were times we'd come into Fed Day, and it's like, okay, we got Big Papa Pump coming in here. I'm not feeling that way today, Sean. No,
I mean, he's been. I mean, the market's going to go out at all-time highs when he's involved. So I think he's pretty much Big Papa Pump for me. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the way he's been performing. We only have 4 minutes now. Watching out for IBIT. I mean, Bitcoin 76,000. Still not doing a whole heck of a lot there today. I mean, IBIT, we tried to go long. We did well on IBIT. IBIT is going to be still my top stock. But there it is, IBIT, good little level there until it broke. And, going short right there was the key thing. The tricky trade for me today was Apple because, we were long, and then we were just taking position when that's 11.20, so you guys didn't even see that trade. That comes in a little bit out, and then eventually we broke less. All right, PS has now opened, so we can find out where that one goes through right here. So the tap, I'm not even sure where this thing opened up at. Opened $24. Not moving at all, literally not moving at all. PSUS is the other name. Oh, that opened too. So both these IPOs going lower right now, nothing going on at all. This one opens at 42 and down to 41 and change as Bill Ackman right here not getting too much action right away off the open. But there's PSUS with a crazy spread of about $1 right there. Opens up at 42. It was looking at 50 at one point. But then it was a little bit funny because it was a share. One is the asset management group, and then one is the actual holdings. So PSUS is the investment fund. PS is the management firm. So that's what I was saying. There's really not that much going on here. Only 730,000 shares there, and then PSUS, a little bit more, but still, you know, if you got to 42, which is your opening price, you're not super thrilled right now. It's you'd be down about $1. And,
thanks, Bill.
Trying to go a little lower right here. So look out below right now as Pershing Square is now open. And it's funny, you get open and the biggest size is on the ask. Like that does not normally happen there. So it's like, okay, we're open, good, perfect time to sell.
That's the opposite of what you
Yeah, so I bet you that's Bill Ackman himself. Trying to sell right there at $41. But that where we're open now, and to not much avail. We just want to talk about it.
Icon trying to sell.
Yeah, it was. We've done some things on IPOs, and you know, this one did get a good road show. I mean, you know, we were talking about PS and PSU for a minute this week, and then we talked about it this morning. But it just doesn't look like the volume's really there. 750,000 in the first couple minutes. It's only been open 3 minutes, so not huge for an IPO. But there's PS and PSUS. I don't know enough about either one of these to tell you, like, one of them is a buy and one of them isn't, but we'll just have to wait to see how they trade. Yeah, okay, man. I mean, 2 minutes away. We will get some sort of an action trade here right away as soon as it's announced. I'm going to try to go short again on the TQs because we did get stopped at the high, and then it just kind of fell right back in. So I'll try against this level again. I'm just going to wait at 30s. If we get a short, we'll stop out at 40 right there if we do break, and then we'll just let it go after that. But yeah, just going to trade it light, see if we get a reaction trade from it. But yeah, 1 minute away. We can go to Adair in about 30 seconds, and she's already sort of set us up for this. We are not expecting any change, 350 to 375, the overnight lending rate. And then we'll watch, maybe the dollar is going to be a better trade possibly. Or we can look at, let's just have a quick look at gold before this number comes out. Just to get a good idea of what gold's at. Right now, -1. Okay, so you're down 1% on GLD. We'll check back on that as we get ready to open up. So now we have 30 seconds left. We'll go to Adair, then we'll come back over here and we'll find out if anything's actually moving.
Yeah, President Trump also set to start speaking right now, so competing a little bit with Jerome Too-Late-Powell on his last day with the Feds. Be aware we could be getting Trump comments as well. What we're waiting for here is this U.S. interest rate decision. Again, guys, at 2 p.m., so in now just 18 seconds, we are widely expecting the Fed to hold rate steady for the month of April. They did the same in the month of March as well, so we are expecting this hold. Again, just 9 seconds now, 3.75% forecast. Prior print, 3.75%. We're going to get the rate statement as usual, but no SEP or Summary of Economic Projections. And we're just waiting for this number to come through, waiting to see this populate. Give me a moment here, guys. No change. 3.75%. No change here for the Fed. Market pushing back a little bit here. These cues, again, as we get, as expected, no change. I'm going to be waiting to see if and when we get this rate statement. Back to you.
Oh, a little lucky here as we get a little bit of a downside push in the market right there. We'll cover half of our position and just wait to see what's going on. They said, I'm hearing it in my ears, 11-1 Fed funds rate, 11-1 vote. Miran, you're right. Adara, that's the one dissent. So 11-1 right now. They have not considered any sort of adjustment to this, extended time on the adjustment right now. So it doesn't look like they're getting close to, you know, that 9-month thing may be right, and the Fed rate funds tool does not disappoint again. But we're not going to disappoint, and we're going to get some more out right now of this trade. And there it is, a couple more outs here. As it's crazy because we got stopped out right there, but that was a little bit of jiggle. We take that trade again, and there it goes back down to the downside. So here we go. Balance of risks, lots of stuff going on. What's up, Adara?
Sean, I don't think this was 11-1. I'm seeing this vote was 8-4. To hold rates. Okay. So this is pretty significant. We had one person in favor of a rate cut. Looks like we could have had, as far as I'm seeing, as many as 3 votes against easing the bias. We're going to have to wait and see what's happening here. I am seeing a couple people say, though, that we could have had a 8-4 cut. Going to wait until I see the statement to comment further. But this, I'm seeing 8-4 by a couple sources.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just repeating everything we heard in our ears. Yeah. So we heard 11-1, but 8-4 is fine. I mean, either way, the market is doing what it's doing right now. And that's not a whole heck of a lot. So there it is, man, back and forth right now. We're just going to get that back from Adara, like any sort of key points, any strike throughs on the wording or anything like that definitely will have an effect. Miss Adara again.
So yeah, it's 8-4, but it's kind of weird. I've never actually seen this before. So you did have only one member actually voting against the decision, which was of course to hold rates. Fed's Myron, only person here who voted in favor of a 25 basis point cut. So everyone else, technically speaking, voted to hold rates. So in that way, it was an 11-1 vote. However, we had three Feds, Hammock, Kashkari, and Logan, who voted against including an easing bias in the statement. So the idea that we could get more rate cuts or any rate cuts going forward. So we've got three very, very hawkish Feds in the overall Fed. And again, one Fed who's very dovish continued. So that's why they're saying this is 8-4, because again, like we only had one person actually vote against the decision, but three others voted against a very key part of the wording that I do think actually matters here. Other comments from this statement that characterizing inflation as elevated, before they said somewhat elevated. So I guess they're seeing more inflation concerns right now. They now said there's a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook with regards to the Middle East, economic activity expanding at a solid pace, job gains remaining low. They had no signals in terms of when rates will be changed next, as they usually do. But again, market dropping here. As I mentioned, three very hawkish Fed opinions here, guys. Back to you.
Hawkish. Loft just said, someone in the chat was like, Fed Powell is a patron saint for the Bears. He's not Big Papa Pump anymore, but it's not going to matter if he is. I stopped break even on this SLV because I had to stop in there. I was like, if it tweaks, then I'll just get out, but I'm going to jump back in on the trend as long as it's a pop. We didn't expect anything too crazy, but if there's a Fed day, I'm always going to tighten the stop at 2 o'clock, and then sometimes it runs, and then we'll try to get back in on the trend to the downside. IBIT, or Bitcoin, I should say, just tick lower, so you're seeing a little bit of weakness in there. Oil futures are coming higher, which I think might also be weaker for the markets. Not that it matters, but you are pushing higher and bouncing off some support in USO. That's not going to help things. I mean, we're sliding to the downside before, so I'm just going to jump back into SLV. And we got a super chat. I actually think we had another one. Dia? Hi, bosses, the greatest show, the greatest people. Thank you so much. Jordanian dinars. And the reason I know that is because you sent a super chat earlier.
Yep, yes.
Was it yesterday or this morning?
I think it was yesterday. The JODs came through. I mean, by the way, we got to, I'm going to watch over there. Oh, I got to get an update. Yeah, so there it is, man, just covering again. And this is how you're supposed to trade for me anyways, and that is like, you know, you take small hits and we take bigger wins. So there it is right there, man, coming right back in. So it's a good trade on the TQs for now. I mean, I was just, we thought it as expected, you know, and it's just, we got some dancing around, a little bit of excitement heading into the Fed there. I don't know, that 8-4 doesn't really surprise me any bit there. The move down, I think it's time to cover. I mean, we've been covering on the way down now. I only have a third left, so we'll see if that winds up making these new lows, but only a third left. Not much of a problem here as we just continue to see if there is a little bit of a whoosh action. Maybe we get someone saying something that we don't agree with or that the market doesn't. Let's go over to Adair and find out what's going on.
Yeah, I have some more here on, again, an 8-4 vote for the Fed. We had a 9-3 vote at the end of last year, but 8-4, quite significant here. And I believe our 7th straight FOMC meeting with a dissenting vote, at least one dissenting vote. So again, major things they're changing here. They're saying that job gains have remained low. They added on average, which could be significant here. They also said inflation remains elevated, not remains elevated, sorry. They said inflation is elevated. Prior statement was remains somewhat elevated. So definitely, I guess, showing that this inflation concern is here for now. They said that, however, this does in part reflect the recent increase in global energy prices. So more inflation concerns, but also more qualified inflation concerns. Also adding the statement about developments in the Middle East, contributing to a high amount of economic outlook. And then, of course, the major change here at the end involves the 4 dissenting Fed members. Back to you.
Which apparently is the most dissent since 1992. Good to know, but it does show some uncertainty there. And if they're not unified, the market likes confidence. You know, the market likes confidence. The market likes certainty. That just creates less certainty. The war creates less certainty. Earnings tonight create less certainty because we're right back to square one, and which was nobody feeling. Well, I shouldn't say the market's not feeling too good about today, going into what should be one of the most important earnings. I don't want to say the most important earnings day. It's pretty close. Next week
I'll say it's the most important earnings day, in my opinion. I don't think you won't get a bigger one, that's for sure.
You have I think what ends up happening today is you get so much of the hyperscalers. It's not so much what their numbers are tonight, as opposed to what the Capex spend is going to be and what the tone from the calls are going to be. That's gigantic. How the actual earnings go for Meta and Google and Microsoft might not matter as much as how much they continue to spend. Grunfeld, Dick Cheney is back. Hal on the weekly chart breaking key 41.32 high from 2023 today. War and oil, you're long. Like some oil names, and they've been fantastic.
Market just made a move right there.
Yeah, there was just a bit of a
move right there on.
There was a little move in USO.
We were just about to get covered up there at 90s, and then it makes a move up. So it takes him out there at 61 on the way back upside. But no problem, man. You know, we're just in the chill zone right now. Been having a great day. We'll just sit here and chill and relax and wait to see. There's that big spike up, man. 61.13. We talked about how volatile these decisions could be, and you know, So it's 8-4 with one dissent. So that means the other three, what? They wanted to raise rates. I mean,
no. So they wanted to hold rates in place, but they disagreed with the language of the statement. So the language of the statement was, I guess, an easing bias. They did not want any easing bias. So that's actually hawkish. You had 1 dovish dissent and 3 hawkish dissents, but not for raises, just like they didn't want to get people's hopes up about cuts, basically.
Right, yeah, okay. So there you go. So I guess it was 11-1 on that side.
That's the thing, it was 11-1.
Yeah, there's only one that voted other than keep rates the same. Right. But as Adara said, there was some dissent there in the wording and things like that. So we'll have to wait. Oh, there it goes.
That's so
let's go. There we go, man. This is what we're talking about. Boom, shakalaka-laka. He's on fire. There goes the TQs to the downside. So, I mean, we're just watching this start to bleed down. So that's all good, man. This is kind of what we had thought about. We said that we could try to get something out near these lows. So we just get hit right there at 85. We could put our next, we only had a third left. So we could have, it's too bad that move happened, because we did get a piece out there, which we didn't really want to. I didn't even have these 2 bids until that happened. So now we'll have to let's just be a little more greedy here. Let's wait for something like this into the 70s. So mid 70s, we'll put another bid. And then if it continues to go down, then we'll be here for it. So nice little play to the downside right now on the NASDAQ, and we're here for that. So there goes the short. We put it on. We talked about it right before the market opened up, just using this as our high. You know, we're short now at 29. Our stop was 40s, right? So we had mentioned that. So this is now a 5-to-1 trade. So 5-to-1 right there. Happy as a pig, and you know what? And we're pretty groovy right now. So let's just see what winds up happening. Bidding $60.76. We did it again, Brittany.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hopefully day maker over there. I actually just paid for. I'm gonna take a break on PSUS at some point. I paid for locates on the wrong one because this is doing well. PS whatever. PS
I mean,
was the one.
are they both going down? No or no?
No. Well, yeah, they are, but PS has done almost no volume. 1.1 million shares versus 4 million. If you see that pop in, it's because the other one is breaking down. But unfortunately, it'll be frustrating. But you throw a stop in for a reason, and now silver is too far gone. I don't know if we'll get the rubber band action when we have Powell coming in and talking, but I'm not going to punch lows. It's sort of a rule break for me. So I get out, I tighten the stop. That was my call. It'll end up being wrong, but I still want to be bearish on this. So the next available pop, I'll just allow it to try to come back in. I don't think it'll be on trend. It could just be off of the low. So if we bounce back into the prior low, then that will be the way to get back into it. Just double checking some other names that I see being thrown into the chat. Dump everything. Nvidia's down. You want to look for any relative strength, which I'm not seeing unless it's an oil name. At this point, Bitcoin just lost 76, is at 75. I don't know if that's going to provide us any kind of an opportunity to get back in here. No, that's just absolute flush zone. Ooh. Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
I tried to bounce it sometime. Get the VWAP, get the VWAP. There was a couple of good bounces in the VWAP, but now you're just.
There's Randy, but I don't see coffees, but I see Randy. Hey, Randy, how's it going?
Wait a minute.
He's back. Yeah, he's no, because they're doing a power cut through.
I was like, you're not here today.
Like that. So Randy was not here in the morning. He'll be here for a very long time. Will you be here tomorrow morning, Randy? No. Okay. Well, is it raining outside?
No, it's good.
Okay,
today.
good. I have a game tonight. We had practice last night. Game tonight. I got to make the lineup. Yeah, we were okay yesterday with the field, but we were just a gravel field. Tonight we're on the Little League Diamond, so it has a good flood.
Oh, the High Park one.
Yeah, the High Park is a legit place. Okay, so yeah, there's IBIT, as Neil mentioned there. Bitcoin falling out of bed real quick. I couldn't call up, unfortunately, one of the viewers there because I had to restart our little system there. But he said, look at Nvidia, Sean. And I was like, okay, Nvidia is making that move down. That's a pretty aggressive move, I would think. Therefore, NVDA taking out, the low of the day. And as many things have done, except for the market just bounced off the low, which is fine by me, man. We got a decent cover right now. We have about 15%, maybe about 20% left on the short there. So we'll wait to see if we do get taken out near the high side. Remember, at 2:15, we will get that talk again, Sorry, at 2:15.
2:30.
At 2:30, we'll get Powell on the mic, and he'll have the prepared speech, which we already know about, and then he'll take the questions. That's when it gets interesting. Probably someone's going to ask him about the future rate cuts, and then that way he can, or moves, and then that way he can give maybe a bit of a better timeline for that. Will he stay or will he go? That's another question that we're going to wind up finding out about. There goes the dollar.
Does he technically still vote, right? So
yeah, so we'll see what he thinks about all those the 8-4 vote there, and we'll see when people ask him questions. But there goes the dollar upside. Yes.
So my personal theory is if he does do it, I think he'll announce it as part of his prepared statement. If he does make this announcement, I don't think it'll be something he responds to in questions. My thing is, if he doesn't include it in his prepared statements, he's not going to announce it. And if you ask him about it, he won't tell you. Like, I've seen enough Powell that I can confidently say that.
Yeah, he's been asked that before, as Adair mentioned.
Yeah, everybody,
he
knows it's coming.
He's like, stay tuned or something like that. I can't forget the answers he gives. But
it's like if he was going to give a response,
like that.
You would think that he would have it planned out there. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear an answer to that question today, to be honest with you. And we'll see. I'm a little bit, it's crazy to think that Intel's not going down.
I have to go to the screen.
Like if we don't pop and fade, I'll look at the two things I'm looking at right now. Silver, which we were in before, is not really popping back up. IBIT is, and so Bitcoin is trying to pull back. I think looking for a reversal off of the prior low is going to make sense. It's about 42.8. And then any sign of action that we're curling here in Intel, like this is the level where it was confirming the short. I just want to see that these buyers aren't continuously stepping up.
Oh no, because Bitcoin was going down, I was like, maybe Robinhood is going to try to catch a bit at 70, but it's at 70 right now. This is, it's good. Okay, we have the low being 68.90, but that's not the low.
Those are all wrong.
Yeah, the low rate here is where we're at right now. So we have to watch out for Robinhood coming back in, and then I assume the other name that reported today. Well, actually, Sofi, they're both right at the lows right now. Did SNDK care about this? We're going to go to Adair in 1 second. Yeah, so a little bit of a pullback there. This name was up 10% now, only up 7. What's up, Adair?
President Trump talking right now in the Oval Office. Just be aware, in addition to Fed Chair Powell in 15 minutes. So again, guys, Fed Chair Powell in 15 minutes. Last press conference as FOMC chair. I've got the purple ready. Let's see if he does wear that purple tie and what he gives us. But no, there's an actual reason I wanted to talk to you guys right now. I was looking at the CME Fed Watch tool, and there's this probabilities aspect, which I have to shout out someone named Frank in the chat for telling me about this. But basically, it shows you kind of in a zoomed out lens, what are the rate expectations like months ahead. So April 2026, of course, we just had this. We didn't get the rate cut. We're not expecting a potential rate cut until December of 2027. But when I was studying this, one interesting thing that I noticed is that once you start to get April and June of 2027, like you're still expecting, of course, a rate hold, but the chances of a hike in these months actually significantly outweighs the chances of a cut. So if we do not hold rates steady, there's a chance rates could increase now in mid-2027. I'll go back to you.
Well, and when you're talking about, that's one thing usually the market's not going to be happy with, but the economy is what it is. And if it's signaling that you could see more inflation, down the line, the idea of rate hikes can be scary for the market to think about. It's just, we're in a macro environment right now where regardless of what you're looking at in the market, you have to have a bit of a more macro look. And on a day like today, sometimes it used to be CPI, nowadays it's gonna be the Fed. And when you've got a big macro type of day, you have to have a different approach, like a different mentality, because it's not the same as going off of technicals and going off individual stock fundamentals. It's not that. It's a macro, overall broad look, and sometimes you got to narrow it down, like today or any day that the Fed is giving their update.
Okay, here we go, man. Good lead up there, Neil. This is your pre-Fed defensive preparation. I mean, look, it's pretty simple. What you want to do, and we've been talking about it, you got to do this every single time, and that is check out what the consensus is, right? And we have a Fed rate watch tool. All you have to do is Google that. There's a couple of them that are out there. It'll tell you roughly what the market's thinking, whether or not it's 100% for a cut, whether or not it's 50-50. That'll give you a good idea of what the consensus is, because that way you're not going in blind, right? So there's a Fed rate watch tool. You want to make sure what's been priced in so that we know about a potential surprise. So that's what you kind of do early. You're trying to figure out, hey, are we expecting fireworks, or is this just going to be, as we like to say around here, a nothing burger? As you can see here on the key levels, that's the next thing you're going to look at. So, all right, we know if there's going to be a big move or not, and if there is, what levels are we looking at? This is very important to map this out before the trade actually happens, and so you don't get stopped out on bad prices, or you understand where the market could go. So those are key critical levels, both on the SPY and on the NASDAQ, or quite frankly, if you're trading gold, silver, the US dollar, the VIX, things like that, that will move on Fed days. Have a roadmap. Make it clear, easy, and decisive. And the last one, this is something that I think all traders should consider, and that is risk off. Right? That 15 minutes, we said by 1:45, that 15 minutes heading into the actual announcement, we're not sure where the market's going to go, let alone right at 2 p.m. So it's interesting to hold a little bit, that's for sure. But if you're going to have a big position that you really believe in, maybe put it on after 2 o'clock. There's no point in getting in there when the volatility is a little uncertain. So these are some defensive preparation notes that you can make before the 2 p.m. decision.
Absolutely, and the thing about it is, on a day like today, patience, and something Sean mentioned there is going to be so important. Knowing where you want to express the trade and then allowing it to happen. An example might be, well, on a Fed day, rate-sensitive names could move more, so maybe you want to look at the IWM. Sometimes you might have moves in the dollar, so you might want to look at gold or silver, and that could be something, or maybe trade a currency pair. But allowing the news to hit at 2 o'clock and then react to it and then catch the drift. You know the volatility is going to be there, but if you're jumping the gun too early, you can get basically in and out of too many trades and chop yourself up. The key is that patience and knowing exactly where you want to look, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, perfect point here. And this is the number one point on this list is the algorithmic trading, the noise that can happen right at 2 p.m. because you're going to get descents, you're going to get dot plots sometimes as well. So watch out for those algos in the first couple minutes of trading. That could be very, very difficult to capture. And especially as a day trader, you don't want to get involved with all of that noise. Then this is the key thing as we await for 2:30, right? That's when the Fed chair is going to actually stand on the podium and start to take questions. And those questions are what can throw a little bit of a wrench into the plans, right? There's one key word that could happen that sends the market upside or down. So you got to make sure that you're paying attention to the 2:30 presser. Very, very important. We can't say that enough. And then again, at 3 p.m., that's a little bit an hour after. You still have an hour until the close, right? So watch out for the trend. I mean, just in this simple example here, it's just a chart. You can see the trend is long, so you may want to say, okay, now that we've gone through the noise, we now have a half hour of information, plus we can now absorb the trend. So, you know, the safer trades, trade within the ranges, that's fine. But these are the key times you're looking for after the announcement. So we talked about how to get defensive before, and this is just after the announcement. Watch out for the noise, wait for the speech, then look for the trend. That's how we trade the Fed day.
You better believe it. And remember, macro days are going to reward the traders who react by their preparation. You prepare to react. Don't try to guess. That can be entirely too dangerous. That's what it's about on a Fed day, which we have right here. And another wild one is we're starting to cut back in a little bit to the upside. There was, and let's go to Adara, there was a pretty big news story. I think, is that what you have on PayPal, Adara?
Yes. I have the story. So, yeah, again, apologies, guys. I could not bring this to you during the segment. But here we are, CNBC reporting that PayPal under its new CEO, Enrique
PayPal.
Lores, is going to be spinning off its Venmo into a standalone business unit. This comes as we have potential buyers for PYPL, and apparently the goal of this is to make a separate Venmo a little bit easier to sell. So again, PYPL on watch, could be reportedly spinning off its Venmo business, according to CNBC. Now, also worth noting here, President Trump making more statements about Iran during his meeting in the Oval Office with these Artemis space people, astronauts, saying that he made some comments about Iran here. If I can scroll back down here, he said they have a small percentage of missile-making facilities, and he did also make a comment about knocking out the rest of their missiles and systems if they don't make a deal. So Trump once again threatening retaliation with Iran should a deal not be made. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. I was just sort of thinking, this is from CNBC, not directly from PayPal themselves.
Yeah, it says CNBC, PayPal.
I almost feel like if these types of stories, you're probably at an 80 to 90% win rate if the source isn't the company themselves in a press release or the CEO or the CFO. It's just X reporting that this might be happening. If it does a topic, it's insane. I actually thought that maybe this was coming from the CEO, maybe speaking somewhere. And I like PayPal. I recently bought PayPal. So even though it's up, I'm like, that, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's not the end of the world. And I don't think that's going to be game-breaking unless we hear something again directly from the CEO. So I got, it's not a reload, it's sort of a re-entry in that prior low on SLV. Again, just letting it get or drift back into what was a flat bottom break. Bitcoin didn't get anywhere close, basically didn't move. There's some names that have really held up. And that's not even the right word. Held up is not the right word for what's going on with Intel. We just saw the futures get from VWAP, the ES and the NASDAQ, get from VWAP all the way down to the low a day. Intel barely even budged. It's not breaking the high, but it's really trying to fly here. We've got STK Trader. Thank you for the super chat. Silver's been your workhorse. You invested 30K at 25 SLV. Some people get mad when we say silver instead of SLV.
Oh, those people are
last year sold at 107. Do you ever see 30 again? No, I think like you have to remember there was like a structural breakout that happened in gold and in the metals. So, and with the amount of printing, is anybody spending less money? You think the world's printing less money with the wars going on here? And with inflation, no, we're just going to print more money. So I think structurally, something fundamentally happened. It was a monster breakout in both gold and silver. The idea that you get back to those, like to 25 in SLV, or I think you said 30.
Yeah.
No, that would seem to me, what I think would need to happen in the world from like from just a monetary standpoint to get us there, there's zero will for that to ever change. Probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean,
money, man.
You never think prices are going to get to certain levels, and then they do. So we'll have to wait to see. But I think that's true. When you get that sort of a big epic breakdown or break up in that example for the metals, the rest is history. And we'll just see. I think it actually gets to probably 100 before it gets back to 50. So, all right, TQs.
30.
Not doing much. We're almost out of this position, so we'll just let that roll. Let's check out something else. I mean, Google's going to be reporting tonight. Good name, underneath 350 right now. A little bit of a fade, but not much, right? I mean, this is part of the thing that you're looking at. Not much of a move on Google there, just hanging out. So you're underneath VWAP. This could be a really good short. This is a name that, I mean, we love some Google, man. It's a big position of mine in both portfolios of mine. But we'll see if it holds.
I got a question that we always frame this the other way about these earnings. Which one would you got to buy one, which one are you going to buy? You go Microsoft, Apple. My Apple's tomorrow. So let's just go Microsoft, Meta, and Alphabet, Amazon.
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to include the fifth. But instead of that, what if you turn around and said, you have to sell one. You don't have a choice. You've got to dump one of them. This is not an if and or but situation between Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, and Microsoft. Like gun to your head. I think that's a much more difficult decision if you have to sell one. No Qualcomm alone. You know what?
For me, it might actually be easier than to which one to buy, and I'll tell you why. Because this is at the all-time highs, and it's right there. So I would just say I don't think I'll have too much FOMO. Like if I had to sell all, $1,000 of a position, let's just say that's your max position, and you got out of it all, I think it would be Amazon, because even if they do have a good quarter, which by the way, this was their last quarter right there, even if they do have a great quarter, I'm still not sure how much this will move to the upside just because of where we are. We're well extended off of the 200 period moving average. We've seen, good quarters come through, which I think Amazon's going to have one, could still get faded out a little bit. I can't choose Microsoft or anything like that just because of, really where Microsoft is at. Microsoft's at, here, I'll call it Microsoft quickly. Microsoft's at a level where, there is a lot of room to the upside for Microsoft right now. And, you're just at the 200 period, I believe, once it loads, if it will. But anyways, the whole point of the question, I think, is a great one. But Microsoft right here, if I had to sell this, I just think that a decent quarter actually moves it a little higher, while a decent quarter on Amazon might bring it a little down. This one's kind of stuck in the middle. So I know you were going to say Amazon, but what?
Well, Microsoft and Meta are too cheap.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
They're both in the 20s on a forward PE. Amazon's still over 30, and the answer is never going to be Google for me. I didn't even bother to check what Alphabet is, because the answer for me is never out. That is 4.
Alphabet's at the all-time
It's never going to be. Alphabet has too much of what I like, which is everything. So when you go for the 3, it's just like sell the one historically. If you like them all, which one is expensive? And that's what I would lean to. But Microsoft does have this little, but it's got so much room to run. It's got that curb appeal to it. Of the whole, well, you could, if that was a wipeout bottom, it's still Microsoft, I suppose. And Oklahoma Lone Wolf keeps spamming Qualcomm. I said no Qualcomm, all right? We include Qualcomm in that, then everybody chooses Qualcomm. There's nothing against Qualcomm, and it shouldn't be, because Qualcomm's actually performed really well off of the lows here. But, you got to draw the line somewhere.
One more Oklahoma Lone Wolf. One more, my guy.
Hit it one more time.
One more. Hit it one more time. We'll be like a student. We'll put him in timeout for a couple seconds there. But
I don't think they can do that anymore.
I can do it.
No. They used to make kids sit in the corner. I mean, like actual students in timeout.
My kids.
I don't think they're allowed to. There's lots of stuff that happened when we were kids that you just can't pull off anymore in school.
Needless to say.
We've been talking about that.
How about playing with a ball at recess?
Well, we had that. No, but you used to, I don't know if they did it in your school, you'd sit in a chair and facing the corner. It was a legitimate thing. Sometimes you had to wear the dunce cap wasn't a thing when I was in grade school. Is that a thing? But you did have to sit in the corner if you were that person.
Yeah, I don't think they don't do stuff like that no more.
You know how I got there one time?
I used to be real bad.
I watched Police Academy. I love that movie.
That's a good one.
And I'm not Jonesy, but the whole making voices, whatever. So I practiced trying to be able to do a mock-up of sounding like the principal calling from the whatever the PA system. And I pranked the teacher by saying, "This is whatever. Please come to the principal office."
Yeah.
And then
you got in trouble.
Yeah. So I had to sit in the corner. This would have been I was 8 years old maybe, so I was grade 3 or something like that. But I got in minor troubles, sit in the corner for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, maybe it was a half an hour. But we got Powell coming in 30 seconds.
Yes.
So we know Powell's going to hit the podium. He'll have the prepared speech. Maybe we will. I'm not saying we will, but maybe we'd hear something about whether he wants to stay on or not. And certainly his comments on the labor market and the economy and the uncertainty from the war are going to be highlighted because he's on. Yeah, you know what? I got the re-entry here, but I'll give it a tight stop because I still like the shots up here on SLV a little bit better. We're going to go to Adara, and then we're going to get the prepared comments.
Just about ready to get this conference started. The pre-conference music started, and as you can see now, we're just waiting for Powell to step to the podium. And a great time for President Trump to say, who's also live, to say, quote, "It's a good time to lower rates." So President Trump still pushing for that rate cut as we get chances that we actually could get a rate raise in 2027. Also, guys, just posted this on X at TTV Research. I've been doing this every month now since I think December, where you just take a look at all of the different votes at the FOMC meeting. Again, guys, this was an 8-4 decision. We did have 3 feds that voted for the rate hold, but also for against an easing bias in the rate statement, so a more hawkish vote. And then we have Myron, of course, voting for the cut. We're just waiting here for Powell to start speaking. Once he begins, I'll keep you all posted. But again, guys, goodbye, Papa Powell, closing the door on his time as Fed chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Crude oil futures closing pretty much at the lows. It's 230. Obviously, that's the other thing that happens at this time. Sorry, did I say at the lows, at the highs?
Yeah, oil. We're still short the market.
Yes, literally at the highs. we're going to end up closing and breaking higher at the end of the day here. So Powell's about to hit the podium. I'm just going to go for the scalp into the low. And if we bounce, short the pops, like a famous trader said when I was a trainee. Short the pops, short the pops. That's going to be the way to go. Yeah, President Trump, Iran just has to say we give up. Well, that would be nice. That would make things nice and easy. I don't think that's going to happen. That's my guess.
No, it's a ridiculous.
Call it a shot in the dark.
It's a ridiculous thing to hope for.
There
Okay, so there's Powell. Okay, look, man, we're still short. We'll see what can wind up happening right here. Still short this market. We just got another fill rate, pretty much as we got a better fill at 75, but we'll wait to see now where this market goes. We didn't reload it. We could have reloaded it at VWAP. I don't really want to play too much off technicals. The market has obviously digested everything. Now we'll just hear what Powell has to say, and inflation elevated. Energy price increases are affecting inflation. I mean, that's part of why it's elevated. We've talked about that, and that's what he's talking about here. Current policy stands appropriate. I'm just telling you things I'm hearing in my ear from Powell right now as he begins to speak there, right on there. So we'll wait to hear. I don't think he's going to say anything that we don't know about right now. Talking about the Middle East is contributing to uncertainty. There goes oil up 7.5% right now. So you thought there was pain at the pumps before today. Do not go tomorrow, as there may be more pain at said pumps right there. Iran. Okay, get out of here, Iran, in this all kind of nonsense right now. It's just ridiculous. President, that's why that story yesterday, blah, 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 is investigating what happens if Trump declares winner. And then all of a sudden now it's like a complete thing is like, wow, the only way I can't say we're going to win. And so it's a completely different thing. Like now he's waiting on Iran to say that they give up. I don't believe that they're going to be throwing in the white towel at any moment. But hey, I mean, I'm not Jared Kushner. I don't know anything about all of this. So we'll, just continue to watch out there. Slowing labor force growth, slower labor demand happening for Powell right now. So, just a little bit of a back and forth here on the market. We'll see if Big Papa Pump continues to pump the market. And there it is, man. He takes the podium, 2 straight green candles.
We did hear the words "good afternoon" for the final time here from Fed Chair Powell with his purple tie. He also said here that the current policy stance is going to be appropriate and that Middle East events, as he put it, the conflict here in the Middle East, contributes to the Fed's uncertainty. I'm still looking for this full prepared statement from Powell, usually a little bit easier to find. I will try to find that so I can tell you guys right before we transition into the question period. Also, I have to mention here, President Trump talking about Iran again, saying, quote, there will never be a deal with Iran unless they agree to no nuclear weapons, which we know they're not that likely to agree to. Back to you.
I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but Iran apparently murdered 32,000 of their own people. I don't think they're just going to be like, yeah, you're right, United States and Israel. We're out. You're right. We're just going to lay down right now. Even though you guys have completely demolished all of our infrastructure and everything like that, we're good. We're good. We're good. Forget about all the leaders that are gone. But anyways, just tongue in cheek, we all hope that it ends. I just don't know if that's the best method. Waiting for that to happen. And I know a lot of you in the chat agree with that. But there it is. SPCE at 3.5. What is it right now? PCE, but anyways.
I don't think 3.5. If I look at the estimates,
March,
because the March print's going to be tomorrow.
March
print. To pull this up, we are seeing tomorrow. We're supposed to get at 3.2% core, and then non-core. We were looking for. Wait, where is it? Oh, sorry, I'm having computer issues. Non-core PCE 3.5%. So in line with or hotter than expected here is what Powell's implying.
The bigger thing is how long we've been chilling at 3. It's been way too long at 3. And above 3. Let's be real. And that's the thing that's going to have them hung up on any cuts. So we actually just got a bounce. Silver just won't break the lows. So it bounced off the same bottom. It's going to be as long as we hold this trend of like lower highs, that's great. Once you make a higher low, then it'd be a decision like whether or not I just want to go in at like a technical level, maybe let it get into VWAP, or better yet, topping tail candle. Like, allow there to be a reversal candle or a topping tail, because now all of a sudden you're in that other mode where we've had Powell on the podium, it's been a short, maybe we turn something else. Intel's not really even moving that much. It's up 10.5%, but this isn't doing anything that I want to see. Like, I want to see more action. If it's the strongest stock out there when we pop, why isn't it popping further? AMD's actually breaking the high of the day, up 4%. That might be too far gone. You know what, I'll just stick with, we'll stick with SLV for the next opportunity. Just be patient, look for that topping tail. There's been nothing on the bid strong enough to make me think the other direction yet here. So yeah, congratulations, Warsh.
Yeah, he's already said this is going to be his last, his last Fed. So,
maybe
yeah.
Nvidia?
Okay, we're in 5% of this trade. This move down, we were only in 20%. Cleared it out there, got another bid out here. So if we rip above, we'll just stop out there. And as I said, I mean, here's Big Papa Pump. I mean, he hits the podium right here, and the NASDAQ goes all the way back to the highs of the afternoon again. And it's just a matter of, like, you know, kind of like sort of quelling the doubters a bit there on the rate decision, keeping it as is, and just talking about how, you know, looking at different factors and talking about the Iran war. Oh, by the way, Intel right now just, see ya. There's $94. Man, do we love us some Intel right now. Okay, here's a move down on the market. Look at that. See, this is what we're doing, man. Take advantage of that. There's the pushback right into view up again. We'll take 15 cents. Remember, our stop is still 10 cents. So we'll take 15 cents there on the move back down and get out of a little bit more. And now just holding a little piece. But yeah, that Intel, obviously, okay, now we're really starting to go down a little bit right here. So let's go over to Adara. She's got some news on this.
Yeah, Fed Chair Powell taking a bit of a different tone than we normally see him take during this press conference. He said that, again, as we knew, it's his last press conference as chair. He said before he's not stepping down from the Fed Board of Governors until they close the investigation against him, and he said that remains the case. So he's not stepping down, guys, from the Fed Board of Governors. As we know, the investigation was closed, but as Powell mentioned, Janine Pirro, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, she said they can reopen it at any time. So he's really unsure if this investigation is going to be reopened or not. As such, he's going to stay on the Board of Governors. He also made a very, very pointed and I think pretty strong case for why the Fed needs to remain independent, remind the people and the media about the purpose of the Fed, and said that he trusts the people working at the Fed. So nice, I think pretty resilient call to arms here from Fed Chair Powell, call to arms in terms of, like, you know, understanding the Fed better in his last press conference as Fed Chair. Now there's question time.
All right, so that's nice. I mean, he'll stay on. I think that's probably neutral for the market. I mean, obviously, it's been proven to be quite a level head, considering, you know, all the sort of the stuff that's been thrown at him.
Neutral is sell today.
Yeah, and so I think that's a good story there. I mean, I think you always want to have smart people part of the Fed, and definitely Jerome Powell doesn't get that position. Was also given that position by President Trump.
It's true.
So it's not like he hadn't gone through vetting before. So shout out to everybody watching us right now. We want to say big thank you to all of that, as we have Jerome Powell in the top right. And any kind of a stock you guys want us to look at, we will be more than happy to oblige. So get those in the chat there. Let us know what you want Neil and I to look at. I'm just trading the futures here with the NASDAQ and the TQs, and I think it's just Intel on many people's minds as we're back up to $94.
CoreWeave too.
CoreWeave is moving.
CoreWeave's up 8. Look, Intel's having a great day. I understand, but like CoreWeave's up 9% and at the high of the day too. Like it's not only Intel today. This one's breaking out pretty nicely. It was Lone Wolf, I believe, in the chat was asking about this. And again, this is just, some of it's going to be technical. The rest of it is just going to be the chips are picking winners and losers this week in a really big way. And there's no in between. If you're running and gunning. You know, it's like run TMC back in the day. If you're with the big three, you're gone. Like, unfortunately, it's not been Nvidia. I'm a little disappointed. I'm disappointed in Nvidia, but I've been over that. We've talked about this before with my choice between AMD and Nvidia and how that's going for me. So anyways, the only thing was just the topping tail candle was a little bit absurd on SLV, but it wasn't like there was a lot of trading happening in the top end of this candle. The trading came back in at about the $0.50 at 64.5, so that's where you could really short unless you were just sitting there in the middle of the ether. So gonna get out at the LOD again, just sort of trade back into the trend, as we have Danny Boy Fade Runner.
You got another one. I mean,
that's a good one because
how's the cheese going? You know, I think the cheese Spencer business is going well. As a
Austin's
Green Bay
going.
Packer, I mean, we need to figure out this cheese thing. As owner of the Packers, I should say, he never endorsed the sneakers I sent him. Yeah, so unfortunately, he's a hard guy to get on your side. But if you send Neil and I sneakers,
I'll endorse the living you know what
we'll
out of
definitely
any cheese dispenser business, if that's what you want to do.
And as I was saying, if the cheese dispenser business slows down, let me know. We can maybe give it away on one of the Packers home games. We can think about doing that, and I think that would be well received for sure there. So Powell just saying he's going to leave when appropriate, and he'd like to stay on. He says it's hard to get consensus with 19 strong-minded people. So that would be true. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. And we did get a question from David. Adara, do you have the implied moves done yet?
I was literally just about to finish updating them here, and I like to keep it as close to the close as I can because they tend to really oscillate quite a lot. So I just want to get you guys the most accurate. Going to finish this up right now. I've done all the base work. Should be out in, I hope, less than 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So there you go, David. You just asked about the implied moves, so I said that we would discuss them once we have them. So Adara does a great little graphic, so we'll look at that.
Maybe Meta 1, Microsoft 2, Amazon, then Google. If I had to guess,
Meta will be 1. Is that what you said?
Meta, Microsoft. That's then maybe Amazon, Google, or
not Microsoft. It'll be. I think it'll be Amazon. Well, it could be Microsoft, but
actually, no. Microsoft doesn't historically move much.
Exactly.
So maybe that I put them 3.
Yeah, we'll go Meta, Amazon, Microsoft. No, Google, then Microsoft.
That's a guess.
Microsoft.
I just heard that can't
I'm
be
trying
right.
to. What was I trying to load up again?
Oh, that's not remember. No liquidity. I just heard Kodak was breaking out. Why is Kodak moving, and why should we care?
Maybe they got into the iced tea business. I don't know.
Congratulations, Kodak. My daughter is in love with iced tea. That's like the only drink she'll.
Yep,
like
all my kids drank was sweet iced tea and pina coladas when they went on when we went on vacay. They love it. I tried to get them to have the Arnold Palmer's, which is the lemonade. Lemonade, a tasty treat. They like the Arnold Palmer's.
Oh, the real one?
What?
Baron's old enough now. A little partake, maybe.
No, they don't drink. They don't drink alcohol, my guy, over there. But
he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's very. Yeah, as I said, he'd be the second biggest guy for around here. Okay, so here we go, man. Let's spin it. Let's see who's making money on the prop side of things. So this is yesterday. Me and Neil and I trade on a prop floor here. It's called Real Trading. You can go check them out at realtrading.com, and you can figure out I've been here for 24 years. This is the top trader yesterday. One market. These are the markets. And these are the U.S. dollars that they made. Okay, so some days I can show you here, and we would have Blue Ocean, or we would have, I don't know, Dublin or Milan or something. But no, yesterday, these are yesterday's numbers, not today's numbers. NASDAQ, the CSE, so in Canada, a very hot market for sure, the Canadian market. So definitely worth a look if anybody's trading in that space. Canada, again, there. Because remember, Canada's very oil dependent, driven. So, wow, okay, we'll look at this in a minute because right now, the money is not on that screen. It's on this screen. Here comes TQQs. Nice move down again, whoosh, all the way to the downside right there as we continue a downside push here. Let's go, Jerome. Nice little move to the downside here as we'll wait for 80s to see if we can get that fill. That's the best we've sort of gotten right there. But that was a quick look at the numbers. It's basically 7,000 or so near the low end there. So that's kind of some of the numbers that people are doing on prop firms, on our prop firm here. Adara, what was that all about?
Well, the market's moving lower here, but oil is still hanging out near intraday highs. Fed Chair Powell saying that the energy surge hasn't even started or peaked yet, rather. So he thinks energy can continue to push higher. He also said that the Fed expects tariff inflation to recede within the next 2 quarters. So again, Powell warning that the energy increase is nowhere near the top. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. Well, if that's not there isn't a top on Intel if that wasn't it. It just tagged exactly $94. I see 93.99 as the top of that wick. That's not the high of the day. It hit 94.10 earlier, so just get that out of the way. So I'm going short here and looking for 92. That'll be 92.75. So like the 3/4 first will be the first take, just out in front of that, and then we'll see how far it can go. And again, if it breaks the high of the day, that's going to be kind of an easy out. SLV, I've been getting out of silver every single time it tags the bottom. There we go. And it looks like, so it broke this time, but that could be like an immediate fugaze. Now, if it gets back above that low, last time we pegged it at the actual LOD. I just want to be sure that it's going to hold these bottoms underneath the low of the day. Let's go back to Adair. I guess we have another update.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, guys. I'm still working here on the implied move, so give me a minute there. But it's also worth noting, Fed Chair Powell said that apparently a number of Feds have seen a hike as likely as a cut has moved up. He said it's easy to see why. So again, he's saying that number seeing hike as lightly as a cut has moved up. It's easy to see why. So sorry, not the Fed, but I guess the CME Fed Watch tool, likely something that he's referring to. He said it's easy basically to see why the chance of a hike has increased in people's eyes. So yeah, pretty hawkish coming through there. Also talking right now about the idea that there's no rush to make a decision on language, saying developments could change over the next 30 to 60 days. Again, once more, this quote, the number of officials who view a rate hike as equally likely has risen alongside growing support for shifting to a neutral bias. It's easy to see why. Back to you.
Okay.
Man, that's not it's not a good place to be.
No, I think it's well. I mean, he's definitely putting all the cards out there, which is nice to see. So, yeah. So here we go. Just a quick little talk. New position. We had traded Apple long today, and it was good. It's just we did get dropped out right there near the lows. Once we broke sort of that low right there, as we always say, man. I mean, I got to have stops, so that was a stop there, and then it did. I don't want to use the word moon, but we went from 268 up to 271 right there, almost in a straight line. So I'm just going to test out this name right here, right now, for us on Apple. Go long. So now we're long. Okay, we just got to fill there somewhere. We just got to fill at 70s off of 50 long. So that was just a 20 cents. I don't know. We're going to try to stack it up. So there goes Apple again. Nice move higher. Let's see how high we can go now with Apple. I mean, just fell in. I was going to wait for VWAP. That's 269. That was going to be where my next fill was. And then if we actually lost 269, we were going to get out. But here we go again. Nice little play. Now it's 30 cents in the money. So, take your trades where they lie. And right now, Apple's doing pretty good for us here. I was a little nervous about going Apple and the futures, but we're already out of the futures. So we do switch it back over, get Apple. So take out some out for 20 cents, take some out for 30 cents. I do have another offer for 40 cents, and then we'll see if it can climb even higher from here, maybe back into the highs of the day. So we're getting out right now, and then we'll go up here to 270.20s, and then hopefully we can get that next little level. Here it comes, man, as quick as you like. 90s hopefully coming through for a decent trade there on Apple. So, yeah, that's that, man. Earnings will be coming out in just over an hour.
An hour and... Is Apple the last one at 4?
Apple's at Apple's tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, Apple's tomorrow. The last one is 4:20. I think I forget who's going to be last. Usually Meta. Well, Meta that one time.
So you've got Microsoft last at 4:05, the other three at 4 p.m.
So you know what? Maybe it's Qualcomm. But I remember there was one day where Zuckerberg made us wait until it was like 4:40 or 4:45. Hopefully we don't get a repeat of that. But a quick update, we couldn't hold the low or underneath the low on silver, so it did break up. There might be another chance at this. If it does another obscene topping tail candle reversal, then I wouldn't mind jumping back in and trying a little something to the south side. But for now, it's starting to come back up. Intel's a play off of the high. And I was just looking over at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, the silver broke the low. IBIT did not. It held the line. And we're right at 75 or just above 75,000 on BTC. For IBIT, that's probably like 42.5 is what I see. So this one, only actually been playing it to the long side, like every time there's a bit of a trend break. But I like the double bottom. If you didn't make a fresh low when the market did, then there's quote unquote relative strength. It's not real relative strength. But I want to see this break out this little top here, 42.7 on IBIT. It's not a round number over there on Bitcoin, but it has had sellers at that exact same price. If it can break, I like the R&R. Play it to the prior low or like the recent low on the 3-minute, and then look for a bit of a reversion. It's almost 3 o'clock, and then we get into power hour, and we'll see how long Powell. I feel like Powell's not going to be on the mic as long as usual today, because what's he going to say? His opinion doesn't matter as much when he's on the way out.
No, I mean, his opinion never really mattered that much anyways, because we have a voting structure, so we have to wait. And by the way, there it is. There's Apple, man. I mean, there's 50 cents. So I know we're trading an active name with Intel there, but we also just grabbed that 50 cents right here on Apple to the upside. So here we go. We'll just see how much more it wants to go. This is now basically 1-to-1. We were going to stop out on a break of 269. So there it is. Yeah, Jerome Powell. We're dunking on him right now with this trade. So far, so good here with a nice trade on Apple. Neil's got Intel, and Adara's got more for us.
Those are looking for these implied earnings moves calendar. Here it is. Meg 7s, once again, not that exciting for implied earnings moves. Tesla, our first of the season with a 5.5% implied move. Google, more or less same implied move here, about 5.7%. Highest implied move of the Meg 7 is going to be Meta at 7.5%. Highest implied move overall, not shocking given this roster. It's going to be Carvana, 12.3% implied move. You can find this here in XFTV research. Also, Powell continuing to comment, saying that he does not see the labor market as a source of inflation. Back to you.
Thanks,
Not
Adara.
see the labor market as source of inflation. Well, yeah.
I think you better, I don't know, you might want to start looking there.
I think so. You have another problem with the labor
Derek
market.
coming in hot, says Fernand. Yeah, so
You got another problem with the labor
you just put on IBIT. I think IBIT.
IBIT was the breakout trade.
Yeah,
so
it's gone for a dip.
It's the fact it didn't make a new low when the futures did. It didn't make a new low when silver did, which I was also monitoring. So it's a breakout of a resistance level with the stop at the prior bar. Intel has to break higher today or not. It went about 20, 30 cents in the money, but I'm giving it 70 to try to take 70 and a buck and all that stuff. So if I'm short here, I'm not getting out unless it breaks a new fresh high of the day. That's a built different type of trade. I don't want anything small, and I'm not completely done with silver, I don't think. The third name I'm looking at is if I get some kind of an obvious, look how obvious this topping tail candle was. If it still does something like this again, I think there's another short opportunity with SLV just because of how weak it was. It did make a fresh low, so it's been making lower highs and lower lows the entirety of the, well, I mean, frankly, it's been doing it all day. I was going to say the entirety of the afternoon, but it's been making lower highs and lower lows since about 10:30. If you don't break that trend, I want to give it a couple more chances. There's still an hour to go here, and that was something that I liked to the short side regardless of what was going on with the Fed. We don't really have to worry too much about oil as those market futures are closed. But if this were to fall all over itself at the close, remember what that should do to the overall markets. Let's go to Adara at the desk again, another update.
I think I know we got this pump back in the market. As I mentioned a couple minutes ago, Fed Chair Powell saying that it's, quote, easy to see why an increasing number of Fed officials are seeing the chance of a rate hike later on. He just clarified, though, that people are not saying they need to hike now. So again, even though the chances of a hike later on are increasing in the eyes of some Fed officials, Fed Chair Powell saying that basically no one's assuming that hikes need to happen right at this moment. Back to you.
Well, yeah, not right at this moment.
I got another position on right here. We'll start another with Nvidia. I just realized that when you guys in the chat was telling me about Nvidia, it actually came into 208. Like, that's the level that I like. So we'll start really small now, and small is relative to whatever position sizing everybody's using. But for me, relatively small, half unit right now. I'm waiting for it to come into 208.25, and then we'll just play off of, or no, did I put 208.20? No, 208.05. I was going to go to 25, but then I was like, wait a minute, the bottom's not 08. The bottom is right here. 50s, 207.50. So, in giving it a little bit more room right now, I could see definitely, especially on, a wording or whatever Powell has to say, this market could come back in a little bit, and I didn't want to just get stopped out at 208. We have a couple of wick bottoms there that have happened. So we'll try, okay, so here it comes. This is completely fine. If this comes in into 208 right there, we'll buy a little bit more, and then we'll just hold out and see if 207.50 winds up holding. We can actually put our stop in right now so don't forget about it. Is that really? Yeah, okay, that's easily the bottom. And then we'll just get stopped out if that comes in. So we'll wait for a 208 fill to come through, and then we'll take more shares, and we'll see what winds up happening. We did exit out of more of our Apple there once it broke the 50-period moving average. I want to put another piece right there as well at 82, just at the 50, there it is, just at the 52, and then maybe if we continue to go higher, we can just leave it now because we still have our 269 area coming. I didn't want to go too long and not be able to get out of some Apple in case the market fell, because then we're actually doubling our position on that side, right? So, yeah, there it goes. Nice move there for Nvidia. Let's go see what winds up happening with this trade right now.
And that high just runs again. I will take one more shot at this, but it has to show exactly what I want which is a topping tail, something with a lower high. I'm not going to stand out in front of it when it's going up. I'm only ever trying to take this on the way down, and I'm going to leave that stop in. So we're just going to sit in the IBIT long, which,
Bye-bye, Nvidia.
didn't think that's the way we were going to go, but we're headed to the upside now. So it looks like the longs are starting to come in and out of the shorts. Silver is breaking the trend line, so that's probably not going to be anything, and I might actually, if it can close above the trend line, then I got to the other way. This is all-day trend on SLV, which is another setup that we like here. So big Papa, well, little Papa pump. We'll give him that much. Got to get some orders out on IBIT. But if we do break trend on SLV, I don't mind flipping it. But I'm not going to overreact to the wick because this is exactly what happened last time. And then it slammed back into the downside. So I don't want to get trapped up at that top. I don't know how long he's going to be on the podium, but do remember there is this thing that happens occasionally with the Fed when Powell's on the podium. And whatever you're doing while he's on, there can be a bit of a reversal when he finishes his comments. I think we still have some time for that. We'll see.
As Intel rips higher, so does Nvidia. I mean, this came out of nowhere, man. I mean, we were looking to get longer down there, and we were going to bid 25s, but we didn't. It didn't even hit 25 anyways. It hit O's, but right up there into 209. There goes Nvidia, man. Just like I said, I've put the work in, trying to trade trend as much as we possibly can. Apple, I thought, was pretty strong here today. So we got into VWAP there, and we traded it off of that. Nice move higher right there. I mean, Apple VWAP was huge earlier. So we'll have to watch out for that, see if that continues. And then Nvidia's not really playing the trend. This is just playing a key level that we had. And then also, what I mean by the trend right now is the market. I mean, that continues to pump a little bit higher there. This is when Powell started, was right here. We did have that move down there, which we were able to cover, thankfully, and then right back up now. And we are out, obviously, of our futures position, which is perfect by me right there. We've done real well, man. We've made back a lot of the day here just with these positions that you guys have seen me trade live, right? And this is the best thing about what we do here is we're traders trading live. So you could see our ins and our outs, and we both have completely different styles. Like, I've only traded 5 names or 4 names today, right? And there goes the move higher. I just kind of sticking with what's happening, and there goes Nvidia. I still think Nvidia could get green today. I mean, we just need to see what winds up happening there. My next out is going to be in and around the 200 period of 209.40. I mean, to get green, I think we got to go to 212 or something. No, we're not going to get that high. I thought maybe back into here. 212 is possible. I don't know if we're going to get back up to 213 there today. That seems like a little bit of a pipe dream, but we'll just wait for Nvidia and try to hold the long. You know, we're long Apple, we're long Nvidia, and that's really about it. I kind of, you're in IBIT, so I was gonna say I think that's gonna be a good trade there, going upside there. I know it's only not moving too much now, but we'll see if it goes. Yeah, I'm up on IBIT's still gonna be P&L number 1, I believe, and it's just I was in, out. So I like it right now, a little bit of a bottom there, giving you some good targets. But we're mooning right here, baby, and you're not going to wipe the smile off this guy's face right here. We're 50 cents in on Apple, we're 30 cents in on Nvidia, and we're having a great time. And we've got Adara back there with some news.
Well, at this point, Sean, I'm not even quite sure why the market is mooning so much, because Fed Chair Powell just said that inflation is, quote, kind of misbehaving, and that, quote, maybe a little bit of restriction is the right place to be. So 2 comments that I would say are emphatically not dovish, but here we go. Market loving the final day of Fed Chair Powell and his purple tie. Back to you.
Presumptive final day.
Right? That's fair.
It's like, well, I mean, it's probably, but it's not 100%.
Well, like, I think all of the big Senate blocks to the full confirmation of war have been removed, and they're going to have that vote, I think, after the May 4th break. So, again, assuming his term ends on May 15th, that gives you about 10, 11 days for the confirmation. I think the likelihood of it going through is pretty high. And we've seen how motivated the Senate can be when they want to approve Fed members. They approved Myron, literally the day of the FOMC meeting that he was first involved in.
Well, it's the last time he'll do this. This is the last time we'll get to see him do this. And ultimately, we are headed back in to the upside. Well, it's interesting. You're saying, it's one of those days where 5's a lot for you. I've only traded 7 names today, which is interesting. Usually, I would trade double the number.
Yeah.
Today, it's only 7, really. And it should be 8, but I didn't actually make a play on that IPO today. Just the structure of it was just a little bit too weird. With that Pershing Square thing, which is probably a dog. I pulled away from it. I know I said I would take Pershing Square PSUS if it broke down. I didn't even bother to check the liquidity was so, actually it held. So PSUS is actually up. So it's probably a good thing. So I'm going to look for this to get into 43 and then the volume weighted average price. We just hit power hour. So I suppose you guys just saw our fun little power hour graphic hit. I was looking away. So I did not, unfortunately. But for now, we are headed to the upside. Distinctly different from before. Like we're shorting SLV. That's already back at the volume, like VWAP. So like this is a pretty hefty turnaround that we are seeing. I just want to see Bitcoin make one more push. If you fail the prior low, then the structure is still holding the short a little bit here. So I got one more out in front of not just today's prior low, but looks like yesterday's low as well. And if that turns into an issue, then you know structure not looking good on this. On the chat there, wannabe trader saying MP is going green. Yeah, well, you got to do more than just go green, MP Materials. This is one, I want this over the 200 period moving average again and holding. This is a stock that I wanted to add to, and I've seen no reason to do so just yet. So just IBIT for me. Intel just faded 94, but that's not enough to make me try it again. The market's strong. Before, when the market was weak, that's when I wanted to try to catch a short on Intel. Now that the market's strong again, it doesn't really feel like that makes a heck of a lot of sense.
I'm trying to do the same thing, kind of just getting in and out. As you can see, we do have a guest interview coming up. It's going to be from Global X, so we'll find out more about their product. We've been talking about it for quite a while. But when Moon, you say, what about Apple now? There it goes, man. Now you're 70 cents in the money there on Apple. So a nice little move higher there for AAPL as we continue to climb right there on this name. So let's go Apple and see if we can get low or see if we can get higher on this one. Nvidia's not having the same love for me as Apple, so maybe a little look here for NVDA. Struggling a little bit. We do have a top tick there, so we're fine with what we've done on Apple, but still looking for a little bit more, so we'll see if NVIDIA can get going as well. Looks like Apple will be the stronger name out of the bunch, these two names. So Apple and NVIDIA both kind of trying to hold fort right now. We'll just see where it winds up going. Hopefully back there to the upside. Broadcom, let's check in on our good friend Marvell as well right here, $155. So we can see where that one eventually takes off to. Right now we still like some Marvell. Get that in our portfolio as we already have it. And then I saw someone put in there, Dan Ives said, Palantir has a clear path to be the next $1 trillion company. Yeah, I mean, I like Palantir. I just think that there are some headwinds obviously involved with this name. And most of those headwinds do include the other AI names like the Anthropics of the world and just more competition coming into this space on the Department of Defense. They're looking for new customers. Might be a little harder when there's more competition. So I've said this a couple times before that I think the easy money in Palantir is obviously gone, but could still go. Dan Ives likes it. The guy's obviously a big tech buds there. So we'll see if that can get tech bug. We can see if that can get going for PLTR. All right.
He likes it, but is he buying it? That's the one thing I never hear.
Yeah, these guys, I don't really care what they buy or not. I mean, these guys are all over the place with what they're doing. You can't believe these guys as far as you can throw them.
No, but it's not even about that for me. It's just I have a profound respect for the analysts that are like, hey, I like that stock and I'm buying it for this reason. Like,
oh no, Dan Ives' ETF has it in it.
I know, like for sure. But I'm just curious. It's like, what's your take when things get rough? Like you buying dips. Kathy Wood loses a bunch of money, but she buys a bunch of stuff that looks bad all the time. So good for her. We did tee it up, and we are very pleased to have a special guest this afternoon. So without further ado, we're going to throw it to the desk with Adair.
Bringing in this power hour with an interview. Thank you very much for being here with us. Eric Sloan, EVP and Head of Distribution at Beta Pro. How are you doing today, Eric? Thanks for being with us.
I'm doing great. Absolute pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So let's get right into it here. We had a little bit of a tee up there as well. We've heard from Global X before about the Beta Pro ETFs, but can you give our newer viewers, people who maybe don't remember, aren't familiar, a quick overview as to what these ETFs are and how they work?
Yeah, for sure. So you've heard of Global X. We're Canada's 4th largest ETF manager. Beta Pro is a subsuite of our lineup built for sophisticated active traders. I gather that's the audience that's today. Think of inverse leveraged and inverse leverage funds playing on marquee benchmarks, sectors, thematics. Take your pick. Those products are there for you to use. For us, that suite is 2.5 billion large 40-plus funds today. And you get your favorites in there. S&P 500, S&P 60, semiconductors, gold, silver, oil and gas, some of the hot topics that we've been facing questions from investors today.
Let's get right into, I guess, questions investors might have. We've had a lot of volatility lately in the market, as you know, as everyone knows here. So what are you seeing from Beta Pro traders in terms of managing this intense volatility?
It's been a fun quarter, let's put it that way. And you got to choose your direction, pick your tool, and use it accordingly. A reminder for Beta Pro funds, right? If you're using like a 2 times levered ETF, you put in $100, that fund has exposure to 2 times the upside of that product if you're on the upside of the fund. So a reminder, it can also be 2 times the downside leverage. Pick your direction accordingly. When you look at what traders are using now, we're seeing it as really 2 things. One, a sector play. I want to be able to remove some of my risks from broad benchmark exposure. I want to go really focused on a particular area, take advantage of some macro news, maybe work within a specific sector or subsector or geography, and really amplify my exposure. So think of it like an efficient use of capital. I was on the phone with a couple pension plans and asset managers last week, and their big theme was we're tracking benchmarks, but we want to also get into sectors and start talking about how we focus in on areas where they're either protected from the news cycle or potentially more exposed.
So with that in mind, I think really great transition here. What are some other themes that you or other people you're talking to are watching right now?
For us, oil and gas is big. You look at where our Beta Pro lineup has its history. We launched the funds in 2007 on S&P 60 in Canada, HNU, HND, the Canadian up and down products. They're huge. They trade a ton. They were actually the most actively traded ETF suite in Canada last quarter on the TSX. So we're seeing a lot of folks jumping into those products to manage both the upside, take the opportunity, and mitigate some risk on the downside. Silver was big last quarter as well, so was gold. So we're seeing all your favorite commodity products, frankly, also things Canadians and global investors love about our country's investment ecosystem.
Is there anything else that you want to tell everybody here about Beta Pro and about these ETFs, what you guys do, any new products coming out right now?
Probably two good ones for you. When you're done with your sector exposure, you've got your double or triple leverage at play already. You want to go park in cash for a while. Global X has one of the largest cash suites in the market in Canada, so you want to make a little bit of money while you're waiting for the next trade. Cash is where you want to be. But this morning we launched Orbex, which is our space tech innovation fund. And the whole driver for that, Global X and Murray Asset, our parent company, have been all over SpaceX for years. For us, this is really about how do we play a theme space for Canadian investors, retail advisors. We'll see if the institutions come in, but it's also a fast entry for SpaceX. Should they decide to list in the US this year, we'll have them hopefully not any longer than 8 days into our fund, ready to go for retail to take advantage of.
Very exciting way to play SpaceX here. Thank you again to Eric Sloan, EVP and Head of Distribution at Beta Pro, for being here with us this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
Chris.
So just a quick question, Eric, you guys run that cash symbol? Yeah. Okay. So I'm actually in that.
I'm in it.
So I didn't even realize that.
I didn't know that was.
So yeah, I like the distribution there. That's a great one, and yeah. So we rotate in and out, and we're friends with Eric from before. So thank you, Eric, for coming through here, and a great sponsor of the program. We're always with Global X, and I trade the TQQQs. They're on the Nasdaq, so that's a levered product, and we can look at on the TSX some of those with Global X and Beta Pro. So we want to thank them for coming out one more time. But yeah, that cash ETF, pretty interesting space there.
Yeah,
for
very interesting, the SpaceX
and then
well.
you also mentioned space, so
That's
there you go.
My ears perked up. I was like, oh, word? So, and again, it's just a way for traders here in Canada to be able to take advantage. Oh, there was one new thing. Well, we got to VWAP on SLV. So top and tailed at VWAP, jumped back into it, kind of left it alone from the low of the day, but it already caught a bid, like a higher low bid. So I'm not reloading this. I'm going to play inside of the range. If you break VWAP, let's just get out of this. You know, the shorts worked, but it doesn't have to work forever. You lose VWAP, you could really start to press. It's past 3 o'clock, and it is a Fed day, and Powell is done, obviously, as I can see. This is weird. I saw this yesterday, and just oh, shoot, where'd it go? There we go. He's still there?
No,
Powell is still there.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, why did we pull him away if he wasn't done? So I thought for a second he was done.
Yeah, Andre.
All right, well, that shocked me. Well, there's that imbalance again on Barrick. So watch out. That had a big imbalance yesterday that paired off. That wasn't there when 350 hit. It did the same thing yesterday. But I just hopped out. Well, whatever. I tightened up the break even. I'll stay with getting out of it because Bitcoin didn't move that much. And maybe he's not done, but it wasn't really going much on that break anyway. So I'll defend the break-even stop that way because ultimately it wasn't like it was going absolutely ham. So take what you can get out of it, and then jump back into SLV, which was more actively trading this one anyway. So you break VWAP, I'll get out of that. Look for the next opportunity. Only about 40 minutes until we get the, like I said, those imbalances. But I'm not going to get fooled by that Barrick. Barrick was like 3 or 4 million shares and then came out as absolutely nothing, I think 2 days ago.
Yeah, we're not, good call there. We always look at that symbol because we never know what it was. Yeah, now it's, exactly. It was just a B there. So a little bit of a switch up there on that one. So meanwhile, we have a new entrant into the club, the vaunted dollar club right there, and almost 270.40 right now, so we're 10 cents away from that. Actually, we got into 245, so almost. We'll get another piece out right here at 34. Why not do that as we lighten up the position, even though it's already 315. We don't know where it's going to go from here. We do have big earnings coming tonight, so I do think that there is another piece to the puzzle right now, and that is to be patient with any of the potential earnings plays that are going to be coming through. Right, and Apple and Nvidia are not that, but Nvidia definitely hums tonight, I would think, as we await more decisions on Capex. And so there we go, another out. We got a good out at the 200 period there for Nvidia. And I mean, if you've just been following what I've been doing here this afternoon, since the number, we go 3 for 3. We go this was really good. Nvidia, because we had a little bit more shares here than we did on the other two calls. And then Nvidia was a good trade, obviously. That's now 40 cents. And then the other trade we have is Apple. So I'm going to go 3 for 3 here this afternoon. And we always tend to have some pretty good success on Fed days just because the volume's there. It reminds me a little bit of the Open. So there it goes, man. We'll continue to have success here. 3 for 3. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and all of that if you enjoy the content. I'm back every single day until the day that I'm not. But it's Pan W right now. Upside. Nice move there for Palo Alto today. CrowdStrike and all of them. We definitely like these plays. I saw Boeing downside. Maybe we have to look at why Boeing isn't going.
I already looked at this. It's the entire defense sector and the aerospace sector. So GE also down RTX, LMT. Boeing actually had a positive catalyst. They signed a deal with some SCAT group for 5 jets.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. But let's go over to Neil for a read.
We just spoke to the man himself, and I want to thank him for coming through because, hey, volatility creates a movement. And if you're a sophisticated trader, like Eric mentioned, then you got opportunities out there. And Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leverage bull and 3 expiry ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset USD exposure back to the Canadian loonie. And if you're navigating short-term market moves, whether up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like, in your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. You can trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca, including Eric was talking about the ability to get into metals. They've got silver. They're going to have exposure when we get the SpaceX IPO later this year, which I think is going to be a rather large market event. We'll see. It will probably be the single biggest volume liquidity event of the year. I think. If you're looking at the first 5 minutes, I don't think there'll be a first 5 minutes that remotely resembles. Maybe sometimes you get
it just makes sense. I think you're right.
An end of year imbalancing, but who could get added to the index that would be bigger than SpaceX IPO? I can't think of anybody.
No, I mean, I think Anthropic will be a better trade, but I'm excited for SpaceX. Here's PSUS. I don't know, not great, but not horrible. It's still just, why are we at zeros right there? I don't know why that says zeros. But anyways, we'll see for right now. Just opens up here. This is Pershing Square. There is the investment wing, and then there's the asset management company. So PSUS is the actual fund itself from the due diligence that I have done. That's PSUS. And then we have PS, which is involved in the business side of it, the company itself, PS. So both names opened up, and yeah, not much volume. But today it takes a back seat to everything else that's happening. All right, that's the sticky note, whatever, who even knows about that. I actually wanted to go over and find TTV research for you here. Here it is, Adara's page. And, you know, this is what we're going to do. She's going to have do you have the movers yet or no?
Implied moves?
Yeah.
They're up, so they'll be like, I think, the post below that one.
Just because it's easier for, here it is, okay. So this will give us a good idea of what we want to talk about. So thanks, Adara. Look at this, man. Every single earnings day, she is putting up these kind of things. So shout out to Adara, and especially nice graphics. I mean, a lot of us learn easier when we're looking at logos and graphics. So right here, yeah, I thought it would be Meta, Amazon, there's Microsoft right there. 6.5 for Microsoft. Google, out of the major names, that's going to be the least percentage mover there. It's actually funny that we think Ford and Google may move the same. Chipotle is going to be an interesting name as well, as I believe we saw a nice move. And let me just hold on a second. We'll go back to that. I just want to see, because get over here. We had a nice move today in Starbucks. And before I say that, okay, good. Because it went back in, it touched a hunch, then it came right back up. That was right away, right early. There's your $100 mark. And then boom, shakalaka, nice upside move there, up into 107. I like Starbucks here at these levels. I mean, I've been supporting them for a long time, and my daughter and my wife are definitely big supporters. I don't know if it's a flex or not, but like Marissa's the top tier of whatever you can be for Starbucks. She's like, I get double points and I get all. So I was like, yeah, that's nice. On my dime. There it goes up to 107 goes Starbucks there. So the Katina family helping that one out. But the reason why we bring it up is because of CMG. You know, Chipotle Mexican Grill right here. If retail's going to be kind of hot in the fast food space, like, you know, again, Starbucks obviously very niche, so is CMG here. I could see these guys doing okay today. I know that they've had some worrisome moments, including way back in the day, salmonella and other things like that, and whether or not, you know, how healthy and all these kind of things. Apparently, if you ask real nicely, I wonder if you still get double the guac over there. But, you know, that's Chipotle Mexican Grill. That's going to be an exciting one to look at. I don't necessarily think we need to go long that name, but definitely a mover. I think that one may move the most. Today we have GM. Report that was last night or this morning, and it was a decent report, but yet as soon as the bell rang, they rang the bell of these guys, and yeah, all the way downside right now. So in what's been a pretty good performer, I heard Brendan mention the Equinox there. So as that gets, you know, EV starts talking about the Lyric, I believe, is a good Cadillac name for EV as well. So that's a General Motors. And then Ford has said, see you later to their suite of EVs right now, and has stopped producing the Ford F-150 Lightning. They're going to focus more on hybrid. So we'll hear about Ford's report later on today as well. So that should be an exciting move. And then honestly, man, we'll just have to wait to see. If you like buying your cars and selling them real quick, then Carvana might be something for you right now as well, as I believe is going to be a switch, if not soon, to a lot of EVs, man. And there it goes from $300 up to $400. There goes Carvana. So we'll have to see if that one can go. This is, in here, I'll just put it back up. Carvana is actually the biggest implied mover today. Of 12.
Well, they don't count.
Nah, they don't. Yeah, I mean, that was, and then there's Chipotle. I didn't even notice Chipotle was 9, but I thought Chipotle had a good chance of probably beating that. Carvana probably does too. I would actually go under almost all of these names here, and then like under, all of that. I'm not sure.
Throw that up again.
Meta has the best shot. Meta, in my opinion.
No, I want to count all of them.
Well, I mean, I think Carvana is definitely a mover.
You can't count. You don't want to count.
The only thing is Carvana's split a couple of times. That shouldn't affect the overall implied move. But there's many more names than this, by the way. It's not just, I mean, here's all, we're going to go to Adair in a second. I just want to show you, there are more. Oh, we only have that many listed on here. Yeah, these are just all the big ones. You don't have to go anywhere, by the way. Join us all live here at 4 p.m.
Yeah, we're turning around.
And we're just chilling until we don't, until we have to go, and that'll be 4:30 or so. Hopefully we get the last report. I think it was Microsoft was 4:20 or so coming out, so we'll wait for that, and hopefully they don't Zuckerberg us. Yeah, okay, and hopefully no Zuckerberg incidences again. All right, Adair, what you got for us now?
Yeah, I think it's also worth noting here that we have live earnings updates here on social media as well in TTV Research. So don't go anywhere. I'll be giving you the live numbers with Brendan. We'll also be getting live updates and reminders of who's reporting next on social media. So why be anywhere other than Trader TV Live and TTV Research? Let's talk about META, though. Wall Street Journal reporting that Meta is going to be running some servers on longer on memory shortage. They're going to be keeping some servers for longer due to a memory shortage. Vice president of the company saying in an internal memo that the company is dealing with a significant server supply deficit. Again, reported by Wall Street Journal, META, with a story about servers ahead of their earnings. Back to you.
Oh, whatever that was. Don't know if it has anything related, but Micron just took a bit of a right-hand turn to the downside. Didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. You can see Powell there, but it's got to be that story. I mean, I can't think of anything else that would cause this move to the downside in Micron. You just got about like $8 down on that headline. SNDK also moving to the downside. STX, Seagate, which had been, wow, Seagate was actually at the low of the day already. Well, you know what? It's still up 9%. Seagate, profit taking, all in context. I feel like you might see that tonight. Like I feel like if Amazon pops, I don't want to single out like Microsoft or anything, but I think if Amazon pops, it's popping into some overhead resistance and that all-time high, and I would question whether that one can hold. Little bit tentative about that. Like you're still, if you're 30-something times, the market doesn't like 30 times. You got to have a pretty strong print. So we'll see how strong that cloud growth is going to end up being, because that's the big metric. What are we looking for? For the market, we're looking for Capex, but individually, I want to see you show me over 30% growth there with AWS. If it's in the 20s, I'm not sure that's going to cut it, and you might see a bit of a sell there. We're holding on to VWAP pretty nicely for SLV. I don't want to be flipping long. It's almost 330 though, and we're getting very close to the end of the day. Like oil's creeping back up to the high. That's the other thing worth noting. Oil futures are closed, but you're creeping right back up to the top. Hasn't really broken the downtrend. Still looking incredibly strong. So I'll stick on theme if we can lose VWAP and look for that to be the last opportunity. But yeah, thank you, Dara, for bringing that story, because the people were asking what was going on with Micron. Yeah. Right, and that's pretty much it. Still up 1.6%, but that's been selling off most of the day. It got the Seagate bump and never really recovered. Adara?
Last question being asked right now to Powell.
There it is.
Last question, Eva. Maybe it'll be, what is your favorite fast food? Who knows? I bet you it's going to be something a little wild. So we'll see what happens there with Jerome. We want to say a big thank you to him. You have done wonders for the portfolio. Thank you. Big Papa Pump right there. You have done amazing for everybody that's been long during his tenure.
Yeah, there's very few Fed chairs that you can say the opposite of.
I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm sure Dara has something up there.
Market generally goes up.
He would be, yeah. No, just to say, oh no, the ties. Yeah, the ties is another thing. No, just like how the market's moved based on different Fed chairs.
I was going to do a whole series on this, actually, now that Powell's gone. So it's going to take me some time to research, especially during Fed time. But I actually just wrote down a couple hours ago, Sean, this is going to be my next big infographic project. So a look at, like, A, how the market's moved. I have an infographic on that already. But B, like, what decisions in total did they make? Like, how many times did they hold rates? How many times did they cut? How many times did they raise? Is there any truth to the too late Powell thing? So I want to do a whole Fed share deep dive, actually.
Well, they say great minds think alike, so I'm not sure why you're thinking like mine there, Adara. But yeah, so far so good there as we continue to work it out. And the Fed, get gone forever to JP Clown. Yeah, you must not be long. So that's all good. But yeah, look, I mean, he's been Mr. Too Late. But again, a lot of this talk has come from the president, who also has called like his right-hand man, Marco Rubio, Little Marco, and all these kind of things as well. So actually, one of the best Wikipedia websites of all time is the Powell, Donald Trump nickname one there. So that was actually real.
I actually think the last time we pulled it up live was on the Fed day.
Maybe.
I think it was the last Fed rate decision day because of the same topic, and we were going through lists.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with all that. I mean, it's all fun and games.
It's pretty funny.
It is entertaining.
It is.
Yeah, I don't want to call it. There are some negative names on there that you would never think a president would call somebody else, but we are in different
times.
times.
There's some doozies on that list
right now.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
The other thing too is like I completely understand the The event's now ended. He's gone.
Event is
We knew
now
that was the last question.
Andre was really excited there. He's just like,
and
he's
the
gone.
Fed thing. It's
Yeah,
one
thanks,
thing.
Andre.
It's one thing to not believe
outta
in the
here,
Federal
baby.
Reserve System because you believe in sound money, but at the other end of this, you're talking about the markets. The way that the monetary system works globally, you can argue anything you want about what it means for world economies and inflation, all that, but it is very good for capital markets, right? So it's what makes buy and hold work. I absolutely understand when there's arguments for end the Fed and what's happened since you've basically gone to all these, essentially a monopoly on money creation has gone to non-government entities. It hasn't been good for inflation. It hasn't actually been good for distribution of wealth. It's been really good for the stock market, and that's what we care about. So you got to lean into that at the end of the day. So I understand the sentiment, but just buy and hold. It's like, you know what? If you think it's a house of cards, but the house, it's like when you keep breaking the house, it's like, that one triangle just continues to stay every single time, and then it always builds itself back up. Then you just got to play the game. You got to play the game. Pretty much that simple. Still a little bit of time till we get to the imbalances. Not really breaking down here. I just want to see something a bit more distinct. I don't like selling right above VWAP at this late in the day. I find if you've got buyers at VWAP pushing into the closing imbalances, then I don't want to fight against that. I'll wait till we get something off of that low or breaking through those lows and then try to grab one last trade in there on SLV. Andy says, is Hood a good buy? If it's under $60, I definitely. Oh, Hood rebounded a little bit today. If it gets under $60, the next level I like on a monthly is about 50. I think Hood is they're in a spot where the numbers are bad, and by the time they turn around, usually the stock's already made its bounce. So it's in it feels like it's in a DCA kind of moment here, where if you want to try to catch it, either you wait till it makes another bottom and can take the 50 period again, which is valid, but I think we have to wait at least a couple of days to see if that's going to happen. It did bounce today off of 70 even, but I don't know. I'm going to come in tomorrow probably looking again for a short opportunity, just for continuation on Robinhood, until it breaks the earnings top, which I'm going to call 74-ish, 73.5 to 74. If it doesn't break out above that, then it's like a short the pop situation until proven otherwise. SoFi, I feel, I don't feel too much different about SoFi. I was going to try and make a more compelling case for SoFi, but when you see it down 14% and never really caught that bid off 16 the way you'd want it to, got to VWAP and failed, I'd put that in the same bucket. Like, show me that you can hold a low post earnings, and then you can go from there. Still at the low of the day. I'm a little surprised that Robinhood is off the lows better than SoFi.
Yeah,
because SoFi was the one I wanted to dip by, and Robinhood, I was like, Robinhood's the short, SoFi dip by 16. Robinhood was the short, SoFi was, it held long enough that it was decent, but 14% down.
He's a problem.
Well, it's a problem, but you could at least point to the numbers with Robinhood. I don't think that you could do that as much with SoFi.
It just sucks because the markets are at all-time highs, and so you would think that these names could get going as well, and I think they will. I mean, these names just go through their ebbs and flows. I mean, they're so new to the market, even though they're on 5 years old or something like that, each stock.
Same thing that makes SoFi the abilities for SoFi in 2030 to be $100, or that's probably too far. It's like 2028, like $50, $60, is the same thing that means it could head to 10. You live with that with those kind of stuff.
Yeah, right? There's always going to be these, if you want that 13 or 14% compounded, which I think is that's kind of the stage that I'm at right now with the way the portfolio is. That's why I'm buying a lot of indexes instead of stocks as a percentage. I still own 30 stocks, but definitely trying to lean in and getting out of some names like you saw me do today with Intel, right? Like get into some cash and then, throw the money into the NASDAQ or something else. Like XBI, I like the XBI. Other plays like that as well. So, but hey, man, as long as we still got our hands and our wits about us, we've got a job for life with trading. So there it goes, man. 208.50, boom to the upside as it continues to go. There's another one. We're 3 for 3 here since we've been talking about our trades this afternoon. It's Apple. There goes Apple again. And maybe we're starting to top out a little bit here, right? So I don't know. We're starting to clear it out. It's 3:30 now. We've already talked about the risk into the close with some of these names. Let's just check out all the names that we're looking at there. Meta, yeah, buddy. This is one of the calls that I had. I'm in Meta. I mean, I'm in all these names. So there goes Meta up today, which is nice. I mean, we'd like to see it beating the market, but it's a nice little move as it keeps getting these dip buy opportunities there for Meta. So let's see if the market likes this release or not today for Meta. Google, Meta has more upside. Still, I think as far as the business is concerned, I think Google has the biggest moat around it. I mean, YouTube is a very profitable business for them now, as is many of the spots they're in, like cloud. Everything that Google's basically doing is pumping. And that's going to be
autonomous driving.
Yeah, Waymo. Yeah, Waymo's good one there.
If you like Tesla, how do you hate on Google and Waymo?
Yeah. So Tesla has maybe a few different.
But you
angles.
can win either way. You can win with LiDAR, or you can win without if you own them both.
Yeah.
One of them is going to be gigantic, and if you own both stocks, I don't see how you can lose that bet. Because
if you own both stocks, yeah. I mean, I own Uber. I own all 3 of those stocks, but I do think Google's. I love it for Waymo, and
Uber has been beaten up way too much.
Uber is way down. Uber's like $74.
It's beaten up way too much.
Right there. Is there anything on the imbalances right here? No, not yet. Barrick, and then we have TD on there as well, and we've seen Pfizer make some moves over the last little while, so we can have a quick look at Pfizer there maybe. Oklo, yeah. SOXL had like 19 straight days. Or something like that.
Oklo got smoked today.
What are our thoughts on Carvana? I mean, we'd have to see. I mean, as far as the business is concerned, people still have money. I mean, we saw that with Visa today. Visa's starting to go higher. So I think if Carvana and the car business is still relatively strong, I don't know enough about people switching over. There's less drivers. I know that much because my son that just graduated university says he'll probably never drive. I don't think that's true. He takes Ubers everywhere, and definitely with the transit, depending on what big city you're in right now. But anyways, I think Carvana. Where's the 200 period? USO spiked. Okay, yeah, the market's making a little bit of a move down, which is why we're starting to cover, obviously. So 200 period moving average, we have a 12% implied move. So it's at 400, give it down $40, puts you right down here. So that's going to be a look. Yeah, I think a dip buy opportunity for Carvana on a miss. It's very hard to sit here and answer a question like that because what do we think Carvana's earnings are going to be? Thinking about it, I would think that this little surge here in oil is probably not going anywhere. And if people are looking to buy used Model 3s or Prius or whatever they're trying to buy, Carvana might be a decent spot to look for that. And it's also an easy way to flip your car over as well. So I think there's a good chance for Carvana to put up a number tonight, but I don't know. That's why we wait. And that's why we wait and see what exactly the situation is.
You know what I think is interesting? What I find interesting about Carvana is they get to report right after one squeeze, like the Avis squeeze just rounded down.
Right.
So I guess there's always that will for the market to look for what is next. And Carvana is always among that short list of things that have the potential to give a squeeze move. It can't do it structurally like Avis. It was a structural thing. Nobody is soaking up 83% of the float of Carvana that I'm aware of. So I'm not thinking along those lines, but even like a mini one. Squeezing to the upside would be USO. Oil futures might have closed, but it just broke another high. It's unabated here on USO. I forgot to mention this during lunchtime. It was a little bit busy. Not really. Wasn't that busy. I did pick up some CVX. I said this morning that I was going to end up having to get this one not at the low on the dip buy because you know what? Getting that Venezuela top, which was 168, was just not going to happen. But this just consolidated, broke the consolidation. I already own this thing in the long term, but I wanted to catch the dip on it, and maybe I'm a little bit. We didn't get the low, but I'm back into. I'm bought more of it. Adam James abroad. AMD too high, too fast. Next wave to 180 to 200 range. Mm-hmm. You know what? Have we not said too high, too fast about SanDisk? Have we not said too high, too fast about Intel? Have we not said too high, too fast about insert half a dozen other chip names? Micron at one point. Certainly you could say that with Seagate. today. Every single time you think that it's dead, well, it just wakes right back up. Like this looked like it was dead yesterday, did it not? It fell from 350. You were breaking down at the open. Looked like you were going to be testing 300. And then what happened? At the moment of absolute weakness, the dip buyers came in. Same thing happened today. It was falling apart at the open, looking like it was going to be a breakdown. It went red, and then bye. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends. When it bends, it can get nasty. Don't get me wrong. We saw Micron pull back 33% after their earnings. But you know what Micron did after that? Right back to all-time highs.
Yeah.
Right back to all-time highs and through them. So even when these things pull back, it hasn't really stopped them from going. It just comes down to, like, do you like it? Sometimes you got to grit your teeth and just hold on. Iran says revenge for the martyred leader remains in place.
Oh, you mean Iran's not going to throw up the white towel?
What do they look like, Nick? It's not Nick over here.
Oh, in Punch-Out? Yeah.
So the throw the towel.
I like it.
Throw the towel.
Yeah, for Rocky, but I think it's the guy, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. I think is Mick, too.
You know, there was a lot of hacks in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I like that game.
Basically, every single dude that you can beat every single one of them by looking at reactions of a different person in a crowd.
Weakness.
So all of
okay.
the
I didn't know the crowd
the
part.
exact moment that you counter or punch in Punch-Out was predicates like when this guy look at the dude with the beard and he makes a move and that's when you punch. This dude in the glasses, like almost every single one of them apparently was telegraphed.
Gave a tell?
Yeah, I saw some video and I'm like, man, it would have been nice to know back in the day. We got Ben Kratzley.
Glass Joe. We got our own Glass Joe over here.
With Polymarket, Kalshi emerging. This is tough for DraftKings. They're in a really difficult spot. Like, you're not everywhere yet. I think it's going to have its day, but until it actually shows you know what, I can't even look at a daily there. I find when something's been downtrending long enough, you want to have a bigger look because the base on this stock has been underneath $16 and the trend on the monthly still suggests down. Like even when it bounces, shallow bounce, lower high, still heading lower. So it hasn't really gotten to like a load me up kind of level. How cheap is this thing? Is it even a spot?
No, I don't think it's that cheap.
No, I don't think it probably isn't. Loading. The forward's 20. Okay. So if they beat next Q, they could be in the teens. Right? Like if you beat your next earnings report, you can be in the teens. And if it gets in the teens, then it kind of would be some kind of a weird value play off of support. But the trend is it's distinct on a monthly. When it's still holding a monthly uptrend, then buying the dip has still been rewarded and fruitful. Has not been the case here. And competition isn't helping things either. I know there's been bad press about like Polymarket and some of the markets. Tough one.
Tired. We do have those earnings today, so get ready to join us on the Aftermarket Show, where we'll talk about all the names that you guys want us to, and we'll have the live reports in front of you. We'll have live quotes, of course. The only place that's going to show you that, we'll show you live level twos. We'll be able to see the liquidity, and we'll make a judgment call, what the Capex numbers look like, and everything. We'll break it down. We'll have a Dara on the ones and twos, of course, and then we'll be looking at some charts and trying to assess that. But wow, Bloom Energy today, 25%. I mean, this is a name that definitely got traders excited over the last little while. I mean, that little break right there of 170 on the daily, wow. Well, I guess it was 180, but what a move right there to the upside for Bloom Energy. What goes Bloom in the night? Energy, and there it goes up to 285 here today. It actually touched out at 290 early on when there was a lot of buyer exuberance right off the open. And then, of course, as per usual, which tends to happen there, yeah, bless you, on most times, fading right back into the 200 period moving average. And we'll just try to use this tomorrow, man. Like if we get some up and down moves, we'll see if we can respect the 200 period either in any of the major names that are reporting tonight. We did have a strong report from Visa as well. I got to be careful what I say. I mean, it was a good report, but I haven't been looking at a lot of these names. We've been busy with the Fed and looking at futures plays and whatnot. But yeah, Visa holding bid as well. 334, good little level there. again, look at the exuberance right off the open and then the fade, right? And so this one doesn't get to the 200 period moving average. A nice little stop there at 384. And that's been the bottom. And now we're underneath everything now because VWAP, it's just a matter of, I mean, it's still really strong. I wouldn't consider this, a win for the bears today, even though we will end up under VWAP. I still think Visa, definitely the strong name there. Out of all the reports today, Bloom Energy, Visa, definitely kicking it up.
Seagate too.
Yeah, Seagate, was that up now? Oh, 10? Yeah, that's a great one.
Seagate's
and
been
Starbucks is up.
Starbucks, did it hold 100?
There's definitely strength in this market,
STX is up 10%. They sold it off all day long, but obviously a bit of a sell there. Starbucks held $100. It's up 9%. I actually think the reaction on Starbucks was one of the best ones today. It's because it was double barreled. It's not just that it gapped up. I said I wanted to see this hold $100, and then once the buyers can confirm that they're not going to give up $100 like nothing, it's got room to go. This has been so long here. I always talk about go to the higher time frame and forget about a daily chart sometimes. Like, look at the monthly on this. Like, it's been begging to find buyers up here for a while and make another run. You have the high from last year at 115. You have the high from 2023 at about that same price level. You have the lower high from 2021. Like, you've been dying to make a run at these levels, and now that you've got the close above 100, feels to me like just fill the gap in the next couple of days to 116. As long as we hold the low tomorrow, I'm gonna write on my, I probably already have, oh, I do. Okay, never mind. I was gonna write on my iPad to look for long on Starbucks, but I already had the condition met and it's gonna close looking like that. So yeah, definitely wanna do that. iMoto, hey Neil, what do you think? SoFi down here, earnings dump, your bag holding? I'm always reluctant. Like, what is bag holding? This is the problem with, we get questions like this all the time, and it's like, well, what does bag holding mean? Because you just said you have an average price of $16.81. So SoFi a few months ago was in the 30s. And along here, I wouldn't describe as bag holding. That's a bit weird of a way to frame that. Like, I would think bag holders would be in the 25 to 30 range. You're in at the highs and you're bag holding on the way down. So what that tells me is whatever you have, usually it just means you're not comfortable in your position. Like, you're out too much. And if down from where you have it less than 10%, when it's 50% off of its all-time highs, like, if that's too much, you have to always identify risk. What's your own risk parameter on that one? Because, yeah, I think bag holders are at the 30 level. Where this thing bottoms out, after earnings, let the buyers come into it and settle. I said the same thing about Robinhood. I'll probably look continuation there, too. This hasn't had the last positive green month. I'm not even going to count this one because it was a topping tail candle on SoFi. So your last positive green month was going back to, it looks like August, or not, September of last year. And then you had an indecision one in October, and it's been all red ever since. The good news is, well, it might be slowing down a little bit if it can hold on to the mid-teens. But I might have misspoke. I said in the chat 13 was the next level I was looking at. No, I think I meant 12 because I'm looking at the monthly chart. So I was trying to remember the chart in my head. No, it's the 12 level. That's where we made the bottoming tail wick here before. So the technical level says $12 on SoFi. Will I buy the dip on it? Yeah, but not yet. Not yet.
Well, it's got to get to 12 first, and I think it might.
Well, the question was...
I like your strategy of just sitting there, because if it gets there, then you don't have to worry about it. Like, a lot of the time for stocks to get to these horrible prices, kind of like, what has to hit the fan? And a lot of that time...
I've been run through before, though.
No, of course, but a lot of the time you don't want to be sitting there. But I think if it comes down that much, 12 would be, it's high as $32. So that $12.
No, but actually, to that point, one of the reasons why I believe if you like something, just sit there, because one of my picks for the year and the one that's in the competition, it's weird, but the one that's in the competition the worst for me is the one in my personal account that I made the most money on, but for the specific reason that when I bought it, it went parabolic, and I was sitting on the offer and got swept up when AVAV made this crazy high. And then guess what happens if you don't get anything out, or if you hold through a support level, you get absolutely rinsed. I'm still waiting to get back into this sucker. But it's still going down. I'm like, where's the trend break? Where is the 50-period hold? It hasn't sniffed the 50-period in forever. Adam James abroad, can I rewind and buy 45K of SanDisk, not crap SoFi? Well, if you're going back in time, then whatever you do when you go back in time, you're either shorting Avis at the top or you're going long Avis at the bottom. That's the point. if you have a time machine, like what would you do outside of that in the last couple of weeks?
I wish we could have bought SanDisk. If you had bought SanDisk a year ago with that $45,000, you would be retired and have no reason to trade or even to do, well, you'd be trading.
10 bagger?
No, more than that, SanDisk.
Oh, you said last year.
Yeah, I was saying at this time last year.
Oh, last year. I was thinking at the beginning of this year.
No, at this time last year, man, this was a $39 stock.
I'm thinking the 10 bagger.
You would be absolutely retired and have nothing to do. So maybe thankfully you didn't do that because then you would be bored. But yeah, congratulations to anybody that was smart enough to do that, either on Western Digital or SNDK or anything like that, man. I mean, that's what I'm saying about the stock market being just this crazy wealth generator and giving people generational wealth. And it's because there are people that have sort of that horse sense to be able to do things like that and take that long, right? I mean, there's many examples of Bitcoin millionaires, billionaires, in fact, made because Bitcoin went from $0 to $100,000 in 15 years, you know? So that's something that could happen to SanDisk and already has. And like people will say, well, you're never going to see another Bitcoin. But yeah, this was, I mean, in 1 year, you know, this is what happened to this stock. So I would say watch out now. And Nvidia too, like getting long Nvidia at $30. I could go back and look to see what the very first time. I mean, remember, I'm sort of a disciple of Kramer a little bit, and he's been pumping Nvidia since I think it was AMD since $2 for sure. And you know, names like that with Nvidia. So if you stick with it and you got good names in the portfolio, then you are sort of stone cold chilling.
So before we go to Adara, we were live on this show a few years back, and like Biogen was going absolutely crazy. And we were thinking out loud, and it was like, oh, Biogen, they have this Alzheimer's drug, but you know what? If you pay for Eli Lilly's Alzheimer's drug, you get a better pipeline with Eli Lilly, and it's a safer play. And then Eli Lilly happens to crack the code on GLPs. When it was just like comparing them, and it's like, well, this one's better in the over space. If you want to buy the space, buy the better stock, and then it absolutely goes ham. So it is about just sort of grip it and rip it. Right, like find something in the strike zone, and hopefully don't chase. Adara?
Yeah, go Lilly for one. They have earnings tomorrow. I'm excited. But I actually wanted to mention here,
Definitely want Lilly
just
to the moon.
it's kind of a fun fact about Jim Cramer's love of Nvidia. I read his dog is named Nvidia, and I read that on CNBC, which is where he's employed.
That dog passed away.
Well,
that dog
oh,
passed
sorry.
away.
R.I.P. Nvidia.
I'm sure lived a great
life. Yeah. He's I have his most recent book. Well, I have the audiobook. I don't read books. But yeah, I have the audiobook there, and I have not even halfway through it. All right, if you were a millionaire, you were able to throw, if you were a millionaire, okay, and able to throw out 10K worth of play money on puts or calls, which is the Meg 7. Yeah, I would go a call on Meta, so that would be mine. There, I really like Meta. I think that's. I don't know if I would do. Like I said, I'm not sure there's going to be an outside.
But you just said. But if you think that every single one is going to be under the moon,
that's what I was
that's a loss, and you do none. You do.
Yeah, I was literally.
You sell options.
Exactly. So that's what I was going to say. I think they're all going to be underneath, but I would just say I think the one that beats is going to be the most aggressive one is going to be Meta. So I would say Meta, but I definitely wouldn't buy. I mean, what day is it today? Wednesday. You know, you might want to get Fridays or even next Friday so that you can give it some time to work because you know we've seen dramatic moves and then buy ups or whatever on the way up and down. We've seen all these names, and we can just go back to last time, you know, where these names came out pretty hot and then tanked, or pretty bad and made it all the way back up. Today's interesting because we're almost getting SoFi and Robinhood just kept going down the whole time, and Bloom kind of kept on going up. So
and Starbucks.
And Starbucks started going. Starbucks went down to $100 first, so they came to 105, down to 100, and then straight back up. So, but today, you know, some of those names go like that. I don't think that'll be like that tomorrow. There'll be initial reaction and then upside there. So I would be Meta. I don't know which are the four you would take.
I don't want any of them to be. Like, I think you sell. Like I'd rather play that Microsoft is inside. If that makes sense. Like Microsoft is in. It's been in a tight range. I feel like that's the one it typically has a smaller move than expected. And what did we say this was? 5.5?
Yeah, they're both 5.5. The imbalances are now out.
Oh, imbalances, sorry, 3.
So we've been clearing out of all of our positions as we go, but now the imbalances are out. So we got WBD as a sell, Warner Brothers, Ethereum, and BMNR both buys. So Tom Lee trying to rally the troops. Other than that, man, there's Nvidia with a sell. I'm just going to get out of all of these trades. I mean, I don't really have much going on anymore. All right, Apple will cancel our offers. We'll push offer enter, see what winds up happening there. But yeah, Apple trying to make my day right now, but we're already out of it. So Apple, nice little call there. We'll see what winds up happening, but we're into nothing. Just a little bit in Apple and a little bit of Nvidia, and those are what those imbalances look like.
Yeah, I'd say I looked at BMNR. 1.6, slight move. It moved about 7 or 8 cents, so that's not a big enough reaction. Warner Brothers, that's a deal, so ignore that. Well, you can do whatever you want. I would ignore it. ETHA, 1.6 million imbalance on ETHA, and it moves 3 cents. So that literally could care less. Well, it makes sense. There's a buy imbalance on both of them. They're related. Intel with a 1.1 million buy imbalance, that just took out the high again. Almost at 95. I don't want to sell. It gets to $100. If it breaks 95, that's effectively at 100. The other thing about Intel is you've now, remember the bottom was 19? It was 19 to 55. Like you're talking about, like that was only a $40 range, effectively. I mean, just underneath that. It just broke that today. Like from the low to the prior high, it broke that out today, the measure move when it took out 91. So it's now in that range where like mathematically, usually if you're in off of a hard bottom like that, like once it puts in a top, to me this is probably a take profit zone, but if it gets to $100, we'll see. I feel like you could see that $100 test there tomorrow on Intel. Unbelievable day for them, up 11%. CoreWeave with a good day too, but I think Intel takes the cake. Because CoreWeave you expect to move like that most days. Intel you do not. So I'm calling nothing burger on both of ETHA and BMNR. I know I usually look at BMNR, but not today.
Okay, yeah, BMNR, good levels. We got out of Apple, we got out of Nvidia. I mean, whether or not these stocks moon or not from here, we had 5% left on both, and I think we did a good job of explaining all of that. But yeah, let's just go into the close here. It's Meta time. Everything's pulling back a little bit, so I'll watch out for Meta, see what their reaction is. See what's going on with Google here tomorrow as well. Should be a good play for Google, I would think. Up right now. That's what that's doing. You know what we haven't talked about all afternoon was Tesla. I know obviously they're not reporting, so we can have a quick look at Tesla. Down 1%. Did have a good move earlier. It stopped at 375, back into 372. And I think we gave some good advices on this one as well, because we got a question about what to do with Tesla. And I said, well, hey man, if you can get down into this 370 area and see if we hold, maybe that is a little bit of a move higher there. And it does hold 370. So that's the low there today. So anybody looking at Tesla in your own portfolio, watch out for that break of 370, which could happen tomorrow, especially if we get some of those Capex worries there today. But now just 7 minutes away from the big ones. The NASDAQ right here on the triple Qs will go out near all-time highs. It won't be like that tomorrow. You'll see a decent move, I would assume, in the NASDAQ with 4 big names coming through. So 664 or so is the high for the NASDAQ, and we'll just got to wait to see when that comes through, and it looks like it's going to be coming through pretty soon right now and just 5 minutes away, and I think it's 4 o'clock, almost right on the nose. We should get that report from at least 3 of them, and the later one, 4:20, I believe, is Microsoft. So Adara did post those all up.
One, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to I'll double check.
They're all coming through pretty quickly, and with it, we saw this yesterday. I don't think anybody trades these earnings.
Oh no, they're all right away actually.
But
they're all at 4. And then
somebody guessed so wrong on Robinhood. You could see it minutes before it was going into the report. Someone was buying up shares of Robinhood, and then it was rinsed. And the week I was telling Sean, the week that he was gone, there was a couple of earnings names as well, where if there was a weird volume spike before the report came out, it was wrong every single time. So watch out for those little head fakes that we'll see. It's probably a little bit different. Maybe people actually are more reasonable when it comes to these Mag 7 names, because you can get thrown around so badly here. Trading in the aftermarket on earnings before the print is suicide, in my opinion, unless you have inside information, in which case, don't go to jail.
You know, like we had said already, these are the biggest names coming today, the biggest percentage of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 coming through in just 5 minutes right now. Let's go check out on Nvidia just to see what that's doing. We did get that call there on AMD calling potential move back to 200 was what was said there. So I don't know. We'll see about AMD. Another 4% added to that name today. So, okay, that's continuously moving higher there for AMD. So congratulations on anybody that's been able to ride that one to the high side there for Advanced Micro Devices. And the story of the day, shout out to Taylor in the chat, has been talking about Intel all day, and now it's up 12%, and gone is Intel. We got some out at 89. Now it's at 95. Huge move up there for Intel. And yeah, we're still in a boatload of Intel, and we'll see tomorrow. Will we get that 3-digit behind Intel? Just has to move 5% tomorrow, and we got 3 digits on this thing. So we'll see if that can come through as well. If we think that this is going to be a big to-do today, then yeah, maybe Intel does get going there. And then ARM, another name that's been back and forth. Actually pretty quiet today, only up 1%. I was thinking it was going to be a little more dramatic than that, but ARM right now reaching out for another bid.
Watch out, because these hyperscalers can change everything tonight for all these chip names are going absolutely crazy. But you already saw what happened to Micron late in the day. Like Micron, well, let's just say it had a little bit of a nosedive. And that's how sensitive, look, the market came back, and it came back a little bit, but that's how sensitive some of these names are going to be. Whether it's the memory names, whether it's going to be the GPU names, whether it's going to be just straight up anything related to AI. You do not want to hear, forget about all of them, if one of the hyperscalers says they're not growing their Capex. That might be enough that we can lose some exuberance. We're actually not going to be, the markets, the ES is actually going to close red, believe it or not. And the NASDAQ is up 0.5%, but the ES, not a very good day overall for the S&P. Defense names that were weak. Boeing got shellacked today. And kind of a weird, deceptively strong day.
That is strange to see that.
Deceptively strong. Because usually on an update, when you feel strong and the NASDAQ is closing at the highs, I'm not expecting the SPY to be down, because most people, when they talk about the market, they're talking about the S&P 500. And we're, Michael Green. Look at that, I jinxed it, and I think we're about to go green.
Yeah, Apple trying to do some heavy lifting here at the end of the day. We'll see if that one wants to continue to go high side. Apple, a decent stock today. iBid, a decent stock today. The Q's, decent stock today there for the NASDAQ. We want to thank Beta Pro. Eric Sloan came through and explained the product that they have over there at Beta Pro. So thanks to Eric for coming through and helping us understand that. That was a good time. And yeah, the NASDAQ and another triple levered product there upside. All right, man, now we're just 2 minutes away, and they're all going to come real quick for us here at 4 p.m. So whenever Brendan and Adair are ready, we can kind of throw it back. We have less than 2 minutes right now. Microsoft going out at -1%. We'll have all the live quotes for you. We want to thank everybody for staying late with us one more time. And yeah, this is just the beginning of what's going to be an exciting half hour. Qualcomm also coming out. We don't maybe talk about them enough. They've had some big news lately as well. We saw Corning and that have big moves.
Not cool enough.
So we can wait to see if Qualcomm has a big move. It's Adara, it's Brendan. They're just behind us. We'll see you guys in a couple.
All right, welcome in. Yeah, we'll get you through to the close here before we get some of the fireworks coming through. I was just having a look at all these names that we are expecting to come through here this afternoon, including Meta already on its way to the downside in a pretty big way. Google not going to be too far behind it, I don't think, here as we head towards the close. A little bit of selling to wrap up the day. Red, if anyone's wondering, as far as the markets are concerned, red across the board. Not hugely, though. NASDAQ basically flat at this point, 0.07. The Dow, the worst off here, 0.62, about flat-ish for the S&P 500 to wrap up the day as well. Why don't we take a look at a few things that we're expecting here? I know you have plenty of visuals to back that up so far.
Yeah, and they're all coming out again here, being reposted on X leading up to each report. So just join us at TTV Research. Amazon, 4 p.m. here. They did have % year-over-year increase in revenue last quarter. As we know, their Capex, which is apparently going to be predominantly going to AWS, sent the stock to the downside last quarter. Now we have our friend Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. Now we know last quarter here, revenue outlook above expectations here quite nicely for Q1. Another company here with Capex, and they said the AI wave is just going to keep accelerating. So keep an eye here on Zuckerberg and friends. Last but not least, Sundar Pichai over here at Alphabet. We are expecting here $92.22 billion in revenue. We had year-over-year growth across most of the revenue segments, at least the major ones here that I can see. And again, Capex here, 175 to 185 billion. They're guiding. Capex expected to ramp throughout the year, so maybe not too much spending in this first quarter. Qualcomm is out though. Adjusted earnings 285 versus 256 expected. Sales 10.598 billion, above estimates, barely above estimates of 10.593 billion. So we had a slight beat here on sales, just slightly better beat here on EPS for Qualcomm. They also announced an investor day scheduled for June 24th, and their guidance here weaker than expected for Q3 EPS. Sales guidance also weaker than expected. So Q3, bad guidance, Brendan.
More importantly, maybe just seeing Saudi Arabia has completely pulled their funding from Live Golf. Sean.
Yeah, I saw that. They were thinking about it. They've actually lost some money on that live over the last
been a
while.
bit of a disaster.
Paying Phil Mickelson all that to take that $500 million and get out of
It's
here.
like the hyperscalers.
Guys, we got Amazon here.
Amazon.
Let's get that.
Yeah, we got Amazon here, guys. So AMZN net sales up 17% year over year to 181.5 billion. I was seeing estimates of 177, so it looks like a beat. It's also again up year over year 17%. North American segment sales up 12% year over year. International segment sales up 19% year over year. AWS sales up 28% year over year. Operating income up year over year in general and then across their segments. So this is a good look here for AMZN. Let's take a look here at Microsoft, which we weren't expecting till 4:05. I'm not seeing that report out yet. We'll take a look here. Google, I already checked. I'll check Google again here for you guys. Meta, I'm seeing some guidance here kind of out of nowhere attached to a Amazon comment, but Meta looks like we're guiding Q2 revenue between $58 and $61 billion. META reporting $56.3 billion in revenue for Q1. Costs and expenses here coming in at $33.4 billion, so quite significant here. This apparently these numbers included a $8 billion tax benefit, income tax benefit for META.
Yeah, we did actually try to bounce there, but it's right back to lows on both Meta. I was just hearing. I was just hearing Amazon as well, right back to the upside.
Amazon is now green and pressing through the highs. That is a monster reversal here on Amazon. It was down at 245. You've just bounced 10% off of the lows here on Amazon. Now Meta, if you could only do the same thing, that would be rather nice because Meta is languishing down here. But you know what? You're down.
I mean, all these names.
It's not doom and gloom, but Microsoft is standing out right now. Microsoft was only upside. There hasn't been any sell. It's only a couple of points. Let's be real. Like we're up $15. That's about 4%. It's 2.5 because it was down over the day, but it's up about 4% here. So less than the measured move is kind of winning the day for all of these names. But Microsoft looking pretty strong. The number on Alphabet is laughable.
Hi.
Is that an EPS beat of 511 versus 262? Sweet Christmas.
Yeah, there goes Google, man. We love that Google. 262.
511 versus 262 that's a minor EPS beat, and they only like it for 3 or 4 points. That's the problem. Too price to perfection. These names are so strong. It feels like that number should give us.
Guys, we have more on Meta here as well.
So Meta here, beating estimates here for Q1, adjusted EPS 731, well above estimates of 678. Sales 56.3 billion, beating estimates of 55.49 billion. Guiding here, Q2 sales between 58 and 61 billion, as I mentioned earlier. Midpoint here is going to be basically right in line with the estimates, if my math is correct. Meta Platforms announcing average price per ad rose by 12% year over year, so nice increase for them. Google, Q1 services revenue here grew by 16% year over year. Google Cloud revenue is up 63% year over year, so Google, beyond that EPS beat, Neil, you have massive year over year growth in their revenue.
Yeah, all-time highs. Yeah, absolute monster here, guys, for Google right now.
Meta raised Capex. Just seeing that come through. META raising their Capex range from 115 to 135 billion, all the way up to 125 to 145 billion. They're citing anticipated higher component pricing.
More avocados for
data center costs for META, which again, Brendan, if you missed it right before the close, there was a report came out saying that they don't even really have that much like many servers right now. They're running low on servers, and yet apparently they're going to be significantly raising their capex.
I'm not even sure what they're spending this on.
I mean, how much is guacamole?
That's good. Look, it's a double-edged sword, everybody. We are happy that Meta's continuing to spend because everybody owns some chip stocks and everyone wants this AI spending to continue, but that doesn't necessarily bode well for Meta in respect. But hold up, wait a minute.
Hold up.
63, Google Alphabet had 63% cloud growth.
Yep.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so I think they're winning.
63.
You know what I think actually winds up happening? I think actually Gemini folds into Anthropic.
Ooh.
They get rid of Gemini. They focus big time on their cloud. Everything from Gemini, everything from Anthropic runs through Google, I bet, at the end of the day. Google's cloud is an absolute monster. Their Google up to 360. Just checking back, Amazon lower right now, but battling. That looks like that'll be a flat trade there.
That is still getting
for me on Amazon. Don't go to that screen there because I don't think that's right for me because none of my stuff is hooked up over here. Amazon there, and then we have the other one here, Meta, getting crushed down to 625. So I think we were right that name was going to be one of the bigger movers there today, but Meta going the opposite way, as Brendan just mentioned, the price of guacamole and avocados here going up on that Capex spend. So
they're the only one bigger than the expected move for now. It's still it's still a little bit early. There's a lot of time for that to change, but it's one of these double-edged swords. For everything else in the market that's been holding us up, you wanted to see that Capex spend continue. Just a quick channel check because the name that was moving around a lot at the close, Micron's not really doing much of anything. I wanted to see if you were going to get some sympathy with that Capex. There was a slight spike up there on Nvidia, I think, when the Capex number came out, and then that's already giving it back up. So it's not really holding things together. If Alphabet doesn't hold on to these gains, what does this say about the state of the market? That we can't, if we're not pleased enough with the numbers.
It's just so hard to go out at all-time highs.
I know.
I don't know if it says anything, to be honest with you. I mean, it's just
hope
a strong market.
It's a great,
strong stock. I mean, even Nvidia, as you just mentioned, isn't really moving that much, and you would think on these numbers that it would have gone a little bit higher, but
there's probably so many orders just sitting out there as well. Like,
we also haven't seen.
Remember, Bloom Energy had like 20 billion in back orders or something. So I think that there's a lot of back order most likely happening. We don't even have a huge move in SanDisk or anything either right now. So it looks like we'll be. Has Derek got something?
Derek has more on Microsoft.
Sure.
I do. So oddly enough, I don't actually have their full report yet, and I'm not seeing really anyone talk about it in social media either. I'm just now seeing more in Microsoft. But EPS here, adjusted EPS, 427 above estimates of 406. Sales, 82.886 billion above estimates of 81.39 billion. That's a double beat. Dynamics 365 revenue up 22% year over year. Xbox content and services revenue down 5% year over year. Again, new Xbox CEO. So this could be significant, guys, for the future of that business, as small as it is. Cloud revenue above estimates, 54.5 billion versus 53.78 billion. You had Azure and other cloud services growing by 39% year over year. That's about what we expected. Again, this Azure growth staying in the high 30%. For whatever reason, a concern for Wall Street, but again, it's been pretty consistent. Cloud revenue for Microsoft up 19%, nowhere near the massive 63% year-over-year growth of Google, but not everybody can be Google. That's pretty crazy. Let's take a look quickly at Carvana as well, because CVNA is just driving higher, guys, towards that 450 level. But what did they report? 40% year-over-year growth in their retail units sold during the quarter, 187,000. Record Q1 net income, $405 million. Q1 highlights here. Why did they not mention their revenue very much? 6.432 billion. That is 52% year-over-year growth for Carvana. So I guess people are not too worried about Ernie Garcia and his father and their potential fraud anymore.
Clearly. I was just kind of trying to digest some of these numbers from Google, and it's just, I mean, 89.6 billion in services revenue. Sorry, 89.6 billion in services revenue. That's up from 88.1.
They're just winning. But apparently that's only worth 4%. And this is a problem. You just heard that number for Azure. 39-40% sounds really good. It is really good. But you know what it's not good compared to? 60. Because last I checked, 60 beats 40 every single time, and that's what Alphabet's showing you. They're the big.
Not in golf. Not in golf.
Oh, you're right. That is true. Well, you know what? In my world, if I 60 in golf, I'd retire immediately.
Yeah. That'll be the last time you ever played.
60 and a 9 if I play 9.
Ooh, okay, Ford raising guidance here.
Yeah, Ford is one of the best stocks in the whole market. No, I was going to say Google a year ago today was $140. So that was the low, 147 back in April, 143. Last year, this quarter, we got low as 147, and right now you're at 360. Don't show my screen, man. It's not the right stock.
Here, no, you show my screen. I've got it up
okay,
right
good.
here.
You got it up over
You
there.
got $140 at that low. When it broke the channel upside, you could have been 50% late to the move and up 60%.
Yeah, part of the move was the that judge decision there, allowing them to, of course, expand their business with the anti-competition. So it's really nice to see Google starting to moon. But again, this is what I was saying about the stock market. It's not, investing is tough, but it's not rocket science. Google, it's not like we didn't know about Google a year ago today, right? They had a huge cloud business. They had Waymo, they had YouTube, they had everything. So the fact that it's up $200 from 147 up to 360 right now, no surprise that Google continues to work out. And the numbers are providing that as well. Looks like Meta will be the worst one, down to 630 right now, so they're down $30. I still think it's very important that we wait for the calls to come through, right? I mean, Zuckerberg's gonna have to justify. They've been the name that's slashed the most jobs here this last quarter, so we'll have to see if that can be justified. And then really what we're waiting for is, where's the money coming from? Like, these guys just keep on spending. We know they have a huge cash hoard, but are they actually gonna make any money?
Turn it into profit.
Yeah, like why are they, if you can't turn it around, they changed the name from FB, Facebook, over to Meta, then they scrapped Meta World, or whatever that thing was called. Sorry, not Meta World Peace there. Shout out to Ron Artest there coming through. But yeah, they got rid of the whole metaverse, and now we just wait to see what's going on with their most recent Capex spend.
I wouldn't want to abject panic with them. I don't think that's remotely fair. But the comparisons, the money has a lot of places to go that's working. And it failed to 200, it's failing the 50 today. You have the opportunity to look at Alphabet off of a fantastic
We're just
report.
back to 2 weeks. It's only back to where it was 2 weeks ago.
You're up 15% from the local bottoms on Meta. You're up 15% from the local bottoms on Meta. I wouldn't be too freaking out over this.
But Microsoft turned red or no?
But
oh wow,
it's been yo-yo action in all these names. It's Google that is by far standing out. I don't know that I wouldn't be that happy either with some of the yo-yo on Amazon here, because Amazon can't make up its mind. We were in the 240s. It went green. It's threatening to go back into the red on the session here for Amazon. Unfortunately, the comparisons are going to get made here, and I think once Amazon had reversed, and the second that Alphabet number came out for the cloud, it was like, no, you don't get to be up anymore because you got to be compared to them. So I think that's going to weigh a little bit on Microsoft and Amazon here. And it's nothing they did. It's what Google might have done to them.
Dara, did you go over the Ford numbers?
I just got them actually.
Yeah, because that is, as Brendan said,
that's a massive beat here, guys.
Yeah.
Adjusted EPS 66 cents
What
versus
the?
19 expected. Revenue 43.3 versus 39.5 billion expected. Ford Blue revenue beating estimates 23.9 bill versus 21.74 bill expected. So yes, they did beat revenue, guys, on Ford Blue. Their EBIT on Ford Blue, a massive beat, nearly 2 billion versus the 500 million expected. That is a quadruple there for the expectations on that Ford Blue EBIT. Ford Pro revenue is going to be the only miss that I'm seeing here. Ford Pro revenue 14.7 billion versus 15.5 billion expected, but Ford Pro EBIT still up 29% year over year. Ford Model E revenue exactly in line here with estimates. Their guidance here forward for fiscal 2026 is going to be slightly higher than expected for their fiscal year EBIT. Ford Blue EBIT, they're going to be raising their guidance a bit. They kept their Ford Pro, Ford Model E EBIT guidance the same. So a little bit of guidance raised, but overall, this is just a stunning report.
Randy will be shocked.
Yes, he will.
Well, he's always saying negative things about Ford.
I mean, that's Randy.
You know what? Ford, if we're being, it's up 6%.
He wants us all to buy Rivian over here.
It's still 10-15% from the high.
Microsoft's had a 10% move in the after hours.
Oh,
Microsoft went from 446 down now, bouncing off of 411 right now. So you're about 8% of a move here on Microsoft. So
well,
NASDAQ also, someone in the chat said NASDAQ's tanking. NASDAQ's back to where it was at 2 p.m.
Well, it's going down because Microsoft and Meta and Amazon are headed to the downside. We're only being held up by Google. It's like everyone got a sniff of the numbers from Alphabet that wasn't Alphabet, and then Amazon was green in the moment. Microsoft was green. They're both heading lower now.
Yeah.
So now you're getting that slide back in, and the Qs are going to feel the brunt of it.
Tomorrow's going to be a disaster. If Google does not hold this,
we're done.
Tomorrow is going to be minus 3% on the NASDAQ. I'll be here shorting early.
The one thing to keep in mind here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adara, I still haven't seen Capex from anyone but Meta.
Yeah, well, as I was saying to you off camera, I don't really expect a Capex update during the fiscal year. There's a change to the Capex.
Right.
So at least we're not seeing anybody lower their Capex.
That
as
said,
Neil
though,
Oh, you want them to be
last,
higher.
last time around, we got it in the call on a couple of these.
On a couple of them, yes.
Versus the actual report when they dropped it. So there could be more fireworks to come at some point.
All these calls, what, 4:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30?
I'll check right now. Generally, it'll be 4:30 to 5. Give me a moment.
Google's going to turn red.
Amazon call, 5:30. Google call, 4:30. Meta call
Almost.
is,
Please let the
Meta
Raptors
call,
win
5:30. And then last but not least, Microsoft call, 5:30. So most of these are going to be 5:30.
This does not look good for
So the only bet that I have right now is Raptors to win the series at plus 380 there, because I'm not feeling too good about any of these calls right now. Google almost went red there. Not almost. It bounced. There's all these crazy wicks. We're at 357. Google closed at 352. So we're
Almost perfect report if they lose.
Let's go Cleveland. Okay, I see you
Who
over
said let's
there.
go?
TRS
Easy there,
strong.
TRS strong.
Take it easy on that one.
We're out of Toronto here, so you know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
We got to bet on them.
That's right.
No, but I feel I'm much more concerned about the Mag 7 than I am about the Raptors tonight.
The other problem,
that's for sure.
I don't know. Still 9-point favorite for Cleveland. The other problem is this is not even options. Like tomorrow, when people start to position in due to options or maybe get liquidated out or something like that, we have to wait to see what winds up happening. Although, to your point before, the only one that's really moving is Meta. I mean, Google will go probably a couple percentage points. Microsoft, even though it had a complete reversal, still just a couple percentage points. And Amazon, kind of the same thing. So maybe it's not an options world that we're worried about.
Well, every one of these names has had at least a little bit of good before it was bad, with the distinct exception of Meta.
Yeah.
They sold Meta. Meta's still at the lows. There hasn't been a real bid here at any point yet.
Yeah, I believe you can still get in and out of options, I think, on the day expiries, but 4:15 or so. I was wondering if they're going to do options 24/5. I don't know. That should be interesting when that winds up happening. Imagine earnings days like this when the market is open, like NASDAQ's open, you have market makers involved in that. Like right now, these are just dark pools and traders like us, retail, getting involved. When the big money steps in tomorrow morning, we should see a big flush, I would think, or maybe we buy the dips. What do we all think? Buying these dips?
Well, actually, before we get to that, I have this feeling that if they went to 24 hours, would they not? They might consider halting stocks during earnings calls sometimes. I feel like you're going to get some moments where they would consider just. Think about the things that get said and who might know this is what's going to get said in the call and the timing of it. It would get really hairy if during an earnings call you have regular market with big time whales in there. But
I don't think this is good for the show, but I do think that one of the best things I heard was let's just report twice a year.
I like that idea.
Because then you're not basing wouldn't be this whole panic. Like, oh my God, we missed. Like, what are we going to do? Like, if they are only reporting in June and December or whatever they choose, I think it's a little bit more stability for the market. We wouldn't be able to have as much fun as we're having right now, but I think the market and the stocks would appreciate that. By the way, Qualcomm at least bouncing off some of the lows.
They did good because the Qs are literally at the low.
Yeah.
Everything else.
0.8. I mean, it's not huge. It's 0.8.
Well, it's the fact that it was how the day ended. Remember, it was still a Fed day, and it was a Fed day where the anchor was to basically making higher lows and closing at the highs for the Qs. So you had this bit of a strength anchor, and you wanted to see some follow-up, and we got the exact opposite. And if the strongest name can't hold on, it's great that Qualcomm's catching a bid. It would be nice if that can go green. But I think everything's the wrong word. I think a lot rests on whether the last stallion here can hold up in the positive territory, and that'll be Alphabet. And it's really losing the bid. Nvidia's at the low of the day. AMD was at the low of the day just now. Like they're all getting faded here.
Let me guess, it's Fabian on the camera right here. People are saying the cameraman's cooking over there. So he's got all the angles of all time.
Why we still have the
there with Fabian coming through.
All of the cameras.
The market is in trouble when we're saying here comes Qualcomm to save everybody. We were just like, Qualcomm might have not even made the
Someone's got to catch a bid.
Right there. So we have Sofi, a world of hurt, Robinhood, a world of hurt. These major four names problems as well. Dara, you got something over there?
Yeah, I actually have a new infographic that I just made because that's what we do here at TTV Research. This is an updated look at Microsoft's revenue and revenue growth per category. So let's pull it up. I will say off the top of my head,
Nvidia?
as I was kind of comparing this, pretty much all of these are at least down sequentially year over year in terms of the growth. So Microsoft Cloud RPO compared to last quarter, 99% growth is great, Brendan, but last quarter we had 110% growth. So that's kind of weird. Azure Cloud Services growth is better than last quarter, which was 38%. We come in at 40%. So again, guys, this infographic basically just shows a breakdown of its revenue in a fun little pie chart and then shows the year-over-year growth in a multitude of categories.
I just saw a funny graphic essentially highlighting that same thing, but it was comparing the margin of each division.
Oh, I saw that.
And it
On
was
Amazon?
just off the chart for AWS, and everything else was basically nothing. So how's that Nvidia trade?
Bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I turned around. I don't have access to it right now. We're long. I had one of my bids got filled up there, so we'll see what winds up happening with the Nvidia. Compliance can come at me right now, as we're not supposed to be in positions at this time. What time is it anyways? Oh, 4:20. It's fine. Yeah. So I think Nvidia could be one of the beneficiaries, of course, of all of this. That's not why we're long.
Wait for the conference call.
It's just, yeah. I mean, we got that number from Meta, a little bit of a higher spend there. We heard how well the data center, Google's cloud was doing and things like that.
In my opinion, if Meta increased their Capex spend, then at a bare minimum,
Google's
I think it would be decently safe to say that Sofi and Amazon aren't going down here. They're probably going to increase. And as a matter of fact, hey, guess what? Maybe we're still
going on with this Nvidia position. Okay.
Alphabet just bounced $8 off the lows. Bounced off of VWAP. It's catching a bid. I wish I could tell you that Meta's catching a bid. They are absolutely not. Microsoft is catching a late bid here as well. Let me just get that one up for you. I'm fixated on Alphabet because I think that one's going to matter the most tomorrow. So a bit of a bid here on Sofi at 410. Where is that level? Okay, it didn't get to the 50 period. That's one thing to look out for. Like, did we retrace off any key levels? Because when we sit down tomorrow morning, if you get some great levels that come in and get validated in, I don't want to call this a sell-off, but we'll call it a dip, get validated in this dip, then those are the places you want to look forward to. We didn't get to the 400 on Microsoft. We got to about 405 there as well. But you know what? We always preach about the 3-day rule, Brendan, and being calm about this. It's not doom and gloom. It's not the end of the world. Apple's going to have great numbers tomorrow, too. So we're going to get another good print from them tomorrow after the bell. Like, if Apple, well, whatever. Apple's going to have a good quarter.
No pressure, though, Apple. No pressure.
Oh, they'll have a good quarter. Right? You can't weigh them down for their Capex spend. It's just a question of how the market's going to like it. And I think it's a vastly unfair comparison that you have basically these three massive cloud names. And I find the last few quarters, it's like if one blows out or one disappoints, they get measured against each other more than on their own merits. I think you could be seeing a little bit of that because it seemed as if Amazon and Microsoft were doing just fine until we saw how good Google was. Viking Therapeutics reported and they didn't even move. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah,
that thing usually goes double digits, no problem, and it's absolutely flat.
VKTX, okay.
All right, good place to leave it, I think. I mean, the market almost halfway back here from where we went out at 4 o'clock. So, yeah, a lot of things bouncing. Overall, downside action, I think the story of the day. But as we said, more to come tomorrow. SNDK, guys, thoughts quickly on SNDK tomorrow?
I think good. I think there's going to be a lot of traders that may wind up shorting that. Maybe there's a squeeze that happens into SNDK. I mean, it's been absolutely parabolic. I could go kind of both ways, thinking that maybe it is too heated up. But Micron and's been pretty hot going forward. I don't know what you think about SNDK. I don't even know what the short float is.
They sold 30. Like Micron last earnings was insane, and it pulled back 30% before eventually getting back into highs. It feels like the healthy thing would be for SNDK to do something similar, but it just hasn't wanted to go.
I mean, I think we would have thought today also that everything would have beat and gone higher, and it looks like we'll go 1 for 4 on that kind of talk, with Google being the only one positive.
Yeah, and working its way back to highs right now. On the back of Seagate, I remember Seagate this morning, monster. We'll see. I mean,
but
they're not
sold all day.
Same, but
Seagate sold all day long.
Earnings, I mean, just earnings were stellar for Seagate. All right, we're back tomorrow with more fun and shenanigans after the close, including Apple,
Go forward.
Rivian.
Reddit and Rivian.
Rivian and Reddit.
Tomorrow. Okay, there we go.
Randy's two favorite things in the world.
That's actually, you're right. I think about that one. Randy loves Reddit.
Randy does love Reddit.
And he loves Rivian.
Which does he love more? We have to ask him tomorrow. Rivian or Reddit?
It's probably
I don't know. We'll find it out. All right, everybody.
Hi.
It's been a blast. Thank you, Brendan, Adara, Neil, everything, and thank you, everybody, for staying with us.
Ciao, guys.
Wow.